BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
June 15th, 1972. Earth time. 7 years since man first conquered space. 2 hours ago, we took off from Mars on the first stage of our 355 million-mile journey back to Earth and home. Of the 20 men who set out on this momentous journey, only 8 are returning. Of the ships which formed our Martian space fleet, 6 have had to be abandoned. 2 of them total wrecks, their debris destined to drift in space forever. And the rest, for want of crews to man them, have been left behind. It was intended that we should remain on the Red Planet for a year. In fact, it was little more than 3 months. To have stayed longer would have meant staying for good. When I think back on the last few months, I can hardly believe that such fantastic events could have taken place. And yet, as I look about me, see our 2 companion ships limping home, one each side of us, I know them to be all too true. And during the long, dreary weeks of our return, we shall have time enough to ponder on the wisdom of man's ever venturing further into space than to his own moon. Even now, it is by no means sure that we, the survivors, will reach Earth and home safely. However, I write a full account of what has taken place while it's still fresh in my mind, in the hope that when the next expedition sets out for Mars, as it surely will, its crews may profit from our own bitter experience. Looking back over the project now, I realize that from the very start it was ill-fated. For even before takeoff, things were against us. Portents, had we then realized it, of what was to come. It all began almost a year ago. Man's first attempt to conquer Mars was to be made in a fleet of 9 ships. 2 years of hard, concentrated work went into assembling them, and by April 1971, they were ready to leave. A few days before scheduled takeoff, Jet Morgan, leader of the Martian expedition, left Earth for the launching ground on the moon.
Hello, Luna 142. Earth Control calling. Takeoff imminent. Stand by.
Hello, Control. Luna 142. Ready for takeoff. Airlock. Contact. Gyro. Contact. Okay, Mitch?
All set.
How about the passengers?
Well, they look healthy enough now. I hate to think what they'll look like in 50 minutes or so.
All right. Stand by for firing.
Standing by.
Hello, Control. Luna 142. Ready for takeoff.
Firing in 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Contact. seconds. Height 9.2. Velocity 4250. 0 plus 20 seconds. Height 15.1. Velocity 5680. 0 plus 3 minutes, 10 seconds.
Well, that's that. Dead on course. Cut the gyro, Mitch.
Yeah, she's cut. Well, I wonder how those fellas back there made out. Maybe I'd better go and see.
I think you had, but make it quick.
You're right.
Hello, Control. Luna 142. Morgan calling. Check on course and velocity, please.
Hello, Luna 142. Velocity 26,000. Course correct. When will you call again?
Routine check in 2 hours.
Thank you, Luna, and good luck on the big trip.
Thank you. Well, Mitch?
Yeah, just as I thought. More than half of them sick as dogs.
Well, I'm not surprised. None of them has ever made the trip before.
If you ask me, none of them should ever have made this one.
Well, they're with us now, so there's no sense in worrying about it. You better check that motor, Mitch. Meanwhile, I'll get the steward to hand out a few pills.
Hello, Luna. Moon Control calling. Receiving you loud and clear.
Course X742. Track E. Request height and speed. Over.
Message received. Course X742, track E. Height and speed to be ascertained. Call you in 5 minutes.
Check, and thank you.
Daffy.
Huh?
Landing computation, course 742, track E.
Where are the figures?
Right here, landing within the hour.
Oh, they don't give us much time, do they?
Get on with it, Taffy. Pilot's waiting.
Oh, give me time, man.
Phone it, dear.
Passenger ship Luna 142 just checked in.
So what do I do? Burst into tears?
Dr. Matthews asked to be informed.
Oh. Oh, that's Jet's ship, isn't it? Just a minute, I'll inform the doc. Hey, Doc!
Yeah?
Luna 142, just coming into land.
Oh, thanks. Let me talk to him, Lemmy. Hello.
Yes, sir?
What time will she touch down?
Well, computing landing time now, sir.
Well, when they're through, would it be possible for me to talk to Captain Morgan?
I think so, sir. Where will you take it?
We'll come up to the control room.
Very good, sir.
So they've decided to come back at last. How about farm and all?
Well, you know how it is back at base, Lemmy. Endless meetings, last-minute checks. Come on, let's go.
Do we need suits?
No, we're not going outside.
Oh, right. I'm ready.
And open the door.
Oh, yes.
In you go, Lemmy.
Morning, Taffy boy. How's the gazintas?
Good morning, he says. And sunrise still 3 days away.
It's morning to me. I've not long been up.
Excuse me a minute. The facts and figures.
Well, how long before they land, Taffy?
50 minutes, 30 seconds from now.
Uh-huh. Well, give them their information. Then I want to talk to Captain Morgan.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Luna 142. Landing control calling. Come in, please.
Hello, Control. Receiving you loud and clear.
Here are the final computations. They indicate normal landing procedure. Are you ready to take them?
Go ahead.
Your height is 4,000 miles. Speed as per schedule. Can give you full figures for checking if you want them.
No, thanks, Control. If it's normal procedure, we can manage. And thanks for your trouble.
Not at all, sir. Dr. Matthews is here and like to talk to you.
Okay, put him on.
Hello, Jet.
Hello, Doc. How's it going down there?
All okay this end, except number 2 is giving us trouble. She was down 5% on thrust during last test.
Oh, I'll tell Mitch. You've no idea what the trouble is.
Well, engineers are still trying to trace it. Last report seemed to suggest the pumps.
Okay. Oh, and while you're on, Doc, you might tell welfare we need accommodation for 3 extra personnel.
3 extra. Launching crew, you mean?
No, journalists.
What?
Yes, Doc. Winchell insisted we bring them. Oh, Mitch did his darndest to stop it, as you can well imagine, but it was no go. They're to get an eyewitness account of the takeoff for world syndication.
But I thought
No,
that...
I know. So did we, but there it is. Winchell waived the rule and allowed them to come. None of them's even been in space before.
How did they take it?
Oh, not too well at first, but they were okay one day out. They've been a bit too lively since. You'll have to appoint somebody to look after them and keep them out of our way.
Well, I'll do what I can, Jet. Anything else?
No.
What's up? Emergency! Action station! Close all airtight doors. Come on, hurry up!
Doc, for goodness sake, what's happened?
What is it, Lemmy?
Doc, hello.
How so?
Hello.
Me. I don't think there's anything wrong in here. How about it, Taffy?
Airtight doors closed, okay. Vents too.
Operator, get me engineering section.
Yes, sir. Hello. Control here. Hello. Landing control calling. Have Dr. Matthews here.
Hello. Landing control. Put Dr. Matthews on, please.
Hello, engineering. What happened?
I'm not sure yet. Seems there was an explosion in the living quarters. Air pressure went down to 0 immediately. You better get over here, Doctor.
Is it safe for me to leave this block? I've no spacesuit.
I'll find out the extent of the damage and let you know.
Okay, and make it quick.
Yes, sir.
Is it bad, Doc?
Living quarters. Either an airlock broke down or one of the walls collapsed or something.
Blimey.
Anyhow, until we hear from engineering, nobody is to leave this room. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. Hey, Doc. What about the men in living quarters?
Heaven knows. If the worst has happened, there's nothing we can do for them. That was the first blow. For 2 years, an army of men had worked hard to build the moon colony. Near the great crater, Copernicus, not far from the moon's equator, they had dug into the hills to construct a labyrinth of underground rooms and passages which were to be the home of the construction personnel for so many months. For 2 years, there had been nothing to suggest that such a tragedy as had now taken place could ever occur. Yet, for some reason, the dome-shaped roof of one of the living quarter blocks had burst. It was the first disaster ever to have occurred on the lunar colony. 4 men had been sleeping in the section. One moment, they were lying peacefully, breathing the specially manufactured air. The next, that precious artificial atmosphere had rushed out of a gaping hole, leaving the men in a vacuum. It was a mercy the men were asleep. Within 2 hours, the damaged section was permanently and hermetically sealed off from the rest of our underground city. Meanwhile, Jet's ship had touched down on the nearby landing ground.
Here he comes now.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm sorry your first visit to the lunar colony should have been marred by such an unfortunate catastrophe.
We understand, Captain Morgan. What happened?
Well, as far as we can tell, a section of the living quarters was struck by a large meteor. That's a hazard against which up here we have no protection. I'm afraid 4 men lost their lives.
Were any of them crew members?
Yes, 2, but we will still take off according to schedule.
Without them?
We have reserve crews standing by. Gentlemen, what you write to Earth is, of course, your own affair, but I should be grateful if you made no mention of this tragedy until the expedition has left. Meanwhile, if there are any specific questions you'd like to ask about the project, now's the time to do it.
Why does the Martian expedition have to start from the moon? Why not the Earth? Surely ferrying the materials to build the ships all this way must have put up the cost beyond imagination.
The low gravitational pull of the moon enables us to take larger ships and propel them with far less fuel than be needed to take off from Earth. Taking off from here, in fact, actually lowers the cost.
Will all the members of the expedition be landing on Mars?
Oh, no. Only 8 of us. The remaining crews will stay within the freighters in orbit about 1,000 miles above the planet's surface.
For a whole year?
I'm afraid so.
But won't those men feel cheated to have gone so far and yet never actually touched down?
Believe me, sir, the freight crews are fully aware of their position, but they'd rather do without landing than not go at all.
On what part of the planet will you land?
On the northern ice cap.
Won't you find it rather cold?
Oh, probably, but only on the ice caps can we be sure to find a surface smooth enough. Once we've landed safely, we'll unload the tractors and make our way down towards the Martian equator, exploring as we go.
How about living accommodation?
Oh, we shall live in inflatable pressurized spheres. There'll be ample protection against the Martian weather.
From the books I have read, I gather that people who are well up in these things believe that Mars is one planet on which one might find some form of life.
Yes?
Supposing that life is intelligent and hostile, how do you protect yourselves?
Well, the most advanced form of life we expect to meet is a primitive plant life.
What about the canals?
Well, what about them?
Well, aren't they supposed to be irrigation channels dug by the Martians to water their deserts?
That was a popular belief of the 19th century.
It's not held now?
By some, yes.
Can you see the canals? Are they really there?
Well, what are known as canals certainly exist, but whether they contain water or are merely discolorations on the planet's surface, I cannot say. I'll let you know in 6 months.
Will it be possible for us to look at Mars while we're here?
Oh, I'm sure the observatory staff will be glad to accommodate you. If any of you have looked at the planet before, from the bottom of the vast sea of air which envelops the Earth, then you have a very pleasant surprise coming. Our telescope is not large, but because of the perfect viewing conditions up here on the moon, it's possible to see details of the planet's surface which would be invisible down on Earth, even through their largest telescopes. And, well, now, gentlemen, if you have no further questions, I would like to take you to the welfare officer who will show you to your quarters.
The next few days were a fever of activity. In a shallow crater some 3 miles from the colony stood the Martian fleet. The crater, with its smooth, flat floor and sharp rising circular walls, made a perfect launching platform. The ships were huge, nearly 300 feet tall and 90 feet in diameter. Only one of them, the flagship Discovery, was of the conventional space rocket shape. The rest were quite out of line with the popular conception of what a spaceship should look like. As they would never have to travel through any atmosphere, they weren't streamlined. They consisted only of the barest essentials: solar reflectors, radio antenna, fuel tanks, and other equipment. held together by what appeared to be a tangle of girders. The whole was topped by a large sphere, which, besides carrying most of the cargo, also housed the tiny cabin which served as living quarters for the 2 men needed to man each vessel. The freight ships, numbered 1 to 8 in huge red letters on their spheres, stood in a large circle about a mile in diameter. In the center of that circle stood the streamlined flagship Discovery, painted a bright blue for easy identification. 12 hours before takeoff, every man not on duty was looking towards the lunar horizon, waiting for the sun to rise. Behind us, hanging motionless in the void, itself like a great moon in first quarter, was the Earth. Then suddenly, there appeared behind the rugged skyline a spear point of red light, one of the sun's prominences, a herald of its approach. Instantly, as though some giant hand had turned a switch, the whole area was bathed in the sun's hard glow, the mountains, rocks, and crater rims throwing long, black, pointed shadows across the moon's surface. The lunar day had begun. The space fleet to Mars could now leave.
Time, 0 minus 1 hour.
Oh, Doc, this is it. All aboard the Skylark, a trip round the sun and back. In time for dinner.
All right. Fasten your helmets and regard the ships.
Okay, Jet.
Now, keep your radios on and do nothing till ordered. Hello, Control. Morgan calling. Crew assembled, ready to leave in a few moments.
Check.
Now, remember, gentlemen, when you pass through the airlock, you will board the truck that bears the number of your ship. When the launching ground is reached, you'll climb aboard your craft, close the airlock, carry out pre-takeoff checks, and, in numerical order, ask Control to remove your elevator gantry. Now, stand by. Okay, Control. We're all set. You may let us out now.
Airlock opening.
All right, gentlemen. You may take off your helmets now and stow your suits. Let me call up Control. Have the fleet check in.
Yes, Jet. Hello, Control. Flagship calling. All now aboard. You may remove elevator gantry.
Thank you, Discovery. Removing gantry.
Flagship calling Space Fleet. Pre-takeoff check. Come in, please.
Flight number 1, check. Number 2, check. Number 3, 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8.
Thank you. Stand by for firing. Okay, Jet. All set.
Mitch? Doc?
Pre-takeoff check, okay.
Okay.
Then get onto your bunks and strap yourselves in.
Well, there's one thing to be said for these new atomic motors. With their slow acceleration, we're not likely to go through the agony we did when we first took off from Earth. You remember?
Will I ever forget? Luna was no more than an old crate compared to this job.
Lemmy, televiewer on.
Televiewer, contact.
Rotator, Lemmy.
Rotating.
Better take a good look. It's the last we'll see of the moon for 2 years.
Seems an awful long time, doesn't it?
There goes the first flare. Takeoff imminent.
0 minus 30 minutes.
That's it, Jet. Full circle.
All right, Lemmy. Now, all of you, lie back and relax. Remember, takeoff is fully automatic. Nothing should go wrong.
Well, let's hope not. 35 million miles is a long way from home.
Now, we'll be first off. The rest will follow at 2-minute intervals. 30,000 miles above the moon's surface, the motors will be cut and will be coasting the rest of the way. Next stop, Mars.
Zero minus 5 minutes.
Hello, Control calling Flagship Discovery.
Hello, Control. Discovery calling.
Takeoff time is less than 5 minutes away. Are you ready?
All set. Lemmy, televiewer, stern view.
Televiewer, stern view, contact.
0 minus 45 seconds.
Stand by. Won't be long now.
Hello, freight number 1. Control calling.
Number 1 to control.
Your takeoff time is imminent. Are you ready?
All set. 0 minus 15 seconds. 0 minus 10 seconds. 0 minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Goodbye, Moon. I'll send you a postcard.
5200. Maximum acceleration rate will be reached in 30 seconds.
Lemmy, stern view, telescopic lens.
Stern view on. Telescopic lens.
Motor mix.
Doing fine. All gauges spot on.
Doc?
All okay in my section?
Oh, first class takeoff. Let's hope the rest of the fleet do as well.
Control calling Discovery. Maximum acceleration rate has now been reached. Motors will be cut in 1 hour.
Message received. Thank you.
Control calling freighter number 1. Stand by for takeoff. 15 seconds.
Good luck, boys. See you down there.
10 seconds.
Wonder how they're feeling.
If they feel like I do before any takeoff, awful.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There they go. Well, that's another one safely away.
How long before they catch up on us?
No, not for 2 days. And getting into formation is going to be a bit tricky.
Oh, we got 6 months to practice. Wouldn't do to arrive at miles out of line. It would give a bad impression.
All right, cut out the chatter, Lemmy, and keep your mind on your job.
Yes, Jet. Freighter number 1 coming into view. One, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8 dead in line. 2 and 5 still lagging behind a bit, but moving up slowly. Shall I tell them to give their motors a short burst?
No, Lemmy, we don't want them wasting fuel on fancy flying formations. They'll probably drift into place during the next few hours anyway.
Well, if the line's pretty enough for you now, Jet, do you think I could call in the motor reports?
Go ahead. Let him get the radio, Lemmy.
Hey, Mitch, it's all yours.
Hello, Space Fleet. Chief Engineer, calling freighters 1 to 8. Will you pass your motor reports, please?
Freighter number 1 calling Discovery. Reactor normal. Fuel consumption tank 1, 379.842. Tank 2, 379.836.
Thanks, Pete. How was takeoff?
Fine. Couldn't have been smoother.
Call you again in 30 minutes.
Roger.
Flagship Discovery calling freighter number 2. Come in, please.
Freighter number 2 calling Discovery.
How are things with you, Frank?
Shocking.
Eh?
Been having trouble all the way.
Well, what kind of trouble?
Motor lost thrust soon after we left base. Had to turn on the juice a bit or we'd never have made the rendezvous. Used up a lot of fuel, I'm afraid, Skipper.
Well, how much?
At least 10% above estimated consumption.
Did you hear that, Jet?
And that's not all.
Well, what else?
Main radio receiver's on the blink. We seem to be transmitting okay, but reception from base is down to strength 2.
You're hearing us, all right?
Yeah, strength 5.
Well, keep listening up. We'll call you back.
Too right.
Well, Jet, what do we do about that? Frank might be a good pilot, but he's no radio man or engineer.
Who's with him in that ship?
Whitaker, construction engineer.
No chance of him finding the cause of the trouble, then. We'll have to transfer a motor engineer and radio mechanic from one of the other ships. See if they can detect the fault.
Oh, nearest motor engineer is in ship 5. Nearest radio mech is ship 7 on the far side of the formation. Number 5's lagging behind anyway. Transfer will be tricky, Jet. Distance too great for safety.
We're closer to her than most. I'll go. And take Lemmy with me to look over the radio at the same time.
What, me? Go outside?
That's all we can do. Now get your suit, Lemmy, and you, Midge.
Sure, Jet.
Now take the long safety lines with you. Call up number 2, Doc. Tell them we're sending over Mitch and Lemmy and to get ready to let them in.
Sure, Jet.
Helmet fastened.
Mine, too.
It's off the airlock.
Suit inflated.
Suit inflating.
Air pressure 0.
Okay, Jet. Open her up.
Main door, contact.
Who's going first?
You. Fasten your safety line and push off. There's enough length to allow you to reach the other ship. When you get there, fasten your short line. Then I'll hook the end of your long line to myself, and you pull me across.
Yeah, Mitch.
And don't pull too hard.
Do me a favor. Am I likely to?
Just being careful, that's all. Don't want to crash up on the side of that ship. Are you ready? Fasten your line and make sure it's fast.
Yeah.
All right. Now push. I'll keep a hold of the line. If you push too hard, I'll hold you back.
And here I go.
There he goes.
Cautious, wasn't he? He's hardly moving.
Better that than too fast.
Blimey.
Something wrong, Lemmy?
No, Jet, just a weird feeling, that's all. Suspended out there in nothing.
Oh, it's perfectly safe.
You don't feel it.
He's nearly there.
Ah, made it.
Fasten your short line, Lemmy.
Short line fastened.
Now attaching long line to belt. Right, Lemmy. You ready?
Yes, Mitch.
Then haul away. And slowly.
Taking up the slack. Line tight. Hey, Mitch, where you going? What are you doing up there? It's just like you was a kite and I was flying you.
Don't pull on the line, you fool. Lemmy! Lemmy!
Blimey! Blimey, it's come off. The line's come unfastened. Jet!
Hello.
Jet!
Hello?
The line's come loose. Mitch is adrift. He's drifting away.
You've been listening to the first episode in the new series of Journey into Space, with Andrew Folds as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and Anthony Marriott. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
April 3rd, 1971. 2 days ago, spaceship Discovery, accompanied by 8 huge freighter ships, took off from the launching ground on the moon on the first stage of its 6-month-long, 355-million-mile journey to Mars. 51 hours later, the Mars fleet was coasting out from the sun toward the red planet's orbit in a prearranged formation. When cargo ship number 2 reported that her rocket motor had not been working efficiently and that the powerful two-way radio was also faulty, Jet decided to transfer our motor engineer, Mitch, and radio mechanic, Lemmy, to the freighter in the hope that they would trace the faults. 5 minutes later, the 2 men were in the airlock and ready to leave.
Who's going first?
You. Fasten your safety line and push off. There's enough length to allow you to reach the other ship. When you get there, fasten your short line. Then I'll hook the end of your long line to myself, and you pull me across.
Yeah, Mitch.
And don't pull too hard.
Do me a favor. Am I likely to?
Just being careful, that's all. Don't want to crash up on the side of that ship. Are you ready? Fasten your line and make sure it's fast.
There.
All right, now. Push. I'll keep a hold of the line. If you push too hard, I'll hold you back.
Then here I go.
There he goes.
Cautious, wasn't he? He's hardly moving.
Better that than too fast.
Blimey.
Something wrong, Lemmy?
No, Jet. Just a weird feeling, that's all. Suspended out here. In nothing.
It's perfectly safe.
It don't feel like it.
He's nearly there.
Ah. Made it.
Fasten your short line, Lemmy.
Short line fastened.
Now attaching long line to belt. Right, Lemmy? You ready?
Yes, Mitch.
Then haul away. And slowly.
Taking up the slack. Line tight. Hey, Mitch, where you going? What are you doing up there? It's just like you was a kite and I was flying you.
Don't pull on the line, you fool. Lemmy!
Oh,
Lemmy!
Blimey. Blimey, it's come off. The line's come unfastened. Jet!
Hello?
The line's come loose. Mitch is adrift. He's drifting away.
Good heavens, Doc, he is.
Jet! Jet!
Hold on, Mitch. Don't panic. Lemmy, can you hear me?
Yes, Jet.
Haul in the line, then throw it towards Mitch.
Right.
He'll have to look lively. Mitch is definitely drifting off.
Yes, but only slowly. The line should be long enough to reach him.
You ready, Mitch?
Oh, what do you think? And make it a good shot, Lemmy, for Pete's sake.
Right. Here it comes.
Miles wide of him.
I'm sorry, Mitch. I'll try again.
Doc, get my suit. I may have to go out there myself.
Sure, Jet.
Now, Mitch, you ready?
Yeah, Lemmy.
Now, you try and grab it, boy, as it comes by.
Yeah.
Now, here it comes.
Oh, Lemmy, can't you throw it straighter than that?
I'm sorry, Jet. I'm doing my best. It's this chute. It makes it so difficult.
All right. Now just keep calm. Have another try.
I'm sorry, Mitch.
But take your time, Lemmy. Now, slowly dot it.
Mitch must be at least 5 yards further away by now.
A good throw this time should make it.
And if it doesn't?
Call up the pilot of freighter number 2, will you, Doc?
Sure.
Right, Mitch. I'll do it this time if it kills me. Now, you ready?
Yeah, Lemmy. And if you want me to be with you at the end of this trip, make it good.
Hello, freighter number 2. Flagship calling.
Hello, flagship. Number 2 calling.
Stand by. Captain Morgan wants you.
Okay.
Now, get ready, Mitch. Here it comes.
Oh, good shot, Lemmy. Doc, he made... Oh, no.
What now?
A dead straight throw, but Mitch can't reach it.
What?
He's drifted too far. Get the airlock ready to let me out.
You bet.
Stretch for it, Mitch, mate. You might just make it.
God! It's 6 inches too short.
Hello, Mitch?
Yeah, Jet.
Hang on, I'm coming out. Lemmy,
Yes, Jet.
get inside number 2's airlock. I'm going to ask the crew to let you in.
What? And leave Mitch out there? Drifting away into eternity?
Lemmy, do as you're told, and don't argue.
Now enter an airlock.
Hello, number 2?
Hearing you loud and clear.
Let Lemmy in, will you? And put Whittaker on.
Yes, sir. Whittaker here.
Whittaker, go into the cargo compartment and get a construction engineer's rocket propulsion unit. When Lemmy gets inside, give it to him.
Yes, sir.
All right, Doc. Let me out.
Airlock contact.
Helmet fastened. Exhaust the airlock.
Contact.
Suit inflating.
Air pressure 0.
Open the door, Doc.
Hello, Jet. Can you hear me?
Yes, Lemmy.
I'll be in number 2's cabin any minute. Now, what do I do when I get there?
Whittaker will give you a propulsion unit. Take it. Come out again and wait by the main door. Is that clear?
Right.
Doc? Hey, Doc.
Yeah, Jet.
Mitch. I can't see him.
I'm about 150 yards up, out of your line of vision.
Oh. Can you see him on the teleview, Doc?
Yes, Jet, I can. He's directly over the ship, drifting further away all the time.
Oh, thanks, Doc, for those comforting words.
Fastening long safety line to ship.
What are you going to do, Jet?
Give myself a push and drift over to number 2. Lemmy, can you hear me?
Yes, Jet. I'm in the airlock again now. I'll be out in just a minute.
Here I go, Doc. Pushing off. Hello, Mitch.
Hello, Jet.
I can see you now. Hope to be alongside you in a few minutes.
Oh, make it snappy, Jet. I'm way above the ship now.
Main door of number 2 opening. And there's Lemmy, Jet. Lemmy,
Yes, Doc?
Jet's on his way.
So I can see. Hey, he's almost here. Ha! He's made it.
Hello, Lemmy. Help me fix that propulsion unit.
Hey, you're going up after him?
What else?
But the line doesn't carry that far. You'll never reach him.
Is she secure?
Yeah, I think so, but
Now listen to me carefully. With the help of that rocket unit, I'm going to head towards Mitch.
but the line isn't long enough for
As
you
soon
to...
as it's paid out, I'm going to let go. I'll pick up Mitch and then come back to the end of the rope, so don't draw it back.
Will it stay put?
Of course it will. There's so little gravity out here, it'll remain in position for hours. Now, you ready?
But Jet, listen, if you let go of that line, you'll be adrift too, and then... Here, mate, let me do it. You're more important in this expedition than me.
Fasten the rope, Lemmy.
But Jet...
Fasten the line.
Hitch in the line. Line secure.
Now, give the free end a couple of turns round my wrist.
There.
Hello, Mitch.
Yeah, Jet?
Did you hear all that?
Too right.
Then here I come.
Not too fast, Jet. Don't overshoot.
Oh, blimey, careful, Jet. It's only a short way you're going, not back to the Earth.
I'll have to take it easier next stage. Now, leaving end of safety line.
How are you going to find your way back to Mitch traveling backwards?
It's up to you to direct me.
All right. You're about halfway there. Now, continue slowly in the same direction. You're drifting towards him now, but a little too low. Now, point the nozzle downwards. Smack on. Grab him, Mitch.
Right, Jet.
Gotcha. Oh, thank goodness.
Easy does it.
If you can see it, Mitch, grab that line.
Got it!
Can you keep hold of it?
I think so.
All right, Lemmy. Haul us back. Oh, we're safe now, Mitch. The panic's over.
Oh, thanks, Jet. I thought I'd seen the last of you discovering everything else.
Now, as soon as your boots grip the hull, make your way into the airlock.
Too right, I will.
There. Oh, that's it, Mitch, boy. Home again. I thought we'd lost you that time.
Get into the airlock, both of you.
But what about your safety line? Sticking out from Discovery like it was performing the Indian rope trick.
Oh, we can stay there for now. We'll need it to help us back anyway. Hello, Doc.
Matthew speaking.
I'll see Mitch safely inside. If he's okay, I'll leave him to get on with the job and then come back. You all right on your own for a spell?
Sure, don't worry about me.
Good. And I'll call you again from number 2 in a few minutes.
Yes, Jet. And nice work. What do you say, Mitch?
Too right.
So Mitch was saved. But it had been a close call. A few minutes later, the 3 men were safely inside the ship and setting about the task of finding out what was wrong with freighter number 2.
How soon did she begin losing thrust, Frank? Soon after we'd reached maximum acceleration.
Can I see the log?
Yes, skipper. If you get a step over to the control table.
How about that radio, Lemmy? Any idea what's wrong with that?
Amplifying circuit of the main receiver. Getting less than half the current through her that she should have. I think I'll have to take her innards out.
Oh, will it be a long job?
Probably. I can't say yet.
Well, let me know as soon as you can. I don't like Doc being in Discovery on his own.
Well, you can talk to him if you want to. I won't be interfering with the ship-to-ship system.
Well, yes, as far as I can judge, the motor trouble is way deep down in the hole someplace.
Can you get at it, Mitch? Put it right.
Not without every engineer we got with us working on it. We'd have to take a whole section of the ship to pieces. We haven't the tools for the job. Can't even get near it for weeks. The motor's still highly radioactive.
God. Then what do you suggest?
That we leave it alone and hope.
But how about when we begin to approach Mars and have to slow down? She'll have to be working properly then.
Well, if, in spite of the trouble, the motor's got the ship this far, she should function well enough to slow her down, too. But she'll probably eat up an awful lot of fuel.
Will there be enough in the tanks to do the job?
Well, we'll have to make sure there is. We'll take some of the spare fuel from the storage tanks and fill her up.
Yes, but that'll leave us short during the exploration period.
I know, but it's either that or risking losing the ship.
Oh, very well, Midge. If that's your opinion, we'll have the fuel transferred, but we'll have to wait until she stops boiling. We can't risk the fueling squads getting contaminated.
Well, we've got months of coasting before we need to get down to it.
How about you, Lemmy?
Well, with luck, I think I would have traced this trouble within an hour.
As long as that?
Well, you want me to do the job properly, don't you?
Of course I do, but I don't want to leave Doc alone in the flagship for longer than I can help either. Yeah, I think I'll have to leave you here, Lemmy.
Oh, it suits me.
As soon as you're ready to make the transfer, let me know. I'll be at the main door to see you make it safely.
Right.
Come on, Mitch. Let's get back to our own ship.
Yeah.
Open up the airlock, will you, Whittaker?
Yes, sir.
Make sure your line's secure this time, Skipper.
Hey, you're damn right I will.
Well, Mitch, nice to know you're still with us.
That was a close thing, Doc, and no mistake.
Hey, Doc, take this, will you?
Huh? Oh, the propulsion unit.
We'll keep it in this ship in case we need it again.
Well, if we'd had it before, Mitch could have brought himself back.
Had we known it was going to be needed before we got to Mars, it would have been here. Lemmy will be bringing over another one when he returns, so from now on, nobody leaves the ship without a propulsion unit.
What happened, Mitch? How did you come adrift?
I wish I knew, Doc.
What? You mean you don't?
No, Jet. That line was hooked to me. I swear the safety catch was definitely secure.
Then how did it come apart?
Search me. Here, look at my belt. There's nothing wrong there, is there?
No, not that I can see.
Nothing wrong with the catch on the end of the safety line either.
No?
Look, I tell you, there's something screwy somewhere. I would have staked my life on that line being secure.
That's just what you did, isn't it, Mitch?
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean.
You better be more careful in future, Mitch. Test the catch before you push off.
I tell you, I did.
Well, you're not likely to be going outside again.
Unless number 2 shows more signs of trouble.
Why should she?
Well, why shouldn't she? She's shown plenty up to now. Whoever passed that ship is okay ought to be fired. I've half a mind to call up control and tell them to do it.
Now, hold on, Mitch. It's probably a fault that's developed since we've been underway. You can't blame the inspection engineer for that.
Well, it wasn't the first time she'd been faulty. Doc reported me she was down on thrust 3 days before we took off.
But that was put right, Mitch.
Oh, looks like it, doesn't it? And how about the radio? Doesn't look as though that was properly inspected either.
Oh, pure coincidence.
Pure incompetence is what I'd call it. If there can be 2 major faults in one ship like that, how many are there in the other ships?
Look, Mitch, you're overwrought. Well, after what you've been through, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, come on, Mitch. Get your suit off and lie down and take a rest.
I tell you, I don't need to rest.
While you're on this ship, Mitch, and Doc gives you advice, you'll take it. Now get your suit off.
All right, if you say so. I'm not a kid, you know. I know when I feel okay. I don't need you or Doc to tell me different.
Can you get him to sleep, Doc?
Yeah, sure, Jet. Leave him to me. I'll fix it.
Good. Meanwhile, I'll call up Lemmy, see how he's getting on.
All right.
Hello, freighter number 2. Flagship Discovery calling freighter number 2.
Freighter number 2 calling Discovery. Frank Rogers speaking.
Put Lemmy on, will you, please?
Yes, sir. Hello, Jet. Lemmy speaking.
How's it going, Lemmy?
Well, I know where the trouble is, but it'll be another couple of hours before I put it right.
Oh.
Don't you worry, boy. Lemmy Barnett's on the job. As soon as everything's shipshape again, I'll let you know. Tell Doc I'll be eating out, will you? And not to worry about my rations.
All right, but be as quick as you can. I want you back in your own ship as soon as possible.
Well, the sooner I get on with the job, the sooner I get back. I'll call you later.
Okay, Lemmy.
Through this home, and here we are. Now, if you don't get a good reception now, Frank, I'll eat my helmet. Switch her on, will you, mate?
Right.
Hello, Discovery. Freighter number 2 calling Discovery.
Hello, Lemmy. Discovery calling.
I'll finish that radio job now. I request permission to contact base for reception test.
Go ahead. And let me know the result.
Right. Main transmitter, Frank.
Main transmitter on.
Hello, Earth. Space Fleet, Freighter number 2 calling for reception test. Come in, please.
Hello, Freighter number 2. Receiving you loud and clear.
And the same to you. Well, it seems we're okay now, but give us a little more, will you, just to make sure?
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are.
You might well ask. A star is about what the Earth is beginning to look like. Well, thanks a lot, Control.
Thank you, number 2.
Well, there you are, Frank. That's that little job jobbed. If you don't get Control at full possible strength after this, you can return the goods and you get your money back.
I suppose you'll be going over to Discovery now.
Yep. Just as soon as Whittaker comes back with a propulsion unit for me.
Oh.
You almost sound disappointed.
You sure you wouldn't like a little more to eat before you go?
What's the matter, Frank? I don't owe you any money, do I?
How do you mean?
Well, the way you're trying to hang on to me, I thought maybe I did.
Oh, it's just that I hoped you might have stayed for a bit.
Well, you heard what Jet said. I was to return to Discovery as soon as the job was finished. I better call him up, tell him I'm on my way.
Well, if you must, I thought we might have had the pleasure of your social company for a bit. Somebody to talk to for a while.
You got Whittaker to talk to.
No, Lemmy. I can't talk to him.
Eh? Oh, don't tell me you two are fighting only 2 days out.
I couldn't quarrel with him if I tried.
Why? Has he been struck down or something?
Never says a word, unless it's absolutely necessary.
Well, he doesn't talk about anything else? His family or where he comes from or anything?
No.
Then how does he spend his time?
And he's not on duty, mostly lying on his bunk.
Reading?
No, just lying, waiting for his turn at radio watch.
Oh.
He can't wait to get to that receiver. And when I'm at it, he just lies there, staring at me.
Go on.
Sometimes when I sit there, feeling his eyes, boring through my back, I feel like throwing the logbook at him.
Frank, you sure you haven't upset him in any way?
Well, if trying to be nice to a fellow who half the time acts as though you're not here is upsetting, then yes, I have.
Maybe that's the trouble.
Huh?
Yeah, you're trying to be too nice to him. He just doesn't like it.
That's not the reason, Lemmy. It goes deeper than that. He's a queer customer all round.
How do you mean?
24 hours out from Earth, I was on watch, sitting at the radio, and he was asleep on his bunk as usual. I was waiting for a velocity check from control. It was late in coming.
And?
I thought maybe the receiver had drifted off frequency and began to fiddle with the controls. And I happened to turn round and found Whittaker standing right behind me. Gave me quite a shock. I don't know how long he'd been there.
What did you say to him?
I asked him what he wanted and if he couldn't sleep. But he didn't reply. Just stood there, listening.
And then?
Mitch came through on the ship-to-ship system asking for routine checks, and Whittaker went back to his bunk and lay down.
He wasn't sleepwalking?
With his eyes open?
I've heard that's possible.
No, Lemmy. I don't think he was sleepwalking.
You sure you hadn't hypnotized him or anything?
I'm not joking, Lemmy.
No, mate.
Sometimes I think he must be in a trance. Doesn't even know I'm here.
Well, if he were, how could he carry out his work?
Oh, he does that all right, as well as the next. In fact, he doesn't miss a thing where work is concerned, only sometimes...
Oh?
You don't think I'm crazy, do you, Lemmy?
As if I'd think a thing like that.
Well, sometimes it's as though he's not the only one here.
Yeah, but... Hey?
Well, he is, but... Well, it's not him, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I tell you, Lemmy, if I have 6 months of this all the way to Mars, I'll go crackers.
Look, Frank. Why don't you tell Jet about all this?
Oh, he's got enough on his mind without having to shoulder my troubles, too.
Yeah, but we all know that living for weeks in a confined space with somebody you can't get on with is not too easy. You begin to see something wrong in everything they do, the way they eat, the way they walk, the way they hold their cigarettes if they smoke, the way they watch you smoking yours if they don't. All maddening, irritating little things. But they could drive you off your rocker in no time. You might even start getting violent.
I might at that.
Yeah. Look, if Jet thinks you've got a good case, he'll get either you or Whittaker transferred to another ship before any real trouble starts.
Hold it. Here he comes.
Oh. Well, you treat her gently, Frank, and she'll treat you kindly. The way she's behaving now, she'll pick up a signal from Jupiter if there's anybody up there to send one, which there ain't. So if you find you're getting nothing, you know just where you're getting from.
The propulsion unit, Mr. Bonnet.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Whittaker. Look, the men on this trip usually call me Lemmy. There's no need for you to be formal, you know.
Shall I help you on with it?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Not that I'll be needing it. When I push off from this ship, my line will be fast. You won't find me drifting off, as Mitch did.
I'm sure he thought the same thing before his line disconnected.
You're a little comfort, ain't you?
It's fixed now, Mr. Bonnet. I'll call Captain Morgan. Tell him you're ready.
Yes, you do that. And thank you.
See what I mean?
Don't you worry, Frank, boy. I'll tell Jet about this. I'll see what he thinks of it.
Thanks, Lemmy. I'll be grateful.
When Lemmy returned to the Discovery, he reported the conversation he'd had with Frank Rogers about Whittaker, the construction engineer. Jet, Mitch, and I listened with little concern. Rogers had probably exaggerated the whole business, and Lemmy had been too gullible. We concluded that Whittaker was suffering from an acute attack of space sickness and was taking more time to get over it than most. Rogers was told of our opinion and rather reluctantly agreed to be patient, see whether Whittaker's attitude would improve. Meanwhile, the huge ships of the Mars Space Fleet were coasting on their way, out from the sun and towards the orbit of the Red Planet. The next 2 weeks were uneventful. All was well with the fleet. Personnel in all ships, except number 2, seemed happy enough. Rogers was told that if his relationship with Whitaker did not improve, one or the other of them would be transferred to another ship. That seemed to cheer Frank considerably, and for a few days, we forgot the affair.
Hello, Control. Flagship Discovery calling Control. Come in, please.
Hello, Flagship Discovery. Receiving you. Strength 3. Over.
Have full recorded report on last 6 hours ready for transmission. Are you ready to receive it?
Yes, Discovery. Stand by. I'll tell you when to start.
Right. You know, the time lag between replies gets longer every time we call up. We must be 1,000,000 miles from Earth at least by now.
2 million, Lemmy.
Go on.
Hello, Discovery. Control calling. Ready to take your transmission, but first I have a message for Captain Morgan.
Hold on a minute. I'll call him. Hey, Jet.
Yes, Lemmy?
Control. Got a message for you.
What's it about?
They didn't say.
Hello, Control. Morgan here. Ready for your message. Is the recorder on, Lemmy?
Yes, mate.
Hello, Captain Morgan. Message for you. Urgent. Concerning Whitaker, crew member of freighter ship number 2.
What? Whitaker, did you say?
Yes, James E. Whitaker, construction engineer, freighter ship number 2. Information needed on him by Personnel Records Office. Date of birth, place of birth, nationality. Full personal description, including height, color of hair and eyes, and any special identification marks. Full account of space flight training and experience. Date of entering Astro Engineering College with full details of all engineering qualifications and where obtained. End of message.
Hello, Control. Message received. What on earth do you want all that for? Records must have it already.
What do they think we are, an information bureau?
Sorry, Captain. I don't write these messages. I only pass them on.
Then here's one for you to pass on to Records from me.
That's it, Jet. You tell them.
Ready to receive your message?
From Captain Morgan aboard Discovery to Personnel Records Office. Cannot understand reason for your request. Is information really necessary? Taking no action until reply received. End of message.
Maybe they made a mistake. It's the police they want.
Message received. We'll call you later.
Thank you, Control. All right, Lemmy. Keep listening out. Let me know as soon as you get a reply.
Well, Jet, what was all that about?
Oh, I'm darned if I know. Want me to check up on Whitaker, something they must have done themselves a year ago.
Whitaker?
Yeah.
Maybe they've lost their information on him and want to keep the records straight.
Well, this is a fine time to choose to do it. 3 weeks out from takeoff.
Well, besides, there's a duplicate copy of everybody's personal dossier down on Earth. Why not ask them for it?
Discovery.
Hello, Control. Discovery calling. Hearing you loud and clear. Hey, Jet. Control calling.
You're coming, Lemmy.
Message for Captain Morgan from Control. Urgent. Repeat, urgent. Information on Whitaker required as soon as possible. Please take immediate action on previous signal. End of message.
Blimey. Persistent, ain't they?
Hello, Control. Morgan speaking. Message received and understood. We'll call again as soon as information has been obtained. Well, Lemmy, seems there's nothing for it but to carry out the order.
Haven't they got nothing better to do down there than expect us to carry out records work for them?
Call up number 2, Lemmy. Get Whitaker for me, will you?
Yes, Jet. Hello, Space Fleet. Discovery calling freighter number 2. Come in, please.
Number 2 calling Discovery.
Morgan here. Is that Whitaker?
Yes, Captain.
Look, Whitaker, I'm sorry about this, but I've had a message from Control about you.
Yes?
I have to ask you a number of questions about yourself for personnel records.
All information about me can be found in my personal dossier.
Yes, I realize that, but for some reason, Control insists on having it again. Are you ready?
Yes.
Your name?
James Edward Whitaker.
Date of birth?
12th September 1940.
Uh-huh. Nationality?
British.
Place of birth?
12th September 1940.
No, place of birth.
British.
What's he talking about?
Hello, Whitaker.
James Edward Whitaker.
Blimey.
What's happening over there? Hello? Hello?
12th September 1893.
1893? Whitaker! Whitaker!
12th September 1893.
He must be crackers.
Listen, Whitaker. Put Rogers on.
Rogers is asleep.
Then wake him up.
He cannot be woken.
Wake him up, do you hear? Hello, Whitaker, do you...
It sounds like he shut his transmitter off.
Hello, Whitaker. Hello. Freighter number 2, Discovery calling.
Hello, hello, hello,
Hello.
It's no good, Jet. He's not replying.
What's he up to?
And Frank. What about Frank?
Hello. Hello. Hello.
You've been listening to Episode 2 of Journey into Space with Andrew Foles as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and Anthony Marriott. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
Morgan here. Is that Whittaker?
Yes, Captain?
Look, Whittaker, I'm sorry about this, but I've had a message from Control about you.
Yes?
I have to ask you a number of questions about yourself for personnel records.
All information about me can be found in my personal dossier.
Yes, I realize that, but for some reason, Control insists on having it again. You ready?
Yes?
Name?
James Edward Whittaker.
Date of birth?
12th September 1940.
Uh-huh. Nationality?
British.
Place of birth?
12th September 1940.
No, place of birth.
British.
What's he talking about?
Hello, Whittaker.
James Edward Whittaker.
Blimey.
What's happening over there? Hello, hello.
12th September 1893.
Hello, Whittaker.
12th September 1893.
He must be crackers.
Listen, Whittaker, put Rogers on.
Rogers is asleep.
Then wake him up.
He cannot be woken.
Wake him up, do you hear?
It sounds like he shut his transmitter off.
Hello, Whittaker. Hello, freighter number 2, Discovery calling. Hello.
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 Hello. It's no good, Jet. He's not replying.
What's he up to?
And Frank, what about Frank?
Hello. Hello.
What's up, Jet?
I wish I knew.
You don't think number 2's radio's gone wrong again, do you?
Oh, the ship-to-ship system never was wrong, Mitch.
Then you're quite sure it isn't us.
Oh, we'll soon see. Hello, Space Fleet. Flagship calling Space Fleet. Number 1, come in, please.
Hello, flagship. Freighter number 1 calling. Hearing you loud and clear.
Thank you, number 1. Just testing, that's all.
Hello, number 1, Morgan here.
Yes, sir?
Did you hear me talking to number 2 just now?
Yes, sir.
And you heard him reply?
I certainly did.
Thank you, number 1. That's all for now.
Yes, sir.
Well, that settles that, Mitch. There's nothing wrong with us.
So I'll try him again, Jet.
Yes, Lemmy. And keep trying.
Hello, number 2. Flagship calling freighter number 2. Come in, please.
Still no luck, Lemmy?
No, Jet, I don't believe he's even listening. 15 minutes I've been calling now.
No, switch on the televiewer, will you, Doc? Let's take a look at her.
Sure, Jet.
Rotate her, Doc.
Rotating.
Hold it. There she is.
Still in formation. Nothing about it to suggest what's wrong.
I'd give anything to know what's going on in there.
Well, why don't we go across and see?
Oh, fair go, mate. How do we get inside? We can't even ask them to open the door.
If one of us went over there and banged on it with a wrench, they should hear that all right.
Oh, you big galah. You think they'd realize it was one of us wanting to be let in?
Well, I certainly wouldn't think it was the milkman, would they?
I think it's worth a try, Jet. We have no other way of contacting them.
Very well. Let me get my suit.
Shall I get mine and all?
What for?
Well, you're not going out there alone, are you?
Are we going across alone?
Well, supposing their radio is out of gear, you'll need me to put it right.
I thought you said that was unlikely.
Well, it is.
Well,
but
you
I mean,
stay here, Lemmy. Keep trying to contact them. Doc will see me across.
All right, Jet.
Get those suits and the propulsion unit.
Can you see him, Lemmy?
Yes. Just come into range of the televiewer.
Hello, Mitch. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Jet.
I'm outside the main door of number 2 now.
I can see you.
Tell Lemmy to give them one more call.
Right. Hello, freighter number 2. Discovery calling freighter number 2. Trying to contact you. If you can hear me, come in, please. Not a sausage. It's no go, Jet. You better start knocking.
Okay, here I go.
Hey, Mitch. Did you hear that?
Well, of course I heard it. I'm not deaf.
Hey, Jet, do that again. Hey, Jet, we can hear you knocking. Very faintly, but we can hear it.
Well, of course. What? That's impossible.
Oh, Jet, we must be hearing it over their mic from inside the ship.
Then if their radio's alive, why haven't they answered us?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think there's any point in your carrying on knocking, Jet. They should be hearing us calling them.
Hello, Discovery. Freighter number 2 calling. Urgent. Come in, please.
Oh, Mitch, it's Frank.
Answer him.
Hello, Frank. It's Lemmy here. What's been happening over there, mate?
Can I speak to Jet, please?
Yeah, he's right outside your ship at the moment trying to get in.
Then hook me up. I must talk to him.
Yes, mate. Hang on a minute. Hello, Jet. Frank just called up. He wants to talk to you.
Frank, then put him on.
Hello, Skipper. Have to report that Whittaker is sick. Very ill, I think.
What?
Yes, sir. Don't feel too good myself.
Well, what's the matter? Why didn't you answer when we called?
Why, have you been calling? I was asleep.
Asleep?
But, yes, sir. When I woke up, I found Whittaker over here by the radio. He's flat out, Skipper. I can't rouse him.
Listen to me, Frank.
Yes, sir?
Are you fit enough to get the main door open and let me in?
Yes.
Then do that.
Main door, contact.
Hello, Doc.
Hearing you.
Come on over, will you?
Sure thing.
There's the main door opening now.
Filling airlock.
Suit deflating. Suit deflating.
Air pressure maximum.
Then open the hatch, Rogers, and let us in.
Contact.
Now, Frank, what's the trouble?
And where's Whit... Good grief, he's standing up.
Did you have to leave him like that, Frank, leaning over at that angle?
It's the lack of gravity, sir. He was standing upright when I found him.
Well, it makes no difference really whether he's standing up or lying down, Jet. He's unconscious just the same.
Well, let's get him over to his bunk. Seeing him like that with his eyes open but lifeless, it's uncanny.
Right, Jet. Untie his boots and I'll be able to carry him over.
Oh. That's one. Yeah, and there's the other. Right, Doc. He's all yours.
Can I help?
You stay here, Frank. I'd like to talk to you.
Yes.
Hello, Discovery. Morgan calling.
Oh, hello, Jet. So you made it okay? What's the trouble over there?
I'll tell you when I know myself. This was just to let you know we arrived safely. I'll call you later.
Right.
Now, Frank, let's get to the bottom of this. Why didn't you answer us?
If I'd known you were calling, Skipper, I would have.
But good heavens, man, the radio's loud enough, isn't it? Do you want an alarm clock, too?
I'm afraid it didn't wake me.
What time did you go to sleep?
About 2 hours ago.
Did you take a pill?
No, Jet, but while I was sleeping,
Well?
I had the most horrible dream. One of those nightmares when you know if you don't wake up, something terrible will happen to you. And when I did finally wake, it was to find things as they were when I called you. It was a ghastly experience, Jet. I thought I was back on Earth, but the funny thing
Oh, you
was...
don't have to give me details of your dream.
No, sir.
Now, what was Whittaker doing when you went to bed?
Sitting at the radio on watch.
You didn't notice anything odd about him then?
No more than usual. He didn't have a word to say.
Well, Doc,
Still unconscious?
any idea why?
No. I can't understand it at all, Jet. I can find nothing wrong with him, but I can't rouse him.
Well, if it's just sleep, Doc, it must have come upon him very suddenly.
It certainly did. That's why he was still standing up when Rogers found him. Anyway, I don't intend to leave him before he's awake again.
Look, that may be hours.
Maybe. You go back to Discovery, Jet, if you want to. I'll stay here.
But that means Frank virtually running the ship on his own. You can't share his watches and stay with Whittaker at the same time.
I can manage for a few hours anyway, sir.
No. I have a better idea.
What?
Do you think we could move Whittaker over to Discovery?
Well...
He doesn't weigh anything, sir. It'd only be a matter of towing him across.
Rogers, you almost sound as though you'd be glad to get rid of him.
Well, it's not that, sir.
Look, under the circumstances, Doc, if we can move him, I think we should.
All right, give him an hour. If he doesn't wake by then, I'll consider it.
Right.
Air pressure maximum. Hatch opening. Can I help, Doc?
If you don't mind, Lemmy, put him on Mitch's bunk, will you?
Hand him up, then.
Hello, freighter number 2. Flagship calling.
Hi, Flagship. Mitchell speaking.
You made it safely, Mitch?
Yeah, Jet, thanks. Let me know as soon as it's okay for me to come back. These freighter cabins are a bit too cramped for my liking.
Well, that all depends on Whittaker and how soon he's fit to return. I'll call you later.
Righto.
Hey, Jet.
Huh?
He's waking up.
Coming.
All right, Whittaker. Now take a drink of this. It'll make you feel better.
Where am I?
You're aboard the Discovery.
How did I get here?
Doc and I went over to your ship and brought you back.
And what was I doing all that time?
Sleeping. At least that's what you appeared to be doing.
Can't a man sleep without he has to be hauled from one ship to another, without even being consulted?
Now, take it easy. You fell asleep standing on your feet. That's not natural.
Under gravityless conditions?
What I mean is you fell asleep in the middle of talking to me.
Oh, yes, I remember. Records had lost my dossier.
I didn't say so. I merely said they wanted information about you.
Do they still want it?
Yes?
Then get it over with.
What do you say, Doc?
I think we'd better wait a bit, Jet. At least until I've looked him over.
Ask your questions, Captain Morgan.
No, you'll stay where you are until Doc considers you're fit to get up. Later, I'll have you transferred to another freighter.
I'm not going back to number 2.
No.
But number 2 is my ship. I must go back to it.
I'm sorry, Whittaker, but under the circumstances, that will not be possible. You and Rogers don't get along too well. One of you has to be moved.
Then it'll be Rogers. He's the one who complains.
Whittaker, if I decide to move you, you'll move.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, you'll stay here.
But if I am to move anyway, why can't it be now?
Because I want you to stay here. Now, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
All right, Doc. He's all yours.
Whittaker rested, much against his will, for 6 hours. At the end of that time, the only report I could give Jet was that he was fit and well, physically at any rate. In due course, Jet got the information he required and had it radioed back to base. As to the cause of the strange, deep sleep that had so suddenly overtaken Whittaker, I was none the wiser, nor apparently was he. But if I learned nothing else, after spending an hour or so with Whittaker, I could appreciate how difficult Frank Rogers had found him. There was some indefinable, atmosphere surrounding Whittaker that made me uncomfortable just to be near him. When Whittaker was fit enough to take up his duties again and began moving about the cabin, Jet and Lemmy noticed it too. The tension in the ship began to mount. And then, less than 24 hours after Whittaker had joined us, something happened that drove all thoughts of his behavior from our minds.
Hello, flagship. Freighter number 5 calling Discovery. Come in, please.
Hello, number 5. Discovery calling. Over.
Can I speak to Captain Morgan, please? Have special report.
Hold on a minute, Bill. I'll get him. Hey, Jet.
Yes, Lemmy?
Number 5 says he has a special report.
Oh, what about?
He didn't say.
Hello, Jet. It's the radar.
What about it?
Well, unless the thing's gone crazy, there's something pretty solid in front of us, and it lies right across our course.
What? Are you sure?
We're getting echoes back from something, and it's pretty big, too.
Well, how big?
Well, difficult to tell at this stage.
Well, how strong are the signals?
Very faint, but they're there.
All right, number 5, keep constant watch, will you? I'll get the other ships to see if they can pick up anything.
Yes, sir.
Let me call up the fleet. Tell them to sweep the area directly before us. See if they can confirm number 5's report.
Yes, Jet. Hello, Space Fleet. Flagship calling Space Fleet. Have special message for all ships. Come in, please.
Doc.
Number 1 calling.
Yes, Jet.
Open up the radar, will you? We might as well join in the search ourselves.
Right.
Number 5.
What do you think it can be, Jet?
Well, I think it's number 5's radar going haywire, that's what, but we'd better check to make sure.
Signals aren't very strong, but there's no denying them.
So I can see. You got all the reports in yet, Lemmy?
Just waiting for number 7.
Hello, flagship. Number 7 calling.
Talk of the devil. Hello, number 7. Receiving you.
Have full report of first hour's radar watch on specified area. Can you take it?
Go ahead.
Echoes definitely received. Estimated distance of object 1,300,000 miles. Position dead ahead.
Whittaker,
Sir?
Limited
take over
field of
here, will you?
response,
Keep watch until further orders.
0.47
Yes, sir.
degrees.
Come on, Doc. Let's take a look at the report, see what they can tell us.
Right.
There, all right, but what it is, I haven't a clue. It seems to be about 1 million miles away. Some 6,000 or 7,000 miles in width and the same in height.
And depth?
I wish I knew. But whatever it is, it's directly in our path.
Couldn't be an asteroid, could it?
No, I doubt it. Look, I'll have to notify Control, Doc. See what ideas they have about it.
Let's hope they're good. That they can tell us how to avoid it, if we have to.
Any reply yet, Lemmy?
No, Jet.
Well, how much longer are they going to be? It's 4 hours since we told them. Here we are getting closer to it all the time. Soon it'll be too late for us to do anything. We'll have overtaken the thing.
Yeah, we won't need Earth to tell us what it is then.
Hello, Space Fleet.
Yeah.
Control calling Space Fleet. Flagship Discovery. Come in, please.
Oh. Hello, Control. Discovery here, receiving you. Go ahead. Now we wait 10 seconds while the radio wave travels down to Earth and back again. Oh. Now, I'd better switch on the recorder, Jet. Be all ready for them when they do come through.
I'll do it, Lemmy.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, Discovery. Here's the reply to your message of April 24th, 1700 hours Universal Time. Unable to say with certainty what the object might be.
Oh, that's a great help.
Possibility that it may be one of these things. meteor swarm, comet dust, or cloud of ionized gas. If either of the first two, suggest evasive action be taken as soon as practicable. If ionized gas, you can expect to pass through it safely with no adverse results, other than a temporary upsetting of electronic equipment.
And they'll all come running to me.
A more accurate estimation of the object's identification may be deduced from radar data received when you're closer to it. Keep us fully informed. Suggest hourly. End of message.
Thank you, Control. Message received. Keep listening out, please. Well, Jet, what is it? Meteors, comet dust, or what do you call it? Ionized gas?
I wish I knew. As to the first two, they're much the same thing and equally dangerous. Look, tell Control I'll call them again in 30 minutes. Then get Mitch on the intercom for me, will you? So your guess is meteors, is it, Mitch?
For safety's sake, I think we should treat it as though it were. Take evasive action.
Yes, but that'll mean changing course.
Well, that's better than being battered to pieces, isn't it?
Oh, well, we're safe enough for a bit. We're not likely to meet the outer layers of the swarm for some hours yet. That gives us plenty of time to get you back into this ship. If we're changing course, you will have to be here.
I shan't be sorry. Being a member of a freighter crew can get darn dull.
Well, think yourself lucky you don't have to do it all the time.
I most certainly do.
Very well, Mitch. I'll call you again. I'll wait for one more report from Earth. If they still can't tell us for certain what that thing is, we'll act on our own.
Wacko.
Oh, how's Frank, by the way?
Well, fine. Couldn't be better. Having the right man to crew with can make a lot of difference, you know.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I mean, if you've got any sense, you won't send Whittaker back to this ship.
Oh, I don't intend to.
Okay, hear from you later, then.
Okay. Well, Doc, how far from it are we now?
About 500,000 miles.
17 hours to go.
Less. We'll be well into the outskirts of the thing before that, no matter what it is. Meteors or gas.
Well, the most urgent thing is to pick a ship for Whittaker. Get him shifted and get Mitch back here where he belongs.
Where do you intend sending him?
I don't know. If he has the same effect on other crews as he had on Frank, wherever we send him could well be disastrous.
Well, there's Johnson in number 7. He's about the toughest freighter pilot we have. I don't think anything would upset him.
Oh, isn't he the chess fiend?
Yeah, he's used to silence.
Well, I don't know if that'll count for much, but I do know there's very little Johnson can't take. Yeah, I'll send Whittaker to number 7.
Look, wouldn't it be fair to call up Johnson and ask if he minds?
Well, I'll call him, yes, Doc, but I'm afraid he'll be taking him whether he likes it or not.
Well, you better do it now, then, Jet, while Whittaker's still asleep.
All right, but we better wake him and Lemmy in a minute. Their sleeping period's about over.
Maybe what's that?
No.
It's Lemmy. No. What on earth's the matter with him? Come on, Doc. Lemmy, what's the matter? Lemmy! Good grief. What is it, Doc?
I don't know. Lemmy!
Lemmy! Answer me! Lemmy! Shut up!
Oh, it's you, Jet. Where are we?
What are you talking about?
Calm down, Lemmy. You're in the Discovery.
Discovery? But Jet and I, we're...
On the way to Mars.
Mars? Mars. Oh, yeah. That's right. Oh, it's you, Doc, isn't it?
Who else?
Yeah. Yeah, it all comes back to me now.
What happened? Did you have a bad dream?
Yeah. Yeah, that was it. A dream. That's what it was, wasn't it, Doc? It didn't really happen, did it? I couldn't have left the ship, could I? I mean...
No, Lemmy, no. You've been lying on that bunk for the last 5 hours. Sleeping.
Oh, thank goodness. That was about the most horrible dream I ever had.
But it was only a dream. Now pull yourself together and get down out of that bunk. I've got work for you to do.
Yes, Jet.
Here, let me undo your straps.
Thank you, Doc.
There you are. Now, go on, get down.
Oh, is Mitch still asleep? Oh, no. No, it's him! Jet! It's the same fellow!
Lemmy!
Oh. What's he doing here? Where's Mitch?
Lemmy, shut up. Mitch is in freighter, too. You know darn well he is. What are you carrying on like this for?
Then who's this?
Whittaker, of course.
Whittaker?
What's the matter with you? Have you lost your mind or something? I had him transferred to this ship 2 days ago.
Oh, yeah. Yes. So you did, but Jet,
He was in your dream, Lemmy?
Yes, Doc, he was.
Gave you quite a shock to see him lying there, huh?
Yes, it did.
Me, too.
How do you mean, Doc?
In spite of all the commotion, Jet, Whittaker hasn't even stirred.
No, that's true. He hasn't.
I'll tell you, Jet. There's something about that bloke. He's a jinx. He's putting the mockers on the old fleet.
Hey, Whittaker. Whittaker!
Yes, Captain?
You're awake?
Yes, sir.
But didn't you hear all that row just now?
No, sir.
Then you must be deaf.
No, sir. Just waiting for you to wake me. I have to transfer to freighter number 7.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, wait a minute. How do you know?
Isn't it true, then?
Yes, it is, but you were asleep when I decided which ship you'd go to. Now, how did you know that?
It was a foregone conclusion. Johnson's the only person in this whole fleet who will put up with my company, unlike Mr. Barnett here.
I don't want to be rude, mate, but you're right. The sooner you leave this ship, the better I'll like it.
Now, Lemmy.
And if they transferred you to number 9, you'd still be too close for me.
Lemmy, shut up, do you hear? And listen to me, both of you.
Yes, sir.
As soon as you've eaten, you'll put on your suits, attach your propulsion units, and get ready to go outside.
Yes, Jet.
You'll make your way from ship to ship until you reach number 7. Johnson will let you in. Whittaker will stay there. Lemmy, you'll escort Simmons, second crew member of number 7, to number 2. Leave him there, and then escort Mitch to this ship. Now, is that all clear?
Yes, Jet.
Right. Now, when you're ready, Doc will open up the airlock for you.
Okay, Doc. Suits inflated. Intercom working satisfactorily. You can let us out.
Main door, contact.
Thanks, Doc. And here we go. You first, Whittaker. And make sure your safety line is fast before you push off.
Safety line fast.
And away you go. As soon as you reach number 1, hitch up. And wait for me to come over before you push off for number 2.
Pushing off now.
Can you see them, Jeff?
Yes, Whittaker just drifting into view now.
Control calling Space Fleet. Calling Flagship Discovery. Have a message for you. Come in, please.
I'll get it, Jet.
Now, let's hope there's something definite for us at last.
Hello, Control. Flagship calling. Receiving you. Ready for your message. Over.
Now, Whittaker's made it, Doc. Lemmy's just following him across to number 1.
Good.
They have a long way to go yet, though. Number 7 is on the far side of the formation.
Hello, Discovery. Barnett here. We've made number 1 safely. Now preparing to cross to number 2.
Okay, Lemmy. I have you in full view. Watch your step.
Hello, Discovery. Receiving you loud and clear. Message is for Captain Morgan. Can he take it, please?
They want you, Jet.
No, I can't leave the televiewer. If it's not urgent, take it down on the recorder, and I'll play it back later.
Right. Hello, Control. Captain Morgan can accept the message in a few minutes.
Hello, Jet. Now hitch to number 2. Preparing to take off for number 3.
Have you in full view? Go ahead, Lemmy.
Hello, Discovery. We'll wait for Captain Morgan.
Thank you. We'll call you. What's up with Whittaker now? Control certainly started something when they began to get interested in him.
Well, whatever it is, Doc, it can wait.
I must say the atmosphere in the ship is a lot easier now he's gone. He's begun to get on my nerves.
Did he, Doc?
I hate to admit it, but I'm afraid he did. There's something peculiar about him, Jeff. The way he walks, the way he looks at you.
I know. I felt it myself.
But why should he affect us like that? Everybody he comes into contact with seems to find something they don't like about him.
It goes deeper than that, Doc.
What?
Lemmy's dream.
What about it?
Well, one of the things Rogers complained of was that all the time Whittaker was in his ship, he hardly dared sleep for fear of the frightening dreams he'd have. And then, when Whittaker comes over to our ship, almost the first day he's here, exactly the same thing happens to Lemmy. He wakes up hysterical, sweating all over and yelling his head off. And Whittaker calmly sleeps through it all.
Frank had nightmares, too.
So he said. But since Whittaker left number 2 and Mitch took his place, he hasn't had one.
Why didn't you mention this before?
I didn't think it was necessary.
Hello, Jet. Now hitch to freighter number 3. Ready to cross over to number 4.
Go ahead, Lemmy. Still have you in view.
But how can a man's mere presence cause people to have nightmares?
Well, search me, Doc, but I can't help feeling that Lemmy's hysterics were no coincidence. Flagship calling freighter number 7. Come in, please.
Johnson calling.
Whittaker and Lemmy are now hitched to number 6.
I can see them, Skipper.
Stand by to let them in, Johnson.
Airlock's already exhausted and the main door is open. They can step straight in as soon as they get here.
Good. And let me know when they're in the cabin, will you?
Yes, sir.
All right, Doc. It'll be a few minutes before number 7 calls up again. If you care to take over here, I'll talk to Control.
Sure, Jet. Recorder on.
Hello, Control. Ready for your message. Come in, please.
Hello, Captain Morgan. Here's your message. Information information on Whittaker received. It's been checked against his dossier in records section and found to be identical.
Well, of course.
But further investigations have revealed that the only James Edward Whittaker who answers to the description we have was born in 1893. In 1924, at the age of 31 years, he disappeared and was never seen again.
But Whittaker is 31.
The Director of Records requests that he be allowed to talk to Whittaker as soon as possible.
Hello, Control. Your message received, but not fully understood. I can put you on to Whittaker in just a few moments. Stand by, please. Doc, did you ever hear such preposterous nonsense? Is Whittaker in number 7 yet?
No, he and Lemmy are hardly in the airlock.
Now, let's get to that radio, Doc. Then I'll talk to Johnson.
Right.
Hello. Freighter number 7. Flagship calling.
Hello, flagship. Johnson, number 7 calling.
Listen, Bill. The second Lemmy and Whittaker get into your cabin, put Whittaker on, will you? I want to talk to him urgently.
As you say, Skipper. I was just about to let...
What was that?
Sounded like an explosion.
Hello, number 7. Hello.
Jet, look here at the televiewer. Look at number 7. The crew's compartment is a total wreck.
You've been listening to Episode 3 of Journey into Space with Andrew Foles as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and Anthony Marriott. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
April 25th, 1971. For 22 days, the Mars space fleet of 9 ships, in line formation and led by the flagship Discovery, has been coasting towards the Red Planet. And although correct speed and course have been maintained, the flight so far has not been without incident. There was a mystery surrounding James Whittaker, construction engineer of freighter ship number 2. Frank Rogers found his company so objectionable that Jet decided to transfer Whittaker to the Discovery. Then came a strange message from Control on Earth asking for specific information regarding Whittaker. Meanwhile, freighter number 5 reported radar signals from an unidentified object lying directly in our line of flight. The indications were that it was a swarm of meteors, so Jet decided to take evasive action. But first, he wanted to transfer Whittaker to another ship and have Mitch, our engineer, now temporarily traveling in number 2, return to the Discovery. As there was a rule that no crew member should venture outside a ship alone, Lemmy was ordered to accompany Whittaker. The crossing was made in easy stages, from ship to ship.
Is Whittaker in number 7 yet?
No, Jet. He and Lemmy are hardly in the airlock.
Oh, let's get that radio, Doc. I'll talk to Johnson.
Right?
Hello, freighter number 7, flagship calling.
Hello, flagship. Johnson, number 7 calling.
Listen, Bill. The second Lemmy and Whittaker get into your cabin, put Whittaker on, will you? I want to talk to him urgently.
As you say, Skipper. I was just about to let them in.
That sounded like an explosion.
Hello, number 7. Hello.
Jet, look at the televiewer. Look at number 7. The crew's compartment is a total wreck. What? Can't you see, Jet? There's a gaping hole just behind her nose.
Hello, Johnson.
No point in calling him, Jet. By now, every particle of air that was inside that cabin will have escaped.
Yes, but what about Lemmy and Whittaker? They were just about to go into number 7. Hello, Lemmy, can you hear me? Whittaker. How far had they got, Doc, before the explosion came?
They just entered the airlock. They must be still in there.
Had it filled up?
No. Johnson couldn't possibly have had time to do it.
And they're still in the vacuum. It's unlikely they'd have felt anything as a concussion.
Except through the floor.
Yes, that could be enough to do considerable damage. Might have fractured the helmets or even damaged the suits.
Yes, Jet.
Hello, Lemmy, can you hear me? He doesn't answer, Doc.
Hello, Discovery. Freighter number 6 calling. Request permission to break in on transmission.
Go ahead, number 6.
Hardest and Whittaker entered the airlock safely, sir. We saw them go in.
Doesn't the main door of number 7 face you?
Yes, sir.
Then can you see into the airlock? Can you see Lemmy or Whittaker?
Afraid not, sir. Johnston or Simmons had already started to close the door.
It's not tight shut, is it?
No, sir. It's open enough for a man to pass through it. I request permission to go over there.
Thank you, Barker.
Then prepare to leave then, sir.
Yes, but don't go until I tell you.
No, sir.
Hello, Jet. Lemmy calling.
Jet, it's Lemmy.
Lemmy Barney calling Discovery.
Hello, Lemmy, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, Jet. What happened?
Oh, there was an explosion of some kind in the crew's quarters.
Oh,
Are you hurt?
I don't think so. I felt the shock. It come up through the floor, then I blacked out.
How about Whittaker?
He seems to be all right, but I think his radio's out of action. I can't talk to him.
Listen, Lemmy, you can't get into number 7 through the airlock anymore. But if you feel fit enough, I'd like you to make your way towards the ship's nose and enter the cabin from there.
The nose?
Yes, there's a gaping hole there now. More than big enough for you to pass through.
Eh?
Yes, Lemmy.
But a couple minutes more and Whittaker and I would have been in that cabin.
You had a narrow escape. Thank your lucky stars for it.
Yes, Jet. But what about Johnston and Simmons' lucky stars?
Lemmy, I want you to get inside the cabin and give me a report on the damage. Think you can manage that?
Yes, mate.
Barker will be coming out to join you. As soon as he's across, have Whittaker take his place in number 6.
Yes, Jet. But how do I make him understand what's wanted? I can't talk to him.
Look, Lemmy, put your helmet next to his. Let them touch. When you speak, he'll hear you.
Oh, do I have to get that close? To that geezer?
Do as you're told, Lemmy, and don't argue.
Yes, Jet.
Hello, Discovery. Barker calling. I've reached number 7 and now hitching safety line.
Have you in full view?
Now walking up side of ship. Toward nose.
Put in the telescopic lens, Doc. Let's get a closer look.
Telescopic lens in.
That's better.
Nearing ship's nose. Blimey.
What is it, Lemmy?
There's a hole here. Big enough to drive a bus through.
Which way was the force of impact?
Inwards.
Any vaporization?
I'll say.
I thought as much, Doc. A meteor. Lemmy,
Yes, Jet?
I'd like you to go down into the cabin. Can you do that?
Through the hole, you mean?
Yes, Lemmy.
You'd better take the flashlight, Lemmy. You'll need it.
Yes, mate. You all set?
Yes.
Then here I go. Touching bottom. Now.
I want to know if there's any chance of our saving the ship.
Yes, Jet. Oh, blimey.
What is it?
There's another great hole on the opposite side of the cabin.
That meteor must have been a colossal size.
It swept right through the cabin clean as a whistle and took most of the main control panel with it.
That puts paid to any chance of using the motor. Yeah.
Apart from that, Jet, everything else seems to be intact.
Can you reach the cargo hatch, Lemmy?
I'll try.
Go carefully.
Yeah. Oh. Jet, let me get out of here.
What is it?
Barker, you pull me up. Quick, mate, pull me up, please.
Stand by, Lemmy. Haul it now.
Oh, thanks, mate. Oh, I wouldn't go back in there again for all the rice in China.
Oh, what was it? What did you see?
Johnston. Or Simmons. I don't know which.
Lemmy,
Yes, Jet?
get back to the Discovery, quick as you can.
I'll never do it quicker.
And bring Barker with you, as far as number 2.
Don't I go back to my old ship, Captain?
No, you'll relieve Chief Engineer Mitchell in number 2. Lemmy will leave you there and escort Mitch back here. Whittaker will stay in number 6.
Yes, sir.
Is that clear, Lemmy?
Yes, Jet.
Then pull yourself together and come on.
You mean you intend to change course and leave number 7 behind? Abandon her completely?
What else can we do? She was hit by a meteor, wasn't she? And a darn big one at that.
Okay, Jet. You're the boss. If you say abandon her, we abandon her.
Does that go for Johnston and Simmons and all?
Yes, Lemmy. I'm afraid it does.
You mean we leave them there? Alone? In that wreck?
Lemmy, what else can we do?
And if anybody dies at sea, oh, at least they're given a decent burial.
We're not at sea. If we gave them a decent burial, as you call it, all they'd do would be keep going with the ship. They'd merely be outside it instead of inside. That's all.
Oh.
Jet, if we're going to take evasive action, we better take it. According to my latest calculations, that object is less than 15 hours away.
Right, Doc. Onto your safety couches and strap yourselves in.
Right, Jet.
As soon as you're set, Lemmy, call up the fleet. Have them all listening out.
Yes, Jet. Discovery calling Space Fleet. Stand by now for firing. Check, please.
Number 1, okay. Ready for firing.
Number 2,
All right, Mitch. As soon as they've checked in, take over, will you?
Sure, Jet.
Number 4, 5, 6, number 8.
Check's okay. Fleet ready for firing.
Hello, Space Fleet. Flagship calling. Firing will be controlled from here. All motors will fire simultaneously. If there's any reason why firing should not take place in 70 seconds, speak up now. Then I assume it's okay. Stand by. Firing in 1 minute.
Doc. What'll happen to number 7 when we leave her?
She'll just go coasting on, Lemmy. Just as we'd do if we weren't changing course.
On to Mars?
Yeah. But being out of action and with no crew to control her, she won't be slowing down as we will. 45 seconds.
Well, she just goes shooting past then?
Oh, no. No, she's not traveling fast enough for that. She's bound to be affected by Mars' gravitational pull.
Oh.
She'll almost certainly go into an orbit round her until finally she crashes on the Martian surface.
We might see her again then.
Possibly. It all depends on how passing through that swarm affects her.
Oh, yes. I forgot about that. She'll still be heading straight forward, won't she? With Johnston and Simmons inside her.
Yes, Lemmy.
What was that, Lemmy?
Nothing, Jet.
10 seconds.
Firing imminent.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Contact! Acceleration rate 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. $1,700, $1,800, $1,900, $2,000.
Cut the boat up. Teleview, Lemmy.
Teleview on.
They're all there, Jet. Number 5 lagging behind a bit, but the rest still in formation.
Right. Get the radar, Doc. That object should be beginning to drop below us.
Right.
Lemmy, call up the fleet. See if all crews are okay. And then have them get to work with their radar, too.
Yes, mate.
And when you finish, get me control. I'll give them a full report on number 7 and tell them we've changed course. Thank you, Control. Message received. Keep listening out, please. We'll call you again shortly.
Well, Jet, what did they have to say?
What could they say? They're just as sorry about losing number 7 as we are, but they consider we did the right thing in abandoning her. They think the meteor came from the swarm we're approaching, and we might run close to a few more stray ones before we're through.
Well, that's a nice, cheerful thought.
What are the latest reports on the swarm's position?
We're climbing well above it, Jet.
Good. As soon as we've passed over it and down the other side, we'll have to increase speed slightly to make up for lost time. Otherwise, we're going to be late for our rendezvous with Mars.
I'll get to work on the new computations right away.
Yes, please, Mitch.
What about Whitaker?
What about him?
Don't you remember, Jet? The last message we had from Control before the meteor hit number 7 was...
Good heavens, yes, I forgot all about that. What was it they said?
That the only man they could find answering to Whitaker's name and description was born in 1893, and he disappeared in 1924.
What? That was the message we received, Mitch. Did you ever hear anything so preposterous?
The director of personnel records wanted to talk to Whitaker.
Yes, he did, didn't he?
Well, I can hook the main transmitter to the intercom system, Jet.
No, Lemmy, I want to talk to Earth about this whole business first.
But if Control want to talk to him direct, why not let them?
Because, Lemmy, the whole fleet knows of the uncanny effect Whitaker had on you and Rogers. If there's anything else about him that's unexplainable, I don't want any of the crews listening in on it. Particularly the pilot of number 6. He may have to spend the rest of the voyage with him.
Oh. Yeah. Hello, Control. Flagship Discovery calling. Come in, please.
Are you sure you heard it right, Jet? How could they seriously say Whitaker was born in 1893?
They didn't. All they said was the only man they could trace who answered to Whitaker's description was born in 1893.
Hello, Discovery. Control calling. Hearing you loud and clear.
Got him, Jet.
Thanks, Lemmy. Coming.
This doesn't make sense to me, Doc. Me neither, Mitch. When does Whitaker say he was born? 1940. If you ask me, that's just about right.
That'd make him 31, and that's about the age he looked.
But don't you see, Mitch, the strange thing about it is that 31 is just the age at which the other Whitaker disappeared in 1924.
Yes, but didn't they check up on him before he joined the crew during his training period or anything?
Well, they must have done.
Well, if they were going to find anything as fantastic as this, wouldn't they have found it by now?
No, I would have thought so.
You know, record section must be crazy as cooks. A whole dang lot of them.
Well, I agree with you, Mitch, but for one thing.
And what's that?
Whitaker's odd behavior. You took his place in number 2, Mitch, so you can't know what I'm talking about. But all the while Whitaker was in this ship, I had a strange feeling of foreboding. Jet, too.
Well, I reckon you're all jumping to hasty conclusions.
Do you? Or what about the inquiries from Control?
Mere routine. That's what started you off. If they'd asked for information about other members of the fleet, you would have imagined the same things about them, too.
Maybe, Mitch. And I hope you're right. Anyway, we'll see what Jet's talk with Control produces.
Well, gentlemen, I'm afraid that's some rather startling news for you.
About Whitaker?
Yes.
What is it, Jet?
You remember the journalists who came up to the moon to watch the takeoff?
Uh-huh.
Well, it seems when they returned to Earth, one of them hit on the idea of a personal angle for a series of articles for one of the national papers.
Oh? For what?
Well, he thought he'd visit the relatives, wives, mothers, so on, and collect first-hand material on what it's like to be the wife of the spaceman. You know the sort of thing.
He'd have a job with me. I'm a bachelor.
Oh, he'd thought of all that, too. Any of the men who didn't have wives had their parents supply the story. How their sons had always been crazy on space travel since they were kids, always dreamed of going to Mars. Well, he ran 4 separate articles on us, giving our whole life histories. And apparently he left nothing out.
Go on.
Well, very little information about anybody appears to escape this journalist. Until he started on Whitaker, and there he came unstuck.
How?
Well, the first odd thing he struck was that although Whitaker was supposed to hold degrees in astronautical engineering, he'd never been on the roll of the Astronautical College.
But he must have been.
Wait a minute. Doc, he might have faked his diplomas.
Oh, quite easily, but that wouldn't have given him the knowledge he's got. He's a first-class engineer, one of the best we have.
Then where did he learn?
Beats me. And that's not all the story. This journalist, drawing a blank at the Astro College, decided to seek out his relatives.
And?
Well, in due course, he found his way to his home in Kensington and asked to see his parents, but he hadn't any.
Oh, that's possible. Orphans ain't uncommon.
No, Lemmy, they're not. But even the parents of orphans don't die before their children are born.
Oh, no, I grant you. What was that?
The parents of James E. Whitaker died before the Second World War.
Oh, but that's impossible. Whitaker wasn't born until 1940.
Mitch, let Jet finish.
Oh, go on, but if this is a joke, it's a pretty poor one.
A joke, he says. I can't keep from laughing here.
But living at the same address as Whitaker had given was a family of the same name, headed by a man of 48 who declared his father's name was James.
Born in 1893?
Yes, Doc. And this James Whitaker left his home one morning in 1924 and was never seen again. All efforts by the police to find him were a complete failure.
Well, it could be a coincidence.
Could have been Mitch quite easily. Only Edward Whitaker produced a photograph of his father. Control says it bears a striking resemblance to the one records have of the Whitaker flying with us.
What did the Whitaker who disappeared do for a living, Jet?
Oh, chief cashier in a large London store.
Ah, now, Jet, when this geezer disappeared, did any of the takings disappear and all?
Not that I'm aware of, Lemmy.
Oh, well, that knocks that little theory on the head, doesn't it?
Of course, as soon as he realized there was something odd about all this, the journalist took the whole matter up with Control, who then took it up with the police. Police records show that the James E. Whitaker who disappeared was identical in every way, physically, with the Whitaker now in number 6, even to the color of his eyes.
Green.
How do you know?
If he'd looked at you the way he looked at me sometimes when he was in this ship, you'd know they were green. I swear they used to flash in the dark and all, like a cat.
Well, it all sounds very mysterious, but I'm sure there's some rational explanation. Why don't you tackle Whitaker about it yourself?
I intend to, but not while he's in number 6.
Well, how else can you talk to him?
Well, when we're safely past this swarm, I'll have him come over here where I can be sure our conversation won't be overheard by the rest of the fleet.
Maybe you're right. Until we can get to the bottom of this business, the fewer people know about it, the better.
Well, let's forget for now and get back to work. Have you got those figures ready for Control yet, Mitch?
Yes, Jet, they're on the table.
Lemmy, get in the latest radar reports.
Yes, mate.
And, Doc,
how
about some food? It seems hours since we've eaten.
It is ours. I'll get it.
Thanks, Doc.
So, on the surface at any rate, the affair of James Edward Whitaker was forgotten. Jet and Mitch were fully occupied for the next few hours, checking our position and rate of climb and calculating the amount of fuel we'd used in maneuvering over the supposed meteor swarm. It was quite considerable, and what with the loss of the supplies carried in number 7, more than we could afford. For my part, although I did my best to concentrate on my work, my mind kept returning to Whitaker. Time and again, I found myself relaxing from the job in hand and thinking of him and the mystery that surrounded him. On one or two occasions, I even thought I heard his flat, dull voice, and once even looked up, expecting him to be standing at my elbow. No matter how hard I tried, I could not get him out of my thoughts. And so it was for 4 or 5 hours more until a call from freighter number 5 brought normal routine to a standstill and all of us running to where Lemmy was working at the radio.
Hello, number 5, Morgan here. What's so urgent?
Have you checked your radar lately?
No, there's no need. 4 ships are already keeping track of the swarm.
Then you better check it quick. Those meteors we're supposed to be climbing over have moved. They're directly in our path again.
What? But that's impossible.
No, Skipper. I've already checked with number 4. His report's the same.
All right, number 5, I'll check here. Call you later.
Sure, Skipper.
Mitch, Doc, did you hear that?
I heard it all right.
Put on the radar, Doc. Let's take a look for ourselves.
Radar on?
No object that size could change its position so quickly. It's ridiculous.
Maybe, Jet. But there is something in front of us just the same. And the signals are much stronger now. Whatever it is, we're closer to it.
But we should be thousands of miles above it by now.
Well, we're not. It's less than 10 hours away and directly in front of us.
Are you sure you figured out the right course, Mitch?
Well, of course I did. Last navigational check showed we were coasting exactly along the line we intended.
Well, maybe it's an entirely new object now. Perhaps this is a second swarm, one we just didn't know about.
Look, Jet, we swept the area before we changed course. There was no reaction then.
That's true.
But how do you account for it?
Doc, sweep the area below, where the swarm should be.
Right. No, Jet, nothing. Either we've changed our course or that thing's moved.
I tell you, we haven't changed course.
Then we'd better, and quick. If that thing's solid and we hit
If it were solid, we'd see it. It would be at least as large as the moon and be reflecting the sunlight.
Well, it could have its dark side towards us.
In that case, the sun being where it is, it couldn't be directly in front of us.
Oh, no, it couldn't, could it?
Well, what do we do? Alter course again?
Unless it proves to be moving out of our path as quickly as it moved in, yes.
But if we go on at that rate, we'll have no fuel left. We'll reach Mars all right, but we won't be able to make a landing.
Keep an eye on that thing, Doc. Right. And Lemmy, call up the rest of the fleet. Tell all ships to watch it. Get a report from each ship in turn every 10 minutes.
Right.
Still directly in our line of flight, Jet. Couldn't be more so.
That's it, then. We'll alter course again. Go under it this time, back to our original course. If we make it successfully, we'll keep on it. Call up the fleet, Lemmy. Tell them what we're doing.
Right.
Rotate the televiewer, Lemmy.
Rotating. Oh, there, Jet. In close formation. Except for that gap between 6 and 8.
Look, Jet, under the circumstances, don't you think we should close up that gap? It can only be a constant reminder to the crews of 6 and 8 of what happened to number 7.
It'll be a tricky maneuver, Doc. Too risky to be safe. The ships are too big to handle that way. They weren't made to move sideways.
But couldn't we try?
I'm afraid they'll stay as they are.
Very well, Jet.
Now, get an okay from all ships, Lemmy, will you? Have them open up radar watches immediately.
Yes, mate.
And, Doc, open up our radar as soon as you're out of your bunk and get to work yourself.
Sure.
Well, if we haven't cleared it this time, I'm a Martian.
Then maybe it's you that's causing all the trouble.
What do you mean by that, Lemmy?
Now, come on, you two. Come on. Get down out of that bunk, Lemmy, and stop arguing. We've got work to do.
Hey, Jet. Come over here, for Pete's sake.
Now what?
That object, that meteor swarm, whatever it is, it's coming back.
What?
Yes, Jet. Look for yourself.
It is, too. Oh, what on earth is going
It's
on?
been gradually moving back ever since we changed course. It's as though it's trying to block our way.
Well, maybe that's just what it is doing.
Don't be absurd, Lemmy. How could it?
Well, why not? Twice we've altered course, and each time it's moved with us.
That's ridiculous. It would be breaking all known physical laws.
And how about the unknown ones? It may not be breaking those.
I don't know what to think.
There's only one possible answer. There are two swarms situated at different heights. And for some reason, whenever we're in front of one of them, we're unable to see the other.
Oh, no, Mitch. It must be the same swarm.
Well, the same or different. We're approaching it fast. What do we do? Try to avoid it again?
We can't, Doc. We'll have no fuel left at all soon.
There's only one thing we can do now.
What?
Go straight on. Plow right through it.
Oh, wait a minute. About go through it. You mean the whole fleet?
Well, I certainly don't intend leaving anybody behind.
But look what happened to number 7, when it met only one meteor.
But that must have been of exceptional size. We're not likely to meet another of that caliber in 100 years.
But, Jet, if we deliberately go through a whole swarm of them, even small ones, at least one ship is likely to be hit.
Not necessarily, Doc. In fact, the chances are against it. And in any case, small meteors will do us no harm. The meteor bumper will take care of them.
Then why go to all that bother to dodge them in the first place? Why couldn't we have just coasted on and chanced it?
Because, Lemmy, we don't take chances if we can possibly avoid it. But this is different.
Well, you'll never get the fleet to back you, Jet. It's too risky.
Well, It's that or turn back.
Oh, no, we're not turning back.
There wouldn't really be much point in trying. It'd take us so long to turn the whole fleet round that by the time we were ready to fire the motors, we'd be as good as on the thing anyway.
How far off is it now?
Less than 4 hours.
Well, how about it? Do we keep going? Or do we rush around in space playing tag with something that's nebulous, that we can't even see in spite of its colossal size?
Whatever you say, Jet. I'm with you.
Me too.
Wherever you go, Jet, I go and all.
Good. Then call up the fleet, Lemmy. I'll talk to them.
Yes, mate.
Well, neither I nor Grimshore like it, Skipper, but if you think it's best, well, we're with you.
Good for you, number 5. Number 6?
Freighter number 6 calling.
That's Whitaker.
Is the pilot there, Whitaker?
Yes, sir. I'm listening, Skipper.
Well, how do you feel about it?
Not too happy. I'd prefer to try further evasive action. Isn't that possible?
I've just told you we can't spare the fuel.
The only course left open to us is to keep on. There can be no turning back. Whatever action you suggest, Captain Morgan, I'm sure it will be right.
I wish I could think so too, Whitaker, but thanks all the same.
Orders must be obeyed without question at all times.
Well, I don't think this is the time to discuss discipline. Now, Peterson, you going to be happy about this?
I wouldn't call it happy, Chip, but I'm with you. Whatever you say goes so far as I'm concerned.
Good. Number 8, how about you?
Well, as I'm the last to be consulted and everybody else has been already agreed to plow on, well, all I can say is, okay. I don't like it, Jet. I think the risk is greater than you care to admit.
Well, that's settled. Now, listen carefully, all of you. As a safeguard, suits will be worn from now until further notice. In the unlikely event of your ship being holed, you'll be safe until you can be transferred to another ship. If the Discovery is hit and put out of action, command will be taken by number 1. Now, that's all for now, but keep listening out. Keep your radios on at all times. How far are we off now, Doc?
Less than an hour.
No solid object visible on the televiewer?
No, Jet.
Well, gentlemen, we'd better put on our suits. If it is a meteor swarm, anything might happen once we enter it. But it's a risk I'm convinced we have to take. If a large meteor hits us, we'll never know a thing about it. Now, stay at your post from now until further orders, and good luck.
A nice, cheerful prospect, isn't it?
You've been listening to Episode 4 of Journey into Space with Andrew Foulds as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and Anthony Marriott. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
For more than 3 weeks since it left the moon, the Mars Space Fleet, led by Jet Morgan, has been coasting towards the Red Planet. When the great journey began, the fleet numbered 9 ships, our flagship, Discovery, and 8 freighters. Now there are only 8 ships in all. For freighter number 7, after being holed by a meteor and its crew killed, had to be abandoned, together with its precious cargo. Then there was the mystery of James Whitaker, construction engineer, who, according to reports received from Earth, answered to the description of a man born 78 years ago who had mysteriously disappeared in 1924. And now, a new hazard faced
Jet Morgan and his crews. What was thought to be a meteor swarm lay directly in front of us. Hoping to climb over it, we changed course. But shortly afterwards, the radar showed that once more the object lay directly in the space fleet's path. The tricky maneuver was carried out again, but with the same startling result. Jet then decided there was nothing for us to do but plow straight through the swarm. After some discussion, we in Discovery agreed, and Jet called up the freighters to tell them of his intention.
Well, how do you feel about it, number 6?
I prefer to try further evasive action. Isn't that possible?
Look, I've just told you we can't spare the fuel.
The only course left open to us is to keep on. There can be no turning back. Whatever action you suggest, Captain Morgan, I'm sure it will be right.
I wish I could think so too, Whittaker, but thanks all the same.
Orders must be obeyed without question at all times.
Well, I don't think this is the time to discuss discipline. Now, Peterson, you going to be happy about this?
I wouldn't call it happy, Jet, but I'm with you. Whatever you say goes, as far as I'm concerned.
Good. Number 8, how about you?
As I'm the last to be consulted and everybody else has already agreed to plow on, all I can say is okay. But I don't like it, Jet. I think the risk is greater than you care to admit.
Well, that's settled. Now, listen carefully, all of you. As a safeguard, suits will be worn from now until further notice. In the unlikely event of your ship being holed, you'll be safe until you can transfer to another ship. If the Discovery is hit and put out of action, command will be taken by number 1. Well, that's all for now, but keep listening out. Keep your radios on at all times. How far are we off now, Doc?
Less than an hour.
No solid object visible on the televiewer?
No, Jet.
Well, gentlemen, we'd better put on our suits. If it is a meteor swarm, anything might happen once we enter it. But it's a risk I'm convinced we have to take. If a large meteor hits us, well, we'll never know a thing about it. Now, stay at your post from now until further orders, and good luck.
A nice, cheerful prospect, isn't it?
Never mind about that, Lemmy. Get over to the radio and open her up.
Yes, Jet.
Mitch? Yeah? Keep watch on the televiewer. Right. Doc, I'll keep radar watch with you.
Okay. Signals are coming in good and strong now.
Still right smack in our path.
Yes. It's uncanny.
Anything to see yet, Mitch?
No, not a thing. If it wasn't for the radar signals, I'd swear there's nothing between us and the distant stars. Absolutely nothing.
Well, keep looking.
Too right.
Hello, flagship. Number 8 calling. Come in, please.
Hello, number 8. Discovery call in. Hearing you. Blimey, reception from number 8 ain't too good.
Report on radar watch the first 10 minutes.
What was that, number 8? There's a lot of noise going on.
Will you repeat that, please? I can hardly hear you.
Aye, it's not just him, then. Hello, number 8. Are you receiving me?
Receiving you with difficulty. Have radar report for first 10 minutes of watch. Can you take it, please?
Heard you that time, mate. Yes, I'm ready to take it, if I hear it.
Signals increasing in strength every minute. Angle of reception of signal increasing proportionately. Estimate object now approximately 25,000 miles away. End of message.
Thank you, number 8. Hey, Jet.
Yes, Lemmy?
First reports from number 8, just received.
Right, let's have them.
And what a job I had getting them and all.
How do you mean?
Oh, reception was chronic.
Weak?
Oh, Jet, but there was such a lot of extraneous noise with it.
Oh, is it the same with the rest of the ship?
I don't know, but number 6 is due to call in about 5 minutes. I'll let you know then.
All right, Lemmy, I'll get back to Doc.
Yes, mate.
There's something haywire here, Jet.
Eh?
Screen keeps distorting, as though there were a lot of static around. There, see?
Yeah. I wonder if that has anything to do with Lemmy's interference.
Oh, he's noticed something, too?
Hmm.
Oh, almost certainly the same thing. There.
Yeah.
Look at that. What hope have we of getting true readings under these conditions?
Do what you can, Doc. It may be only temporary.
Well, let's hope so. Jet, reception is becoming impossible. It's pointless trying to calculate anything while these conditions last.
What was our estimated distance from the object last time you were able to make a calculation?
45 minutes. That was 5 minutes ago. But it was only based on my own deductions. I've had no further check reports from the fleet.
Well, I'll have a word with Lemmy, see what's happening.
Hello, number 6. Trying to contact you. Can you hear me?
Now, what's your trouble, Lemmy?
Number 6 is 5 minutes late with his report. 10 times I've tried to raise him, but I get no reply. Apart from that, everything in the garden's lovely.
Do any of the other ships reply?
I don't know. I haven't called them.
Well, do it now.
Yes, mate. Hello, Space Fleet. Flagship calling Space Fleet. Come in, please. Now. Listen to it. How can we be expected to hear anything through this?
Hello.
Quiet, Lemmy.
Huh?
I thought I heard something.
Then you must have ears like a cat.
Hello, flagship. Hello, number 6 calling. Need to hear from you urgently.
That's number 6.
Emergency. Come in, please.
Emergency, he says. Hello, number 6. Morgan here. Go ahead with your message.
He's gone again. It's no good, Jet. With all that row going on, how can you expect those...
Hello, flagship. Hello. For Pete's sake, answer me. Do you hear? Answer me!
Blimey, what's happening to him?
Hello, number 6. We can hear you. What's the trouble? Over.
There, he's gone again. He seemed pretty upset, too, didn't he?
Hello, number 6. Flagship calling. I've lost you again. Come in, please, and send your message.
Hello, flagship. Number 6 calling.
It's Whitaker.
Hello, Whitaker. What's the trouble over there?
Hello, Captain Morgan. There is no trouble. Everything is normal.
Aye?
What do you mean, everything is normal? What was Peterson panicking about?
And you're 10 minutes late with your radar report.
I have the radar report already. Are you ready to take it?
Not yet, I'm not. I want to speak to Peterson. Put him on.
Radar report number 1. Signals powerful and indicate object now less than 20,000 miles distant.
He's reading the report. He didn't hear you.
I don't want that report for the moment, do you hear? I want to speak to Peterson. Now put him on at once.
Is the end of message. We'll keep listening watch and we'll call again in 1 hour as per routine.
He couldn't have heard you, Jet. He's still giving the radar report.
I'm not so sure that he didn't. Whitaker, I want to talk to Peterson immediately.
He cannot talk to you. He is asleep.
Hey, Jet, that's exactly what he said about Rogers, remember?
Asleep? At a time like this?
I cannot wake him. He must remain asleep. Orders must be carried out without question at all times.
Orders? What orders? I've given no orders about sleeping. Wake him up, do you hear?
He's not answering at all now. There's something fishy going on over there, Jet. Wherever that geezer is, there's trouble.
Even if he was answering, we'd never hear him with all that row going on.
Hey, Jet, come over here, quick.
Coming, Mitch. Now keep trying, Lemmy. If you can't get number 6 yourself, ask one of the other ships to try and contact you.
Yes, Jet, but with things as they are, I'll be lucky to get anybody. Hello, number 6. Flagship calling. I've lost contact with you. Come in, please.
Now, Mitch, what's your trouble?
This tell of yours is completely up the spout. It's just a waste of time sitting here staring at it. There hasn't been any kind of a picture since you went over to the radio.
No, and that's about had it, too. There's some kind of static or interference upsetting everything.
Well, it must be coming from that meteor swarm.
How are things with the radar, Doc?
Hopeless, Jet. Haven't been able to take any kind of a reading for the last 10 minutes. And we must be pretty close to that swarm by now.
Then we better put our helmets on and keep them on until we pass through it and out the other side.
If we come out the other side. How about the rest of the fleet? If we can't see them, how do we know they're still with us?
Any luck yet, Lemmy?
No, Jet, I can't wait anybody.
Well, put your helmet on. You can hitch your personal radio to the main transmitter and still keep calling.
Yes, Jet.
Now, what makes you think the personal sets will work any better than the main radio?
Nothing. I'm just hoping they will. Right, now put them on. Now call each of you in turn.
Righto, Jet.
Jet.
Well, that's me fixed. Hello, Mitch, can you hear me? Mitch, can you hear me? Hello, Lemmy, how about you? Doc, you there? Mitch, can you hear me now?
Yeah, Jet. But only now your helmet's touching mine.
I'll beckon Doc and Lemmy over. If we all put our heads together, we can talk. All touching now?
Yes, Jet. I can hear you.
Now listen carefully. With the radios not functioning, we can't talk to one another except by this method. And for safety's sake, we'll have to keep our helmets on until we pass through that swarm. Doc, Mitch, you'll go back to the radar and televiewer and keep watch. And Lemmy, you keep calling the fleet every 10 minutes. Now, is that all clear?
Yes, Jet.
If any of you have anything to say, raise your hand and I'll come over.
Right, Jet.
Right, back to your posts, all of you.
Okay, Jet.
We must have entered the swarm, or whatever it was, half an hour later. By that time, most electronic equipment had gone completely dead. Very soon, it was not only the radio, radar, and televiewer circuits that were affected. The oxygen, fuel tank, air conditioning, humidity, air pressure, speed, and navigational indicators all were jumping wildly about, almost as if they were alive. This went on for nearly 7 hours. It was like a bad dream, a nightmare. The only way we could communicate with one another was by talking with our helmets touching and picking up the sound vibrations. Of course, during this time, we couldn't contact freighter number 6 any more than we could any other ship, and so we were still no nearer solving the reason for Peterson's panicky call, nor for the almost rebellious tone of Whitaker's replies to Jet. In fact, cut off completely as we were from all things outside the ship, we could not even be sure that the rest of the fleet was still with us. And we would not know until the electronic equipment ceased its eccentric behavior and returned to normal again. Not only were we and Discovery a little world apart, but each man was himself enclosed in his own smaller world, confined within the narrow limits of his tightly fitting spacesuit.
Hello, Space Fleet. Flagship, calling Space Fleet. If you can hear
Lemmy!
me, come... Huh?
Lemmy, I can hear you calling. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jet, I can.
Can you hear him, Mitch? You, Doc?
Yeah, Jet.
Me too. We must have made it. Passed through the swarm, you mean? Yes, Lemmy.
And about time, too. It must have been thousands of miles deep.
If our speed's been constant, about 200,000, I'd say, Jet.
And no meteor hit us. We came through safely.
Don't speak too soon, Lemmy. There's the rest of the fleet to consider.
Yes. And, Lemmy, now that the personal radios are working, there's a good chance of your being able to contact them. Have a try, will you?
Well, that's exactly what I was doing when you heard me.
Then keep at it, keep at it. Can you call them without our hearing you? It'll be chaotic if we're all talking at once.
I've already thought of that. I'll feed my personal radio straight into the ship's transmitter and you won't hear a thing.
Good. Now, Mitch, how about the televiewer?
Well, she's not showing any picture yet, but she's alive, all right. I've got the snowstorm back.
Well, as soon as you can get a picture, check up on the fleet. Make sure it's still with us.
Too right, I will.
Jet, when do you propose letting us remove these helmets?
Well, not until everything in the ship is in good working order again. And we can be sure there's no further danger of being hit.
Right.
Yes, Lemmy?
Make contact with number one. Do you want to talk to him?
I certainly do. Hook me up, will you?
Right. Now, go ahead. He should hear you.
Hello, number one. Morgan here. Are you receiving me?
Hello, Captain. Hearing you quite clearly.
Are you and your ship okay?
Yes, sir. Televiewer and radar still a bit haywire, but coming back to normal rapidly. All electronic equipment's been completely out of action the last few hours.
Yeah, ours has too. Have you been able to make contact with any of the other ships?
No, sir. Lemmy came through before I had a chance.
Very well, number one. As soon as your radar's working again, see if you can calculate our distance from that swarm and the rate at which it's dropping behind, if it is.
Very good, sir. How soon will we take our suits off?
Not until I tell you. As soon as you've anything to report, give us a call. That's all.
Thank you, Discovery.
All right, Lemmy. Now see if you can contact the rest of the fleet.
Yes, mate.
Mitch, is that televiewer working yet?
Yeah, it's getting better, but I still can't get a picture.
Then keep at it. You will before long, I'm sure. How about you, Doc?
Well, if there's anything in front of us, Jet, I believe I could detect it.
You mean the radar's working now?
Yes, enough for me to get some sort of a signal.
Good. Well, sweep the area astern. See if you find anything there.
Sure. Yes, Jet, there you are. As strong as you like. That thing is behind us. We must have passed through it.
Good, Doc.
Do you think it was meteors, Jet?
I wouldn't like to say for sure, but I doubt it.
So do I. No ordinary meteor swarm would have upset the equipment like that. And the chances are that at least one of the ships would have been struck.
Well, we can't be sure that they haven't yet, Doc.
No, I don't think you need worry, Jet. I've got a hunch that everything is going to be all right.
I hope so, Doc. I sincerely hope so. All right, gentlemen. I think it's safe to remove the helmets now. You can take them off.
Oh, thank goodness. I was beginning to feel like a goldfish.
As soon as you can, Lemmy, get back to that radio. Keep trying number 6.
Yes, Jet. Hello, number 6. Flagship calling number 6. Been trying to contact you. Come in, please.
Hey, Jet, come over here. The televiewer's clear.
And about time, too.
There. Fleet's still in perfect formation. We must have stuck together the whole time. In fact, going through that swarm seems to have had no ill effects on us at all. And... Say, Hal, wait a minute.
Eh?
Where's number 6?
What?
She's not there.
But she must be.
No, Jet, she isn't. Every other ship is, but there's no sign of number 6.
Fantastic. Unbelievable.
After passing through a swarm of meteors, look what happened to number 7.
That's no explanation, Lemmy. Even if number 6 had been hit, the wreckage would still be coasting along with us, and we'd see that.
Then what's the answer?
Well, she must be lagging behind. Too far behind for the televiewer to detect.
Then I'd still be able to contact her by radio. But I've been calling her for 2 hours now.
Jet, you don't think the disappearance of number 6 has anything to do with Whitaker being aborted, do you?
Well, it's been at the back of my mind.
Yeah, there'd be nothing to stop him turning on the motor and leaving the formation behind.
But why should he want to? Where could he go? Besides, he couldn't handle the ship alone, and Peterson would never consent to anything as crazy as that. The only other explanation is that she was deflected from her course somehow while we were passing through that swarm.
But a force powerful enough to deflect one ship would be bound to affect the rest.
Well, there just isn't any satisfactory explanation. Not that we can arrive at anyway.
You mean we just write her off as lost? Ship, cargo, and crew?
Yes, Mitch. If we ever see her again, I'll be very surprised.
Well, there's one good thing about all this. We don't have to worry about Whitaker anymore. And if you ask me, that's a definite advantage. He was beginning to give me the creeps.
And how about Peterson, Lemmy?
Oh, yes. Yeah, there's Peterson in there.
All we can hope is that number 6 is still intact. If it is, they'll be safe for a couple of years at least. And in that time, they could find their way to Mars. Or even back to the moon, maybe.
I hope you're right, Doc. I didn't really mean it when I said I was glad to be rid of Whitaker.
I'm sure you didn't, Lemmy.
I forgot he had Peterson with him.
Let me get back to that radio. Call up control.
Yes, Jet.
Well, Mitch, Doc, if we go on at this rate, by the time we get to Mars, we'll have no fleet at all.
Hello, Control.
The loss of number 7 was just sheer bad luck, Jet. We wouldn't lose another ship by meteor collision in 100 years.
But what are our chances of losing him the way we lost number 6?
If we knew how we lost her, Doc, I'd tell you.
Well, unless we find her again, we'll never know what happened.
No. We'll never clear up that Whitaker business either. And that's something I'd like to get to the bottom of.
His having been born in 1893, you mean?
Yes, yes. And the weird effect he had on the crews of whatever ship he happened to be in.
There was something very odd about him. Well, maybe by now Control will have solved the mystery and have a rational explanation for everything.
Yeah, there's no point in my trying to call up Control. It's a complete waste of time.
What are you talking about? The radio's working, isn't it?
Yes, Jet.
There's no more interference, is there?
No, Jet.
Then get back to it once and get Control.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jet, but I'm afraid you're still talking through your helmet.
Look, come to the point, Lemmy.
All right, that meteor swarm, ionized gas or whatever it was we came through.
Well,
while we were in it, it completely ruined any kind of intership communication, didn't it?
It's not exactly news.
Which means that it formed a block to all electromagnetic waves.
It must have done.
Well, that gas now lies between us and Earth. If no radio wave can penetrate it, then Earth can't receive us, nor can we receive them.
What?
Well, can we?
No, of course we can't. That cloud cuts us off from home completely. At least until the Earth has moved sufficiently in her orbit to be cleared of it.
And how long will that take?
Oh, at a rough guess, I'd say 2 months.
You mean we'll be out of touch with Control all that time?
Looks that way, Doc.
They'll give us up for lost. The last message we sent them was that we were about to enter a supposed meteor swarm.
Well, gentlemen, this loss of contact with base, while serious enough, needn't be fatal. They won't give up trying to contact us for weeks, months, in fact. And we should be talking to them again long before we reach Mars. Meanwhile, let's keep going. We'll have a lot more work to do now we're on our own, particularly in the navigational field, but we'll get by.
Then we'd better start right away. The first thing is to work out the necessary increase in speed to make up for the time we lost taking evasive action.
Yes, Mitch. Get back to the radar, will you, Doc?
Sure.
And let me call up the fleet. Have them take bearings on the Sun, the Earth, and Mars, and report their findings as soon as possible.
Yes, mate.
Mitch, you and I better get to work on the navigational tables.
Yeah.
Well, get started, all of you. As soon as we've worked out our position and velocity, we can eat.
And about time and all. I'm famished.
And so now 2 ships had gone, together with their crews and cargo. Meanwhile, the rest of the fleet sped on its way. By now, Mitch and Jet had checked our course and position and found it to be correct. We could expect to arrive above the surface of the red planet at the appointed time, always supposing, of course, that some other mishap didn't delay us. By now, the sun was only about 4/5 of the size it appears from Earth, but because of the clear viewing conditions out in space, was a much more beautiful object. It hung in the sky, a great, gleaming, blue-white disk, surrounded by its corona. As for the Earth, which lay to one side of the sun, it appeared bluish in color, with reddish-green patches indicating the land masses, and the whole being covered with irregular white cloud formations. And at both poles were the incredibly bright ice caps. To the naked eye, the Earth-Moon system looked like a huge double star which grew and shrank as the moon encircled its parent Earth. But the most interesting and remarkable object in the whole heavens was Mars. As we observed through the small navigational telescope, it already appeared much larger than we'd ever seen it. Deep pink in color, the darker portions of its surface showing up sharply in olive green. Even at this distance, we could detect a few cloud masses floating in its atmosphere. And the dark, thin lines of the canali were certainly no optical illusion. But whether they were dry or filled with water, as many people down on Earth believed, it was impossible to say. So we coasted on for another month. We had covered nearly 119 million miles since taking off from the moon. No contact with Earth had yet been made, nor could we hope to establish it for at least another 2 weeks. Life in our ship had settled down to routine. 2 men on watch, 1 sleeping, and the 4th off duty, but standing by, should he be needed.
Hello, Doc. You still writing that book?
Hello, Lemmy. Thought you were asleep.
I woke up an hour ago. I haven't been able to sleep a wink since. Must be the weird conditions we live under. I seem to get along all right with half the sleep I needed back on Earth.
Nah, it's the same with all of us, Lemmy. Even Mitch never sleeps for more than 4 hours at a time.
How about a game?
A chess, you mean?
Yes, Doc.
Oh.
I'll beat you just once before we get back home. I made up my mind to it.
You better learn the game first, Lemmy.
Well, isn't that what I've been doing these last 2 weeks?
Then set up the board. I'll give you a rook and knight.
Oh, that's very generous of you, Doc. I'll do the same for you one day. Which hand?
Left.
White. It would be. That gives you the advantage.
Hardly makes up for the loss of 2 pieces.
Oh, I don't think you'll miss them all that much.
Oh, that we'll see.
It's a good thing that this is a metal board and that these men have all been fitted with magnetized boots. Or they'd go shooting all over the cabin every time we touched them.
You say that at the beginning of every game, Lemmy.
Oh, do I? Well, you start, Doc. Aye. The usual crafty move.
A very common one. Shouldn't present any problem.
Oh, it doesn't. It's the ones that follow that worry me. Now, I'll put this little fella there.
A most unorthodox opening, Lemmy.
Foxy, eh?
And there's my answer to it.
Then see what you make of that.
Check.
Eh?
Well, isn't it?
Wait a minute, Doc. Something must have gone wrong with my plan of attack.
Hello, Space Fleet. Control calling.
What I should have
Listen,
done...
Lemmy, the radio.
Control calling flagship Discovery.
The radio, it's control.
Yeah.
Trying to contact you. Come in, please.
Lemmy, Doc, did you hear that? It's Control.
Of course we heard it.
Let's get over to the radio, quick.
Hello, Control. Morgan calling. Hearing you loud and clear. Repeat, loud and clear. Over.
Well, there's a turn up for the book. I didn't expect to hear that beautiful Australian accent for another 2 weeks at least.
Beautiful, he calls it.
Lemmy, any accent from Control would sound beautiful at this moment. Even yours.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know.
Hello, Discovery. Control calling. Have urgent message for you. When can you take it?
Anytime you like. Switch on the recorder, Lemmy.
Recorder on.
Control to Discovery. Message will be transmitted in 1 minute. Stand by, please.
Standing by.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's up, Lemmy?
He answered you pretty smart, didn't he?
How do you mean?
Well, the last time we had a message from Earth was a month ago. The time lag between calls then was 10 seconds.
Well?
Oh, but now the lag should be at least 20 seconds. But that answer come back this time in 5.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. The times I've spoken to Earth, I reckon I should notice a thing like that, shouldn't I?
But if you're right, Lemmy, if the delay was that short, that would put the Earth about a quarter of the distance from us that it should be.
Oh, that's impossible. Lemmy must have made a mistake.
We can soon see. Get them to call you again, Jet.
Hello, flagship. Are you ready to take the message?
Sorry, Control. Didn't hear you. Will you repeat that?
1 second. 2, 3, 4.
Control to flagship. Repeat. Are you ready to take the message?
Lemmy's right. It was 5 seconds.
Sorry, Control. Cannot take message at this moment. We'll call you again in a few minutes. What on earth is going on?
The ship must have turned itself round. We're going back home.
Oh, turn it up, Lemmy. We're heading for Mars. Correct course, correct position, just as we should be.
Then how can you account for that message?
There's only one explanation. That can't be Control.
What?
Then who is it?
Search me. I'm no clairvoyant. I'm just a radio operator.
If it's not Control...
It sounds like them.
They must be fairly close to us, somewhere within the region of 500,000 miles.
And that's why they sound so strong and clear. We never receive Earth at that strength.
Then who can it be?
Oh, look, it must be Control. The short delay must be due to some freakish way the wave travels, or something like that.
Oh, use your loaf, Mitch. Do me a favor there. How could that be? Lots of things can block a radio wave, but nothing can change its speed.
Call them up, Jet. Let's take the message, at least.
Yes, Doc. We can argue about it afterwards. Switch it on, Lemmy.
Transmitter on.
Hello, Control. Morgan calling. Now ready to receive your message. Go ahead, please.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Control to flagship.
There. You see? 5 seconds again.
Here is your message. Urgent. Control to flagship Discovery.
You've been listening to Episode 5 of Journey into Space with Andrew Foles as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and Anthony Marriott. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
We have now covered nearly 120 million miles of our 6-month-long journey through space to the red planet Mars. A month ago, we passed through a cloud of space debris. Whether it was comet dust, meteors, or merely ionized gas, we don't know. But for 7 hours, all electronic equipment within our ship was completely upset, causing us to lose contact with the rest of the fleet. When at last we were clear, we discovered to our horror that freighter number 6 had disappeared. All efforts to contact her by radio were fruitless, and finally there was nothing for it but to give her up as lost. So now, 2 ships had gone, for freighter number 7 had already been wrecked by a meteor and abandoned. And yet our troubles were not over. The cloud of gas, or whatever it was, now lay behind us, and as it formed an impassable barrier to all electromagnetic waves, communication with Earth control was impossible. We expected it to remain so for at least another month, or until the Earth had moved sufficiently in our orbit to be clear of the gas cloud. And then one day, while Lemmy and I were passing an off-duty hour with a game of chess, control was suddenly heard. But after only a few preliminary exchanges, Lemmy declared that the 5-second delay between replies was considerably less than it should be in relation to our position from Earth.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. The times I've spoken to Earth, I reckon I should notice a thing like that, shouldn't I?
If you're right, Lemmy, if the delay was that short, that would put the Earth about a quarter of the distance from us that it should be.
That's impossible. Lemmy must have made a mistake.
We can soon see. Get them to call you again, Jet.
Hello, flagship. Are you ready to take the message?
Sorry, Control. Didn't hear you. Will you repeat that?
1 second. 2, 3, 4.
Control to flagship. Repeat. Are you ready to take the message?
Lemmy's right. It was 5 seconds.
Sorry, Control. Cannot take message at this moment. We'll call you again in a few minutes. What on earth is going on?
The ship must have turned itself round. We're going back home.
Oh, turn it up, Lemmy. We're heading for Mars. Correct course, correct position. Just as we should be.
Then how can you account for that message?
There's only one explanation. That can't be control.
What?
Then who is it?
Search me. I'm no clairvoyant. I'm just a radio operator.
If it's not control,
It
Lemmy,
sounds like them.
they must be fairly close to us, somewhere within the region of 500,000 miles.
And that's why they sound so strong and clear. We never receive Earth at that strength.
Then who can it be?
It must be control. The short delay must be due to some freakish way the wave travels, or something like that.
You shall loaf, Mitch. Do me a favor. How could that be? Lots of things can block a radio wave, but nothing can change its speed.
Call them up, Jet. Let's take the message at least.
Yes, Doc. We can argue about it afterwards. Switch it on, Lemmy.
Transmitter on.
Hello, Control. Morgan calling. Now ready to receive your message. Go ahead, please.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Control to flagship.
There, you see. 5 seconds again.
Here is your message. Urgent.
From Control to Space Fleet for immediate action, by order of Supreme Council, Flagship Discovery and remaining 6 freighters are to abandon all attempts to reach Mars and return to Moon Base immediately. Repeat, return to Moon Base immediately. End of message.
Hello, Control. Morgan calling. Have received your message, but am at a loss to understand it. Expedition is going well. Can you give us your reasons for altering Plan B?
If Winch will give that order, he'll be hopping mad at you questioning it.
No madder than I am at his giving it.
Your message received. Emergency operation Plan B to be carried out at once.
There, what did I tell you?
Orders must be carried out without question at all times.
Yes, but... Here. What did he say?
Orders must be carried out without question at all times.
Control has never used that expression before.
And it's not the first time we've heard it.
Whittaker often used that phrase.
Yes, Whittaker.
But that's the voice of Control. I'd know it anywhere.
Well, it certainly sounded like control.
Lemmy, turn back that tape.
How far?
To the part when Control first called us.
Right.
What do you intend doing, Jet?
Listen to it all again.
She's set, Jet. You ready?
Yes, Lemmy, go ahead.
Hello, Space Fleet. Control calling. Control calling Flagship Discovery. Trying to contact you. Come in, please.
Well, what do you think, gentlemen?
Control. No doubt about it.
I'd stake my life on it.
Keep going, Lemmy.
Hello, Discovery. Control calling. Have urgent message for you. When can you take it?
That's Control, too.
Control to Discovery. Message will be transmitted in 1 minute. Stand by, please.
I tell you, I'd know that accent anywhere.
Hello, Flagship. Are you ready to take the message? Repeat. Are you ready to take the message?
It sounds like Control all right, but it still doesn't explain why the time lag between replies is so short.
Quiet, Lemmy. The emergency message is coming up next.
Control to Flagship. Here is your message. Urgent.
Here. Oh, blimey, why didn't I think of it before?
Quiet, Lemmy.
For immediate action, by order of Supreme Council, Flagship Discovery and remaining 6 freighters are to abandon all attempts to reach Mars and return to Moon Base immediately.
That's not the same voice.
Return to Moon
Almost,
Base
but not quite.
immediately.
When the actual message came, a new voice took over.
Yeah, and what I was about to say...
Play it again, Lemmy.
Yes, Jet. Here it comes.
Control to Flagship. Here is your message. Urgent.
Now listen,
From Control
carefully.
to Space Fleet for immediate action, by order of Supreme Council...
It is a different voice.
Flagship
In all
Discovery
the
and
excitement of being told to turn back, we didn't notice it.
are to
And if you'll just let me
abandon
get
all
one word in
attempts to
edgeways,
reach
there's
Mars
another thing.
What's that, Lemmy?
The freighters, he said the flagship and the
Return to
remaining
Moon
6
Base
freighters was to
immediately.
turn back.
Well, there are only 6.
But Earth doesn't know that. So far as I know, we've lost only one, number 7.
Yes, you're right.
We lost number 6 while we was passing through that cloud of ionized gas or whatever it was. And we lost all contact with Earth at the same time, and we haven't re-established it since.
Yeah.
Lemmy, can you get a bearing on that signal?
Yes, if you keep him talking long enough.
All right, get ready to do it. I'll call him up.
Yes, mate.
Hello, Control. Flagship calling. Have message for you. Can you take it, please? You all set, Lemmy?
All set.
Hello, Flagship. Receiving you loud and clear. Ready to take your message.
That's Control's voice again.
Did you get the bearing, Lemmy?
Not quite.
Hello, Control. Sorry, didn't get that. Would you repeat your call, please?
Should line up on him this time.
Hello, Flagship. Receiving you loud and clear. Ready to take your message.
Right. Got it.
Hello, Control. Here is my message. Have received your signal regarding the operation of Plan B. Will now consider it and call you back in a few minutes. What is the bearing, Lemmy?
1 degree to starboard. Azimuth reading. Altitude nil. Depth nil. He's almost right slap in front of us, whoever it is.
That's it, then. It can't be Control. If it were, he'd be behind us.
Hello, Discovery. Your message received.
Aye, there's the mystery voice again.
There's no time for consideration. Action must be taken at once, or we cannot be held responsible for consequences.
Now he's trying to scare us.
Hello, Control. Your message received. Action will be taken on it if and when I think fit. That is all.
And you can pick the bones out of that.
Well, gentlemen, I think that about settles that. It's not Control. It's someone using the voice of Control in the hope of fooling us into turning back.
But who? Whittaker. Who else?
He must have gotten ahead of us.
But what could he gain from that?
He's got one of our ships, hasn't he?
But he can't go anywhere in it. Even if he went onto Mars, he couldn't land her. She's not built for it.
And if he just keeps going, he'll eventually cover a full orbit, and in a couple of years be back where we all started, on the moon.
And we'd be there waiting for him. There'd be no point in that either.
And why try to get us to turn back?
If I knew, I'd gladly tell you.
Oh, what's he trying to do? Wreck the expedition?
He must be raving mad.
If he were, he'd never have gotten through the psychiatry test.
No, there must be some other reason behind it. Something much deeper and stranger than we can comprehend. Something to do with his being born in 1893, maybe.
Oh, you don't really believe that, do you?
I'm beginning to believe almost anything so far as Whittaker's concerned. The way he behaved the whole time he was with the expedition. The uncanny effect he had on the crew members of the ships he was in. All of it must add up to something.
But what?
Oh, I wish I knew, Doc. If I did, we might have some idea what to expect next.
Well, there's one fellow who can tell you that. Tell you exactly what Whittaker is up to at this very minute.
Who's that?
Peterson, the pilot of number 6. The last we heard from him, he was yelling for help.
Yes, I'd forgotten about him. I wonder if he's safe, even if he's alive.
If he were, Jet, he'd have called us up by now on number 6's radio.
You're right, Doc.
You mean you count him as dead, then?
Not necessarily, Lemmy, but if Whittaker is as crazy as he appears to be, we can't hold out much hope.
Blimey.
Look, Lemmy, keep a constant listening watch on Control's frequency. If anything comes through, call me immediately.
Right.
But first, get me Frank Rogers in number 2 on the ship-to-ship system.
Yes, mate.
Rogers? What for, Jet?
He spent more time with Whittaker than anybody. I want to get him over here and talk to him.
Airlock contact. Air pressure, maximum.
Okay, Doc. Open her up.
Hatch opening. All right, Jet, give me your helmet.
Thanks, Doc.
How are you, Frank?
Fine, Doc, and thanks for the invitation over. First time I've been out of my ship since we took off 8 weeks ago.
I'm afraid it's no party you've been invited to, Frank.
Huh?
You better get your suit off. Then come on over to the control table. We'll talk over there.
Yes, sir.
Lemmy heard anything more?
No, Jet, not a sound.
Well, they must realize we've seen through that little game and have given up trying to fool us.
With the radio, maybe, but what will they try next? Here, give me your suit, Jet. I'll put it away for you.
Oh, thanks, Doc.
Captain, here I am. What's the trouble?
It's about Whittaker.
Oh?
You know everything that's happened regarding him. Well, nearly everything.
Oh, more than most, I think, sir.
But there's plenty you don't know, Frank. That nobody in the whole fleet knows except the crew of this ship.
Really, sir?
You remember Personnel Section wanted information on Whittaker?
Well, you asked him for it while he was still in my ship over the intercom.
Mm-hmm. And then I had him transferred to here.
That's right, sir. He was sick.
Well, so it appeared.
Wasn't he sick then, sir?
Not in the way you mean.
Oh.
Then, as you know, I finally had him placed with Peterson in number 6. And number 6 has since been lost.
Yes, sir.
But less than an hour ago, we believe we had a radio message from number 6.
Oh, thank goodness, sir. Are they all right?
No, they're not all right. Far from it.
What?
I said we believed we heard from number 6. Fact is, when we first picked up their signal, we thought we were in contact with Control.
Well, how could that be, sir?
Well, it was Control's voice we were hearing, at first anyway. But after taking a bearing on the source of the transmissions, we decided the signals were being radiated from a point some 500,000 miles in front of us.
Well, then it couldn't be Control, could it, sir?
Not in 1,000 years. We believe it to be number 6. And we also believe Whittaker to be behind the messages we were receiving from her.
Well, may I ask what they were, sir?
Orders to turn back.
This isn't a joke, is it?
It's no joke. Far from it. Listen, Frank. We've no way of discovering the reason for Whittaker's odd behavior, except by finding out all we possibly can about him. Now, you spent a month alone with him.
Well, about the most uncomfortable 4 weeks I've ever spent with anybody, sir. I complained to Lemmy about him.
Yes, he told us, but we thought Whittaker merely had a bad dose of space sickness and would soon get over it. The little time he spent in this ship proved it was something more serious than that. How did you stick it as long as you did?
It was a case of having to.
Tell me, Frank, just what did Whittaker do that upset you so much?
Nothing.
Nothing?
I mean, it was his doing nothing that upset me. He wouldn't talk unless it was necessary.
But what did he do in his spare time?
Or just lay on his bunk.
Look, Frank, you really haven't told me anything I don't know already.
There really isn't anything more to tell. Oh, except one thing.
Yes?
He was always asking if he could take my radio watch.
Oh, and did you let him?
No, it's against regulations, except for emergency.
Quite right.
It was rather an odd request from a fellow who was always telling me that orders should be obeyed without question at all times.
Seems to be his favorite phrase. And when he did get to the radio, was there anything odd about the way he carried on then?
Only once that I'm aware of.
What happened?
Well, I came out of the cargo hatch after a routine check and found him tuned into Control and listening into the messages being passed between this ship and base.
Oh? Had he been ordered to listen on Control's frequency?
No, we were supposed to be on the ship-to-ship wavelength. And the other odd thing about it was that he'd recorded everything Control had said.
Only Control's transmissions, not ours?
No, Jet, Control's only.
Did you tackle him about it?
Yes.
What did he say?
Well, he said you'd called him up and asked him to keep a check watch on Control as reception wasn't too good and you didn't want to risk not hearing anything vital.
How long ago was this, Frank?
Well, about 2 weeks out from takeoff.
Well, it is possible. One ship is often detailed to keep a double watch on Control. We'll check up. Can you let me have the actual date?
Oh, when I get back to the ship, I can. Or we could call Grimshaw and ask him.
No, I'll wait until you get back. Look, Frank, I don't want a word of this mentioned to the rest of the fleet. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, if you think of anything else that might have a bearing on all this, call me up, will you?
I will, sir.
Well, that's all. Oh, have you eaten?
Oh, yes, just before I came over, thank you.
Very well. I think you better get back. We don't want to leave Grimshaw alone in number 2 any longer than we can help. And thanks for the chat, Frank. What you just told me may well prove very useful.
Thank you, sir.
Flagship, freighter number 2, calling Discovery.
Hello, number 2, receiving you loud and clear. What's cooking, Frank?
I'd like to speak to Jet, please, Lemmy.
Hold on a minute, mate. I'll call him. Hey, Jet, number 2 wants you.
Calling. Hello, number 2, Morgan here.
Oh, Rogers here, sir. I've checked back in the log to the date in question. It was April 22nd, 13 hours, Universal Time.
Oh, good. Hold on a minute. Lemmy, look up the handwritten log, will you? April the 22nd, 1300 hours.
Right. April. 6, 8. Here we are, April 22nd.
Were we in contact with base then?
Yes, Jet, for 20 minutes.
Who was keeping check watch?
Freighter number 4.
Thanks, Lemmy, that's all. Hello, Frank. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We've just checked with the log. check watch was kept by number 4.
I thought that might be the case, and I took the matter a little further.
Oh, how?
I checked back on the recorder to that date, too.
Well?
The recordings of Control's messages during that transmission are missing.
You mean he didn't record them after all?
Oh, yes, he did, sir. But the tape has been cut, and that particular section removed.
Has it? Well, that proves a lot. Nice work, Frank, and thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Doc, Mitch.
What's up?
Just as we thought. That was the voice of Control we heard at first. Whittaker was relaying it from number 6.
He did take the tapes with him then.
Yeah. He must have kept them in the pocket of his crew suit. He probably had a good deal more stuff open in number 2 as well, that he had to leave behind. And that's why he was so upset when I told him he wouldn't be going back there.
If he had, it'd have been number 2 that we'd be missing now.
Yes. When I transferred him, he had to change his plans. Still, one ship serves as well as another. He was in number 6, so he took number 6. And when he got far enough ahead of us, he played the tapes over the transmitter, trying to kid us into thinking it was Control, and then gave us that phony message about our having to turn back.
Well, it didn't come off, did it?
No, it did not.
Yeah. I wonder what other crafty schemes he's got up his sleeve.
Goodness knows. But we'd better be on the lookout. Anything might happen. I'm going to tell the entire fleet the whole story of Whittaker as we know it, from start to finish. Warn them to be ready for anything.
Are you sure that's wise, Jet?
Yes, Doc, I am. We've kept back most of the information we have on Whittaker because it seemed too fantastic to be true, but... Well, now I'm not so sure.
You don't mean you believe that stuff Earth told us about him?
The way he's carrying on, Mitch, I'd believe anything. I wouldn't even be surprised if he had something to do with that meteor swarm or whatever it was we passed through.
Oh, now, Jet, that's carrying things a bit too far.
Well, he certainly seemed keen enough to plow through it, remember? He was the only one who was.
Of course he was keen. It was only when we got into the thick of it and lost all contact with him that he was able to make off with number 6. Only then could he put his scheme into action.
And what scheme?
The scheme to get us to turn back, Mitch.
Jet, I think you're letting 1 or 2 freak radio transmissions and a couple of coincidences make you lose your sense of proportion.
The arm of coincidence isn't that long, Mitch. Not where Whittaker's concerned. If you ask me, the reason why that meteor swarm, or whatever it was, always remained in our path no matter what evasive action we took, was because that's what it was supposed to do. It was put up as a barrier, a means of scaring us into turning back.
Come on.
And when we didn't, when we decided to plow straight through it, then other plans were put into action.
Who by?
How should I know? But we're not turning back.
Too right we're not.
We'll get to Mars. And neither Whittaker nor anybody else will stop us. Lemmy, call up the fleet. Every ship. I'll talk to them.
Yes, Jet.
They might as well know the truth. The whole truth. And they might as well know that come what may, we're pressing on. We set out to reach Mars, and we're going to.
Not one man protested when told that, in spite of everything, we would continue our journey towards the Red Planet according to schedule. In fact, I'm pretty sure the protests would have come had Jet told them otherwise. Every ship was now put on a rota to keep watch on Control's frequency, to report to Discovery the moment anything was heard, whether the call was thought to be a spurious one from the missing number 6 or a genuine one from Control itself. But, in spite of the constant watches, no contact was made with anybody outside the fleet. For 19 days, nothing untoward was noted in the log. And then Lemmy, who, for the sake of a change, had taken over radar watch for a spell, had something to report.
What is it, Lemmy?
Something's out in front of us, getting a signal on the screen.
What?
There. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can.
Well, what is it?
How should I know? It isn't very large. Minutest sizes go out here. Hey, Jet!
Coming. Now, what's the trouble?
The radar, it's detected something straight ahead.
How far ahead?
I don't know. I haven't calculated.
Then you'd better. Find out its distance from us and its size. No, look, on second thought, you better get over to the radio.
Oh, do me a favor. Don't you trust me with this thing?
Yes, Lemmy, but I want you to call up freighters 2 and 4. Tell them to keep watch, too. And let me have the reports on the object as soon as possible.
Yes, Jet.
What do you think it is, Midge?
Haven't the least idea. Not at this stage. But it's not another meteor swarm. That's certain.
Estimated distance. Object still too far off to estimate size.
Thank you, number 2. Be glad of another report as soon as you can manage it. Jet?
Yes, Lemmy?
Third report from number 2.
I'll get it, Jet.
Thanks, Doc.
Is this the only one, Lemmy?
For the moment, Doc, yes.
Mhm.
Expecting a further report from number 4 in 10 minutes.
Right. Here you are, Jet.
What's it say?
Estimated distance, 4,000 miles.
4,000? Then we're still overtaking it at the same speed, at roughly 1,000 miles an hour.
That'd put the object's speed at approximately 29,000.
1,000 miles an hour, slower than ours.
Get over to the telescope, Mitch. See if you can detect that thing yet.
Sure.
How about the televiewer, Jet? Shall I try to get it on that?
If you like, Doc, but I think it's too small for you to pick up at this distance.
Well, no harm in trying anyway. I'll give you a call if I see anything.
Any luck, Mitch?
Not yet.
Oh, we should be seeing something now through the telescope anyway. Latest calculation puts it at less than 2,000 miles away, much less.
It's possible that I am seeing it, but don't know it. It wouldn't be much larger than a pinpoint. With those stars in the background... Say, wait a minute.
Well?
Something here, I think. Spot of light a little bigger than it was 10 minutes ago.
Any idea what it is?
Not yet. Have to wait till we get a bit closer.
Did you hear that, Doc?
Yeah, Jet, but I don't see anything on the televiewer yet, I'm afraid.
No doubt about it now, Jet. It's there, all right. And getting larger every minute.
Yeah, let me take a look.
Sure, it's right in the center. A white disc.
Yes, I see it. More than a disc, Mitch. It's definitely globe-shaped, with the sun lighting up a good 2/3 of it.
Eh? I didn't notice that.
Well, look again. I think you'll find it so.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'll get over to Doc, see if he's picked it up yet.
Okay.
Have you got it, Doc?
Yes, I think so, Jet. Look, isn't that it? I've been watching it closely the last quarter of an hour or so. It's certainly increasing in size.
Yes. Through the telescope, it's globe-shaped.
Huh? Well, then, what on earth can it be?
I wish I knew. I could then decide whether it would be necessary to take evasive action.
Now 1,200 miles. Object globular in shape. Diameter difficult to ascertain at this distance.
Thank you, number 4. I wouldn't let its diameter worry you. Another hour and you'll be able to put a tape measure around it. Here you are, Jet. 5th report from number 4.
Oh, thanks, Lemmy.
Truth, I know what this is.
Eh?
It's a ship. What? Yeah, Jet. A spaceship.
Eh?
One of ours.
Are you sure?
Well, of course I'm sure. The reason it looks globular in shape is that its cabin is facing us, so that the rest of the structure is blocked out.
Here, let me get at that telescope.
It's all yours.
Yes, Mitch, you're right. She's still very small, but no other object in the heavens could look like that. Yeah, and we're overtaking it rapidly. In an hour or so, we'll be passing her.
I'll say we will at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, not if we slow down. We could drop down to her speed and coast alongside her.
What, the whole fleet? Oh, think of the fuel consumption, Jet.
No, Mitch, not the whole fleet, just us, Discovery.
But if it's number 7, she's just a wreck.
It can't be number 7. We couldn't possibly have overtaken that yet.
You mean it's number 6? With Whittaker aboard?
Unless there's another fleet of ships out this way, who else could it be?
But 2 weeks ago, she was nearly 500,000 miles ahead of us.
Well, something must have slowed her down, and we've been gradually catching up on her.
Well, to get alongside her, we'll have to slow down, too. We'll have to turn the ship over to do that.
Oh, that's not difficult.
You mean you intend to let the rest of the fleet go coasting off on its own?
Oh, we can catch up on it later. Look, Mitch, if that is number 6, Whittaker must be aboard her. And I want to know why he went speeding off on his own. Why he sent us that stupid message that was supposed to be from control. And I want to know what happened to Peterson, too.
All right. If that's what you say we do, we do it.
Lemmy?
Yes, Jet.
Get me the pilot of freighter number 1.
Right.
I'll put him in charge of the fleet until we overtake it again.
You sure he can handle it?
Well, why not? He's been trained for it, and there's nothing for him to do but keep going. We'll be in constant radio communication. Well, time's getting short. You better get hold of Doc and get ready to turn the ship over.
Degrees. 176. 177. 178.
Gyro number 1, stand by.
Standing by.
179. 180.
Cut gyro.
Gyro cut.
180 degrees. Steady as she goes.
Stand by to fire motor.
All set.
Televiewer stern view on. Ship in full view.
And it is number 6.
Ready, Mitch? Now, fire! Contact!
So long, boys. See you later.
Deceleration, 100, 200, 300.
Cut the motor.
Motor cut.
Oh, nice work, Mitch. Right alongside her.
Cut the gyro, Doc.
Gyro cut.
Unfasten your safety straps.
Right.
Now, Lemmy, as soon as you're ready, open up the radio. Tell number 1, maneuver successfully carried out. Then call up number 6. See if you can raise them.
Yes. Hello, number 6. Hello. For the last time, this is Flagship Discovery calling. Come in, please. It's no good, Jet. Either he don't hear us or he doesn't intend to answer.
He can hear us all right. If he's in there. Where else could he be? All right, Doc. Put your suit on.
Hey? Oh, wait a minute, Jet. You don't intend going over there, do you? Not before you know everything's all right in that ship.
What other choice have we?
But the door isn't even on this side. Before you reach it, you'll have to pass out of our sight.
The radios will be on. You can talk to us.
Well, if you say so, but I'll tell you, mate, I don't like it. Might be a trap, a trick to get you in there.
That's a chance we'll have to take. All right, Doc. Let's go.
Hatch opening.
You've been listening to Episode 6 of Journey into Space, with Andrew Folds as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and Anthony Marriott. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
Months since takeoff. Freighter number 7 lost, a wreck which had to be abandoned when our course was changed. Freighter number 6 also lost, or so we thought, with James Whittaker and Peterson aboard. Then came the mysterious radio call which identified itself as Control, ordering us to abandon our project and return to the advanced base on the moon. And finally, the detection of an object on the radar and televiewer screens which proved to be the missing Freighter number 6. Still dead on course for Mars, but traveling 1,000 miles an hour slower than the rest of the fleet, which was rapidly overtaking it. Jet had the Discovery slowed down until we were coasting alongside the wayward ship. And then, when only 100 yards separated us, had Lemmy call her on the ship-to-ship radio.
Hello, number 6. Hello. For the last time, this is Flagship Discovery calling. Come in, please. It's no good, Jet. Either he doesn't hear us or he doesn't intend to answer.
He can hear us all right, if he's in there.
Where else could he be? All right, Doc, put your suit on.
Hey? Yeah, now, wait a minute, Jet. You don't intend going over there, do you? Not before you know everything's all right in that ship.
What other choice have we?
But the door isn't even on this side. Before you reach it, you'll have to pass out of our sight.
The radios will be on. You can talk to us.
Oh, if you say so. But I'll tell you, mate, I don't like it. It might be a trap, a trick to get you in there.
And that's a chance we'll have to take. All right, Doc, let's go.
Hatch opening.
Can you see him yet, Mitch?
Yeah, Lemmy. Jet's drifting across now.
Hello, Discovery. I've now reached number 6.
Have you in full view?
I'm going round to the other side of the ship, to the main door.
Right.
You wait here, Doc.
Sure.
Here I go. Now walking upside of ship.
Still in full view.
Let me know when I'm about to pass out of your range, Mitch.
Any minute now. That's it.
All right, Doc. Come up alongside, will you?
Coming.
I can see the main door from here. It's just below me. And it's open.
What?
Okay, Jet. Now alongside you.
You stay here, Doc, where Mitch can see you. I'll carry on as far as the door.
Watch your step, Jet.
Here I go.
I've lost him now, Doc. Can you still see him?
Yes, Mitch. He's almost there.
Everything looks quite normal. I'm going in.
Alone?
No, Jet. I'm going with you.
Okay, Doc, come on then.
Doc, now out of sight.
Now alongside Jet, Mitch. At main door.
Can you find the remote control switches?
Yeah, I got 'em.
Hello, Mitch. Did you hear that? We're in the airlock and closing main door.
Yeah, I heard. Let's hope it opens again just as easy.
Thank you, Lemmy.
Door now closed.
Well, at least the power packs of the ship are still in good order.
Then why do we stand here in the dark, Jet? Shouldn't the lights be working too?
Of course they should. Hang on a minute, Doc. There, that's better. Now, let's see. Airlock, contact. As she begins to fill up, we should hear it.
I think I can, Jet. Yes, and the gauge is rising too. Air pressure maximum.
Now for it. Open the hatch, will you?
Contact. Cabin lights are on. If that means anything.
Hello, Midge.
Hearing it yet?
We're still in the airlock, but we've opened the hatch. The lights in the crew's quarters are burning, but nobody's come to greet us.
Eh?
The place is as quiet as the grave. If there is anybody in here, they must have heard us coming in. As soon as we've taken our helmets off, we'll be climbing the ladder. Keep listening out, will you?
I'm all ears. Watch your step, cobber.
All right, Doc. Remove your helmet.
Removing helmet.
That's better. Okay, Doc?
Okay.
Then let's get up there. I'll lead the way.
I'm right behind you. What? The cabin's empty.
Can't be. They must be here, somewhere.
Not necessarily, Jet. The main door was open. They could have abandoned ship.
But why? Unless they wanted to commit suicide.
Having Whitaker as a crewmate might well have driven Peterson to just that.
Then where is Whitaker? He should be here at least.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hello, look at this.
Huh?
Empty food containers, strewn all over the table, some still floating in midair.
Oh, what a mess. Yeah, the remains of at least 6 meals here, and not one of them been cleared up afterwards.
Something very strange has been going on here. Look, check up on the oxygen supply and air conditioning, Doc. I'll check the main control panel.
All right. No, Jet, nothing wrong here. How about you?
Okay, here as well. Good deal of fuel gone, though. Main tanks are empty.
I must have used that when they put on that spurt to get away from the rest of the fleet.
And to slow the ship down again.
Huh?
Well, somebody must have turned her over and slowed her down, Doc. And I'd say that somebody was Whitaker.
Well, what was Peterson doing meanwhile?
I don't know, Doc. Let's get over to the radio panel.
Right.
Hey, what's all this?
Recording tape all over the floor.
But a great part of it is still in the machine.
Yeah, it's just as though somebody had been tearing it out of the recorder and was interrupted.
Try and get it back on the spool, Doc. Later, I'll play it over, see if there's anything on it.
Right.
I wonder if the radio works.
Hello, number 6. Discovery calling. Come in, please.
Right, it does. That's Mitch. Hello, Discovery. Morgan speaking.
What's going on over there, Jet? You tell me to keep listening out and then leave me hanging on here.
Sorry, Mitch. I forgot about you.
It's a good thing we didn't forget about you. Well, what have you found?
The cabin's in chaos. Half-eaten meals on the table, recording tape all over the floor. No sign of the crew. No wonder we got no reply to our calls.
What was that?
I said no sign of the crew.
You mean they're missing?
Yeah. We think they must have abandoned ship.
Then they must have been stark raving mad, both of them.
I'll call you every 10 minutes, Mitch, okay?
Okay, and don't forget this time.
I won't. All right, Doc. Let's continue the search.
Well, how about the cargo compartment?
Well, let's look in the personal lockers first. See if they hold any clues.
Huh? Whose locker is this?
Peterson's. And his crew suit's gone.
Oh, maybe they had some trouble outside. Went out to fix it and drifted off.
Both of them?
Well, why not?
But that would more or less put Peterson in league with Whitaker. They'd have to be working together.
Oh, yes, it would.
The last we heard from Peterson, he was yelling for help. No, Doc. I don't think that can be the explanation.
Well, maybe not, but everything points to their having gone outside for some reason or other. The main door open, the suit missing.
Yeah, that still doesn't explain the empty food containers and the mess this place is in. Let's take a look in the second locker.
Right. Well,
Just as I thought. Whitaker's suit is still here.
You're sure it's his?
Well, there's the construction engineer's flash on the shoulders, Doc. Who else could it be?
Then he couldn't have left the ship. Unless he went out without his suit.
Look, I'm going down to the cargo hold. One of them, even both of them, might be there. Meanwhile, you keep searching the cabin.
Right. Make sure the air pressure's up to full rate before you open the cargo hatch.
I'll watch it, Doc. Don't you worry.
I'll start over at the motor panel.
And don't miss a thing, Doc.
I won't. In fact... Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, what's the matter?
The inspection hatch. It's partly open.
The inspection hatch, you say?
Yeah. The light's on down there, too. I wonder we didn't notice it before.
Open her up, Doc.
Where's the switch? I'm not familiar with the controls in these freighters.
On the main control panel.
Uh-huh.
Bottom left, blue section.
I've got it.
Hey, there's somebody down there.
What? Well, who is it?
He's all of a heap. It's difficult to say.
Come on, let's get down there.
Hello, number 6, Discovery calling. Come in, please.
Last, that's Mitch. You go down, Doc. I'll follow you in a couple of minutes.
Right.
Hello, Discovery. Morgan here.
Hey, your 10 minutes is up. You were going to call me, remember?
I'm sorry, Mitch. I've got other things on my mind.
What do you think goes through my mind when I think of you and Doc stuck over there in the Marie Celeste and me not knowing what's happening because you don't call up and tell me?
Look, Mitch, Doc and I are quite okay. But we've just found something that needs our immediate attention. I'll call you again later.
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
And if you don't want me and Lemmy to go grey with worry,
Make it 10 minutes, will you, Jet?
Hey, Jet. You better come down here and take a look at this.
On my way.
Look who it is.
Whittaker.
Yeah, and out cold. Badly beaten up about the head, too.
But Whittaker, he was the last person I expected to... Where's Peterson?
Your guess is as good as mine. You were going to look for him in the cargo compartment, remember?
I'll get up there right away. How about you, Doc?
I'll get Whittaker up onto one of the bunks in the cabin. By the time you get back, I should know just what shape he's in.
Okay, Doc. Searched the ship from top to bottom, cargo hold everywhere. I've even been down into the tank inspection hold. There's no sign of Peterson anywhere.
Then he must have left the ship, Jet. That's why the main door was open.
But why? He must have known he'd never be picked up, not in a million years. He must have known he was stepping out of the ship to certain death.
Well, there are an awful lot of things which need explaining, Jet. Why the cabin is in such chaos. How Whittaker came to be lying down in the inspection hatch with multiple head injuries.
Is he still unconscious?
Yes. And if he ever regains it, I'll be very surprised.
As bad as that?
He'll need constant watching, Jet. Shouldn't be left for a moment. And if I'm to give him the treatment he needs, I need supplies.
Well, how about the medical locker, Doc?
Oh, it doesn't amount to much more than a first aid outfit. I'll have to have one of my kits brought over from the Discovery.
Or take Whittaker over there.
No, Jet. No, he's too ill. To move him that far might well prove fatal.
I see. Well, in that case, Doc, I'll have Mitch bring across all you need. I was going to ask him to come over anyway.
Oh, what for?
Well, so far as I can tell, the ship's in full working order. But only Mitch can tell us if the motor's still usable. And if it is, we can salvage the ship. And with number 7 gone, we ought to.
Well, when you finish talking to Mitch, maybe I could have a word with him.
Sure, Doc.
And incidentally, he's getting a little agitated. He called up twice while you were gone.
Oh, did you tell him about Whittaker?
Yeah.
Thank our lucky stars the radio still works. Hello, Discovery, number 6 calling. Come in, please.
Hello, number 6. Barney, dear.
Hello, Lemmy. Put Mitch on, will you?
Yes, mate. Hang on a minute. Hey, Mitch. Jet wants you.
Oh, so you decided to call up at last, Jet. Don't you realize the fleet is now 7,000 miles ahead of us? If we don't catch them up soon, they'll get to Mars without us.
That's just what I'm calling you about. Listen, the crew's quarters over here are in a shocking state, but the power packs are working and so's the air supply and radio. The motor's okay so far as I can tell, but I need you to give it a thorough inspection to make sure.
So you want me to come over there?
Yes, please, Mitch.
All right. Who'll be coming back, you or Doc?
Neither. I've got to tidy the place.
Well, couldn't Doc do that?
He's too busy with Whittaker.
Well, bring Whittaker over here, then.
Doc says he's too sick to be moved.
You mean you intend leaving Lemmy here alone? Maybe for hours?
Hey?
Oh, it won't hurt him.
Well, I know I keep watching the radio, the radar, and the telephone all at the same time.
You don't. You spend 10 minutes on each in turn.
Oh, see, you got it all figured out, ain't you?
As soon as Mitch has finished the inspection of number 6, he'll be coming back to the flagship. Now, is that all clear?
Yes, Jet.
And you're quite prepared to stay over there alone for a while?
I don't see I've got much choice.
Good boy. I'll call up the fleet periodically and make sure everything's okay. And tell them we'll begin to catch up as soon as number 6 proves to be okay.
Yes, Jet.
Put Mitch on again. Doc wants a word with him.
Yes. And don't worry, boy. I mean, with Lemmy Barnett in charge of Discovery, can't come to any harm. Here, old Mitch. It's all yours.
Hello.
Mitch, look, when you come over, would you bring a couple of medical packs with you?
Sure, Doc. Which ones do you want?
First is pack number 1 from medical locker B.
Yep.
Pack number 3 from medical locker A.
Hey, hang on a minute. I'll have to write this down.
Here you are, Doc. Some food.
Oh, thanks, Jeff.
How is he?
If anything, a little worse.
Oh, no sign of his regaining consciousness?
I'm afraid not.
Doc, what chance is there?
It's a toss-up. We can only wait and hope.
Here comes Mitch. Up from the inspection hatch.
Well, Jet, that's that. She's okay, and she's got enough fuel in the reserve tank to give her...
Mitch, pipe down, for Pete's sake. We've got a very sick man here.
Oh, sorry, Doc.
Come over to the control table, Mitch. We can talk there.
Sure.
Now, what were you saying?
Well, I was saying that the motor is okay. We can start to overtake the rest of the fleet as soon as you're ready.
Oh, good. That's good news, Mitch. You and I better get back to Discovery right away and get ready to turn the ships over and fire the motors.
Both of us? But you can't expect Doc to stay and handle a maneuver like that alone.
There are only 2 takeoff couches in here, and Whittaker's already occupying one of them.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Doc must stay with Whittaker. If firing is controlled from Discovery, he should manage okay.
Let's hope so.
Well, we better tell him what we intend to do.
Sorry, Jet. If the motors are fired, I can't hold myself responsible. The pressure that Whittaker would be subjected to would kill him for sure.
But we've got to catch up on the fleet sometime soon, Doc. They're already 10,000 miles ahead of us.
Well, that's for Jet to decide. As a medical officer aboard this ship, I can only put forward my point of view.
If Doc says Whittaker is too ill to stand the pressure, then I take his word for it. We wait Either until Whittaker is fit again, or until time compels us to overtake the fleet and leaves us no choice.
Oh, but
and
Jet.
meanwhile, you can figure what that time is.
Okay. Where do they keep the navigational tables from the ship?
Same place as in any other. In the locker under the control table.
Good.
Yeah, come over here, quick.
What is it?
I think he's coming round. He was trying to say something a moment ago.
What?
I didn't catch it, I'm afraid.
Leave me alone.
What did he say?
Leave me alone, I think.
But nobody's touching him. Whittaker. Whittaker, can you hear me? This is Captain Morgan.
Turn back. Turn back.
Whittaker.
You must turn back. I can fight them, but you can't.
What's he talking about?
I wouldn't try to make sense of it, Jet. He's delirious.
You do not know the power they have.
He must be. I don't think he even realized I was talking to him.
I defy you. Do you hear? I defy you.
Whittaker.
I must go back.
Whittaker.
Back to my wife and my children.
Has he a wife and children?
If he has, I should think this is the first time he's ever mentioned them.
They've gone to the exhibition. Everybody's going.
Hello, number 6, Discovery. Calling. Come in, please.
I'll get it, Doc.
Right.
Hello, Discovery. Morgan here.
Oh, hello, Jet. Look, I don't want to break up your little party over there, but the time has come for routine inspection and fleet reports. Number 1 has already called up. He wants to get cracking.
Well, can't you take them, Lemmy?
Of course I can take them, but what about our own routine? You can't expect me to keep radar, radio, and televiewer watch and inspect every part of the ship and all. It's a big enough job for the 4 of us.
They're running a special train from Baker Street.
What was that, Jet?
Oh, it's all right, Lemmy. I'm sorry to have left you over there alone for so long. I'll attend to it.
Well, somebody will be coming back then. I'll tell number 1 to wait until they get here.
One of us will be coming across in just a few minutes.
Right. Oh, incidentally, Jet.
They must turn back.
How's Whittaker?
I must tell them to turn back.
Still in pretty bad shape.
Oh. Oh, well, I'll get the main door open, Jet. Be all ready for whoever comes across.
Yeah. Thanks, Lemmy. Mitch, did you hear that?
Yeah, Jet. Want me to go back?
If you don't mind. You finished that inspection job anyway. I'll stay here with Doc.
Okay, I'll put the tables back in the locker and put my suit on. I'll finish the computations in Discovery after we've carried out routine inspection.
The old fleet is checked in and everything's normal, except for number 2, who still needs to replace the extra fuel she used up during takeoff.
We'll get round to that in good time. Thanks for the report, Lemmy. Will you call again in an hour?
Well, Mitch will. I'll be getting some sleep. You sound as though you could do with some yourself, boy.
Do I? I'll think about it. Good night, Lemmy.
Good night, mate.
Lemmy's right, Jet. You pretty well put this ship in order yourself. You must be completely exhausted.
A little tired, Doc, but how about you? You've had no more sleep than the rest of us.
I haven't been doing any work. Just sitting here, keeping my eye on Whittaker.
I wonder what did happen between him and Peterson. If only he'd come out of that coma, he might be able to tell us.
I wouldn't bank on that just yet. He's been too quiet for my liking for a long time.
How about you turning in and getting a little sleep, Doc?
No, not now, Jet. Later, maybe. But you go ahead. I'll wake you in 4 hours.
Okay.
If Mitch calls, I'll take it.
Oh, and if it's anything important, wake me up.
Right. Now lie down. I'll fasten your straps.
James Edward Whittaker.
Eh?
Don't worry about him, Jet. He'll probably go on that way for hours.
All right, Doc. Good night to you.
Night.
James Edward Whittaker. Born September 12th, 1893.
That's ridiculous. That'd make you 78 years old. You don't look a day over 30.
Have you been to the exhibition? Everybody's going to the exhibition.
I wouldn't know how to get there.
They're running special trains from Baker Street. Or you can catch a bus up the Edgware Road. But train is better, much quicker.
Is that where the exhibition is?
Of course.
Funny. I've not heard anything about it.
Well, don't you read the papers? Oh, I say. Look.
What?
That star up there. That red star.
That's Mars.
Isn't she beautiful? The red planet. It's not red at all, you know, really. It's pink and olive green.
How do you know?
Mars is approaching close to the Earth. If only we had telescopes powerful enough, we could see the cities on her.
Cities?
Didn't you know?
What are you talking about?
When it's night time in Italy, it's Wednesday over here. Amazing how that song has caught on. Utter nonsense, really. But you can't help singing it, can you?
I've never heard it before.
You seem to be completely out of touch with the times.
Are we going to this exhibition, or aren't we?
We were, but we have other things far more important to do. That's why we've come to the park.
The park is closed at this time of night.
There is a way in. There. See all those people? They're all going. They'll be very happy to have you join them. See how pink they are. That's because of the atmosphere. On Earth, the sun turns you brown, but up there, you turn a nice shade of pink. Good evening, Mr. Whittaker. Good evening. Good evening. I've brought another one. Are we all ready? Yes, Mr. Whittaker. Then you get in, Mr. Morgan. This will be the finest exhibition you've ever seen.
Where are you taking me?
In you get, Mr. Morgan, or do I have to force you?
Take your hands off me. Take them off. You hear?
Hold him. Hold him down.
Let go. You're choking me.
Don't let him get away.
Let go. Do you hear? Let go. Let go. Let go.
Jet, wake up.
Let go. Let go.
Jet, wake up. What are you doing?
Let go. Oh, it's you, Doc.
You were raving like a lunatic. What's the matter?
A dream, Doc. I had such a fantastic dream.
A dream?
Yeah. I dreamt I was back in London. Not a London I knew, a London of the past. The buses were open decked at the top, and everybody was going to an exhibition somewhere. Some buildings I knew. In other places were older buildings where new ones now stand. And Whittaker was there. He was taking me to catch a train at Baker Street, but he took me to Regent's Park instead. And there were about a dozen other men, all with faces and voices exactly like Whittaker. And then they began to attack me, and... Well, then you woke me.
You were yelling your head off.
I'm sorry, Doc. I didn't mean to... Did I disturb him?
Whittaker, you mean?
Yeah.
Nothing will ever disturb him anymore.
What? You mean he's dead?
Yes, Jet. And that's not all.
What's up, Doc? You look pale.
Do I? I'm not surprised. Jet, get out of that bunk and take a look at him. And be prepared for a shock.
Yes, Doc.
Well?
Good heavens. That's not him?
It is, Jet. Can't you see the likeness?
Yes, but... That's an old man.
Exactly. Control was right. Whittaker was 78 years old. But it took his death to prove it. The death of Whittaker and the subsequent change of his physical form from that of a young man to an old man was the most severe shock we'd received since starting out for the Red Planet. What did this strange, fantastic transformation mean? How had Whittaker managed to retain his youth for so long? Where had he been between 1924 and the time he joined the expedition as a reserve crew member more than a year ago? And if Peterson, normally cool and calm under almost any emergency, had murdered Whittaker, why did he do it? And then commit suicide by letting himself out into space when the easiest thing in the world would have been for him to call up the flagship and explain his plight. Had there been some strange power in control of Whittaker that compelled him to do things against his will, a power that prolonged his life until death cut off the controlling medium, so making the wear and tear of 47 years overtake the now lifeless form in a matter of minutes? Well, if there was an answer to all these questions, neither Jet nor I were able to supply it. The fact remained. Whittaker was dead. Now there was no longer any point in lagging behind the rest of the fleet. 12 hours later, the ships had been turned over, their speeds increased, and we had taken our place along with the rest of the fleet of ships to continue our journey towards the Red Planet. With Mitch and I now running freighter number 6, extra work was placed on Jet and Lemmy, who now constituted the crew of the Discovery. In addition, Jet had also set himself the task of sorting through Whittaker's effects, which he had had transferred to the Discovery.
From Control to Flagship, have a message for you. Can you take it, please? From Control to Flagship, here is your message. Urgent.
And that's the finish of that reel.
That's merely the recorded voice of Control.
Would these be the same tapes that Whittaker used to try and bluff us he was Control?
No, they must be. Why else would he have had them in the ship with him?
Well, there's only this reel now, Jet. This is the one that Doc found under the control table. But it doesn't look to me as though it's been used. I might as well put this straight back into store.
No, play it, Lemmy, just in case there's something on it. We don't want to miss it if there is.
All right, mate, if you say so. There. She's all set. You can switch her on.
Right. On.
Not the sausage. That is a new tape.
But what was it doing under the control table?
What was anything doing anywhere in that ship? It's just another of those unsolved mysteries, like what happened to Peterson? Why did Whittaker try and get us to turn back? Or why had number 6 already been turned round when we overtook her?
I'd give anything to know the answer to just one of those questions. Oh, well, we can forget these tapes, Lemmy. They obviously can't tell us anything we don't know already. Give me a hand with the minor inspection, will you? Then it'll be time to get the reports in from the rest of the fleet.
Yes, mate.
Then grab hold of the logbook and we'll begin.
Logbook grabbed.
Air pressure, 10.5.
Air pressure, 10.5. Say, Jet.
Yes, Lemmy?
I was thinking about Whittaker.
What about him?
Well, he was originally second crewman of number 2, wasn't he?
Oxygen, tank 1, 18.760.
18.760. As I was saying, he was first in number 2 with Frank Rogers.
Lemmy, let's concentrate on the job in hand, eh? We can discuss Whittaker later.
Yes, mate.
Let's get over to the main control board now.
Yes, mate. When it's night time.
Power pack number 1, blue section.
Over here.
Lemmy!
When it's eh?
What were you singing?
It's just
I said, what were you singing?
It's just a song.
Sing it again.
An encore, you mean?
Sing it again, Lemmy. Go on.
Yes. When it's night time in Italy, it's Wednesday over here. When it's midnight in Germany, you can't get a...
That's it. It's the same one. The song Whittaker sang in my dream just before he died.
Eh?
Where did you learn it, Lemmy? Tell me, where did you hear that?
I don't know. It's been running through my head for an hour or more. I don't remember learning it anywhere.
Did you know it before you came on this trip? Can you remember ever learning it down on Earth?
Oh, no, I can't.
Think, Lemmy. Think hard. It's very important.
All I know, Jet, it's been running through my mind.
Hello, flagship. Freighter number 6 calling flagship.
Well, there's the radio. I better answer.
Want to hear from you urgently. Come in.
No, Lemmy, wait.
Hey?
He said he was calling from number 6.
Hello, flagship. Number 6 calling. For God's sake, answer me.
Number 6? But, Doc, Mitch are in number 6. But that voice ain't either of them.
No, Lemmy. That's the voice of Peterson.
You've been listening to Episode 7 of Journey into Space, with Andrew Foles as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and Anthony Marriott. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Tilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
Whittaker was dead. Jet, asleep in the bunk above Whittaker's, awoke from a frightening dream to find that death had transformed Whittaker from a young man to an old one. There was no longer any need to lag behind the rest of the fleet, and a few hours later we had once again taken our place in the formation. Both Mitch and I were needed to handle freighter number 6, so Jet and Lemmy had their work cut out running the Discovery between them. However, in between watch and inspection, Jet had Lemmy play back the recording tapes we had found strewn over the floor when Jet and I had first entered number 6. But the tapes gave no clue to what had happened to Peterson, nor why he had so brutally attacked Whittaker. And then...
Hello, flagship. Freighter number 6 calling flagship.
That's the radio. I'd better answer.
Want to hear from you urgently. Come in, please.
No, Lemmy, wait. Boy, he said he was calling from number 6.
Hello, flagship. Number 6 calling. For Pete's sake, answer me.
Number 6? But Doc and Mitch are in number 6, and that voice ain't either of them.
No, Lemmy. That's the voice of Peterson.
Hey?
Let's get to the radio, quick.
Yes, mate.
Hello, number 6. Flagship Discovery here. Hearing you loud and clear. Hello, number 6. Hearing you. Come in, please.
Hello, Discovery. Number 6 calling.
Is that you, Mitch?
Oh, who else? Oh, what's the panic jet? We haven't been calling.
I know you haven't.
Well, what's the idea?
We just received a call from Peterson.
What?
Yes, Mitch. Both Lemmy and I heard it. He said he was calling from number 6.
But only Doc and I are here, Jet. You know that.
Of course I know it, but we just heard Peterson call.
Jet.
As clear as I'm hearing you now.
Jet.
And he distinctly said he was calling from number 6.
What did he say?
Jet.
Oh, hang on a minute, Mitch. What is it, Lemmy?
The recording machine, it's still running.
What?
I put the last spool into it just before we began the inspection, remember?
You mean that voice, Peterson, was...
It's his recorded voice.
Are you sure?
Yes, mate.
Hello, Mitch?
Yeah?
Look, I'm very sorry. It was all a mistake.
How do you mean?
The recorder was playing. We thought it was the radio. We didn't realize we left the thing running.
Oh, so there's nothing to panic about after all, then?
No, Mitch. I'm sorry to have disturbed you.
Oh, that's all right, Cobber. I wasn't doing anything in particular. But take it easy, Jet. You'll give us all the jitters.
It made us look a couple of fools, didn't it? The whole fleet will be laughing at us.
Well, it was quite a natural mistake. Could have happened to anybody.
Yes, Jet.
I couldn't stand it any longer.
What was that, Jet?
It's Peterson's voice. The spool is still running.
Then that spool has been used. It's not a new one after all.
I killed him.
Hey?
Quiet, Lemmy. Let's listen to it.
And I put him down the inspection hatch.
Line.
Then I turned the ship over and tried to slow her down enough so as the rest of the fleet would overtake us.
So it was Peterson.
But we're out of fuel. So now I'm stuck. Adrift in space with a dead man. A man I murdered.
Oh.
I try to ignore him, but I can't. Every time I sleep, he comes and talks to me in my dreams. Horrible dreams.
Those dreams again.
I'm terrified even to close my eyes. He's trying to get control of my mind, to get me to carry out things he boasted of doing before I attacked him. But he can't get at me so long as I remain awake. And I will remain awake. I defy you. Do you hear, Whittaker? I defy you.
I defy you. The very words Whittaker used when Doc was nursing him just before he died.
It's 4 days now since I closed my eyes.
Back again. Listen.
I've decided to end it all. If anybody ever hears this, then you'll know what happened. I can let myself out of the airlock. I'll be out of his reach then. Did you hear that, Whittaker? If you want me, you'll find me out among the stars.
Oh, boy.
I'm leaving you in a drifting ship for a grave. The fleet will never catch up on us now. But you can't do them any more harm. You'll just go drifting on forever. This is the end. I put on my suit and I'm going outside now to push off.
Well, that is the lot now, Jack. The spool is finished. Talk about famous last words. Do you reckon Peterson was off his rocker?
Oh, he must have been. That's why I didn't notice that only the main fuel tank of the ship was empty. The reserve tanks still had plenty of juice in them.
Why on earth didn't he call us up on the radio?
He just murdered a man, or thought he had. Or maybe he wasn't scared to go near the radio. From there, he'd have seen Whittaker lying down in the inspection hold.
Oh, at least we know what happened to Peterson now. I suppose that about explains everything.
Not quite, Lemmy.
How do you mean?
It still doesn't explain that song you were singing. Whittaker's song that I heard in my dream.
I told you, Jet, it was just running through my mind. I don't remember hearing it anywhere. In fact, until I heard myself singing it, I'd never heard it before.
Look, Lemmy, think hard. Nobody can sing a song they've never heard before. You must have heard it somewhere. Now, think, where was it?
I don't know, mate.
Sing it over again. Maybe that'll jog your memory.
Do I have to?
Yes, please.
Right. Command performance coming up. When it's night time in Italy, it's Wednesday over here.
Go on.
When it's... Oh, I feel such a fool, mate.
Midday in Germany.
Oh, yeah. When it's midday in Germany, you can't get a shave in Massachusetts.
Now, does it recall anything?
No, Jet. Now, look, mate.
Keep singing.
How high is up? I'd like to know.
Doesn't Baker Street recall anything?
Hey? How low is down?
Or an exhibition.
An exhibition?
Oh, think, Lemmy.
And when shall we... look, Jet, mate, I can't think of two things at once. It takes all my time to think of the words.
All right. All right, forget about it.
You got me worried now.
Oh,
Lemmy, you're no more worried than me. Just before Whitaker died, I had a ghastly dream about him. And in my dream, he sang that song. I'd never heard it before in my life, I swear. And now, here you are singing it.
Well, you know how it is with these catchy songs. One sings it, and another, and before you know where you are, everybody's singing it. That's the usual way, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not usual for a song to be passed around by having heard it in a dream, Lemmy.
No, mate. I don't suppose it is.
Oh, well, I still hope to get to the bottom of it sometime.
Yes, Jet.
And meanwhile, we'll carry on with the inspection. Now, where were we?
We were just going to do the radio panel.
Oh, yes. All right, then.
Hello, Space Fleet. Control. Calling Space Fleet.
Control?
Trying to contact you. Come in, please.
Control. He said it was control.
Calling Flagship Discovery or any freighter ship of the Mars Fleet. If you can hear us, answer, please.
And it is control. It must be. We're in contact with him again.
Now, wait a minute, Lemmy. Are you sure the recorder's not still on?
No, Jet. I switched it off. That call definitely came through the radio. Hello. Hello, control. Flagship Discovery calling. Hearing you loud and clear. Repeat. Hearing you loud and clear.
Let's not get too excited, Lemmy. We've had too many freak calls lately for me to be sure of anything.
And don't let's be too pessimistic either, mate. Look, who else could it be? It can't be Whitaker in number 6 this time, because number 6 is now back with us, and Mitch and Doc are in there. It must be control.
Now, calm down, Lemmy.
Yes, mate. I'm sorry.
Hello, Flagship. Hello, Discovery. Control calling. Received your call, Strength 3. I've been calling you for weeks. How is it with the fleet? Are you all right?
It is them. Time lag was more than half a minute. The distance we are from Earth, that would be about all right.
Hello, Control. This is Jet Morgan calling. Jet Morgan aboard the Discovery. Are we pleased to hear from you? All ships except number 7 are safe and intact, but the crew of number 6 has been lost. Details will be given later. How are things back on Earth? Call up Mitch, Lemmy. Tell them the news. I'll hang on here.
Sure. Hello, number 6. Discovery calling. Come in, please.
Hello, Discovery. Matthew speaking.
Hello, Doc. Mate, we got wonderful news.
Oh, what?
We've made contact with Control.
Oh, you have? Hey, Mitch. Discovery is in contact with home.
And what was that?
It's true, Mitch. Jet is talking to him now. But it's a bit of a sort of long-winded conversation on account of the delay between replies.
Oh, never mind about that, so long as you've got them. You're certain it is them this time. You're quite sure you haven't left the recorder running, eh?
Yes, mate. I'm quite sure.
From Control to Discovery, your message received. Glad to know that you're safe.
There. Did you hear that?
That's them, all right, Lemmy. Hook 'em up, will you?
Sure, Mitch. There. How's that?
Why have you been out of touch for so long? We've heard nothing from you for weeks. Oh, that's fine. Thanks, Lemmy.
It's a long story, Control. I'll let you have full details in due course. Meanwhile, I'd be glad if you'd keep on talking for a bit. Doesn't matter what about, the latest cricket scores, anything. So long as you keep on talking. I want the whole fleet to hear you. Did you get that, Lemmy?
Yes, Jet.
Then call them up. Hook up the entire fleet to the main receiver. And let them hear the voice of home. Well, Mitch, what do you think?
It's indisputable, Jet. They're there, as clear as anything.
And the closer we approach, the clearer they get.
It almost seems as if the theory that the polar caps are ice that turns to water in the summer is the correct one after all. And that the dark lines are canals.
Maybe, Mitch, but it could still be a natural phenomenon. The canals, as you call them, aren't necessarily artificial.
Oh, I'm not saying they are, any more than the rivers down on Earth are artificial.
See how the colors of the dark surface are changing? 2 weeks ago, they were an olive green. Now they're near a reddish purple. Closer to the pole, the change is even more marked.
When do I get a look in on all this, Jet? You two have been monopolizing that telescope for hours.
Sorry, Lemmy. You must excuse us.
Granted, so long as I get a look in soon.
Hey, Army, old mate, it's all yours. I'm going to look at the maps for a while anyway.
Oh, thank you, Mitch. I've been longing to take a deco.
Well, Lemmy, now you're taking your deco, as you call it. What's your impression?
You give me a couple of minutes and I'll tell you.
Can you make out the ice cap?
Yes. Looks just like a blister. Like it's much higher than the rest of the surface.
Well, that's an optical illusion. If we're to believe what they told us down on Earth, that ice is no more than 2 inches thick.
Oh?
Can you make out the canals, Lemmy?
There's no mistake in them, is there? And what are those dark round blobs where the canals cross each other?
Moisture of some kind, but whether it's water or something quite different, we shan't know until we actually get down there.
And how soon before we touch down?
Well, that depends.
On what?
On what we see while we're traveling round her in free orbit.
If only we had a telescope powerful enough, we could see the cities on her.
Cities?
Didn't you know?
What are you talking about?
When it's night time in Italy, it's Wednesday over...
Lemmy!
Oh, sorry, Jet. It just slipped out. I didn't mean to sing it again, mate.
It wasn't just the song, Lemmy. It's what you said about there being cities on Mars.
Cities on Mars? What are you talking about? I didn't say that...
You said if only we had a telescope powerful enough, we could see the cities on her.
No, mate. I'm afraid you made a mistake there.
Look, Lemmy, I distinctly heard you.
Well, then I must have said it unconsciously. I didn't mean to. It just crossed my mind that if there were any cities on Mars, which there can't be, we'd need a much more powerful telescope than we have here to see them. I didn't say it.
You not only said it, Lemmy, you phrased it in the identical words used by Whittaker in the dream.
Go on.
Now, how can you account for that?
I can't account for it. I tell you, Jet, I didn't realize I'd said anything.
And why did you start singing at that moment, just as he did?
Now, do me a favor, Jet. I don't know nothing about your dream. You're giving me the creeps, mate.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lemmy. I'm sorry I shouted at you.
Well, that's all right, boy.
Look, if there's anything else you'd like to see or ask about, go ahead.
Well, not at the moment, Jet, thanks. I'll wait until Doc gets over here. It's about time he came, isn't it?
Will you escort Mitch back and bring Doc now?
Of course I will. I'll put my suit on and be ready to start.
Thanks, Lemmy. Well, Doc?
It's beautiful. Really beautiful.
Now, don't go getting too ecstatic, Doc, or every member of every crew of every freighter will be wanting to come over here and take a look and all.
2 weeks from now, every ship will be less than 1,000 miles above the Martian surface. They'll all be able to see it, better than we can now.
I can hardly believe we're that close.
Hey, Jet, what's the big dark patch? Looks a bit like India in shape.
Has he got a long, curving prominence running towards the north?
Yes.
Now, that's the Syrtis Major.
Oh, is it?
Let's get over to the map table, Doc.
Oh, yeah, sure, Jet.
Sorry about that, but there's something I want to tell you.
What is it?
Something very odd happened just now. I was over at the telescope with Lemmy when he suddenly came out with a remark about there being cities on Mars.
Well, that's a question that must have passed through the mind of every man in the fleet at some time or other.
Yes, but that's not the point, Doc. Whittaker said the same thing in my dream, and Lemmy used the identical words.
Huh?
And then the whole conversation I'd had with Whittaker in that dream came back to me. I remembered what I'd said to him and repeated it to Lemmy. And again he came back with the identical replies.
But, Jet...
And to crown the whole thing, he suddenly broke out into that song again at exactly the same point in the conversation as Whittaker had done.
What?
You know, it's almost as though Whittaker was still with us.
But he's dead, Jet, and whatever influence he had must have died with him.
Yes, but whatever it was that influenced Whittaker is not necessarily dead.
You mean we might still be subject to it? You, me, everyone in the fleet?
I don't know what to think, Doc.
Have you told Earth about this?
Well, I told them Whittaker was dead.
Did you tell them about his transformation?
No, I did intend to, but I checked up on a few other things first, and, well, then I decided against telling Control anything but the bare essentials.
Well, what did you check up on, exactly?
You remember I told you that in that dream, Whittaker kept talking about an exhibition?
Yeah.
From the impression I got of the London I was dreaming about, I guessed the period to be sometime in the 1920s.
Uh-huh.
So I asked Control to find out if an exhibition had taken place during that decade, and whether it was possible to reach it by train from Baker Street.
And had there?
Yes. The Empire exhibition of 1924-25, held at Wembley.
Good grief.
I'd no idea such an exhibition had ever been held.
Well, it was a little before your time, wasn't it?
After that, I asked them to check up on the song. You know, the one that Lemmy keeps singing. Well, apparently it was a popular song of the same year, 1924, the year Whittaker disappeared.
But that's fantastic. What did Control say about it?
Well, I didn't tell them.
But weren't they curious to know why you wanted the information?
Oh, I told them I needed it to settle an argument.
Look, Jet, do you think it wise not to tell Control everything?
Yes, I do, Doc.
But why?
Look, suppose I did tell them about that meteor swarm apparently trying to block our path, about Whittaker making that bogus call and trying to get us to turn back.
Well?
Isn't there a chance that Control might tell us the same thing?
To turn back, you mean?
Why not? On the face of it, somebody, or something, using Whittaker as a go-between maybe, seems to have been trying to get us to do just that.
Yes, it would seem that way, but...
Well, somebody down on Earth might consider that the risk of carrying on is too great and order us to return.
Well, they're more likely to scoff at the whole thing and put it down to imagination.
That, Doc, is a polite way of saying I'm unstable, mentally unbalanced.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far.
I'm not so sure that Control wouldn't, nor the rest of the fleet.
Now, surely, Jet, you don't think the crews imagine that you...
Why shouldn't they? Only 3 of us have been really seriously affected by Whittaker. Frank Rogers in number 2, Lemmy, and myself. And both Lemmy and Rogers seem to have got over it long since.
And you haven't?
Well, I'd have thought no more about it, Doc, but for the information I got from Earth and the conversation I had with Lemmy not 2 hours ago.
What are you going to do, Jet?
Press on.
And what if there is something in it after all?
And then we'll fight it.
And risk the lives of maybe the whole fleet?
Do you think they'd want to turn back after coming this far?
No, Jet, I don't.
Oh, it won't be long now, and I won't be sorry.
Well, what won't be long, Lemmy?
Well, the landing on Mars. I can't wait to get my feet on terra firma again. It's a pity about the atmosphere down there, Doc. I'd give anything to have a good, deep breath of fresh air.
You'll have to do without that, Lemmy. The oxygen content of the Martian atmosphere is far too low. One breath would probably kill you.
Is it too low to support life of any kind, Doc?
Almost certainly.
Yeah. Well, I'll lay you 6 to 4. There's a couple of Martians sitting down there looking at the Earth, and one is telling the other that there couldn't possibly be any life on our planet because the oxygen content of its atmosphere is too high.
Lemmy.
Yes, Jet.
Would you mind seeing Doc safely across to his ship? In a couple of hours, we'll be turning the whole fleet over.
Yes, mate. Well, if you'd like to get your suit on, Doc, I'll see you to your own front door.
Thanks, Lemmy. I left the Discovery and returned to freighter number 6. I was, I must admit, quite disturbed by what Jet had told me. I racked my brains to see how it could possibly all tie together, but eventually had to give up. First, because, try as I might, I could find no answer to the enigma, and second, because less than half an hour after reaching my freighter, the order came from Jet to turn the fleet over. Since leaving the moon, our ship had been coasting outward away from the sun, our speed slowly decreasing. By the time we reached the red planet, we had hoped it would have reduced sufficiently to match that of our objective. Unfortunately, owing to our having changed course twice, this was not so. We found we were actually approaching Mars at a speed high enough for us to overshoot it, unless we slowed the fleet down in good time. So first, the tanks of freighters number 2 and 6 had to be filled. On Jet's orders, 4 construction engineers left their ships and, trailing their long fueling lines behind them, began the task of pumping fuel from the reserves into the main tanks of the 2 freighters. 4 hours later, the fleet had been turned over, and every man in every ship was safely strapped onto his takeoff couch, waiting for Jet's orders to fire the motors.
Firing in 30 seconds. Stand by.
In spite of the high speed at which we were still traveling, the whole fleet seemed to hang motionless in space. One side of each ship bathed in brilliant sunlight.
20 seconds.
The other half in total darkness. And so our long journey was almost over. In a few days, the red planet would be reached. We would be encircling it 1,000 miles above its surface and preparing the Discovery for its first descent.
5 seconds.
But first, we had to slow down.
Contact!
Well, Lemmy, you can open her up.
Hatch opening. Contact.
Well, nice to be back in the Discovery again, eh, Doc?
Oh, sure is.
Well, what's cooking, Jet?
Well, we've encircled the planet 4 times now. I think we should try to make the landing as soon as possible. And what do you think, Doc?
I can't wait, Jet. She's such a fantastic sight from up here. I'm longing to see what she's really like on the surface.
Fantastic sight is right. The place seems to be one vast red desert.
You mean all that red stuff down there is sand?
If not sand, Lemmy, then something very like it.
Well, what are all the dark patches?
Vegetation. What else could it be?
And it must be a very peculiar kind, too. The telescope doesn't show us as anything that we can definitely recognize.
How long before number 1 is ready to descend, Mitch?
The ailerons are already fitted, Jet, and the atomic motor disconnected. She should be ready in about 4 hours.
Then we'll start as soon as our crew is settled in. First landing will be attempted at 1500 hours Universal Time. Lemmy, call up the fleet and tell them, will you?
Yes, Jet. Hello, Space Fleet. Discovery calling. Have message for all ships. Come in, please.
Very well, gentlemen. We'll go over the procedure once more. Now, once the motors have been fired, we should enter the Martian atmosphere within a few minutes. We will use the resistance of the atmosphere to reduce our speed even further.
Let's hope there's enough of it to make the necessary difference.
That we'll find out. If there isn't, then we'll attempt a tail-first landing as we normally make on the moon. Now, you all set?
Okay, Jet.
Okay.
Okay.
Positioning control panels. Lemmy, televiewer.
Televiewer on.
Motor, Mitch?
All set.
Then I'll go up into the pilot's cabin. Hook me up to number 1, will you?
Right. You're hooked.
Hello, number 1, Morgan here. Come in, please.
Hello, Jet. Receiving you.
We'll be on our way in just a few moments. You'll wait 30 minutes and then follow on. Now, is that clear?
Yes, Jet.
In the event of your not landing on the prearranged spot, you're fully acquainted with the procedure for locating us?
Yes, Jet.
Thank you, Frank. Well, we'll be off.
Okay, and good luck, Skipper. Good luck to all of you.
Same to you, Frank. We'll see you down there.
Okay, Mitch. It's all yours. Turn on the motor and I'll take you down.
Stand by for firing. Contact!
So long, boys. I'll bring you back a stick of rock.
Deceleration rate 10, 20, 30, 40. How we doing, Jet?
Fine, Mitch, fine. Check airspeed, will you?
350.
Right. Now on the last lap and approaching the pole fast. I can see the snow shining in the sun, if it is snow.
Aren't we going a bit fast?
Yeah, just a little. I'll put out another parachute brake. That should about put things right.
Hello, flagship. Number 1 calling.
Hello, Frank. Flagship here. Receiving you.
Landing procedure still going according to plan. How is it with you?
We're doing all right, mate. Where are you now?
We're just about to pass over the northern hemisphere. Still out of your sight.
Well, we expect to make a landing soon. Approaching the ice cap now. We'll keep a lookout for you.
Seen any Martians yet?
No, Frank. Jack keeps me so busy with the radio I don't get time to even get near the televiewer. For all I'm seeing of what's outside, I might as well be in a submarine.
It's a wonderful sight, Lemmy. Everything's pink, like it was perpetually bathed in the light of a beautiful sunset.
Is that right, Doc?
Yes, Lemmy. That's as good a description as any.
Yeah, I wish you'd take over the radio for a spell. Let's have a look.
Okay, Lemmy. Come on, then. Televiewers pointed directly below us, but don't take too long over it, huh? We'll be landing soon, and every man will have to be at his own post.
Just one quick look, Doc, to satisfy my curiosity.
Speed check, please, Mitch.
330.
Check. Height?
70,000.
Check.
Oh, blimey.
Oh, what is it, Lemmy?
Are you taking a look at this lately?
Oh, no, Lemmy. I'm too busy.
You don't know what you're missing, mate. I've never seen such a sight. Hey, what's that? Hey, Mitch, come here, look.
I tell you, Lemmy, I haven't time.
But there's something down here, a light.
What?
It's like a reflection from a huge mirror. Oh, it's gone now.
Yeah, show me. Where did you see it?
Well, look, you see where those two dark green lines cross? Mm-hmm. Where the big purple patch is?
Yeah?
Well, there.
Well, maybe water, reflecting the sunlight.
Is that what it was?
Well, that's all I can think of.
But it was so sudden, bright.
Well, what did you think it was then? A Martian? Signaling landing instructions?
But there's no need to be sarky, mate. It might be important.
I think it's more important that you get back to the radio and let Doc carry on with the observing as he's supposed to do.
Yes, Mitch. Where are we now, Doc?
Just about over the ice cap, Lemmy. Should be landing soon.
Is it ice?
Oh, don't see what else it can be.
I knew I should have packed my skis.
Hello back there.
Yes, Jet.
Landing is imminent. You better convert your couches to chair position and strap yourselves in.
Right.
Think you can get her to stay upright, Jet?
I think so, Mitch. She's behaved herself up to now.
Then put her down gently, chum. I'd hate to pile up after coming all this way.
Oh, do me a favor, Mitch. Can't you think of anything more cheerful to say than that? Hey, what's that noise?
Well, what noise?
Well, it's like well, can't describe it. But it's plain enough. Can't you hear it, Doc?
Yes, Lemmy, I can.
Starting the run in now. Putting her nose down. Ground looks flat and firm. Must be frozen solid.
Well, let's hope so. If we sink into it, we'll tip up for certain.
Mitch, do you hear anything? A peculiar noise.
Lemmy just asked me that.
Well, can't you, Mitch? I can, and so can Doc. It's getting more than I can stand. It's like it's right inside my... Oh, Lord!
Here, what's it, Jet? What are you trying to do?
We bounced. Sorry, I'll try again.
What's the matter with him?
What's the matter with the ship? She's all over the place.
Jet, what's happening up front there?
I don't know. The ship doesn't seem to
Oh,
respond.
Mitch, don't get out of your seat. Stay where you are.
But there's something wrong up front. Jet's in trouble.
Unless I land her now, we'll never make it.
Take her up again, Jet. Switch on the motor.
I can't. I haven't the time. Stand by for crash landing.
Oh, blimey.
Jet, for Pete's sake, give her power. Take her up.
I can't, I tell you. Hold on. Here it comes.
You've been listening to Episode 8 of Journey into Space with Andrew Foles as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. the BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
Months after leaving the moon and traveling 355 million miles through space, flagship Discovery, accompanied by the remaining 7 freighters of the Mars fleet, reached the Red Planet. After a preliminary survey from 1,000 miles above its surface, Jet Morgan decided that the Discovery and one other ship should attempt a landing, the remainder of the fleet to continue encircling Mars in free orbit. So, leaving freighter number 1, now completely transformed into a landing craft by the construction engineers, to follow 30 minutes behind the flagship, the Discovery began its spiral descent towards the southern pole cap.
Hey, what's that noise?
What noise?
Well, it's like... Well, I can't describe it, Faye. It's plain enough. Can't you hear it, Doc?
Yes, Lemmy, I can.
Starting the run-in now. Putting her nose down. The ground looks flat and firm. Must be frozen solid.
Let's hope so. If not, we'll sink into it and tip up for certain.
Mitch, do you hear anything? A peculiar noise.
Lemmy just asked me that.
Well, can't you, Mitch? I can, and so can Doc. It's getting more than I can stand. It's like it's right inside my body. Blimey.
Hey, watch it, Jet. What are you trying to do?
We bounced. Sorry, I'll try again.
What's the matter with him?
And what's the matter with the ship? She's all over the place.
Jet, what's happening up front there?
I don't know. The ship doesn't seem to respond.
No, Mitch, no. Don't get out of your seat. Stay where you are.
But there's something wrong up front. Jet's in trouble.
Unless I land her now, we'll never make it.
Take her up again, Jet. Switch on the motor.
I daren't. I haven't the time. Stand by for crash landing.
Oh, blimey.
Jet, for Pete's sake, give her power. Take her up.
I can't, I tell you. Hold on. Here it comes.
Oh. Are you all right, Lemmy?
Yes. I think so.
You sounded as though you'd been hurt.
Oh, Doc. That was a sigh of relief at finding I was still in one piece.
Well, it wasn't all that much of a bump. We seemed to hit the ground tail first, then skewed round.
Now, how about you, Jet? You okay? Hey, Jet. Are you okay?
He don't answer. Perhaps he's hurt.
Undo your straps. We'll go up front and see.
Yeah, there. That's mine. Oh, blimey.
Hey, Lemmy, what are you doing down there on your knees?
I don't know, Mitch. I seem to have lost the use of my legs. My legs? What's happened to my legs, Doc?
Lemmy, for the last 6 months, we've been living under gravityless conditions. Now, for the first time gravity returns, you try to run. Your legs just aren't used to it.
Oh. Is that all? For a minute, I thought I must have been injured in that crash.
Look, get up, slowly. Then take your magnetized boots off, and when you start walking, take it easy.
Yes, Doc.
I'm all set. Then go on up to Jet. I'll follow as soon as I'm ready.
I'm on my way. Hey, Jet. Jet. He's out cold, Doc.
Be right with you.
Hey, what happened to him, Mitch? Oh, look at that bump on his bonds.
Must have struck his head on the instrument panel. Here, help me undo his straps, will you, Lemmy?
Yeah. Oh, blimey, look out there. Christmas on Mars.
Oh, never mind that. Give me a hand to lift him out.
Yes, Mitch. Yeah. Oh, he seems heavy.
Yeah. No weightless objects anymore, Lemmy. Not now we've landed.
Can you manage, Mitch?
Yeah, thanks, Doc. You'd better reconvert one of the chairs into a bed.
Right. There. Now, put him on that, and I'll take a look at him.
Now, lower him gently, Lemmy.
Yes.
Now, that's it.
Can I get you anything out of the medical locker, Doc?
Yes, please, Lemmy. A number 4 dressing.
Right on, mate.
Is he badly hurt?
I don't think so. Bruise on his forehead seems to be the only injury.
He's coming round.
Here you are, Doc.
Thanks. Hello, Jet. How are you feeling?
What happened?
We made a crash landing. You bumped your head and were knocked cold.
Did we get down safely?
What do you think? We're all here, aren't we? Now, hold your head back, will you? I'm going to put something on that bruise for you.
None of you were hurt.
No, mate, we didn't bump all that much, and the chair saved us.
What was wrong, Jet? Why the crash landing?
I couldn't help it. I was blacking out.
What?
I nearly lost control of the ship completely. I've no recollection of anything after we touched down.
You mean you were unconscious by then?
Well, of course he was. He hit his head, didn't he? Must have happened the second we hit the deck.
Do you remember striking your head, Jet?
No, Doc, I don't. All I remember was that fearful noise. And the louder it got, the hazier everything became. Didn't any of you hear it?
Yes, we all did, but it didn't seem to bother us all that much.
Never bothered me at all. And there's certainly nothing bothering us now.
No, Lemmy.
But supposing that noise did cause the trouble, isn't number one likely to be affected by it too?
Look, when did we first notice it?
Well, just as we was coming into land. We weren't more than 4,000 feet up.
Then if they do hear it, it'll be when they're only a few minutes off touching down. Here, let me get over that radio.
No, Jet. Stay where you are, will you? Mitch, you do it.
Yeah, Doc. Hello, number one. Flagship calling. Come in, please.
Number one to flagship, receiving you.
How's it going, Frank?
Oh, fine, thanks, Mitch. We'll be alongside you in about 25 minutes. I'll call you before I make the run in.
No trouble?
No, everything going smoothly and according to plan.
Wacko, we'll be listening for you. Well, you heard that. Nothing has affected them up till now, and it'll be another 25 minutes before they attempt a landing.
Well, let's hope it's better than the one I made.
There, Jet. How's that?
Feels fine, thank you, Doc.
Good. Now drink this and lie back for a few minutes.
Thanks, Doc. Is the ship damaged?
Not as far as we know. We've hardly had time to find out. But Lemmy and I will carry out an inspection right away.
No, wait,
No, Jet, stay where you are. They can manage it between them.
I'd have liked them to have taken a look outside first. We've just landed on Mars, the first man ever to do so. They have a right to see what it's like.
They'll get this inspection over mighty quick, Jet, and you can depend on it. By then, you'll feel better, and we can all take a look. Together. Careful how you get up, Jet. It's not easy to walk at first.
That's it. The pilot's cabin's too small for us all to look from there. I suggest you and Lemmy go into the navigation hatch, and Mitch and I look through the pilot's blister. Between us, we'll get a rear and forward view.
Right. Okay, Lemmy, come on. Let's get our first glimpse of Mars at close quarters.
Yes, Doc. Navigation hatch. Contact.
Okay, Lemmy, after you.
Thank you, Doc. But I've already had one glimpse when I helped pull Jet out the pilot's cabin. It's nothing but a white, flat plane, and it... Hey. What's over there?
What, Lemmy?
It's our skid marks.
Yeah, we turned almost completely round.
Hey, Doc, look at the sky. It's a deep mauve.
Yes.
I thought it would be blue like it is down on Earth. Would the sky be that color all over this planet?
Almost certainly. It's because of the thin atmosphere.
Go on.
I wonder what color the soil is under that ice.
Well, the part the skid marks have revealed looks black to me.
It may look black in contrast to the whiteness, but it could be almost any color.
Well, we'll find out soon enough when we go outside.
Yeah, but that won't be for some hours. We've got to be sure it's safe to go out first.
Hello, flagship. Number one calling.
Hey, listen, that's Frank on the radio. I better get back. He'll be landing soon.
Away you go, Lemmy.
Hello, number one. Morgan here, receiving you.
Oh, you're here already, Jet?
Yes, Lemmy.
Hello, Jet. We're rapidly approaching landing point and are preparing for the run-in.
Just take it easy and you'll do all right.
How did you get on?
I fluffed it, I'm afraid.
Oh.
But we're all in one piece. So's the ship, so far as I know. You shouldn't have any trouble.
Okay, Jet. I'll keep in touch all the way in.
And we'll keep a lookout for you. Remember, you've got some valuable cargo aboard. Good luck, Frank.
Are you going to warn him about that business?
No, Mitch. I don't want to worry him unnecessarily at this stage. If he hears any odd sound, he's bound to tell us.
Yeah, and a fat lot we can do about it if he does.
Everything's going fine, Skipper. Just about to bring her in now.
We can still see you, Frank. Make it good.
He's not going to land very near us. That's certain.
He won't be too far out. There he goes, touching down now. And a beautiful landing.
Good for him. And look at the way that ice sprays up from the wheels. It's more like powdered snow.
It must be composed of very fine, dry crystals, Mitch. Don't think it can be snow, not as we understand the word.
Well, that's it, Jet. He's down and safe.
Nice work, Frank.
Thank you, Skipper.
Tell your operator to keep radio watch. Meanwhile, as soon as your men have satisfied their curiosity about what's outside, you better start preparing to leave the ship.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mitch, let's get to work ourselves.
Prepare to go outside, you mean?
Of course. You don't think we came all this way to sit inside and twiddle our thumbs, do you?
Oh, good on you, mate. You're sounding better already.
I feel it. Come on, Mitch, let's get started. I can't wait to get my feet on Martian soil.
So, 6 months after leaving the moon, the landing on Mars was made. The moment Control knew we'd touched down safely, the news that men had set foot on Martian soil was broadcast over the whole Earth.
Within half an hour of touching down, the Discovery was hooked up to dozens of radio transmitters on Earth, while Jet described how the landing had been made and what Mars, or what little we could see of it, looked like. After hearing his description, the thought that most likely passed through the minds of the folks up there on the old world must have been, well, now that you've made it, was the trouble and the colossal expense really worth it? On the face of it, they might well have had good reason to ask. Years of preparation and our hazardous journey had brought us, at long last, to a glaring, white, ice-bound wilderness, stretching as far as the eye could see. The landscape was as flat as a pancake, a mirror-smooth sheet of white, broken only by the dark tracks left by the landing wheels of our craft. The two great ships, separated by no more than a mile, stood motionless in the eerie silence, their undersurfaces reflecting the glare from the ice. But we had no intention of remaining in our white wilderness for longer than we could help. It had been chosen as a landing place because it was the one spot where we could be sure of finding a smooth surface. But now that we had landed, it was our intention to leave the ships, begin the exploration of the pre-selected regions down towards the equator. The prospect excited us all. But first, we had to be sure that it was safe to step outside. Hello, number one, Discovery calling. Can you hear us?
Hello, Discovery. Rogers here.
Okay, Lemmy. Exhauster.
Airlock. Contact.
Hello, Frank. Jet and Mitch are about to go outside. They're in the airlock now. Keep a lookout for them, will you?
Yes, Doc. How soon before we can begin to unload the cargo? The boys are all keyed up and ready to go.
Air pressure maximum.
Open the main door, Lemmy, and let down the ladder.
Right, mate. One ladder. Coming up.
Well, Frank, that depends on Jet. Shouldn't be long now, though.
Okay, Doc. We'll be listening.
Now about to descend. After you, Mitch.
No, Jet. After you. I was the first man to set foot on the moon. You'll be the first to step out onto Mars, eh?
Thanks, Mitch. Well, here I go.
I'm going into the pilot's cabin, Lemmy. Watch them from there.
Right, Doc. I'll just hook up the radio and I'll be right with you.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, Jet.
I'm now down on the deck, actually walking on the surface. Well, on the ice anyway.
And I'm just descending the ladder and touching down. Now. Oh, truth, ice is all crunchy. It's like walking on a carpet of cornflakes.
I just scooped up a handful of it, Doc. It's like holding a pile of little diamonds.
Yeah.
Look at the way they drop through my fingers, like grains of silver sand.
It is ice, then.
Well, yes, so far as I can judge just by looking at it. We're about to walk from under the ship, Doc, and round towards the nose so you can see us.
Okay.
Come on, Mitch.
Right with you, Cobber.
Hey, Doc. Have they come into sight yet?
No, not yet, Lemmy. Give them time. There they are. Hello, Jet. We can see you.
Hello, Doc. We can see you, too, now.
How's it feel out there, boy? Ain't it cold?
Well, if it is, it doesn't penetrate the suits. Not yet, anyway. I'm not knowing what it'll be like after an hour or more out here, though.
It's my guess we'll have to put the heaters on. Thermometer's already down below freezing point.
We'll move out into the open now, Doc. Over towards number one. We'll set up the instruments midway between the ships.
Right, Jet.
Can you hear us, number one?
Yes, Skipper. And I can see you, too. I wish I was out there with you.
Don't be too impatient, Frank. Tomorrow, if this survey shows all is well, you can start unloading. Hello, Doc. Morgan calling.
Oh, hello, Jet.
Here are the first reports of our findings up to now. You ready to take them?
Yep. Switch on the recorder, will you, Lemmy?
Recorder on.
Okay, Jet. All set.
All right. First temperature and atmospheric readings coming up. Surface temperature is 22 degrees Fahrenheit. Atmospheric pressure at ground level, 3.5 inches.
Just about what was expected.
We've had to put the suit heaters on now, Doc, but we're warm and comfortable and have no difficulty in moving around.
Uh-huh.
We're going to send the balloon up. As soon as we have some readings on the upper atmosphere, I'll give you a call.
Right.
How long will that be, Doc?
Oh, not for an hour at least, Lemmy. It'll take them some time to get that balloon launched and back on the ground again.
And how about some tea?
Ah, good idea. I'll ask Frank if he'll keep watch. Hello, Frank. Doc calling.
Yes, Doc.
Would you keep an eye on Jet and Mitch for a spell while Lemmy and I take a bite to eat?
Of course, Doc.
Thanks. Okay, Lemmy. Oh, we'd better get Jet and Mitch's ready, too.
Right.
By the time they've got the balloon soundings over, night will be approaching and they'll have to be coming in.
How about it, Doc? You want any more?
No, thanks, Lemmy. Let me give you a hand. We'll clear these things away.
Oh, no, I can manage, thanks.
Well, then I'll go on up to the pilot's cabin.
Hello, Jet. Mitch, can you hear me?
That's Frank calling.
Yeah, sounds like Jet and Mitch must be almost through.
Yes, Frank?
You better get back into your ship quickly.
That sounds more like there's something wrong.
What for, Frank? We're not finished yet.
Good grief. Hello, Jet. Come on, Frank's right. You'd better come back.
Cripes. Well, we had to. It's getting foggy. Yeah, mate. Look, number one is hardly visible.
But a few moments ago, it was quite clear.
Well, it's not now. And it's getting thicker all the time, fast. Come on, let's get this balloon down and get moving.
What is it, Doc? What sort of panic?
Now, look for yourself, Lemmy. There's a dense white fog gathering. Seems to be rising straight up from the ground. I can hardly see Jet and Mitch.
Blimey, if they're not careful, they'll never find their way back. Hey, Jet, come on in, mate.
Just picking up the gear, Lemmy. We'll be coming in a minute.
I'll get me a hand to wind this darn balloon in, Jet. She's still 1,000 feet up.
What kind of a fog is that, Doc?
Some form of ground mist, I suppose. How else could it have formed so quickly?
Search me. Maybe that's the usual way with mists on Mars.
Let's hope not. It could prove darn troublesome.
Or maybe it's only in the cold region that... Blimey, Jet and Mitch have completely disappeared.
Hello, Jet.
Hello, Doc.
Look, we can't see you at all now.
We can't see you either. We're completely enveloped. In fact, I can hardly see Mitch, and he's not more than a few yards from me.
Hello, Frank. Can you see them?
No, Doc, not now. I can't even see the Discovery.
No, we can't see you either. Jet.
Yes, Doc?
How are you going to find your way back?
We'll manage. Ship is only about 1,000 yards away. We shouldn't miss it. We're just collecting the last of the gear together now. We'll be on our way in just a few moments.
Okay, but hurry up.
You ready, Mitch? You got everything?
I think so. Anything we've forgotten, we'll have to stay out here all night.
All right, then. Now, let's keep close together. Okay, Doc. Coming back now.
Good. I'll put on the main landing light. Maybe you'll see it. There, can you?
No. We can see nothing but this white wall of fog. Visibility is down to zero. We can't even see our own feet.
Oh, blimey, Doc. Hey, Doc, what's the temperature likely to be out there at night?
Somewhere in the region of minus 100 degrees, Lemmy. And it's not far off nightfall now.
They'll freeze to death.
If they're caught out there all night, they certainly will. Their suits are no protection against such severe cold. Not without the sun rays to help warm them.
Oh, what about the heaters in the suits?
They're not powerful enough to combat the kind of cold to be found during a Martian polar night. Hello, Jet.
Yes, Doc?
How you doing? Can you see the light of the ship yet?
No, this mist is so darn thick. I doubt if we will see it before we're almost on top of it. Still, don't worry, Doc. It's bound to come into view soon.
Lemmy, call up Frank. Tell him to take a bearing on Jet and Mitch. And you do the same, huh? Try to fix their position.
Right. Hello, Frank.
Yes, Lemmy?
Next time Jet or Mitch speak to us, take a bearing on them, will you? And let me know what it is.
Okay.
Well, there's no need for that, Lemmy. We're not lost. Not yet, we're not.
Well, we're just being cautious, that's all.
If you've been walking in a straight line, Jet, you must be pretty close to us by now. You should see the light.
We will in a minute, Doc, I'm sure. We're not walking as fast as you think. We've a lot of gear to carry.
Jet, hello.
Yes, Doc?
Stay where you are. Don't move.
What's up?
We figured out your position. You've been walking in the wrong direction.
What? Are you sure?
Yes, mate. You're well south of us, about half a mile or more. Bearing from Discovery, 182 degrees. You've missed the ship completely.
But we couldn't have done.
I'm telling you, Jet, this fog has made you lose your sense of direction. You'll have to turn completely round to come anywhere near us.
But what's the guarantee we'll stay on course if we do?
Well, Frank and I can keep taking bearings on you. We'll guide you in.
No. I have a better plan than that.
Huh? What, Jet?
The balloon line. I'll take one end of it, Mitch, and try to head back to the ship. You pay out the line until it's 1,000 yards long. If I haven't found the ship by then,
well,
then I'll use you as a center and sweep out a circle 2,000 yards in diameter. The ship's bound to be somewhere within that area.
Righto, Jet. We should have done that in the first place. Did you hear all that, Doc?
Yes, Jet.
Okay, then, Mitch. I'll get going. Start paying out the line.
Keep checking on him, Lemmy, just in case. I'll keep him talking.
Right, Doc. Hello, Frank.
Yes, Lemmy?
Keep at it, will you, mate? Just on Jet this time.
Roger.
Hurry up, Jet. Just standing here, I'm beginning to get darn cold.
Is your heater working, Mitch?
Yeah, Doc, going full blast, but my feet are starting to freeze up. You'd hardly believe the mere blocking out of the sun's rays could make all that difference.
How far have I gone now, Mitch?
70 yards. And don't let go of the end for Pete's sake. 480 yards.
What's the matter with Jet? He doesn't seem to have any sense of direction. This new fix puts him southwest of us now.
500.
Sense of direction can't be that wrong, Lemmy, even in a fog. You're sure you figured it out, right?
Are you casting aspersions on my prowess as an operator?
510.
No, Lemmy, merely asking if you're sure you figured it out correctly.
I checked it twice. I tell you, Doc, he's walking away from us.
520.
Hello, Jet.
Yes, Doc?
Look, according to Lemmy's latest fix, you're still walking in the wrong direction.
Am I, Doc? And maybe you can explain why I can see the ship's headlight.
Hey?
Can you see it, Jet?
Yes, Mitch, just shining through the fog.
Well, thank goodness.
Are you sure, Jet?
Are you telling me, Lemmy, I can't believe my own eyes?
Oh, no, mate. But according to the last fix that we took...
You'd better check it again, Lemmy.
Yes, Doc. But I could have
Keep a tight
sworn,
hold on the line,
I...
Mitch, and I'll tug you to where I am. From here on, it's plain sailing. Haul away.
You better get ready to let him in, Lemmy. They'll be wanting to enter the airlock in just a few minutes.
Yes, Doc. And while I'm doing that, maybe you'd like to check this fix yourself. Look,
Okay.
here's Frank's bearing,
Yeah.
and that's mine. According to them, Jet can't be where he says he is.
Then how can you account for his seeing the landing light?
Oh, the fog must be lifting, and he's seeing it from a distance.
Take a look out of the pilot's cabin, Lemmy. The fog's as thick as pea soup.
Well, then something must be wrong with the direction
No,
finder.
we'll argue about it later, Lemmy. Now go on, get to the airlock, and don't let's have any more fuss.
Yes, Doc.
Hello, Discovery.
Hearing you, Jet.
Mitch is now alongside me, and we're walking towards the light.
Good for you.
This fog seems to have a most peculiar effect on it. It looks a deep orange, not a white light.
Yeah, it'll probably get whiter as you get closer to us. How are your feet, Mitch?
Well, still darn cold, Doc. I'll be glad to get back in the warm again. Temperature out here must be down to 0 at least.
It's very strange that with the atmosphere so thin, this fog can be so thick. I'd have thought the densest fog we'd see here would be a thin haze.
Well, it's far from that. And there must be some reason for it, some peculiarity of the atmosphere that we don't know about.
And why should it come up so suddenly? It seemed to envelop us almost before we realized it was here.
Thick fogs of this kind are quite common in high latitudes.
What was that, Jet?
Thick fogs of this kind are quite common in high latitudes.
Oh, that's what I thought you said.
What a beautiful orange light the ship has. It sends a warm glow right through you. It's like a miniature sun.
Mitch, is it still orange? But you must be getting quite close to it.
Yes, it's almost directly above us. Oh, we're completely bathed and it's lighted. It's so warm, comforting. It's like a great sunlamp.
Hey, what's the matter with you two?
Why don't you come out here, Doc, and bring Lemmy with you? Oh, we can strip down to our skins and bathe in its rays.
Jet, what's wrong? Have you gone crazy? If the light's above you, you must be right under the ship's nose, not 20 yards from the airlock. Come on inside. Lemmy's waiting to let you in. And you too, Mitch.
Oh, I don't want to come in.
But you must. Night will soon be falling. You'll freeze to death.
What's the matter with them, Doc? Have they gone crackers or what? Can you see them out there?
No, Lemmy, I can't.
But if they're directly beneath the light, shouldn't we see them? It penetrates as far as the ground, doesn't it?
Yes, Lemmy, but they're not there.
Then where are they?
Hello, Jet. Look, can you hear me?
Yes, Doc.
Just now you said you were standing directly in the landing light. But we've looked through the pilot's window and we can't see you. Look, this is no time for practical jokes.
Hello, flagship. Number 1 calling. Come in, please.
Answer that, will you please, Lemmy?
Yes, Doc. Hello, Frank. Lemmy here.
I've been listening to you talking to Jet and Mitch.
Well?
And I've been lining up on them with the radio. They can't be anywhere near your ship. At the moment, they're west of us and getting further west all the time.
Hey?
Yes, Lemmy, our last fix must have been the right one. Jet wasn't anywhere near the Discovery when he said he saw a light.
Hello, Frank. There's something screwy somewhere. Nothing seems to add up.
Well, I've checked up on them 3 times, Doc. I swear they're nowhere near you.
Then how come they're so sure they can see our light?
Search me, Doc. I'm as much in the dark about this as you are.
Look, how long would it take you to unload one of the land transport trucks and get it ready for service?
Well, if we work fast, with all the men on the job, about 45 minutes.
Right. Then do it, Frank, will you? And when you've unloaded it, turn the heaters on and get inside. Stand by to drive it over here.
Okay, Doc. I'll get started right away and call you when I'm ready.
What's the idea, Doc?
Maybe your fix wasn't so wrong, Lemmy. If Jet and Mitch are walking away, as they seem to be, we may have to go out after them.
What? In this Scotch mist? We'll never find them.
There's a chance it'll lift as rapidly as it descended. Maybe after the sun has set.
And how long will that be?
Roughly about half an hour.
It'll be dark by then. How will they keep warm?
Lemmy, listen.
Huh?
That noise. Can't you hear it?
Yes. That's the same noise we heard just as we was coming into land. The noise Jet said caused them to...
Jet, can you hear me? Jet.
Leave me alone, Doc. Can't you see I'm tired?
Tired? What do you mean?
I want to sleep where it's warm.
Jet, listen. It's not the tiredness that makes you sleepy. It's the cold.
I must lie down. I must lie down.
No, Jet, don't. For heaven's sakes, don't lie down.
Oh, sleep. It is a gentle thing. Beloved from pole to pole.
Hey, if you ask me, you're up the pole.
Jet, do you hear me? Don't go to sleep.
And Mitch, what about Mitch? Is he asleep and all?
Sleep. That knits up the rebels' sleeve care.
A nice time to start knitting. What's he talking about?
Jet, listen to me. You're nowhere near the ship. There is no orange light. You must find your way back. Do you hear? Jet, do you hear me?
He's not answering. He must be asleep already. They both must be.
If they are, Lemmy, out there in that bitter cold, it'll be the end of both of them.
You've been listening to Episode 9 of Journey into Space with Andrew Folds as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
October 1971, 6 months after they had left the launching base on the moon, 2 ships of the Mars Space Fleet landed on the southern ice cap of the Red Planet, leaving the remaining freighters to continue encircling it in free orbit. That same afternoon, Jet, our captain, and Mitch, chief engineer, stepped onto the surface of Mars for the first time. Then, without warning, when the 2 men were more than 1,000 yards from the Discovery, a thick fog enveloped them. The ship's landing light was switched on in the hope that it would serve as a beacon. And in spite of Lemmy's protests as to their position as checked by radio fixes, Jet and Mitch declared they could see the light. But a few seconds later, it was clear that whatever light they were following, it was not that of the flagship. Lemmy, listen.
Huh?
That noise. Can't you hear it?
Yes. That's the same noise we heard just as we was coming into land. The noise Jet said caused him to...
Jet, can you hear me? Jet!
Leave me alone, Doc. Can't you see I'm tired?
Tired? What do you mean?
I want to sleep, but it's warm.
Jet, it's not tiredness that makes you feel sleepy. It's the cold.
I must lie down. I must lie down.
No, Jet, don't. By heaven's sakes, don't lie down.
Oh, sleep. It is a gentle thing, beloved from pole to pole.
Aye? If you ask me, you're up the pole.
Jet, do you hear me? Don't go to sleep.
And Mitch, what about Mitch? Is he asleep and all?
Sleep that knits up the rebel's sleeve of care.
A nice time to start knitting. What's he talking about?
Jet, listen to me. You're nowhere near the ship. There is no orange light. You must find your way back. Do you hear? Jet, do you hear me?
He's not answering. He must be asleep already. They both must be.
If they are, Lemmy, out there in that bitter cold, it'll be the end of both of them.
Then we'd better go out and look for him.
That's what I intend doing. Frank should have one of the transport trucks over here within 45 minutes. Keep calling Jet on the radio, will you? Yeah. Meanwhile, I'll get my suit on and be all ready for Frank when he comes.
Hello, flagship. Number 1 calling.
Hello, Frank. Lemmy here.
Truck's all ready. Will you send me a direction signal, Lemmy? Fog's still as thick as pea soup over here.
Yes, mate. DF transmitter on. You better check your own set before you start moving. We don't want to lose you and all.
Any reply from Jet yet?
No, Frank.
Ah. All right, Lemmy. I'll call you just as soon as I'm in the truck.
Right. Did you hear all that, Doc?
Yes, Lemmy. Let's hope Jet and Mitch are still where they were when we last heard from them. If they've wandered further away, our chances of finding them are pretty slim.
Okay, Doc, I'll let you out now.
Thanks, Lemmy.
Main door. Contact. Can you see the truck, Doc?
No, not the truck, but I can see its headlight.
Now, wait a minute. You're sure it is its light? Jet and Mitch thought they were seeing our light, but they weren't.
Frank, switch it off, will you?
It's off.
Now switch on again.
There you are.
That's it, all right. Okay, Lemmy, let down the ladder.
Ladder, contact.
About to descend to ground. Touching down now. Now making my way over to the truck.
The airlock's open, Doc. You can step straight in.
Thanks, Frank, but I'll ride outside. Start her up and let's get going.
All right. Here we go.
Good luck, boys.
Thanks, Lemmy. We'll need it.
Yes, Doc.
How are we doing?
Well, the latest fix puts you off a mile northwest of number 1, bearing 226 degrees.
Then we must be pretty close to where they were when we last heard from them.
And slow down, Frank. We don't want to risk running over them.
What's visibility like out there?
About 10 yards, Lemmy. The fog seems to be a lot thinner over here.
Well, it's still as thick as it ever was over here. And it seems to be getting dark. And, hey, Doc, hadn't you better get inside that truck?
I'm not cold yet, Lemmy.
Well, you watch it, boy. We don't want you to freeze.
If it gets too cold, I'll slip into the airlock and warm up.
I say, Doc, the fog's definitely thinning. Headlights shining way ahead now.
So I can see. Hey, Frank, hold it. Stop. Stop the truck. Project the light down a little.
All right.
That's it. See, there, directly in front of us.
Yes, it's them. All in a heap on the ground.
I'll go on ahead, Frank. You come as quickly as you can make it. Hey, Lemmy, are you listening? We found them.
Yes, Doc. I heard you.
Nearly up to them now. Hey, Jet, Mitch, can you hear me? This is Matthews. Jet.
Well, Doc.
Oh, they don't reply, Lemmy. They just lie here, motionless. Frank, come on out.
Be right with you, Doc. Just leaving the airlock.
Doc, do you think they're frozen?
I don't think the temperature has dropped far enough for that yet.
Right, Doc. Here I am.
Good. Help me get them into the truck, Frank. There's room in the cargo section. They'll be comfortable enough there until we can get them back to the ship.
Yes.
We'll take Mitch first. And go easy, Frank. We mustn't damage his suit.
Airlock, contact.
Thanks, Lemmy. Now give me a hand with Jet, will you? Help me get him over to his bunk.
Sure, Doc.
That's it. Now, lay him down gently.
Yeah.
Fine. I'll get his suit off while you give Frank a hand with Mitch.
How are they, Doc? To me, they just seem to be asleep. Can't you wake them up?
No, Lemmy, I can't. And until their temperature gets back to normal, I'm not even going to attempt to.
Is it that low, then?
Yes. Lower than I could possibly have imagined.
Go on. Then, aren't they likely to have frostbite or something?
Strangely enough, except for the drop in body temperature and the deep sleep that's overtaken them, there seems to be nothing wrong. It's the case of Whitaker all over again.
How do you mean?
Oh, Frank here will know what I mean.
Me, Doc?
Yes, Frank. Remember less than a week after we took off on this trip how you woke to find Whitaker apparently asleep on his feet?
Oh, will I ever forget it?
He was impossible to wake, too. It was hours before he came around. When he did, it was in his own good time and not because of anything I'd been able to do for him. I remember now, his temperature was abnormally low.
As low as Jet's and Mitch's?
Oh, no, Lemmy, not quite. But it might well have been. It was a couple of hours before I got to him. By then, his temperature could have well started to arise again. And it continued to do so until it reached normal, and he woke up.
Just as though he'd had nothing more than a good night's sleep.
Yeah. And Jet and Mitch seem to be behaving in just the same way.
Well, Doc, they've been out in the cold. People's temperatures do drop, and they do get sleepy when they've been exposed to severe cold.
Yes, Lemmy, but it wasn't that severe.
Then why did they collapse out there on the ice?
If I knew the answer to those questions, Lemmy, I'd be glad to give them to you. But only Jet and Mitch know exactly what happened out there, and until they wake up, we can only guess at the truth.
Hey, look, Frank. The fog's gone. It's as clear as crystal outside now. I wonder what caused it to come up so quick. And it didn't stay long, did it?
There must be something to do with the sudden drop in temperature that comes with the approach of nightfall.
You think so? Seems more like a low cloud to me. Drifting by at ground level.
Maybe, Lemmy.
Hey, Doc, the fog's completely cleared out there now.
Never mind that, Lemmy. I think Jet's about to wake up. His temperature's almost back to normal, and he was stirring a few moments ago.
How about Mitch?
Still sound asleep. Hello, Jet.
Oh. Hello, Doc. Where am I?
In the Discovery, lying on your own bunk.
Well, how did I get here?
Frank and I went out and brought you in. Mitch, too.
What was I doing meanwhile?
Sleeping, apparently.
Sleeping? The last thing I remember, Mitch and I were outside, lost in a thick fog.
That's right.
And then we saw the ship's light and began to walk towards it, and then...
And then what, Jet?
Well, I'm not sure. I felt so terribly tired.
You both felt so tired, you and Mitch lay down on the ice and fell asleep. And you slept soundly until now.
But
what was the light you saw, Jet?
The light?
Yes. At first you thought it was the light of this ship. But it was orange, not white. And far from guiding you here, it led you away from us in completely the wrong direction.
Yes, I remember now. When it shone on us, we felt warm. And it was that made us so sleepy.
Didn't you hear Lemmy and I calling you over the radio?
In a vague kind of way, yes, I did.
And why didn't you answer us instead of giving us a list of quotations about sleep?
Did I? What were they?
One was about sleep being beloved from pole to pole.
And the other was about knitting.
Sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care.
That's it.
Strange I should remember that after all these years.
Oh?
I'd completely forgotten it until now. Methought I heard a voice cry, "Sleep no more. Macbeth doth murder sleep. The innocent sleep. Sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care." Funny I can remember that. I don't remember saying it when I was outside, though. Oh, gosh, I feel cold.
Here you are, mate. You drink this.
Oh, thanks, Lemmy.
Jet, what was the light you saw? The orange one?
I don't know. We were so sure it was the light of the ship.
Even when you got right up to it?
Yes, Doc. It was about the same height from the ground.
Did it throw a beam?
A beam?
Yeah.
No, come to think of it, it didn't. Not a beam like the headlight of the ship.
And that didn't strike you as strange?
By that time, Doc, I felt so sleepy, I just didn't care about anything, so long as I could sleep.
And how about when you did? Did you have any peculiar dreams? Like the one you had when Whitaker died?
No, not like that. It was a pleasant dream.
But you did dream. What about?
I was walking across a hot, sandy desert.
Yeah?
An orange-colored sun was in the sky, and its rays permeated me with a soft warmth.
Uh-huh.
Then, suddenly, I topped a rise. I found myself gazing down at a shallow valley. It was so long, it stretched from horizon to horizon. It was filled with what appeared to be a forest of plants, like sticks of rhubarb, with blue-green leaves and reddish-purple stalks. But they were about 6 feet high. They grew so thick there couldn't have been more than a few inches between them. Then, right in the center of the valley was a city, built of, red stone or mud. I couldn't tell from where I was. All the houses were rectangular in shape, with flat roofs. And they were built terrace fashion, like those old pueblos you find in Southwest America.
Were there any people there?
Well, if there were, I didn't see any. The place seemed to be a ruin, and the rhubarb forest had grown right up to its walls.
Oh, it was a walled city.
Well, in a way, yes.
How do you mean in a way? Either it was walled or it wasn't.
Well, what I took to be walls at first turned out to be the sides of a colossal artificial plateau on which the city was built.
Oh.
And the rhubarb had even got up there. I could see it growing on the rooftops.
Seems to me you dreamt about Babylon and the Hanging Garden.
Then I heard the voices.
The voices?
Go on, Jet.
Pathetic, wailing voices. Oh, they were dreadful to hear. It was as though they were crying out for help, for me to help them.
Well, what help did they want?
Well, they wanted me to take them somewhere. Home, they said.
But you didn't see anybody?
No, Doc. Only the city. And the blue and red forest waving in the gentle breeze. It seemed so real. But for those tragic voices coming from the city, it was so pleasant. So very pleasant. I was almost sorry to wake up, Doc, I can tell you.
Well, that makes it strange. Most of the dreams we've all been having up to now have been so horrible you couldn't wake up fast enough.
How's Mitch, Doc? Did he dream too?
I don't know, Jet. He's not awake yet.
Pass me another drink, Lemmy. I still feel cold, deep down inside.
Yes, mate. 1 cup of tea. Coming up.
Awoke from a dreamless sleep half an hour later, and as with Jet, seemed none the worse from his experience, except to complain of how cold his legs and feet were. But an hour after waking, he ceased to complain and was more his normal self. Frank, rather than risk venturing into the bitter cold of the Martian polar night, even to go the short distance between the airlock and the transport truck parked outside, spent the night with us. An hour before sunset, all work ceased, and every man returned to his own ship to spend his second night on the Red Planet. On the third day, we were ready. The first expedition could now start out on its 3,000-mile journey.
Hello, Space Fleet. Flagship calling freighter number 2. Come in, please.
Hello, Flagship. Space Fleet Freighter number 2 here. Receiving you loud and clear.
Hello, number 2. How are things with you up there?
Fine, thanks, Skipper.
Oh, listen, number 2.
Yes, sir?
Tomorrow morning, the first party will be on its way. It's time to bring the third ship down.
Well, she's all ready. Just waiting for the word.
As soon as you've unloaded your cargo, you'll return to free orbit for another load and bring that down, too. Then Frank will start out after us with a second caravan, and you'll remain on the deck. Your ship will then become the main relay station between the land expedition and the rest of the fleet.
I quite understand, Skipper. Pity we won't be down there in time to give you a send-off.
Thanks, number 2. And good luck with the landing.
And good luck to you, too, sir.
Thank you. Well, Mitch, I think it's about time we started.
Well, we're all ready, Jeff. Doc and Lemmy are out there aboard the truck.
Grimshaw?
Sir?
We're off. And we leave you in charge of the Discovery. When number 2 gets down, one of his men will take over. And you can get back to number 1 and get ready to follow in our tracks with Frank's expedition in 4 or 5 days.
Yes, sir, and good luck. Take care of yourself.
We will. We'll keep in touch. Now, let us out, will you?
Airlock. Contact.
Hello, Lemmy. Let me in, will you?
Right. Here you are, Cobber. I thought Jet would be riding in this truck.
No, Lemmy. I'm afraid you'll have to put up with me for the first couple of 100 miles anyway. And then we'll change round. Now, shove over, mate, and let me get into the driving seat.
Yeah, sure.
I'll call up Jet, will you? See if he's ready to move off.
Hello, Jet. You settled in yet?
Hello, Lemmy. Ready to go whenever you are. You lead the way.
Okay, Mitch. Start her up.
Now, let's take it slowly. It's a long time since I handled one of these things. Let's see. Now, that's it. Now, power. Well, all okay in the motor department. Indicators all working. Brake off. Away we go.
And Jet's on his way, too. Look, he's falling in behind us.
Wacko. Well, Lemmy, this is it. Man's first exploration of Mars is about to begin. And take your last look at the Discovery. You won't be seeing her for some months.
How many miles are we going to cover on this trip?
Oh, roughly about 7,000.
Well, let's hope the truck's staying up to it. What do we do if we get a breakdown? We can't ring up a garage and ask them to tell us in, can we?
Oh, Frank and his mechanics will only be a couple of days behind us. We just sit tight until he rolls up.
And how far do we go before we leave this ice behind and get down to where the climate is warmer?
Oh, about 400 miles. Maybe a little less.
Oh, the weight we're traveling, it would take us about 3.5 days, including the stops at night.
Well, that's about it, Lemmy. I don't think you can expect any change in the scenery for at least that time.
And what will it change to?
Well, that's what we'd like to know. That's what we're going to find out.
We set out across the glaring white wastelands of the South Polar ice cap towards the warmer climes of the temperate zone nearer the equator. The gray transport trucks, looking almost black against the gleaming white of the ice, resembled 2 lines of beetles slowly wending their way across a barrel of flour. There were 3 trucks in each caravan. First came the tractor, with its roomy, airtight cabin in which sat its crew of 2 men, one to drive, the other to navigate. In tow was the living quarters vehicle, a huge tank-like machine which, in its base, carried the food, water, surveying tools, spare clothing, and other personal equipment essential for the trip. On the upper deck, hermetically sealed to the circular platform, were the living quarters themselves, looking like transportable Eskimo igloos. And finally came the cargo truck, carrying the necessary fuel, oxygen tanks, and other equipment too bulky to be stored beneath the living quarters. Soon the 2 great spaceships had been left far behind, until finally they disappeared from view over the horizon, and all contact with them, except by radio, was gone. We were alone, just the 4 of us. 2 in each caravan, slowly plowing our way across the great white desert. That first day, we covered 160 miles. At sunset, we stopped the trucks and prepared to bed down for the night. Darkness fell, and with it came the bitter cold of the Martian night. It was so so cold outside that the heaters had to be turned on to full pressure to keep us from freezing, even within our double-skinned living quarters. All night, the two caravans stood under the black, diamond-studded sky while we slept. Next morning, half an hour after sunrise, we were on our way again, and by noon had covered another 70 miles.
Hello, Mitch. Jet calling.
Jet, hearing you.
We're going to halt. Stop your truck. We'll come up alongside you.
Right.
What's up, Mitch? Something wrong?
Not that I'm aware of, Lemmy.
And we'll stop here for food.
Food? Oh, come to think of it, I can't do with a bite.
As soon as you've had your meal, Mitch, join me outside, will you? And bring the number 1 kit with you.
How about me, Jet? Can I come out too?
Not this time, Lemmy. Maybe next stop.
Just my luck. I'd like to go out and stretch my legs a bit.
Oh, never mind, Lemmy. By way of compensation, I'll get the meal ready and you can take it easy.
Oh, it's very nice of you, mate.
Hello, Landfleet. Polar Base calling. Come in, please.
Take it easy, did you say, Mitch? Hello, Frank. Barnett here. What can I do for you?
Number 2's on its way. Present line of flight indicates she'll pass right over you. You should see her.
Oh? How high is she?
2,000 feet.
Oh, then we could hardly miss her, could we? Thanks for the news, Frank. We'll keep a lookout. Hello, Jet. Lemmy here. Just had a call from base.
Yes, Lemmy, I heard it.
You want to talk to number 2? I can hook you up.
No, Lemmy, not now. I'll talk to him after he's landed.
Right. Yeah, wait a minute. That's number 2 approaching already.
Yeah, Lemmy. Oh, she's traveling pretty fast, isn't she?
That's just what I was thinking. Oh, for us, like a streak of lightning. Happy landings, boys, and keep your noses in at night. It's perishing cold down here.
Hello, Jet. Number 2 was pretty low and traveling fast, too.
Yes, Mitch.
I suppose she's all right.
Oh, they got plenty of time to slow down to landing speed before they get to base. Tell Lemmy to keep in contact and let me know when number 2 touches down.
Right.
Okay, Lemmy, let me in, will you?
Yes, mate.
Thanks, Cobber.
Oh, what'd you find out there?
Oh, we weren't looking for much, Lemmy. Just dug up a couple of samples of the soil, that's all.
Oh. Well, when do we move off?
Whenever you're ready. You drive, will you? I'll have to mark up the map, show the precise spot where the samples came from.
Right. Motor on. Hold on to your helmet. Here we go.
Any word from base about number 2?
Yes, mate. She made a safe landing and the boys are already unloading her. Hello, base. Land fleet calling. Come in, please.
Hello, Lemmy. Hearing you.
Routine check coming up. I've now been traveling 2.5 days and have covered 327 miles. Have now stopped for midday meal. Will continue journey northwards within 1 hour.
Check.
How about you? You got anything to report?
Number 2 is on his way down with the second load of supplies. Should be landing within 2 hours and the ship should pass right over you again.
When do you start out after us, Frank?
Shouldn't be long now. Pretty well everything we need is already loaded in our trucks and the tractor's all hooked up. As soon as number 2 gets down again, we'll transfer the final load, and with luck, we'll start out at dawn tomorrow.
Good show, mate. We'll keep a lookout for number 2. And let you know as soon as we sight her.
Thanks, Lemmy. Hear from you later, then.
Yes, mate.
Put Mitch on, will you, please?
Hello, Jet.
Mitch, have you looked towards the north recently?
No, why?
A few minutes ago, Doc noticed what we think to be a cloud bank on the horizon. Would you take a look out of the cabin window, see if you can see it?
Yeah, sure. Hold on, will you?
Where did he say it was?
To the north.
Oh, it looks pretty clear to me. The ice stretches clear to the horizon, as flat as a pancake, and... Hey, wait a minute. I think I do see it. There's a lighter tinge of mauve, like a thin, wavy line. Can you see it?
Yeah. Hello, Jet. Yes, we can see it. Is it a cloud bank?
How should I know? That's why we wanted your opinion.
Or maybe it's another of them fogs coming up.
That's what we thought, and it's lying directly in our path.
You mean we'll have to pass through it?
Well, not necessarily. It may disperse as rapidly as the other did, and be gone long before we reach it. Have you finished your meal?
Yes, Jet. Just before I called up Frank.
And switch on your motor and let's get going. I want to get as close to that, whatever it is, as we can before nightfall.
Should reach it by then, Jet. It can't be more than 40 miles away.
If we do, all the better. Then at least we'll know exactly what we may have to face tomorrow. Now let's get going, Mitch. Cruising speed will be 50 miles an hour.
Hello, Nancy. Polar Base calling. Come in, please.
Hello, Frank. What's the panic?
Hook me up to Jet, Lemmy. There's trouble.
Hang on a minute, boy. Hello, Jet. Frank's calling. There's something wrong up at base.
Hello, Frank. Jet here. What's up?
It's number 2, Skipper. She's in difficulties.
We were thinking it was about time she passed over us. What's wrong?
I wish I knew. I was in radio contact with her on the ship-to-ship system until 5 minutes ago, but now I can't get any reply to my calls.
What was her position when you last heard from her?
50 miles directly north of you.
Well, keep calling her, Frank. Meanwhile, I'll get Lemmy to tune into the ship-to-ship frequency. See if we can pick her up.
Okay, Skipper. Switching over now.
Did you hear all that, Lemmy?
Yes, Jet. Just hooking you up.
Hello, number 2. Polar Base calling. I've lost contact with you. Come in, please.
And there's Frank calling now. Can you hear him?
Yes, Lemmy. Thank you.
Hello, Base. Number 2 calling. Trying to contact you.
And there's number 2. He is answering.
But he's very faint, Lemmy. Too faint for Frank to pick up.
Hello, number 2. Base calling. Have not heard from you for 7 minutes. Come in, please.
He's not hearing him either.
Lemmy,
Yes, Chet?
hook me up to the transmitter. Let's see if he can hear us.
Right, transmitter on.
Hello, number 2. Land fleet calling. We are receiving your strength 2. Can you hear us?
Hello, Landry. The ship, I can't control it. I'll have to make a forced landing.
What's the matter with the ship? What's wrong?
I don't know. I was circling to investigate a mysterious orange light.
An orange light?
And there's a noise.
A noise? What we heard when we made the first landing.
Oh, I'll have to put it down. I'll never make peace. It's the only way I can hope to save the ship. I'm so sleepy.
Sleepy? Oh, blimey.
Hello, number 2. You must not go to sleep. You must stay awake. Do you hear?
We're almost on the deck now. About to land. She's difficult to control. Oh, my God.
Hello, number 2. Hello.
He must have crashed.
How far north of us did Frank say she was?
50 miles.
If we increase speed to 20 miles an hour, we could cover that distance before sunset.
That doesn't mean we'll find her. Not before dark, anyway.
But there's a chance.
Yeah, and there's a chance of burning up the motors, too, with the load we're dragging behind us.
That's a risk we'll have to take. If that ship is wrecked, her crew will be in dire need of help.
Okay, Jet. All right, Lemmy. Turn on the juice. It's a race against time.
You've been listening to episode 10 of Journey into Space with Andrew Foles as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and Anthony Marriott. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
The exploration of Mars had begun. After the landing of the Discovery and the converted freighter ship number 1, the first land fleet, led by Jet Morgan, headed northwards for the more temperate climate near the equator. For 3 days, the two caravans slowly made their way across the great polar ice cap. Meanwhile, further supplies were being ferried down from the rest of the fleet, still revolving in free orbit 1,000 miles above the Martian surface, by freighter number 2, the only other freighter capable of making a landing. We had covered nearly 400 miles and were hoping to sight the northern limit of the ice cap when news came through from the polar base that freighter number 2, coming down from space for the second time, was in trouble.
Hello, land fleet. The ship, I can't control it. I'll have to make a forced landing.
What's the matter with the ship? What's wrong?
I don't know. I was circling to investigate a mysterious orange light.
An orange light?
And there's a noise.
A noise? What we heard when we made the first landing.
I'll have to put her down. I'll never make peace. It's the only way I can hope to save the ship. I'm so sleepy.
Sleepy? Oh, blimey.
Hello, number 2. You must not go to sleep. You must stay awake. Do you hear?
We're almost on the deck now. About to land. She's difficult to control. Oh, my God.
Hello, number 2. Hello.
She must have crashed.
How far north of us did Frank say she was?
50 miles.
If we increase speed to 20 miles an hour, we could cover that distance before sunset.
Well, that doesn't mean we'll find her. Not before dark, anyway.
But there's a chance.
Yes, and there's a chance of burning up the motors, too, with the load we're dragging behind.
That's a risk we'll have to take. If that ship is wrecked, her crew will be in dire need of help.
Okay, Jet. All right, Lemmy. Turn on the juice. It's a race against time.
Hello, Jet. Mitch calling.
Yes, Midge?
To my
eyes deceive me, or do I see hills ahead?
Hills?
It's not a fog bank, after all, nor a cloud bank. It's a range of hills, and all covered with ice.
Yes, I think that's just what they are. What's your opinion, Doc?
Could be, Jet, but I thought the ice cap would be flat all the way.
We were told to expect some high ground, but not at this latitude. Not until we reach the southernmost limits of the Mare Australis, at least.
Well, maybe those are the southernmost limits. Perhaps there's no ice on the other side of them.
Well, maybe, Doc. But a more important point at the moment is whether that range is climbable. Mitch,
Yeah, Jet.
what do you estimate the height of those hills to be?
At a rough guess, I'd say around 2,000 feet. And they must be 100 miles wide at least.
100 miles? Hey, what do we do, Jet? Climb over them or go around them?
Oh, it may take hours to find a way round. We'll go over them if we can.
And what if we can't? What if the load's too heavy?
We'll cross that bridge, Mitch, when we come to it. Meanwhile, we press on and hope for the best.
Jet!
And what is it, Mitch?
Our treads are not gripping. We're beginning to slip.
Well, take it easy. We're nearly there.
It's no good, Jet. You better go on without us. We'll catch you up if we can.
All right. When we get to the top,
Hey, it's happening to us now, Jet. The treads are losing their grip.
Nurse the motor, Doc. Treat her gently.
No, it's no use, Jet. The slope's too steep for her to take it. We're carrying too much weight. Oh, well, wait a minute. She's okay now. Yeah, we're climbing again.
Yeah, but Mitch isn't. He's stopped. Hello, Mitch.
It's no go, Jet. If I keep racing the motor, she's liable to burn herself out. You go on, and we'll go back a little and try again.
Okay, Mitch.
Here we go again, Jet. She's losing it.
Stop the motor, Doc. Switch off. Mitch, uncouple your tractor. Leave the other two trucks behind.
What? Abandon them, you mean?
Just temporarily. Without their weight to hold us back, we should make the summit easily. Then we'll be able to get a look at what's on the other side before it gets dark. We might even see number 2.
Okay. I'll see you upstairs then.
Uncouple our trailers, Doc. We'll come back and pick them up later.
Okay.
I'll disconnect the linking section between us and living quarters and seal it off.
To reconnect it will mean going outside, Jet. By the time we get back, it'll be too dark and too cold even to put our noses out there.
We'll have to spend the night sitting up in the driving seats. It won't hurt us. Well, that's the air pumped out. Now to break the vacuum. That's it. Okay, Doc, is she uncoupled?
Yeah, Jet.
Well, let's get started.
Motor on. That's better. She's almost flying up now.
How are you doing, Mitch?
We'll be on your tail in just a minute. You go ahead.
Okay. We'll wait for you when we reach the top. Okay, Doc, we've made it. Stop and we'll take a look around.
Right.
Here comes Mitch, almost alongside us. All right, Mitch, stop here.
Right.
Now, can you see any sign of number 2?
Blimey, talk about the Heights of Abraham. Hey, look down there. The ground changes color from white to sort of deep purple.
Yeah, it's the end of the ice. It ends down there on that plain.
Oh, never mind the scenery. Look for the ship.
Well, there's hardly enough light for that, Jet. And it's getting darker every minute.
Well, Mitch? Lemmy?
Well, there's no sign of a jet that I can see.
I'm afraid we're too late, Jet. Had we arrived half an hour earlier, we might have stood a chance.
But the light hadn't completely gone until just now.
Well, maybe she's not down there.
But she must be, Doc. According to Frank, she was 50 miles directly north of us before she crashed.
But that was 7 minutes before she crashed, Jet. She could have drifted miles off course in that time.
All we can do is go down there and search for her.
In the dark, with absolutely no clue in which direction she lies.
But what about the ship and her crew, Doc?
Look, Jet, there's no point in throwing your life away. If we could see her, I'd agree to make an attempt to reach her, but to wander around down there in the dark might be suicide.
You mean we made all that effort to get here to no purpose?
Oh, we can start out again in the morning as soon as it's light. There's nothing we can do now anyway. We can't even see the plane anymore. Nothing but pitch darkness and the stars in the sky.
Oh, you're right, Doc.
Hey, Jet, a light.
What?
Yes, mate, you see it? Directly below us. You can just make it out.
Where, Lemmy?
Yeah, there, you see?
Yeah, I can. It's hardly more than a pinpoint.
Yes, I can see it now. It must be them.
Huh?
Of course it is, Doc. At least one of the men must be all right. And he's put the headlight on in the hope that we'll see it and that it'll guide us to where the ship is. We must let him know we've seen him.
How, when his radio is out of action?
With our headlight in Morse. Then we can learn exactly how bad their position is. If they're okay and merely stranded, we can spend the night here and go down with them in the morning. Here, let me get to the switchboard.
No, wait a minute.
Eh?
That light, it's moving.
What?
Well, isn't it? It's quite distinctly traveling towards the west.
Good grief, it is. Then it can't be the ship.
No, Jet. It can't.
And who is it? And what is it?
Seems to have gone now, Jet. What could it have been?
Goodness knows, Doc. If only we knew how far away it was, we could have calculated its speed. That might have given us some clue to its identity.
Do you think it saw us, assuming it's capable of seeing?
I wish I knew, Doc.
I think we'd better play safe, Jet, and not put the cabin lights on.
You mean sit here in the dark all night?
Well, it's the only way we can be certain of avoiding detection, visually at any rate.
Well, we could go back down the hill a little way. The rise would block us from the view of anything down there on the plain.
And what if it can fly and passes overhead?
Oh, well, it'll have to be a night without lights as well as beds. I'll call up Lemmy and Mitch and tell them not to put their lights on. And we'll draw up a rota to keep one of us watching the plane while the rest sleep, in case that light appears again.
Hello, Lemmy. Doc calling. Can you hear me? Hello, Lemmy. Wake up, you hear?
Hello, Doc. It's Mitch here.
Oh, my 2 hours are up, Mitch. It's Lemmy's turn for watch.
Okay, Doc. Leave him to me. I'll wake him.
Right. Meanwhile, I'll try to get some sleep myself.
What time is it?
It needs 3 hours to sunrise.
Did you or Jet see any sign of the light again during your watches?
No, Mitch, not a flicker. But don't relax. Keep a sharp lookout and call us immediately if you see it. The intercom speaker is right near my ear. I'm bound to wake.
Okay, Doc. And good night. What's left of it, anyway?
Night, Mitch.
Oh, so stiff. Hey, Lemmy. Lemmy, wake up.
Oh, I've never been so uncomfortable. These driving seats were never made to sleep in.
And it's stupid.
What?
Oh, down the hill, not 100 yards behind us are the sleeping quarters with 2 comfortable, warm beds going begging. And here we are, trying to stretch out on 1 square foot of sitting space. I wonder I'm stepped all over. Any coffee left?
Maybe. You put your mind on that plane. I'll feel in the locker for the flask. Wouldn't mind a hot drink myself.
Yes, Mitch. Oh, it's black as ink out there, isn't it? Except for the stars in the sky.
I got it. And the mugs, too.
Good show, mate. What was that?
That's the stopper. I dropped it.
Will you be able to find it again?
Oh, it can wait till morning. There won't be any drink left after this anyway. We won't need it till then. Here, Lemmy, can you take it?
Yes, mate. Tar. Oh, this will put new life into me. Oh, blimey, there's only a mouthful here. Is that all there is?
You're lucky. There's even less for me. Well, it looks like we've had coffee until we get into living quarters in the morning.
Oh. Any grub left?
We finished that up yesterday during the noonday halt.
Oh. Well, I'll just have to sit and suffer.
Reckon you will, Lemmy. I'll sit and suffer with you.
You mean you're going to stay awake and all?
Well, hardly seems worthwhile trying to sleep again.
Oh, well, in that case, I mean, you can take the watch and I'll go back to sleep.
Oh, no, it's your watch. You take it. Besides, I might get sleepy again after all.
Mitch, boy, there's no sense in service sitting up.
Look, Lemmy, I've already had 1 bash, remember? I took first watch before Jeff and Doc took theirs, and you slept like a log all through it.
Oh. Do you think that light will come back?
Well, how should I know? I'm a stranger here.
What is it, I wonder? You don't think it has got something to do with number 2 after all, do you?
How could it? If number 2 has been wrecked, it couldn't move.
Oh, but maybe one of the boys left the wreck and came out onto the surface with a flashlight.
He'd have more sense than to come outside at night in this latitude. Besides, that light was moving far too quickly and smoothly for a man to have been carrying it.
Yeah, I suppose it was. Yeah. Perhaps it was some animal or an insect, like a firefly or something.
Maybe, but unlikely.
Or maybe unlikely, but not impossible.
Well, I wouldn't say that an insect was completely out of the question, but an animal, no.
Or maybe nocturnal animals down here on Mars carry lights at night, like some insects do up on Earth. Why not?
No reason at all, Lemmy. If animals could exist up here, but they can't. Not what we mean by animals.
Oh, do me a favor, Mitch. I'm not talking about Earth animals. Martian animals could be quite different. Would have to be, or how could they exist?
So far as we know, Lemmy, they don't. No form of animal life could survive the kind of cold you meet up here at night. It'd be frozen right out of existence.
Well, somebody or something must be connected with that light. It couldn't get up and walk, could it? And Oh, blimey.
Oh, what's the matter?
It's here. It's come back.
What? Oh, where do you see it?
There, look. Directly in front of us. Down there.
Cripes, yes, it is, too. Traveling across from the west, back from where it went. Hello, Doc. Mitch calling. Wake up.
Hello?
It's come back. It's there, moving across from the west.
Yes, I can see it. I'll wake Jet. Call you again later.
Right.
There it goes. And now it's stopped.
And at the place we first saw it.
It's not an orange light, is it?
No, Lemmy. That's definitely white.
It looks as though it's made up its mind to stop there for a bit. Where are you going?
Into the observation hatch to take a bearing on it with the astro compass.
Can you read it in the dark? Now, don't go putting any lights on, Mitch.
No, Lemmy. I'll just set it and read it off in the morning. There must be some reason why it came back to the same spot, and an examination of that place tomorrow might tell us what.
He's off again. Making off towards the west again. I wonder if it'll be back for a third time.
Not if it only travels at night, it won't. Sun will be up in any minute.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gone. And he didn't travel so far that time before he disappeared. It was though the light was switched off.
Hello, Mitch. Jet calling.
Yes.
Can you still see it? It's completely disappeared so far as we're concerned.
We've lost it too, Jet.
Oh, well, it'll be getting light soon. As soon as it's light enough, get up into the astro hatch and see if you can see anything through the navigational telescope. I'll do the same here. Meanwhile, Lemmy and Doc can search the plane with binoculars.
Jet, I've located it. Down there on the plane.
Eh? What, the light?
No, Lemmy, the ship, number 2. Jet, do you hear me?
Yes, Mitch. Where is she?
Bearing 325 degrees. Declination -5.
Where is she, Mitch? I can't see her.
Look, you see where the plane lightens towards the horizon?
Yeah.
And see that dark streak running towards the east?
Yes.
A little to the north of where the streak begins.
I've got her now, Mitch. I can see her, too.
And so can I. It's all right. She's tilted on her nose and one wing is touching the deck.
We'll get down there as soon as possible, but we'll have to take the trailers with us. We may well need some of the supplies in them.
And how do we drag them up to the top of this hill?
We'll couple both tractors together and pull each caravan up separately. With the double pulling power, we should manage it easily. Now, move over to me and hook up. We've no time to waste.
Now, wait a minute, Jet. Is that wise?
How do you mean, Mitch?
Well, that light we saw.
What about it? It's gone, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. But the place where we first saw it, and where it's headed for in the night...
Well?
I figure it to be exactly where number 2 is now.
Mitch's announcement didn't deter us. As quickly as was humanly possible, we hooked the 2 tractors together and dragged up first one caravan from the hillside and then the other. Once the trailers had been hauled up to the summit, the tractors were reconnected, each to its appropriate train, and the long descent down towards the purple plain began. We reached the bottom in about 30 minutes, and when we were once again on level ground, increased our speed to maximum. Now the ice began to thin out, and patches of the purple soil showed through the frozen sheet. An hour later, we had left the ice behind altogether and were traveling across a moist, almost marshy expanse of country stretching as far as the eye could see. The ground, softened by the melted ice, clung to the treads of the trucks in purple clods. For the first time since we'd arrived on the planet, we saw high in the sky a thin, pink, feathery cloud formation. It was probably one of the most colorful scenes we had ever witnessed, but we had little thought for the glorious view. Somewhere out there on the purple plain was the wreck of number 2. Our aim was to reach her as quickly as possible. From the top of the hillside, she had been invisible, except through navigational telescope and binoculars. But now, nearly 2 hours after leaving the vantage point, number 2, no more than a speck on the vast plain before us, became visible to the naked eye.
How about it, Doc? Can you make out any details?
Not really, Jet. Binoculars aren't quite powerful enough. But the port wing is damaged. It's all out of line.
Any sign of life around her?
No.
Oh, then our crew must still be inside. That's if they stayed in from choice.
Hey, wait a minute. The main cargo flaps are open.
What?
Yeah.
Then they must have left the ship at some time. Maybe the airlock was damaged and they could get out only through the cargo hatch.
Then where are they now?
Inside, of course. They'd have to go back into the ship for the night and they must still be in there.
Well, that means that at least one of them must be okay. Maybe they all are.
I wonder if they got their radio working yet. Hello, number 2. Jet Morgan calling. I'm now directly south of you and near enough to see you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, number 2?
Hello, Jet.
Hello, Lemmy.
I don't think you're going to get any reply, mate. I've been calling them every 5 minutes since we come down from the hills.
Oh. Well, keep trying, Lemmy, and let me know if you hear anything.
Right.
How about Frank? Any news from him?
Yes, mate. He caught up less than half an hour ago. He's on the other side of the hills now. He should be over them in about 3 hours. And overtake us sometime during the afternoon.
We'll be at the ship by then.
Yes, mate.
Well, thanks, Lemmy. I'll call you later.
Right.
Hello, Midge.
Yes.
We've only a few hundred yards to go now. When you reach the ship, pull up just south of her. Then both you and Lemmy put on your suits and go outside. Wait by your truck, and Doc and I will join you.
Right. Oh, come on, Lemmy. Jet and Doc are already on their way over here, and you're not even out yet.
Oh, give me time. I talk up the personal sets to the main radio, or how would we hear Frank if he calls up? Now opening airlock.
Hello, Midge. Lemmy can follow us over. Did you hear that, Lemmy?
Yes, Jet. You get going, boy, and I'll join you in just a jiffy.
Come along, then. Doc, Midge, let's get over to the ship.
She's a bit of a mess, isn't she? Must have hit the deck pretty hard.
Yeah. It's a miracle that any of the crew are still alive.
What makes you so sure they are? There's been no sign of life since we first sighted her.
How else can you account for the cargo flaps being open?
Impact might have done it. Might have set the mechanism off, and they opened automatically.
Chance in 1,000 of that happening.
There was a chance in 1,000 of her crashing.
You know, I can't help feeling, Jet, that if there was anybody in there, they'd have shown themselves by now. They must have seen us coming across the plain toward them, even if they didn't hear our radio calls.
Yes, Doc. You'd think somebody would be keeping a lookout.
Look, let's go around to the nose. The way the ship's tipped, we should be able to see into part of the pilot's cabin, at least through the window.
Yeah. Come on, Midge.
Hey, where are you going? Wait for me.
Oh, here comes Lemmy at last.
Only round to the nose, Lemmy. Make your way round there, will you?
Yes, Jet.
And don't walk under the wing. Go round it.
Well, why? You think it's going to fall on me?
The ship has had a heavy smash, Lemmy. There's no point in taking any risks.
All right. Round the wing, then. But it means a lot further to walk.
Well, there's nobody in there. If there was, we'd see him.
Even if he was slumped on the floor?
During flight, he'd be strapped to his seat, Lemmy. He couldn't slump to the floor.
And if he isn't in the seat, where's he going?
Ask me.
Well, if they won't or can't come out to us, we'll have to go into them.
But how? The main door of the crew cabin is tight shut.
We'll go in through the cargo hatch.
And how do you get up to that? Fly?
We'll drive one of the caravans over here and climb onto its roof. We should reach the hatch then.
Yeah, I reckon we might, too.
All right, Mitch. Come on, a couple of feet more. How's that? A little further. That's it. Hold it. All right, Doc. I'll go first.
And be careful, Jet. Don't slip and damage your suit.
Oh, I'll take care. Don't you worry.
Look, have you got a flashlight in case the ship's lights don't function?
Yes, Doc. Hello, Doc. Mitch.
Yeah, Jet?
Come on up, all of you.
Any sign of the crew, Jet?
No, but the airlock between the cargo hold and the cabin is open.
What? That means that there can be no air in there.
That's right.
Oh, blimey. No wonder there's nobody keeping watch. And no wonder they don't answer our radio calls.
Up you go, Lemmy, and take it easy.
Righto, Doc.
I'll go next, Mitch.
Okay.
Hey, Jet, give me a hand, will you, mate? I can't quite make it.
Hang on a minute, Lemmy. Now, come on. Ready?
Yeah.
Up. That's it.
Ah, tall. Well, look, I better stay and give Doc a pull up. He's no taller than me.
This is unbelievable. There's not a sign of anybody. The whole crew's missing.
They must have abandoned ship. When they found the main airlock was out of action, they got out through the cargo hatch.
Then why wasn't the ladder down? And where did they go?
And why? There was no need. They must have known we'd find them within 48 hours. They could have sat tight here until we arrived.
No, they didn't, did they?
And wherever they went, Jet, they must have walked.
Eh?
Yes. This ship carried only one land truck, and it's still in its stowage. It hasn't been moved.
In that case, they're frozen to death.
Unless they spent the night here and left the ship this morning before we came up.
In which case, we would have seen them, Jet. We've had this ship under constant watch through the telescope and glasses since dawn.
Look, Jet, if they left the ship, they must have gone on foot.
Well,
the ground outside is soft and moist from the melted ice. Anybody walking on that ground would have left footprints. Let's go back outside and see if we can find any.
Yeah, come on.
All the prints out here seem to be ours.
Of course they do, Lemmy. We all wear clothes and boots of identical design. And except for their size, these prints are barely distinguishable from one another.
No, we don't look here, Lemmy, directly under the cargo flaps. We look over parts of the ground we know we haven't walked on. If we find any prints there, we know they can't be ours.
Oh, yes, mate, I didn't think of that.
Now, let's see. We left the trucks over there, walked round to the front of the ship, and then back here over the same route. Doc, you better take the area towards the ship's stern.
Right.
Mitch, you take the starboard side of her.
Roger.
And Lemmy and I'll cover the port side.
Hey, Jet, over here.
What is it, Lemmy?
I found them.
You have?
Yes. Come on. But there's something fishy somewhere.
What? How do you mean?
When you get here, you'll see for yourself.
Well, Lemmy?
Are they footprints? All right, they.
Yes, they are, but...
But they're not the same type as ours, are they? Whoever made them marks wasn't wearing regulation boots, spaceman for the use of Mark III, was they?
Hey, Doc, Mitch, come on over here. I'm already on my way.
Me too, Jet. Whoever left these prints behind must have had 2 left feet. Or 2 right ones. And flat feet at that.
That's certainly not the regular boot shape, I must say. What do you think, Doc?
No, not a pattern I'm familiar with.
Well, why doesn't somebody say it?
Say what, Lemmy?
Martians. These are their footprints. Who else could they be?
Now, don't let's go jumping to any hasty conclusions,
Look,
Lemmy.
do these prints lead right back under the cargo hatch?
They seem to. Let's follow them.
Now, what's all this about peculiar footprints?
Well, you take a look at them, Mitch, and you'll see.
There, right under the hatch. Now, we might have noticed them before if we hadn't driven the caravan right over them.
How far away from the ship do they lead?
Well, we can soon find out. Come on.
Here we go again. If people back on Earth could see us now, they'd think we were playing at Boy Scouts.
This is where they stopped, nearly half a mile from the ship.
But there must be some more of them. They can't just disappear into thin air like that.
Hey, look at this.
What, Mitch?
A deep circular depression. Here. About 3 feet wide.
Yes. Now, what could have made that?
And here's another one over here. Exactly the same.
And here's one more, Jet. That's 3 of them all together, like the corners of a triangle.
An equilateral triangle, sides about 20 feet long.
I know what this is. It's the light.
The light?
What? Yes. Or whatever was carrying the light. It must have come here to investigate the ship after it had crashed. And maybe it even caused it to crash.
Eh?
What else could it be?
You mean some machine or other's been here, been messing around with our ship?
Possibly.
Then those footprints must have been made by somebody or something coming out of it.
Exactly.
And what about our crew? What's happened to our crew?
Well, it's pretty certain that they, or their bodies, if they were dead, have been taken from our ship and transferred into something else.
But where have they been taken to, and who took them?
That's what I intend to find out. That light. The last time we saw it, it was moving directly west from here.
Yes, and pretty fast, too.
Very well, gentlemen. The exploration route has been changed. From now on, we travel westwards.
You mean you're going after that thing?
Yes, Lemmy. We'll leave Frank to look over this ship and check up on the salvage possibilities.
Now, what if we don't find anything?
Then we'll come back and continue our journey towards the equator as originally planned.
Now, wait a minute, Jet.
We haven't time to wait even a second. Now, come on. Let's get back to the trucks, call up Frank, and get on our way.
Yes, Jet.
You've been listening to episode 11 of Journey into Space with Andrew Foulds as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
The landing on Mars had been accomplished. 2 ships had touched down safely, and the South Polar Base from which the exploration of the Red Planet was to be made had been established. Jet, together with Mitch, Lemmy, and myself, had already reached the northern limits of the great ice cap when freighter number 2, coming down from free orbit with a second load of supplies, crashed some 60 miles north of where the land fleet was camped. Jet at once set out to find the ship. When it was reached, it was discovered that its crew was missing. Impressions in the soft, damp ground indicated that an as yet unidentified machine had visited the ship.
I know what this is. It's the light.
The light?
Yes, or whatever was carrying the light. It must have come here to investigate the ship after it had crashed. Maybe it even caused it to crash.
Hey?
What else could it be?
You mean some machine or other's been here, be messing around with our ship?
Possibly.
Then those footprints must have been made by somebody or something coming out of it.
Exactly.
And what about our crew? What's happened to our crew?
Well, it's pretty certain that they, or their bodies if they were dead, have been taken from our ship and transferred into something else.
But where have they been taken to? Who took them?
Well, that's what I intend to find out. That light. The last time we saw it, it was moving directly west from here.
Yes, and pretty fast, too.
Very well, gentlemen. The exploration route has been changed. From now on, we travel westwards.
You mean you're going after that thing?
Yes, Lemmy. We'll leave Frank to look over this ship and check up on the salvage possibilities.
And what if we don't find anything?
Then we'll come back and continue our journey towards the equator as originally planned.
Now, wait a minute,
We
Jet.
haven't time to wait even a second. Now, come on. Let's get back to the trucks, call up Frank, and get on our way.
Yes, Jet.
Look, Jet boy, I know it's none of my business, and I'm here to obey orders the same as the rest of us.
Well, Lemmy?
Do you honestly think there's any chance of us finding that ship or whatever it is?
Very little, Lemmy. It'll probably find us first.
Yeah, well, that's... Eh?
Whatever kind of machine it is, it flies, and at a very high speed, too. It must do, to cover the distance it did when we saw its light moving across the plain last night.
Well, then what's the idea, then? I mean, compared with that thing, we're like a car trying to overtake an aeroplane.
By nightfall, Lemmy, we'll have covered about 200 miles.
Well?
And be 200 miles nearer the place from which that light came.
So?
Perhaps tonight it will return to the ship along the same course, in which case we should see it.
And then?
We'll have an even clearer idea of where it comes from. And tomorrow we set out in that direction until we come to its base.
But that might be anywhere. And what if it sees us?
Lemmy, whatever it is, it took 4 of our men with it yesterday. We've got to try to get them back. Who knows what might be happening to them?
And who knows what will happen if that thing does see us and decides to come down and investigate us.
I almost hope it does.
Hey?
So far as is known, Lemmy, the highest form of life that Mars can support is vegetable life.
You mean the men that fly in that ship are a bunch of carrots? Vegetable men?
No, Lemmy. And it's my belief they're not Martians either.
Then who are they?
You remember the time travelers, Lemmy? On the moon?
Will I ever forget them?
At first, we thought they were moon men, that they lived on it, but they didn't.
Hey, you don't think that ship belongs to the time travelers, do you?
I wish it did. I'd have no fear then for the safety of Evans and his crew.
No.
No, Lemmy, the impressions left by that craft were not those of a time traveler's machine. The point I'm trying to make is that whoever flies that ship is a visitor to this planet, as we are. In which case, they must have a base established somewhere, and I hope the strange machine with the light will lead us to it.
And how are we going to approach it without being detected? And once we are detected, how do we know a human turnip isn't going to carry us off like they must have carried off Evans and his lot?
We don't know. But so long as Evans, his navigator, and the 2 freighter men are missing, it's up to us to try to find them.
But doesn't that mean walking straight into trouble? We don't know what these flat-footed cabbages can do. It might mean the end of us all. It might be safer to keep out of their way, not let them know we're even here.
Oh, it's a little late for that. They already know we're here. That orange light Mitch and I saw the first day we landed. The noise we heard that caused me to black out. The fact that after freighter number 2 had crashed, a flying ship of some kind made its way directly to it. All these things show that somebody or something on this planet is fully aware of our presence here. We're bound to meet them face to face before very long. And so far as I'm concerned, the sooner the better. Then at least we'll know what we're up against.
Oh, well, I'll say this for you, Jet boy, you got guts. But it's tough on us weaker types who have to string along with you.
Hello, Landfleet. Rogers calling.
Oh, that's Frank. Hello, Frank. Barney, dear.
Hello, Lemmy. This is to report that we've now topped the hill and are about to descend down the other side.
Good show, mate. Did you have much trouble getting up?
Yes, we did. I had to unhook the caravan and drag it up in 3 parts. We can see number 2 from up here, through the glasses, at any rate.
Let me talk to him, will you, Lemmy?
Yes, mate. There you are. Go ahead.
Hello, Frank.
Oh, hello, Jet.
When you get to number 2, start looking her over straight away. And give me a report on the chances of salvaging her cargo and getting it back to Polar Base.
Yes, sir.
You can enter her by the cargo hatch. The airlock into the crew's quarters is jammed, so you won't get in that way.
Right.
We left the ladder extended so you wouldn't have our trouble getting up. We also closed the airlock between the cargo hold and crew's quarters and left the air supply to build up, so you can spend the night in there if you wish.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Power supply to most of the ship still works, and so does the main transmitter and receiver. So you'll be able to keep in touch with us and the main fleet still in free orbit.
Right.
Keep in regular radio contact. And Frank...
Yes, Jet?
Wherever you decide to spend the night, be sure to be inside with all hatches tightly closed at least an hour before sunset. And make no attempt to leave the ship or your trucks between then and sunrise, no matter what happens.
Roger.
Now, keep a permanent watch throughout the night. If you have any visitors, call us immediately.
Now, you're darn right I will.
And hide your lights, Frank. Seal the door leading into the pilot's cabin, if you're in there, and keep watch with the aid of the televiewer.
Yes, sir.
Call again as soon as you reach the ship, Frank, and good luck to you.
Thank you, Skipper.
And if you ask me, he'll be needing it.
Hello, Jet.
Yes, Mitch, Jet here.
It's getting dark. How much longer before we stop?
Well, I was hoping to make the edge of the desert before we called it a day.
You'll never do it. Not before sunset, anyway.
Oh, all right, Mitch, I'll halt. Bring your train up alongside.
Okay.
Oh, well, there's that, I suppose, Lemmy. We'll stop here for the night.
Well, don't let it upset you, mate. We've done more than 200 miles. That's not bad going.
Oh, I'd have liked to have made the desert before nightfall.
The desert. And what have we been travelling across all day then? Amsterdam? Apparently the only difference between this desert and the pink one ahead is that one is damp and the other is dry.
To have got at least as far as the edge of it would have made me feel some progress had been made.
Towards what? We can't even be sure anymore that ship even came from that direction. He might have changed course long before he come this far.
I doubt it, Lemmy. I feel sure that wherever he came from, it was somewhere either in the desert or the far side of it.
And how wide is that desert? Always assuming we can cross it.
Oh, 400 to 500 miles.
Then it's not likely we'll even cross it tomorrow, is it? Now, why don't you stop worrying, Jet? We can't do more than we're doing already. I'll tell you what, boy. I'll go back into living quarters and make you a nice cup of tea.
Oh, thanks, Lemmy. And while you're doing it, I'll call up Frank, see how he's getting on.
And that's more like it, mate. Here. How about something to eat and all? Not a bite has passed your lips all day.
Oh, lovely, Lemmy. Whatever you say.
Hello, Jet. Doc calling.
Hello, Doc.
Look, if you care to get some sleep, I'll take over the watch.
Oh, thanks, Doc, but my 2 hours is hardly up, is it?
Oh, there's only a few minutes to go. How about it? Did you see anything?
No, not a thing. But it's less than 4 hours since sunset.
Uh-huh.
There's still plenty of the night left for something to happen.
It's as still and lonely as a tomb out there. Any word from Frank?
He decided to spend the night in the ship, as I suggested. And he and Grimshaw have kept a constant watch, but have seen nothing either.
Well, get some sleep, Jet. I'll give you a call if I see anything. When Mitch takes the watch, I'll get him to do the same.
Okay, Doc, thank you. I'll move back into the sleeping quarters. I'll leave the radio on, and if you call, I'll hear you. And check with Frank every half hour, will you?
Okay.
Hello, Jet. Hello. Now, wake up, do you hear? It's arrived.
Oh, hello, Mitch. What's that?
The light, it's here. To the northwest of us and approaching fast.
Thanks, Mitch. I'll get out of the driving cabin right away. Hey, Lemmy. Lemmy.
What's up?
The light, it's here. Follow me out into the cabin as soon as I pass through the airlock.
Yes, mate.
Hello, Mitch. I'm in the driving cabin now. Where's the light? Where is it?
To the northwest, coming across the Argier Desert. Almost directly towards us.
Yes, I see it. How fast is it approaching?
Well, it was only a pinpoint when I called you. Look at the size of it now. It must pass overhead almost any second. It is overhead.
I couldn't have seen us. Or if it did, it chose to ignore us.
Where is it, Jet? Where is it?
Just passed over our heads, Lemmy. Climb up to the Astrodome and you'll see it.
If it stays on that course, it won't be going anywhere near freighter number 2.
But it ain't staying on that course.
Hey.
Look at it. Sweeping round. It's either changing its line of flight or it's coming back.
Take your head out that dome, Lemmy. Let me have a look.
Yes, Jet.
No, it's not coming back. It's definitely heading for the ship.
Call up Frank, Lemmy. Warn him.
Right. Hello, Frank. Lemmy here.
Hello, Lemmy. Rogers speaking.
Look, we don't want to put the wind up, you chum, but that light we told you about,
Well?
it's just passed over us, and it looks as if it's heading for number 2 again.
Oh, it is.
Yes, mate. You keep a lookout for it, and if you hear anybody knocking on the door, you pretend you're out.
Oh, don't worry, Lemmy. We're sealed up tighter than sardines in a tin, and there's no way of opening the cargo hatch from outside. We've broken the remote control circuit.
Good for you, mate.
Did they see you?
Oh, we don't see how they could have missed us. They passed right over us, but it didn't even hesitate.
How high was it flying?
Oh, we couldn't say for sure. About 10,000 feet, maybe.
It's completely gone now. It must be traveling at a cracking pace.
Apparently, Frank, it's passed out of sight now. In your direction.
Okay, if it comes this way, I'll let you know the minute I sight it.
Thanks, mate. And don't go doing nothing hasty.
Hello, Landfleet. Rogers calling.
Yes, Frank. Barnard here.
We can see it. It's coming straight at us.
Oh, blimey.
Let me talk to him, Lemmy. And hook up Doc and Mitch. Let them hear this.
Right.
Hello, Frank.
Yes, Jet.
Where are you keeping lookout? From the pilot's window?
No, Jet, through the televiewer.
Have you a clear view all round?
No, Jet, the tilt of the ship doesn't allow it, but we've got a clear view forward and almost 90 degrees either side.
Where is the light now?
Directly in front of us, height about 45 degrees. It seems to have stopped now. It's just poised up there above the ground.
Just hanging there, you mean? Not moving?
No, Jet, it's as though it has some anti-gravity device. Now it's descending very gently. It's almost down. Now it's touched the deck and the light's gone out.
Can you see a ship of any kind?
Not really, Jet. It's so dark out there. There's hardly enough light to activate the camera.
You can't make out any details.
No, sir, but maybe it'll get clearer later when our eyes are adapted to the darkness.
All right, Frank. We'll keep listening. Give me a call the moment you've anything to report.
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't like to be in Frank's shoes right now. Not with that thing sitting on his doorstep.
No, Lemmy. I wish it was sitting outside here instead. Hello, Mitch, Doc?
Yeah, Jet. Mitch here.
Did you hear all that?
Too right. Well, what's that thing up to? Do you think it realizes Frank and Grimshaw are in there?
I don't know. But why did it put its light out?
That's a point.
Hello, Jet. Frank calling.
Yes, Frank?
Things are happening. The patch is definitely circular. That thing out there must be globular in shape like a ball. And that's not all.
Oh?
A pale green oval-shaped light has appeared in the underpart of it.
Some kind of door?
Possibly. It's probably a circular door, too, but looks oval because of the position from which we see it. It's foreshortened.
Anything else?
Not at present, Jet.
Then keep calm, Frank, and give me a full commentary on everything you see.
Yes, sir. Oh, Jet, something is coming out.
Oh, blimey.
What do they look like?
Oh, it's difficult to tell. All we can see are faint shadows. The green light is so pale, like luminous paint. It's only because parts of it are being obscured occasionally that I know anything is moving there at all. There's 1, 2, 3 shadows passed across it, apparently towards the ground.
Listen, Frank.
Yes, sir.
They must be going to approach the ship. Almost certainly they're not aware that you're even in there. They probably expect to find the cargo flaps still down as they left them yesterday.
Oh, then they're going to have a big surprise coming, aren't they, sir?
Unless they've something like superhuman powers, they can't possibly get inside, so just sit tight and wait.
Yes.
So what else can he do?
Oh, Frank, where did you leave your land trucks?
About half a mile away to the east. The globular craft is directly in front of us to the west.
Let's hope they don't see them.
What if they drive them off? Grimshaw and I'll be stranded here. Oh, what's that?
What is it, Frank?
There's a clicking coming from the control board. Sounds like relays of some kind.
Are you working or breaking any of the circuits?
No, Jet, neither of us have moved. We're just sitting here watching the screen. There it goes again. Can we put the control board lights on, Skipper, to see what's happening?
Yes, Frank, if you must.
All right, Bill, switch them on. That's it. They're on now.
Well?
It's the remote control relays from the cargo flaps. Somebody outside is pressing the switch.
But they can't get in, can they?
I hope not, sir. The switch won't open the doors, that's for certain. I broke the circuit. Oh, they've stopped now. They must have given it up.
Well, now what will they do?
That remains to be seen.
Poor old Frank. I bet right now he wishes he'd stayed at home. Or at least up in free orbit with the rest of the fleet. He must be scared stiff.
Maybe he is. He's not the one to show it.
Hello, Jet.
Yes, Frank?
Look, sir, it's so dark outside, it's impossible for the televiewer to show a bright picture.
Well?
But if I went into the pilot's cabin and looked through the window with my own eyes, I might see much more. May I have permission, sir?
Very well, Frank, but be careful. Switch off the televiewer and the control board lights before you go in case they should be seen when you open the pilot's cabin door.
Yes, sir. Televiewer off. And now the control lights. I'll put Bill on the transmitter and get him to hook me up to the pilot's intercom so I can still talk to you.
Okay, Frank.
And be careful, boy. Don't let them see you.
Oh, I'm too much in love with myself not to be, Lemmy. Don't you worry. I'm about to enter the pilot's cabin. Okay, Bill, open her up. Contact!
Well, let's hope them Martians or whatever they are don't hear that door opening.
If they do, they must have ears like a cat.
Maybe cat's ears is just what they have got.
I'm in the pilot's cabin now, Skipper.
Can you see any better?
Yes, a little. The green light is an opening into that sphere.
How big is it? Can you tell?
Oh, not without exactly knowing how far away she is. At a rough guess, I'd say between 20 and 30 feet in diameter. But I can't make out any details. It's too dark for that.
Does the opening allow you to see inside the thing?
Hardly, Jet. It's too low, and
What is it?
It's crew. I can just see them. Vague shapes. They just passed under the port wing and are heading back to the sphere.
Frank, what do they look like? How big are they?
Well, it's difficult to tell. They're all bunched up together, and their silhouettes seem to mingle. Well, if only there was a little more light.
Keep watching them, Frank. When they reach the door, they should show up clearly against it.
Yes, I'll keep watching that. And they can't be too far from it now.
And for goodness sake, don't let them see you.
Hello, Skipper. Grimshaw calling.
Yes, Bill?
I've shaded the televiewer from the door. It couldn't possibly be seen through it now. Can I switch it on? Maybe with two of us watching that thing, we'll have a better...
Yeah, switch it on.
If they're heading for their ship, Jet, they haven't reached it yet. It must be a lot further away than I thought.
Can you still see them?
No, Skipper. They've been completely swallowed up by the darkness. Oh, wait a minute. They've reached it now. I can see them. They stand out as clearly as... One's about to climb back in. Oh,
Frank! Frank, what's happened?
It's all right, Skipper. The light. The big one. It came on again. I threw myself to the floor.
Did they see you?
I don't know.
How about you, Bill? Can you see them?
No, Skipper. The light's far too bright, shining straight into the camera. It's completely ruined the picture.
Oh, blimey, now we'll never know what they look like.
But I saw them, Skipper. For a split second, I saw them.
What were they like, Frank? What did they look like?
Are they vegetable men?
No, Lemmy.
Then how did they look?
Like you and me, Jet. Just normal human beings.
Frank, are you sure? You were straining your eyes to see anything. They could have played your tricks.
I'd stake my life on it, Jet. When the big light came on, it showed them up so clearly I couldn't have made a mistake.
But Grimshaw didn't see them.
How could he? The light shone straight into the camera. The picture was too distorted for him to recognize anything.
Did you see the ship take off again?
No, Jet. While the light was on, I thought it best to lie low. A couple of minutes later, she was gone. The last I saw of it was a diminishing light in the sky.
It passed over us about 10 minutes later, heading northwest across the Argier Desert, the direction from which it came.
Frank,
Oh, yes, Doc.
how were those men dressed?
It's difficult to say exactly. I got the impression they wore one-piece suits, tight-fitting like our crew suits.
Did they wear helmets?
I hardly had time to notice.
Well, they must have, Doc. How else could they breathe?
And how did they keep warm out there in that bitter cold?
Oh, I can't answer that one, Doc.
All right, Frank, we've grilled you long enough. You better take it easy now. Get some sleep. I expect you need it.
It seems hardly worth it. Dawn will be breaking soon. I want to get some of the cargo out of this ship and transfer it up to base.
No, Frank, get some rest first. You can start back with the first load this afternoon.
What, and leave the ship unprotected?
You can't stay in there forever, Frank. Nobody can. We haven't the men to spare. Base is in urgent need of some of the supplies in that ship. They've got to have them.
But how about the big stuff, Skipper? We need more than 2 men to handle that.
I'll leave it there until you get back.
Where from?
Frank, we must have at least 2 more men down here on the surface. I want you to return to the main fleet in free orbit in number 1. Bring down MacDonald and Hammond. When you've touched down again, I'll give you further orders about salvaging the rest of the gear from the wreck.
Very good, sir.
Now, turn in, Frank. It's unlikely you'll be disturbed again. Whoever was in that ship seems to prefer to wander around at night. Give me a call when you wake up.
Yes, sir. Signing off. Couldn't we go back and give him a hand, Jet?
We could, Mitch, but we've other things to do. As soon as it's light, we're getting underway again. We're going to cross that desert.
The Argier?
Yes, Mitch. We head northwest as soon as the sun's up.
The first rays of the morning sun had hardly lightened the sky when our 2 caravans once more set out on their journey. We traveled steadily in a straight line towards where the light of the strange ship had disappeared over the horizon the night before. 3 hours and 60 miles later, the soft, damp, purple soil of the Mare Australis began to give way to the sandy pink of the Argier Desert. At noon, we rested, refreshed ourselves, and stretched our legs by walking ankle deep in the sand. By then, we were well into the desert, surrounded on every side by low pink hills, with not the tiniest living plant to relieve the monotonous, if colorful, scene. In our first day across the great desert, we covered nearly 250 miles. Then, under canopy of the blackest sky, studded by the brightest of multicolored stars, we settled down to sleep. We kept a constant watch, but no sign of the mysterious ship was seen.
Hello, Land Fleet. Freighter number 1 calling.
Hi, Frank. Mitch here.
Sorry to disturb you.
Oh, that's all right, Frank. I wasn't asleep. My turn for watch.
I'm up with the Space Fleet now. We made the journey up here without incident.
Oh, wacko. When do you return to Polar Base again?
Oh, in 24 hours or so, as soon as the ship's loaded.
Well, don't leave anything behind, Frank. I doubt if we can spare any fuel for any other trips upstairs. Not until we leave here for good, anyway.
I could just about make one more trip if we had to, Mitch.
But we'll make it only if we have to. And bring her down safely, Frank. If your ship cracks up, there's only the Discovery left to get us off this planet.
I will, Mitch. Don't worry. Well, that's all for now. I'll call you again when we're ready to make the descent.
Right. By then, I hope we've crossed this desert, and I won't be sorry.
No sign of that ship again?
No, Frank. Not a flicker.
Next morning, we were off again, hoping to make the far side of the desert before nightfall. Jet didn't allow us to let up for a moment. While one man drove the truck, his companion navigated, and in between times scanned the horizon with powerful binoculars in the hope of sighting the strange sphere or some sign that would lead us to its base. But there was none. Nothing but the pink sand stretching endlessly. Then, less than 2 hours before sunset...
Hey, Doc. Doc, what's happening?
I don't know, Mitch. The motor seems to be giving out.
Oh, treat her gently, Doc. You're pushing it too hard.
How else do we keep up with Jet and Lemmy? They're already at least a mile or more ahead of us.
Oh, we've been traveling too fast for too long. Hasn't Jet got any feeling for the insides of these tractors? Hello, Jet.
Yes, Mitch?
Oh, can you slow the pace down a bit?
Our motor's heating up.
Oh? Ours isn't giving any trouble?
Oh, well, this is. We ought to stop. Let it cool off.
All right, then. We'll halt here for a while. Come up alongside, will you?
Right.
Hey, Mitch, the output meter, it's dropped to half of what it should be.
Are you giving her a full power?
Yes.
Now, stop her, Doc. Stop her right here.
Okay.
Hello, Jet.
Yes, Mitch?
There's something definitely wrong with the murder. We'll have to stop and find out what the trouble is, or we may ruin her completely.
Oh. You sure she won't be all right for an hour or so? That's about all we need to cover the full distance. That'll about take us across this desert.
No, Jet, she's not moving another inch until I've had a look at her.
Oh, very well, Mitch, if you say so. Look, do you mind if Lemmy and I continue? At least as far as the top of the next rise. I want to see what's on the other side.
Jet, don't go out of sight. We've got to stick together.
I won't be out of your sight. We'll stop at the top. You'll still be able to see us. It's not more than 2 miles away.
Well, I guess that far won't hurt, so long as you don't go down the other side.
If the sand stretches still further, I'll come back and join you.
All right, but you'd better be back here before it gets dark.
Oh, I will. Don't you worry. All right, Lemmy. Start her up. Head up the rise and stop when you get to the top.
Yes, mate. Motor on.
Well, this is about the highest hill we've met on this desert. And it rises pretty sharpish and all.
We're nearly there, Lemmy. Get ready to stop. All right, hold it. This is far enough.
Well, was it worth it? Pink desert and more pink desert. And another rise, bang in front of this one.
Uh-huh. And did you notice anything about it?
No. What?
Towards the top, it changes color from pink to brown.
Oh, yes. I come to mention it, it does.
I'd like to look on the other side.
But to do that means dipping down out of sight of Doc and Mitch. We just told them we wouldn't do that. They'd start getting worried.
Oh, it wouldn't take a couple of minutes to get over there and back. I could almost walk it in the time. Yeah, that's what I'll do.
What, leave the cabin?
Why not? I'll go over there, satisfy my curiosity, and then come straight back.
But, Jet, it's less than an hour to sunset. Supposing you break your leg or something, what happens then?
I promise not to get out of your sight, Lemmy. Whatever's on the other side of that ridge, I'll just take a look at it, and that's all.
Well, if you must, you must. But why can't you wait until the morning?
I don't know, Lemmy. I have a strange feeling that I must see the other side. And if I don't, it'll keep me awake all night wondering about it.
I don't like the sound of that.
Pass me my helmet, Lemmy. When I've got it on, fill the airlock and let me out.
Hello, Lemmy. Can you see me?
Of course I can. How could I miss you?
Good. And here I go.
Now remember, just to the top, boy, and no further. The sun's already low in the sky.
And look at the color of it. A deep orange.
The sun. A deep orange. You said that once before.
How could I until a few minutes ago it was its normal color?
A long time ago, I mean. Or was it so long ago?
Nearly at the top. I've made it. Good heavens.
What is it, Jet? What can you see?
Lemmy, the other side of this hill leads down into a valley, a great wide valley. And it's full of plants like giant rhubarb. And it stretches from west to east as far as the eye can see.
Rhubarb plants. Any custard trees growing up with them?
This must be one of the canals.
Then you'd better come on back here before a barge horse comes along and tramples you to death.
It must be at least 15 miles wide and... Yes, there it is. It's there exactly as I saw it in my dream.
What? What was in your dream?
The dream I had when Mitch and I got lost in the fog.
When you dreamed about seeing a city, you mean?
Yes, Lemmy, and it's here.
What? The city?
Yes, identical in every detail.
You've been listening to episode 12 of Journey into Space with Andrew Foles as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and David Jacobs as Frank. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
I've made it. Good heavens.
What is it, Jet? What can you see, mate?
Lemmy, the other side of this hill leads down into a valley, a great wide valley. It stretches from west to east as far as the eye can see, and it's full of plants like giant rhubarb.
Rhubarb, yet. Any custard trees growing with them?
This must be one of the canals.
Then you better come on back here before a barge horse comes along and tramples you to death.
It must be at least 15 miles wide and... Yes, there it is. It's there, exactly as I saw it in my dream.
What is? What was in your dream?
The dream I had when Mitch and I got lost in the fog.
When you dreamed about seeing a city, you mean?
Yes, Lemmy, and it's here.
What, the city?
Yes, identical in every detail.
Jet, are you sure you're not dreaming again?
No, Lemmy, it's there, I tell you. Even to the plants growing on the rooftops of the houses.
Then if there are houses, there must be people. Or what passes for people on this planet. Now, come on back, Jet, before anybody sees you.
Oh, just a few more minutes, Lemmy. I must take in all I can.
Look, mate, in a few more minutes, the sun will be setting. Now, are you coming back, Jet, or do I have to come out there and drag you in?
All right, Lemmy, I'm coming.
I should think so and all. Now, let's get back to Mitch and Doc, or we won't make it before dark.
I tell you, Doc, I saw it exactly as it was in my dream. And I knew I'd see it the moment I stepped outside and began to walk up that hill.
Did you see any sign of life, Jet?
No, Doc, only the curious red and blue plants.
Do you think that city or whatever it is has any connection with the ship we've been following?
Well, it certainly led us here, but it might have passed right over and gone beyond it.
Oh, Jet, why didn't you ask Lemmy to call us up on the radio? We could have come up there and seen the canal, too.
With your motor out of action?
Well, we could have walked. It wouldn't have been more than 3 miles.
You'd never have made it, Mitch. Not there and back by sunset.
Now, how soon before your motor will be in full working order again, Mitch?
Oh, a couple of hours, I should think. Fortunately, I can get at the trouble from inside, so I can keep working even though it's dark. She should be right in the morning.
Good. Then as soon as it's light, we'll go as far as the rise and see what the chances are of bulldozing our way through that rhubarb forest and reaching that city.
How far now, Jet?
We'll stop at the summit and take a look round before we go on.
Right.
Stand by to stop the motor, Lemmy.
Yes, mate.
Any moment now.
Yeah? Blimey. Is that it?
Truth. Well, that valley must be all of 20 miles wide and at least 1,000 feet deep.
Can you see the city, Mitch?
Oh, how could I miss it?
It is like one of those old Indian pueblos.
Yes.
Just as you said.
Except that it seems to be constructed like a great step pyramid. Only it doesn't rise to a sharp point. The top is flat, about half the area of the base.
Yes, Doc.
I should think the base, the platform of the whole thing rests on, is about a mile square and 50 feet high. The terrace wall's about 20 feet high.
Yeah, if there is a way into that place, it must be through that bottom platform. But we can't see any opening because the rhubarb jungle gets in the way.
How tough do you think those plants are, Doc? If we drove the trucks at them, do you think we could plow our way through?
I don't see why not, Jet. We could try anyway.
How about the soil? Is it firm, boggy, or what?
Oh, plants are so thick I can't even see it. But I should think it'd be okay.
Okay, Doc. Then we'll go down there.
Take it easy, Jet, and go slowly.
Of course, Doc. Now, Lemmy.
Yes, Jet.
You drive. Maximum speed 5 miles an hour.
Yes, mate. Motor on. And here we go.
All right, Mitch. Keep close behind us.
Righto.
Hello, Land Fleet, Space Fleet calling.
Oh, hello, Frank. Lemmy here.
Will you hook me up to Jet, please, Lemmy?
Yes, mate. Hold on a minute.
Hello, Frank. Morgan speaking.
Hello, Skipper. Number 1 is fully loaded, and I've got MacDonald and Hammond aboard. We're ready to make the descent.
Very well, Frank. You can come on down as soon as you think fit. How is it with the fleet?
All right, sir. But when I leave, there'll be only 2 men left up here. We can't expect them to handle all the work.
They'll have to do the best they can. The photographing of the planet's surface must be carried out whenever possible. And constant radio watch on polar base and Earth control must be maintained.
They understand that, sir.
Now, which ship are the 2 remaining crew manning?
Number 4, sir. The rest are empty. Men, anyway.
How many more trips can you safely make back into free orbit, Frank?
Only 1, sir. That's all we can spare the fuel for. That is, if we intend to take the rest of the fleet back with us to Moon Base.
That's the intention.
Yes, sir.
Very well, Frank. You better come down and report as soon as you've landed. Oh, and listen.
Yes, Skipper?
We have now crossed the Argyre Desert, and our position is 40 degrees, 14 minutes longitude, and minus 30 degrees, 27 minutes latitude. At present, we're about to cross a canal.
What?
Yes, Frank. It runs almost directly west to east, and it's full of peculiar plants, some 6 feet high.
Then it is vegetation that colors the canal.
Yes, Frank, and very luxuriant it is, too, but That's not all.
Oh?
We're about to attempt to plow through it to investigate what appears to be a walled city situated in the middle.
Are you sure it's not an odd-shaped natural rock formation or something, sir?
There's nothing natural about it, Frank, I can assure you. Now, you have our position. I want you to pass over it before you land. Have one of your crew observe it and another photograph it. Now, is that clear?
It certainly is, Jet.
Very well, Frank. Well, that's all for now.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Jet.
Yes, Lemmy?
That rhubarb. We're nearly up to it.
Hello, Mitch?
Jet.
Slow down to 2 miles an hour.
Okay.
And you, Lemmy.
Reducing speed. 4 miles. 3. 2.
Good. Now head straight for that jungle. Keep a steady course and plow through it if you can.
Right. Nearly on it. Just a few yards now. Stand by. Here we go. Blimey. We didn't even feel it.
They don't offer any resistance, Lemmy. The tractors are knocking them flat.
Well, how about the ground? It's not marshy, is it?
No, Lemmy, I don't think so. Hello, Mitch?
Yeah, Jet.
It looks as though we'll get through.
So I see.
We'll keep going as far as the base of that pyramid and then halt.
Right.
And increase speed to 5 miles an hour maximum.
Roger.
Did you hear that, Lemmy?
Yes, Jet.
Well, at this rate, we should reach it in about 2 hours.
And let's hope when we reach it, we don't regret it.
How do you mean?
I only hope that when we get there, we don't find something that makes us wish we hadn't come.
Hello, Jet. I'm outside now. Standing beside my tractor, but I can't see a thing for these darn rhubarb plants.
I'm outside, too. And don't worry about these plants. The slightest pressure and they break off like matchsticks.
And do they?
Go on, try it.
All right. Well, I'll be a... hey, look, they're all hollow inside, like bamboo.
Break your way through them, Mitch, and make for the wall.
Right.
And Lemmy,
Yes, mate.
keep us hooked up to Doc, will you?
As you say.
Well, Jet, how about it? Well, this wall's solid enough, Doc.
What's it made of?
It's difficult to tell.
Is it of a brick formation?
If it is, they must be covered with some kind of plaster. The wall's smooth.
Is there any way into it or through it?
Not that I can see, but we'll walk right round the base. There may be an entrance in one of the other sides.
I think we're wasting our time expecting to find a way in from down here.
Why?
Well, it stands to reason. Anybody approaching this city from the valley would have to fight their way through this jungle, and there would be paths leading through it. But there ain't a sign of a path. They must fly in.
Hey, Jet, look what I found on the ground.
Good heavens. You sure it's not yours?
Mine's still attached to my belt.
Jet, what is it? What have you found?
A safety line, Doc. Exactly the same pattern as we wear.
Yeah, it's uncoiled, too.
It must have been dropped by one of the crew of number 2, either accidentally or as a sign to us.
They must be here, then.
And why don't they show themselves?
I don't know, Lemmy. Perhaps they can't. We've got to find a way into this place.
This wall is pretty high, Jet, and solid.
There are 3 others to examine yet. Let's keep going. If there's no kind of opening to be found when we've walked right round the place, then we'll think up some way of scaling that wall. Did you hear that, Lemmy? Doc?
Yes, mate.
Yeah, Jet. Then recall that line, Mitch, and let's keep walking.
Too right.
All right, Lemmy. Doc, stop your trucks. Put on your suits and come out.
What is it, Jet? Have you found something else?
I'll say we have. Right here at the corner of the wall. A flight of steps leading up to the first terrace. Come on, Doc.
Yeah, come on, Lemmy.
Well, if that line was dropped from up here, this is about where it would have fallen from.
It doesn't tell us anything, Mitch. Let's keep going.
All the way round, you mean?
Yeah, why not? Maybe there's another flight of steps around the far side that will lead us up to the next level, up to where we saw what looked like houses.
But what about our trucks? Are we going to leave them down here in that rhubarb jungle with nobody to look after them?
Yeah, that's a point.
Ah.
Maybe we haven't seen anybody, but that doesn't mean that there's nobody around.
Exactly.
Somebody had better stay and keep an eye on them.
Of course.
The rest of us will continue the exploration.
Sit.
Lemmy, you better stay.
Yeah, that's what... Me?
If anything happens, or if you see anything, call us up, and if necessary, we'll come back.
You're going to walk right round the terrace, then?
Yep. There must be a way up to the next one somewhere. We'll let you know if we find it.
Well, must you all go? Couldn't one of you stay here with me?
It won't take us more than an hour to walk right round, Lemmy. We won't be out of sight all that long.
All right, Jet, if you say so. I'll start walking back.
Good. I'll wait at the top of the steps, and we'll pick you up there. Or I'll give you directions on how to reach us if I want you to join us.
Yes, mate.
Roger's calling.
Hello, Frank. Barney, dear.
We're now approaching the position you gave us and should be overhead in a few minutes from now.
Right, Frank boy. Now, the place we call the city is right smack in the middle of the canal. If you're on the right course, you can't miss us.
Right.
Have a good look round, Frank. You might see something that we can't.
We'll do our best, Lemmy, but we'll be traveling pretty fast. We'll take some photographs, too.
Right, boy.
Where are you now? In the land trucks?
No, Frank. I'm standing guard at top of a long flight of steps that leads up to the lowest terrace of this place.
I'll look out for you when we pass overhead.
And I'll remember to smile when you take the picture.
Okay, Lemmy. See you later.
Yes, mate, and best of luck. Hello, Jet.
Yes, Lemmy?
That was Frank.
I heard him.
Where are you now?
On the opposite side from you, halfway round, in fact.
Any sign of any more stairs or anything yet?
No, Lemmy. We'll call you the moment we see anything.
Then don't leave it too long, Jet boy. I'll get lonely standing here with nothing but a flight of steps and thousands of sticks of rhubarb for company. And there's another thing. Oh, wait a minute. That was Frank going over. And what a racket he kicked up and all. Well, let's hope he got some good pictures. Hey. What's that? That noise. It's back again. The same noise that... Hello, Jet. Hello.
Hello, Lemmy. What's wrong?
Jet. It's here. That...
Lemmy, do you hear me?
Oh, what wouldn't I give to have 40 winks right now? Huh. I'm so tired.
Lemmy, answer me. Lemmy!
Oh, shut up. How can a fella sleep with you making all that noise?
Lemmy, you must not go to sleep, do you hear?
Of course he can sleep.
There, you see. Hey. Who was that?
Who was who?
Said I could go to sleep.
I didn't hear anybody. Lemmy, pull yourself together.
He's too tired. Lie down, Lemmy. You'll feel much better.
Yes, mate. That's just what I will do. I want to lie down.
Hello, Lemmy. He must have fallen asleep, Doc. He doesn't answer.
We've got to get back to him, Jet.
Which way?
It doesn't matter, Mitch. It's the same distance round, whichever way we go.
Then we'll keep going in the same direction. Come on, and keep calling him. He might still be awake. Hello, Lemmy. Hello, Lemmy. Hello, Lemmy.
But I feel so tired. And you just said I could lie down.
Of course you can. But you can lie down in your own comfortable bed.
Hey?
Jet, didn't I hear Lemmy then?
Well, I did too, Doc. Hello, Lemmy. Hello.
Where is this bed?
That's him again. There's something about a bed.
Walk along the terrace, along the inner wall. No, not that way, the other way.
Lemmy.
Along here?
Lemmy, what's the matter with you?
That's right.
Oh, I'm so tired. And it seems to be getting so cold.
You'll feel warmer soon.
And now he says he feels cold. This is that business out on the ice all over again.
Look, I don't think there's much point in our constantly calling him. Best thing we can do is to get back where we left him, and quick.
All right, Doc.
It sounds as though he was talking to somebody.
So more likely. Now, let's hurry. It'll take at least 10 minutes to get back.
That's far enough, Lemmy. Now, go down those steps.
Where do they lead to?
A place you know well.
I don't know any place on this planet. Look, all I want is to get warm and to get some sleep.
Then go down the steps.
All right. And it's only because I'm tired. I wouldn't do a thing like this normally.
On this planet, none of us is normal.
What do you mean by that? All right, I'm going. What are you doing to me? I'm going, I'll tell you. What's happening?
Lemmy!
Good! Help!
Lemmy, where are you?
There, Lemmy. Feel better now?
Where am I?
Do you still feel tired?
No, I don't. I feel wide awake, and I feel much warmer. In fact, I feel better all round. But where am I? Where did all them people come from?
Walk around a bit. Go on.
But I'd never get through that mob.
Yes, you will, Lemmy. Go on. They'll make a way for you. Head straight up the street. Turn left to the next corner. There's a shop where you can get Lokshan soup and bagels and schmaltz.
Bernstein's.
I thought you didn't know this place.
Of course I know it. I was brought up here. This is the Sunday morning market. Well, I'll be... Here, over there by the cosmetic stall.
Somebody you know.
No, I'll say I do. Hey, Becky! Becky! It's me, Lemmy. Becky... Oh, pardon me. I thought you were somebody else. Well, there's no need to be like that about it. I mean, anybody can make a mistake.
Not the person you thought.
Did you see that? The way she acted, I might as well not have been there. She completely ignored me.
Yes,
Come to think of it, everybody seems to ignore me.
that's right.
What do you mean, that's right? What sort of a welcome home is this? Me. Just back from the other side of the sun. But for all this lot, Kid, I might have just got back from the pictures.
Have you forgotten the soup? You were on your way to Bernstein's or to Sam's for a herring.
I'll settle for the soup and bagels.
Lemmy! Lemmy, where are you?
Hey? Who's that? Somebody's calling my name.
The Lokshan, Lemmy, the best in town.
Never mind the Lokshan. I distinctly heard somebody call my name, and it wasn't any of the crowd here, because for all their notice they'd taken me, I might as well be invisible. Invisible. Is that why that girl ignored me? Looked straight through me as though I wasn't here at all. Yeah. There's something fishy going on around here.
Sam stocks the best fish in the market. His herrings can't be beaten.
And who are you?
Just one of the crowd.
Then why
Lemmy.
don't you show yourself?
You've already looked at me twice.
Hey? Where? Which one? Which one is you? Hey, wait a minute. There's that noise. What's happening? Everything's getting blurred again. What are you doing? No! 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 Oh.
Feel better now?
Yeah, that's more like it. The most comfortable bed I ever slept in. Even if it is a bit freaky.
There's no place like home.
No? Hey? What do you mean, home?
Isn't this your home?
Yeah, it is, too. It's my room, my own room. And there are my autographed pictures on the wall. Neville Duke, Charlie Chaplin, and my Uncle Solly on the stage with best wishes. Which day is it?
Sunday.
I always go over the lane on Sundays. Here, what's the time?
Must be getting late. Sun is high in the sky.
Oh, blimey, and I promised Mr. Bernstein I'd give him a hand in his delicatessen at 9 o'clock. Why didn't somebody wake me? Hey, Mama!
Wakey, wakey!
Yeah. Listen, it must be 1:15. That's the Billy Cotton Band show starting up. On Mr. Van Berg's radio. It's always the same on Sundays. You can't hear yourself speak down here for the noise going on up there. I can't even turn that thing down. Hey, Mama!
She's out, Lemmy.
Hey?
Gone out looking for a bargain for you in Great Sauce, the tailor.
Oh, not that suit in the window, the one with the pinstripes.
She was saying it was a wonderful piece of material.
At a wonderful price and all. I've told her before. Great suit charges too much. I'll have to go down there and stop her wasting her money.
Hadn't you better dress first?
Hey? Well, what's this I got on there? Then my birthday suit?
Take off your helmet. How can you talk to her, or to Sam, or Sully, or anyone else?
Well, I'm talking to you and I. Even though I can't see you.
And you can see everybody else, but not talk to them, nor they to you, unless...
Unless what?
Take off your helmet.
But I can't take it off. The atmosphere down here on Earth contains too much oxygen. One whiff of it would kill me.
The people in the marketplace seem lively enough.
Of course they are. They're used to it.
You can get used to it. Just lift your helmet for a second. Try it.
No. Orders are that helmets are to remain fixed at all times, except when within the pressurized cabins.
Orders are that you remove your helmet. And orders must be obeyed without question at all times.
What was that? Yeah. Who do you think you're giving orders to? And who gave you permission to come in here, in my room, and give orders to anybody?
Take off your helmet.
I won't take it off.
Take it off when I tell you. My life, did you ever see such a boy talking back to his mama yet?
But I don't want to take it off, Mama. This room isn't pressurized.
Pressurized. I'll pressurize you if you don't do as you're told. Your papa's waiting down at Gratzel's for you to try that suit on. Now, do me a favor. Are you coming, or do I go and get him?
What is going on in here? A riot? How can I hear the program with all that shouting going on?
Now you're disturbing the upstairs tenants, Mama. Mr. Van Berg can't hear his radio.
With a radio like he's got, who would want to hear it?
But it's a good radio, Ma. It's so good he couldn't even get it wholesale.
Then more fool him for buying it. Now, do you take that helmet off and come on down to Great Souls, or do I take it off for you?
No, Mama, I can't come yet. I've had no breakfast.
And you think to eat it with a fishbowl over your head?
No, don't. No, Mama, if you take it over, I'll suffocate. A Martian can't breathe the Earth's atmosphere.
Let go. Take your hand away.
No. Don't take it off. You don't know what you're doing.
What are you trying to do? Murder the boy?
You get back upstairs and mind your own business.
Don't let her take it off, Mr. Van Berg. She doesn't know what she's doing.
Take your hand away, do you hear?
Let me be a good boy and do what your mama asks.
No, I can't. You don't understand. Oh, she's undone the hook. Mama, please.
I always said a spacesuit was not a good thing for a boy. Such ideas it gives them. You should have bought him a good book.
Well, don't stand there. Help me get it off.
Yes, Mrs. Barnett. I'll hold his arms and you unfix the head.
Let go of me. Please, Mama, let go.
Now, Lemmy, that's no way to talk to your elders.
There, he's coming. Hold him a little longer.
No. I shall die.
Quiet, Lemmy.
Lemmy! What could have happened to him, Jet?
Oh, here comes Mitch, back from the trucks. Well, Mitch?
Not a sign of him.
You looked in both cabins?
And in the living quarters trucks. He's not there.
Then he either walked around the top of this wall in the opposite direction from us, or he's wandering about somewhere in that valley.
In among all those plants, Jet, he'd be bound to leave a trail.
Well, the only trails through that forest are those the caravans made.
Then he must still be up here somewhere.
Or up even higher, on the next terrace.
How could he get up there?
Well, there was a way up this far from the ground level. I think we can reasonably expect a way up even higher.
We searched two sides of this terrace thoroughly. There was no sign of stairs or an opening of any kind.
Then we'd better search the other two, hadn't we?
Just came around those two, Mitch.
Almost at the run. If there had been an opening along those two walls, we could easily have missed it.
And what if Lemmy has wandered round in the other direction?
Well, if he keeps going, we should meet him halfway, on the opposite corner to this. But we'll split up, Doc. Then if he's anywhere on this terrace, we're bound to meet him.
Okay.
Mitch, you go that way. Maybe you'll overtake him at the next corner. Right. Doc and I will retrace our steps and search along the way we came. If you find Lemmy, give us a call. If we find anything, we'll call you.
That's right. I'm off. Keep talking so I won't get too lonely.
All right. And good luck, Mitch. Come on, Doc. And keep your eyes open.
Now halfway along the terrace, but no sign of him yet. How about you?
No, Mitch. Just the long, blank wall and the forest down below.
Wait a minute, Jet. Look at this.
Has Doc found something?
Oh, there I have, Mitch. A narrow staircase cut into the base of the next terrace.
Do you think Lemmy went up there?
Possibly. We'll go up and see. You carry on, Mitch. Go right round the perimeter if you have to.
Jet, this staircase is so narrow it's almost a squeeze to get up it.
Keep going, Doc. Up here is about the only place he could be.
Almost up now. There, that's it.
Well, how does it look?
No different from down below. Not in this direction, anyway.
And in the other... Good heavens, Doc! Look, along there, almost at the corner.
What?
It's Lemmy.
Yes. And who's that? Bending over him. What's he doing?
It looks as though he's trying to remove Lemmy's helmet. Oh, what's he trying to do? Kill him?
Whoever he is, he's wearing a crew suit. Oh, there, he's seen us. He's getting up.
Doc, do you see who it is?
McLean. Pilot of number 2.
But how can he be alive? How does he breathe?
What do you mean?
Don't you see, Doc? He's not wearing a helmet.
In episode 13 of Journey into Space, you heard Andrew Foles as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and Miriam Carlin. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. the BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
To watch the land transport trucks, Jet, Mitch, and I explored the mysterious pyramid-like city, hoping to find some trace of the crew of the wrecked freighter number 2. But once Lemmy was alone, we heard him calling for help. The base of the pyramid was at least a mile square, and at the time of hearing Lemmy's cries, we were on the far side of it. By the time we returned to where Lemmy had been left, he had disappeared. Then, first sending Mitch to search the lowest terrace, Jet and I found our way up to the next, which was reached by a flight of narrow stairs, almost too narrow to negotiate in our bulky spacesuits.
Well, Doc, how does it look?
No different from down below. Not in this direction, anyway.
And in the up. Good heavens, Doc, look! Along there, almost at the corner.
Huh?
It's Lemmy.
Yes. And who's that? Bending over him. What's he doing?
It looks as though he's trying to remove Lemmy's helmet. Oh, what's he trying to do? Kill him?
Well, whoever he is, he's wearing a crew suit. There, he's seen us. He's getting up.
Doc, do you see who it is?
It's McLean. The pilot of number 2.
But how can he be alive? How does he breathe?
What do you mean?
What, don't you see, Doc? He's not wearing a helmet. Come on.
Jet, don't run. You'll damage your suit. Slow down.
But McLean, he's running away. How else can I catch him?
Slow down, Jet. Take it easy, for goodness sake.
But if he gets away, we may never find him again.
What does it matter? Lemmy is more important. Let's see to him first.
All right, Doc. Lemmy, it's Jet. What happened to you? Well, he seems to be out cold.
How about his helmet? Is it still in place?
Yes, Doc. The catch has been opened, but the helmet's still airtight.
Seems we came up here just in time.
Hello, Jet. Hello.
Hello, Mitch.
Well, what's all the commotion? Have you found him?
Yes, Mitch. Call off your search and go back to the trucks.
How is he? Where did he get to?
He was on the upper terrace, and he's out cold.
Huh.
You must be closer to the trucks than we are, Mitch. Open up the living quarters of number 2, will you? We'll take him in there.
Right.
Further away than we thought.
Hello, Mitch. Where are you?
Hello, Jet. I'm still out on the terrace, heading back to the truck.
Oh, I thought you'd have been here by now.
Be with you in just a couple of shakes.
Very well, Mitch. Now, Doc, can I give you a hand?
Get your suit off first, Jet.
All right, that's my helmet removed.
Mine, too.
Give it to me, Doc. I'll stow it away for you.
Thanks.
And your suit, too. As soon as you've got it off, get to work on Lemmy.
Sure. Still unconscious, Jet. Breathing very shallow and temperature subnormal.
What does that mean?
I wish I knew. It was the same with you and Mitch when Frank and I brought you in from the ice. The same with Whitaker when we found him unconscious in number 6.
What is happening, Doc? Lemmy didn't see any orange lights or anything like that, did he?
No. He didn't mention any lights anyway, but just before we lost contact with him, he did say he'd heard that peculiar noise. Just as you did before you blacked out during the first landing at the pole. And as McLean did before number 2 packed up. He also saw the light.
Yes, McLean. What is he doing up there on the terrace?
Look, you sure it was him, Jet?
I'd stake my life on it, Doc. But how on earth did he manage to breathe when he wasn't wearing a helmet? And why was he trying to remove Lemmy's?
Jet, do you remember Dr. Samuel?
Uh-huh. Why?
Do you remember, quite early in the training period, he once gave us a lecture on the possibility of life existing on this planet?
Yes, Doc, of course. He told us to expect fairly advanced forms of plant life up here, particularly near the equator. That was about all he did tell us to expect.
There was something else.
Eh?
He said that if any form of animal life did exist here on this planet, body temperature couldn't exceed 68 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yes, Doc, I remember him saying that. But he also said not to pay too much attention to it, as there could be no animal life up here anyway.
I'm beginning to think that's one thing we'd better start paying a lot of attention to.
How do you mean?
Because, Jet, look,
Whenever you, Mitch, Lemmy, or anybody else has been affected by either a mysterious light or sound, you've all lapsed into unconsciousness and your body temperatures have dropped to abnormally low figures. Fortunately, somebody has always been close at hand to drag you back to warmth and safety.
You mean what? Somebody or something might be able to condition our bodies so that we could live quite normally in the Martian atmosphere? That's too fantastic for words, Doc.
Yes, it's becoming clearer to me now. Whitaker was a man already under the control of some powerful influence that used him as a tool, that somehow contrived to get him into one of our ships in the hope that he would wreck the whole project. That's why there was no record of his ever being to the astronautical college.
But Whitaker was a normal human being, Doc.
No, not normal, Jet. Far from it. For 47 years, he was just a name in the Bureau of Missing Persons, and then in 1971, he suddenly turns up as a member of our space fleet.
Then where had he been during those 47 years?
Up here, on Mars.
What?
Yes, Jet. Walking around, breathing the Martian atmosphere just as McLean is doing now.
You mean McLean has already been conditioned? Has become another Whitaker? And that Lemmy, if we hadn't found him in time, would...
Yes. Or at least that's how it seems to me.
Well, let us assume that's true. In the case of McLean, at any rate.
Well?
He was already here on Mars, but... How did Whitaker get up here?
He was kidnapped and brought here.
In 1924, when space travel was no more than a wild dream.
That ship that visited number 2 and carried off the crew was no wild dream, Jet.
You mean you think it's capable of reaching Earth?
I don't know.
Oh, Doc.
All I do know is that Mars is a planet at least as old as the Earth, maybe millions of years older. If it has no animal life now, it did once, Jet. How else can you account for that city out there? Oh, if you ask me, that place is thousands of years old, built when life on Earth was in its early stages of evolution, when Mars was probably a planet teeming with all kinds of life, just as Earth is now.
You mean there were advanced civilizations up here? Probably still are.
Don't you see, Jet? Mars is a dying planet. It can't support life in abundance anymore. But if there ever were creatures up here, even remotely like human beings who can think and reason and build, they must have long since died out, or most of them. But any that are left have the advantage of millions of years of civilization behind them, plus all the knowledge those civilizations must have produced. And who knows what that knowledge could enable them to do.
It could enable them to release the oxygen now trapped in the soil and the rocks, revitalize the atmosphere, and keep themselves alive.
Yes, always assuming they need oxygen to live. Maybe they don't.
But we do, and so does McLean or any human being.
Well, there's a small amount of oxygen in the atmosphere still. It would be possible to live in it, I suppose. Plants in the valley certainly manage it. Yes, I suppose it's possible for animal life to do so, if it were adapted to its surroundings.
We haven't seen any animal life.
Except McLean.
Oh, Lemmy's coming round.
Yep. He'll feel very cold when he does, Jet. You'd better get him something hot to drink.
Righto, Doc.
Meanwhile, I'll check him over again. Before he wakes up now, Jet. His temperature's almost back to normal. Didn't take long either. Less than an hour.
An hour?
Yeah. Quite encouraging, isn't it?
Is it? And what about Mitch? Nearly an hour ago, he said he'd be with us in just a few minutes.
Good night. I was talking so much I completely forgot him. Call him up, Jet, for Pete's sake.
Hello, Mitch. This is Jet calling. Hello, Mitch. Where are you? I must go out there, Doc. Go out and look for him.
No, Jet, wait.
I haven't time to wait, Doc. Anything might have happened to Mitch. He might already be in a far worse position than Lemmy was.
Let go. I won't take it off. I shall die. You let go of my arm, do you hear?
Jet, help me hold him. Crying out loud. He thinks he's in a fight or something.
Yes, Doc. Lemmy.
Let go of me. Let go.
Lemmy.
He's awake. His eyes are open.
Lemmy. Listen, it's me, Doc.
My helmet. Where's my helmet? You give me back my helmet. I shall suffocate.
You don't want your helmet, Lemmy. You're in the truck, in the living quarters. You don't need your helmet.
Oh, Jet. And Doc. Oh, mate. I thought you was Mr. Vanberg.
Who?
Vanberg. The fella from upstairs.
Look, Lemmy, drink this and take it easy.
Hey?
Go on. It's nice and hot.
Oh, thanks. I'm all cold inside. I need something to warm me. Oh, what wouldn't I give for a nice bowl of Lokshan soup?
Tea is all we've got that's hot, Lemmy. Now, you drink it. It'll do you good.
Yeah. Tar. Where am I, did you say?
In one of the trucks, Lemmy. In the caravan.
Well, the last thing I remember, I was back on Earth. It was a Sunday morning, and I was back home in London, in the market. It was crowded with people as it always is on Sundays, but I couldn't talk to them. They couldn't hear me. I don't think they could even see me. But a voice from nowhere kept talking to me, telling me to go on to Bernstein's, where I could get some soup and some bagels and schmaltz, which I'm very fond of.
But, Lemmy, if you were dressed in your spacesuit, how could you have eaten it?
He told me to take my helmet off, but I wouldn't. And next thing I knew, I was a kid again, and back in my room. And then my mother came in, and she tried to get me to take it off. And then the next thing I knew, I was here.
Lemmy, the voice you heard, did you recognize it as belonging to anyone you knew, or see the person it belonged to?
No, I didn't see him. But the voice was familiar.
Whose was it, Lemmy? Now, think hard.
Well, if it was anybody's at all, I'd say it was McLean's. But it wasn't his normal voice.
McLean? That's what I thought you'd say.
But how could it be?
Look, Lemmy, there's some strange power at work here. You were induced to think you were at home, where you'd be happy, somewhere where you'd feel safe and comfortable. And then, having hypnotized you into this state, somebody, using McLean's voice, tried to induce you to remove your helmet.
Well, what for?
I can't be sure, Lemmy, but I have a good idea. You don't know it, but while you were under that illusion, you somehow found your way up to the next terrace. And that's where we found you, with somebody who looked like McLean bending over you and about to unfasten your helmet and take it off.
What?
I'm beginning to see how it all ties up now, Doc. When Mitch and I saw that orange light out on the ice, we imagined, and were led to imagine, that it was the sun, and that it warmed us, made us feel safe. So safe that I wanted to remove my suit and bathe in its rays. Now, if you hadn't come up when you did, Doc, I might even have done so.
And you would have died, if not for suffocation and from the bitter cold.
Maybe that's just what was intended. And in Lemmy's case, too.
What makes you so sure it was McLean? How do you know you weren't hypnotized as well?
Because, Lemmy, when we got up to you, the catch on your helmet had been unfastened, although the helmet itself hadn't been removed. Had we arrived just a minute or so later, it certainly would have been.
But Lemmy's right about one thing. The man we took to be McLean might not have been. He might only have looked like him.
If only we knew which.
Well, if you ask me, the only way you'll ever know is to find him again and ask him.
Look, we want you to stay here, alone for a while.
Huh? Well, where are you going?
Mitch should have been back nearly an hour ago, but he hasn't returned yet.
Oh, blind.
We want to go out and look for him. Doc thinks it's safer for two of us to go, which means you will have to remain here.
But what if that noise comes back? What if it starts hypnotizing me again?
You must fight it, Lemmy. Just as you fought against taking off your helmet in your dream. Now, when we're gone, seal yourself up tight. Break the airlock circuit so the door cannot be opened from the outside, and open it to nobody but us. Or Mitch, if he should come back before us. We'll keep in constant radio contact.
And what if anything happens to you?
Well, hoping it won't. Now we're aware of what can happen, maybe we can fight it too.
If you ask me, you're heading straight for trouble. We should get away from this place. It's got the mockers on it, and the sooner the better.
Maybe we will, Lemmy, but we must find Mitch first.
Yes, Jet.
All right, Doc. Put on your suit and we'll go. We've got to find him.
Right.
What had happened to Mitch? By the time Jet and I had carried Lemmy into the living quarters of one of the land trucks, Mitch should have been there, too. In fact, he was quite close to us, still up on the lower terrace of the mysterious city and about to head down the steps to where the trucks were parked. But he never got there. As you will remember, when Jet and I had reached the trucks and found that Mitch was not there, Jet had called him on the personal intercom system.
Hello, Mitch. Where are you?
Hello, Jet. I'm still out on the terrace, heading back to the truck.
Oh, I thought you'd have been with us by now.
Be with you in a couple of shakes.
Very well, Mitch.
I'll let myself in. I've just reached the top of the steps now. Oh, and Jet. Jet.
Hello, Mitch.
Oh, there you are. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, that wasn't Jet. Hello. Hello.
No, Mitch. It's not Jet.
Is that you, Doc?
It's not Doc either.
Well, but who is that? Hello, I said, who is that? Why didn't you answer?
Where are you going?
Well, down the steps, of course. I've got to get back to the trucks.
That's not the way.
Yes, of course it is.
No, Mitch. The stairs you want are on the next terrace.
Where? Along here?
That's right. Keep walking.
Now, wait a minute. I'm sure it was this way I came. These are the steps. Here, what are you doing? Hey, cut it out. Oh, for Pete's sake, what's happening? Where am I? How did I get here? What the... Hello, Jet. Hello. Hello.
Hello there.
Huh?
Over here, copper.
Where did you spring from?
Might ask you that. Come on over. I've got a fire going and the billy's on. You'd like a cup of tea, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Like it's fine.
Come on, mate. Sit down.
Oh, thanks. What's that?
Dingoes. Sun's going down. They're starting up early tonight. You hunting scalps?
Hey?
Dingo scalps for the government bounty. I've got a swag bag full of them.
No, I'm not hunting dingoes. I'm lost. I need help.
And where do you have to get to?
The city. I must get back.
Nearest settlement here is Udnadata, 200 miles to the south. And city is a fancy name for it.
200 miles?
Maybe a little more.
Oh, what is going on? Look, a little while ago I was in it, up on the terrace. The sun was high in the sky, and the next thing I know, I'm wandering through this desert and night is falling.
You've come a long way since noon.
Hey?
Apart from Udnadata, there's no city within 500 miles of here. They should count Marugi, and that's in ruins anyway.
Is it in a valley? A long, wide valley?
That's the place.
Then take me to it, will you? The others will be looking for me, and on what each step.
You got a camp there, then?
Yeah, we parked our caravan there. Oh, show me which way to go.
You been in this part of the outback before?
No, never.
Oh, I'll take you, then.
Well, how far is it?
About a mile, just over the next rise.
Oh, come on, then. What are we waiting for?
Well, there she is, down there. Where's your caravan?
This isn't the place.
You said a ruined city in the valley.
But the city I'm looking for is at least a mile square and built up in steps like a great pyramid. And the valley is full of plants, like rhubarb. Look, I tell you brought me to the wrong place.
There's no other place to take you. You better come on back to my camp.
Look, I must find the valley. I must find Jeff and Doc. Hello, Jeff, where are you?
Hello, Mitch. Where are you?
Hello, Jeff.
Hello, Jeff.
Hello.
Hello. Nothing but an echo. That valley's full of them. When the dingoes get down there, you'd swear it was a choir singing in the church. Now, come on back to the fire, digger. It'll be dark directly, and you'll be getting cold.
But the city. I must find the city.
You can find it tomorrow. Now, sit down. Put this blanket around your shoulders.
Oh, thanks.
There's no tilde in the bag. Tastes pretty good roasted over the red ashes. Like a bite?
No, thanks. Just the tea. That's all I need.
When did you leave civilization?
Well, we took off last April. Landed just over a week ago, that's right.
Is that all? 32 years since I left the world behind. Started out looking for gold.
Gold?
And all that time I don't think I found more than enough to fill a thimble. Good game isn't worth it. But the dingoes are different. A pound a scalp the government pays. Listen to them out there. Look at their eyes gleaming in the dark. With my rifle, I could drop them all right now if I wanted to. They just stand there waiting for it.
Then why don't you?
Wouldn't be good business. In the dark, you can't tell the dogs from the bitches. I only collect dog scalps.
Is that what the government wants?
I don't give a hang what they want. To me, a female dingo is capital. What are you doing out here? What's your line?
Astronautics. I'm an engineer.
Astronautics?
Astronautics. I travel among the stars.
See what you mean. 32 years ago, I felt much the same way myself. Just when I come out here to live in the desert. With only the dingoes and the stars for company. When did you decide to leave it all behind?
Leave what behind?
The noise, the fight, the jungle, the grind of city life.
I told you, we took off last April.
It wasn't easy, was it? Something deep inside you that says you should resist it, design, and go back. Ignore it. Fight it. And don't go. And you'll find peace and contentment. 30 years I've been tramping over this desert. 30 years. And still as young and as healthy as when I first started out. So look at me. Would you think I was 62?
You don't look a day older than 30.
Exactly. This is the place to keep you young. Out here with the sand, the mulga, the eucalyptus, the dingoes, and the stars. What more can a man want?
Mitch.
Hey, listen. Did you hear that? That was Jeff.
Sit down. It was the dingoes. In that tucker bag, there's a box of tea. Pass it out, will you?
Is this it?
Thanks. How'd you like it, strong?
Look, before we go any further, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Do you like plenty of sugar?
Oh, never mind the sugar. I'm talking to you.
Sorry, I've got no fresh milk.
What's the matter with you? Can't you listen to what I have to say?
Sit down, Mitch, and save your breath.
Sit down. Mitch. Tell me, how do you know my name? What are you doing here, anyway? Where is this place?
This is the Northern Territory.
The Northern Territory, but where?
Australia, where else?
Australia? On Earth?
Where the heck did you think it was? On Mars?
But this is Mars. It is, isn't it? Isn't this the Red Planet?
Yes, and I'm a kangaroo.
What are you trying to do? Drive me crazy?
Me drive you crazy. You walk into my camp 200 miles from the nearest town without so much as a billy to brew your tea in. Tell me you're lost. You live in a pyramid and can't find your way home. Who do you think you are, Cleopatra?
My name is Stephen Mitchell. I'm an astronautical engineer. Now listen, nearly 7 months ago I left the moon on an expedition to Mars. A week ago I landed in the southern ice cap and with 3 other members of my ship's crew began to explore this planet. And now I find myself here and you tell me this place is Australia, back on Earth.
Look, Mitch, my opinion you've spent too long in the sun. You've got a touch of it. Not many miles from here, there's a cattle station run by a farmer and his wife. Tomorrow I'll take you there and they'll call up the flying doctor and get him to look you over. Now, will you lie down and take it easy? Or do I have to put you to sleep with the butt of this rifle?
No, there's no need for that. Maybe I am the crazy one.
The swag bag's unrolled. Lie down on it. That's it. Now go to sleep. And while you're falling asleep, tell yourself you're not going to give me any more trouble.
Yeah.
But you'll do exactly as I tell you from now on.
Yeah, anything you say.
Good on you.
I feel so tired. Awful. Tired.
Good, then go to sleep. Tomorrow everything will be all right. Tomorrow everything will be all right. Tomorrow everything will be all right.
What the? You let go. Oh, what are you trying to do to me? You kill me, you big galah. Let go! Help! Help! Yeah!
Hello, Jet. Can you hear me?
Yes, Lemmy.
How you doing?
Oh, it's no good. There's not a sign of him anywhere.
Look, Jet, how about me coming out there and helping in the search? With 3 of us looking,
No,
I mean...
Lemmy, you stay where you are.
But, Jet, I feel so helpless just sitting here.
If you feel well enough and want to make yourself useful, you can go into the driving cabin and keep watch from the astro hatch.
Keep watch on what?
On this place, on the jungle, on anything within view.
All right, boy. I'll do that. I'll call you again as soon as I'm settled.
Righto. Come on, Doc.
Right.
How many hours of daylight have we left to us?
Oh, about 2.
Well, if we don't find him by then, and he's not safely under cover somewhere.
Hello, Jet.
Yes, Lemmy?
I'm in the driving cabin now. I'm just taking up position in the astro hatch.
Good.
I can see you and Doc. Climb in the steps.
Well, there's no need to watch us, Lemmy. You keep your eye on the places we can't cover.
Yes, Doc.
And in particular, keep your eye on the upper terraces.
Let's get going, Jet. Time is definitely against us now. Let's look at the spot where we found McLean bending over Lemmy.
No, Doc. Let's start this way.
Hello, Jet.
Hello, Lemmy.
Jet, he's here. Mitch, I can see him.
Where, Lemmy?
Walking along the path that runs along the lowest wall. Where are you now?
Around on the far side of the second terrace. Are you sure it's Mitch?
Well, he's seen me and he's waving at me. Who else could it be?
Hello, Mitch. Can you hear me? Hello, Mitch. Why doesn't he answer? Lemmy, have you spoken to him?
No, mate, but if his radio's working, he should have heard me call you. Hello, Mitch. Are you receiving me? Hello? He doesn't seem to hear the ship's radio either.
How far away is he?
Only about a couple of 100 yards. Hey, wait a minute.
What's up, Lemmy?
He's waving his hands about.
Waving?
Like he was a tic-tac man at the dogs.
How do you mean?
Oh, blimey, no wonder he's trying to tell me his radio's out of action. No wonder he doesn't answer our calls. Look, I'd better get back into the main cabin, Jet. Get ready to let him in.
Very well, Lemmy. Doc and I'll get back as quickly as we can. Come on, Doc.
Right. Well, thank goodness we found him at last. And just in time, too. Another half an hour and the sun would have set in our hopes of finding Mitch with it.
Oh, the first thing to do is to reconnect the door circuit so he can let himself in. Yeah, that's it. I wonder where he's been. And what kept him so long? Must have been in some trouble for his radio to be on the blink.
Hello, Lemmy.
Yes, Jet?
Has Mitch reached the truck yet?
No, but he can't be far away.
What's that knocking?
Huh? Oh, that's him knocking on the door. Who does he think he is, the milkman? He must think the circuit's still broken. I'll open the main door for him, Jet, and then... Oh, he's doing it himself. Now, Jet, will you be coming back into this truck and all, or you're going into the other one?
We'll come into that one.
It's going to be a bit crowded, isn't it?
Oh, we can put up with it for a little while.
Well, he's about in. He's just coming through the airlock now. And there he is. Hello, Mitch, boy. Where you been all this time? We've all been...
Hello, Lemmy. What's the matter? Surprised to see me?
You? Oh, no.
In episode 14 of Journey into Space, you heard Andrew Foles as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and John Casabon. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
Mitch was lost. The last we saw of him, he was walking along the lowest terrace of the pyramid-shaped city in search of Lemmy. Lemmy was found by Jet and me, but by the time we got him back into the living quarters of one of the land fleet trucks, Mitch had disappeared. So, leaving Lemmy in the truck to keep a lookout for Mitch from the driving cabin window, Jet and I again returned to search for Mitch. No trace of him was found on the lower terrace. And then, when our search along the next elevation was half completed, Lemmy sighted Mitch on ground level, heading back to the caravan.
Hello, Lemmy.
Yes, Jet.
Has Mitch reached the truck yet?
No, but he can't be far away.
What's that knocking?
I don't know. Ah, that's him knocking on the door. Who does he think he is, the milkman? He must think the circuit's still broken. I'll open the main door for him, Jet. And then, Oh, he's doing it himself. Well, will you be coming back into this truck and all, Jet? Or are you going into the other one?
We'll come into that one.
It's got to be a bit crowded, isn't it?
Oh, we can put up with it for a little while.
Well, he's about in. He's just coming through the airlock now. And there he is. Hello, Mitch, boy. Where you been all this time, mate? We've been so...
Hello, Lemmy. What's the matter? Surprised to see me?
You? Oh, no.
Yes, Lemmy.
Where's the rest of the crew of number 2? What happened to him?
Evans was killed when the ship crashed.
And the others?
They're quite safe.
But where are they?
I've come to take you to them.
Hey?
Put on your suit, Lemmy, and come with me.
Oh, no. We'll see what Chet has to say first. He gives the orders around here.
Orders must be obeyed without question at all times.
Well, of course that... What was that?
Put on your suit and come with me.
You take off your suit and wait until Jet gets here.
We must be gone before he gets back.
Oh, we must we? Well, I'm not leaving this place with you or anybody else until Jet gets here. Now move away from that radio. I want to talk to him.
Put on your suit, Lemmy.
Get away from that radio, McLean, if you are McLean, because although you look like him, mate, you certainly don't sound like him.
None of us are ourselves anymore.
Well, I don't feel like anybody but myself. Now, are you going to move out the way, or do I have to move you? And don't put your helmet down there. There's a proper place for everything in this truck. Do you hear me? Now put your helmet in its stowage.
It is not my helmet.
Then whose is it?
The helmet and the suit both belong to Mitch, and he doesn't need them anymore.
Mitch. Then what are you doing with him? And what's happened to Mitch? How can he breathe? How can he live out there without his suit? He must be dead.
He is not dead,
How do you mean?
but he will not be returning neither to you, to the fleet, or to Earth. I shall leave his clothes here. Now put your suit on and come with me.
I'm not putting it on and I'm not coming. Now you're here, McLean. You're staying. And nobody's leaving this truck and this jet says so. Now get away from that radio. Do you hear me? Get away. And there's no point in looking at me like that. What are you trying to do? Now keep away from me. Keep away, do you hear? What? Oh, blimey. Your hands. They're cold. They're stone cold.
Hello, Lemmy. Jet calling.
They got me.
Hello, Lemmy. This is Jet. Doc and I are outside. Close the airlock, will you? We want to come in.
Oh, no, you don't. You take that. And that. That'll teach you. Oh, blimey, he's up again.
Lemmy, do you hear me? We want to come in.
Oh.
Lemmy.
Must get to the control panel. You want to play rough, do you? Right. That settled you. Now, the switch.
Sounds like the airlock's closing now, Jet.
About time, too.
Hello. Jet.
Lemmy, what's going on in there?
McLean. He... Lime. Oh, you dirty...
Lemmy. Lemmy, answer me. What's happening in there?
That's no good, Jet. The airlock door has been closed, but the chamber hasn't been exhausted. And we can't get in until it has.
Hello, Lemmy, do you hear me?
Hey, listen, there it goes. It's exhausting now.
Thank goodness for that. All right, Doc. See if it opens now.
Yeah, it does.
In you get, Doc. And quick, I'll follow.
Right. Okay, you in?
Yep, you can close that now. Now, fill her and open her up, Doc. Hello, Lemmy? Lemmy? Oh, he still doesn't answer. What's going on in there?
Well, we can open the door now and see for ourselves. What? Good grief. It looks as though a tornado had hit the place.
Hey, Lemmy! Lemmy!
Oh. Hello, Jet. You made it. Thank goodness for that.
What happened to you? You're in a terrible mess.
I've been in a bit of a rough house.
Eh?
With McLean. He's lying over there. I hit him over the head, Jet. I had to. He would have killed me otherwise.
McLean? But how did he get here? And where's Mitch?
Well, what I thought was Mitch turned out to be McLean. He had Mitch's suit on.
Yeah, Jet, it's McLean, all right. You certainly gave him a pasting, Lemmy.
Have I hurt him much, Doc?
I don't know. Let me get my suit off and I'll look him over.
How about you, Lemmy? Can you get up?
I think so, Jet. I'll just feel a bit dizzy, that's all.
Go and lie down on one of the beds. As soon as I'm free of this diving suit, I'll clean up your face for you.
Yes, Jet.
There, Lemmy, now, how does that feel?
Well, never mind how it feels. How does it look?
Well, your cheek is badly bruised, but the cut in your head isn't very serious. Now, do you feel all right?
I feel a lot better than I did before you gave me the drink. Jet, how about McLean?
Oh, Doc's still dealing with him. He hardly seems to be aware of where he is or what's happened to him.
Oh, you think I hit him too hard?
Maybe, Lemmy, I don't know.
I didn't want to hurt him, Jet, but I had to defend myself.
Well, what happened exactly?
I told you. He come in, he was wearing Mitch's suit. That's what made me think he was Mitch.
Well, what did he do when he came in?
He told me to put on my suit and go with him.
Where to?
To where the rest of the crew of number 2 are. Or so he said. All that is but Evans. Apparently he was killed in the crash.
Oh. Well, he didn't say where they were.
No, Jet. Nor where Mitch was either. But he did say Mitch wasn't dead. But that he'd not be coming back to us or to Earth ever again. Never. Did I do wrong?
No, Lemmy, I don't think so.
You said yourself the next time anything peculiar started happening, I was to fight it. And McLean certainly wasn't normal.
Well, under the circumstances, I think you did the right thing. Had you allowed him to overpower you, well, goodness knows what might have happened. As it is, he came to get you, but we have him instead.
Yeah. And what about Mitch? Have we given up looking for Mitch now?
No, Lemmy, but the night temperature in these latitudes is too low for us to venture outside. We've no choice but to wait until the morning.
Yes, Jeff.
Well, perhaps by then, McLean will have returned to something like normal, be able to throw some light on this whole business.
Yes, Jeff.
Now, get some sleep, Lemmy. After what you've been through today, I think you need it.
Yes, mate. Good night.
Good night, Lemmy. Any change in McLean's condition, Doc?
No. He just lies there, his eyes fixed on a point in the ceiling. He's in a deep hypnotic sleep, Jeff.
What?
Yes. Anything he does is because he's told to do it. Now, watch this.
Yeah?
McLean, sit up. Sit up, McLean. There.
Good grief.
Now, lie down. McLean, do you hear me? Lie down. There, see?
But how did he get like this? Who did it?
Who showed you the orange light and put you into the state you and Mitch were in when I picked you up from the ice? Who got at Lemmy and hypnotized him?
Made him think he was back home in London, you know.
Yeah, whether he was led to believe that, I don't know. All I do know is that when a subject is put into the deepest stage of induced hypnotic sleep, there's a great widening of the memory. Impressions of childhood, of the past, are revived in the mind as though they happened only yesterday.
Is that why, when I came under the influence of that light, I took to spouting Shakespeare? Speeches I learned at school years ago?
Probably.
I suppose it could account for Lemmy imagining he was back on Earth. But it doesn't account for that voice. Talking to him and trying to get him to take his helmet off. And it doesn't explain why McLean is able to walk about outside with no helmet on.
No, it doesn't. But it does show, Jet, that whoever, whatever, is capable of conditioning us to survive out there in the Martian atmosphere must first of all get us into a deep hypnotic state. Only then can they persuade us to do things our own minds tell us we oughtn't to do.
Yeah, like taking off our helmets.
Exactly. It's a well-known fact that no matter how deeply a subject may be hypnotized, it's extremely difficult to get him to do things he wouldn't usually do. Hence the fight Lemmy put up in his dream.
Oh, but McLean and Whittaker, they
must have been easy meat, as you might say, once they were caught. Seems they put up no fight at all, merely obeyed orders.
What orders, Doc?
The orders given to them by their operators, either orally or telepathically.
You mean whoever induces this hypnosis can get our men to do anything he wants without even seeing them?
I don't know, Jet. That's merely an assumption on my part.
But if that's true, they can keep us, or whoever they have, in their control for years.
In the case of Whittaker, 47 years.
And how many people are there on this planet living in a dream and not knowing about it?
I hate to think, Jet. But unless we're very careful, there'll be a few more soon.
Us, you mean?
Unless we find some way of combating it, yes.
But how can we, Doc? We don't even know what we're fighting.
This much I do know, Jet. There is nobody more difficult to hypnotize than an unwilling subject. If we're all determined to fight this thing, as Lemmy did a few hours ago, maybe we can render ourselves immune to it.
If it were a physical thing, Doc, yes,
Jet, up to now, everyone who has come under the influence of this telepathic, hypnotic power has had prior warning.
Yes.
In your case, when you blacked out just before we landed here, there was that strange sleep-inducing sound.
Yes.
When there's no sound to be heard, there's the orange light, which McLean said that he'd seen just before number 2 crashed. And now look at him. 3 days ago, he was a normal man, a member of our expedition, working for us and with us. Now he isn't even in control of his mind. Does nothing unless ordered to.
But who gives him his orders? Who sent him here to get Lemmy to leave this truck and go with him? And where would he have taken Lemmy?
Lying there on the bed, Jet, is the only man who might know.
McLean? Of course. But what hope of reviving him, Doc, of bringing him back to normal?
I don't know. But even if I did manage to wake him, I doubt very much whether he'd be able to help us, Jet.
Well, why not?
Because a person as deeply affected, hypnotically as he is, seldom retains any recollection of what has happened to him when he comes back to normal.
No. What are we going to do?
I suggest we keep McLean here until morning anyway.
And then?
If he's sufficiently recovered to walk out of this truck, maybe we'll let him and follow him. He may lead us to Mitch.
That's an idea, Doc.
Now, look, you get some sleep, Jet. I'll stay up and keep an eye on McLean. You can relieve me in a couple of hours. I'll wake you.
Gunfleet, Polar Base calling. Come in, please.
Hello, Frank. Morgan here.
Hello, Jet. It's about the pictures we took when we passed over the canal you're camped in.
You've developed them?
Yes, sir. There's nothing but desert on either side of the canal you're in at present.
Oh, we didn't expect anything else.
But about 50 miles northwest of you, there's a group of what we can only take to be buildings with flat roofs. There's a large one and a couple of smaller ones a short distance from it. And nearby what appear to be two large areas of land enclosed by fences.
Fences? Well, anything else, Frank?
Well, yes, sir. The pyramid, the city or whatever it is.
Well?
We took a picture directly over it. And on the uppermost terrace is a large sphere.
Not the same one you saw visit the wreck on number 2.
I think it must be, Jet.
Then he did come here. It's been sitting up there out of our sight on the roof of that city all the time.
Apparently.
Oh, nice work, Frank. That's the most useful piece of information you've given us.
I haven't quite finished yet, sir.
Oh?
The canals.
Uh-huh.
We passed over others after leaving you. They're all filled with the same type of plant as the one you're in. That's why they show up so clearly against the pink desert. They're all full of vegetation.
I thought they might be. Well, thank you, Frank. That's a great help. Now, have all the information you've given me radioed up to the fleet and have them relay it back to Earth Control as soon as their orbital position is favorable.
Yes, sir.
And thanks again, Frank. I'll call you later before it's light.
Right.
Well, Doc, here we are searching the base of that place, and all the time the very ship we're looking for is sitting up there on the roof.
That must be how McLean comes to be here. He traveled in it.
Yeah. It must have been him, Dobson, and Harding who were in it when it visited number 2 for the second time, when Frank saw the crew of that ship. That's why they look like normal human beings.
Maybe, but who was in that ship when it visited number 2 for the first time and carried off McLean and the rest of the freighter crew? The same people, if they are people, who left those peculiar footprints behind?
Ask me, Doc.
McLean.
That's the first sound he's made since his fight with Lemmy. Do you think he's coming?
Coming round. I don't know. His body temperature certainly hasn't changed. It's still abnormally low.
He's sitting up, Doc. Let's get over to him.
No, Jet, stay here. Let's see what he does.
He's getting off the bed. Walking towards the airlock.
Where are you going, McLean? McLean, where are you going?
My orders are to return to the ship, and orders must be obeyed without question at all times.
The orders have been changed. You are to remain here. Do you understand? You are to remain here.
He stopped dead in his tracks.
Go back to your bed, McLean. Go back to your bunk and stay there. Do you hear?
He's going. You're able to control him, Doc.
Quiet, Jet. It may not be as easy as it seems.
He's certainly lying down. Do you think he'll sleep?
I hope so.
He's getting up again.
Lie down, McLean.
The ship. I must get back to the ship. The others are waiting.
You must remain here. Now lie down. Lie down.
That seems to have done the trick.
If it lasts.
What do you mean?
There must be great conflict going on within his mind, Jet. Somehow, from somewhere, he's been receiving orders to go back to where he came from.
To that ship on top of the pyramid.
He tries to obey those orders, and yet at the same time, he receives mine. It's a question of which of us, me or the unknown something that put him into this state, is strong enough to hold him.
Well, the odds seem to be in your favor at the moment, Doc. I think they'll remain that way.
Why?
Because, Doc, no matter how strong a hold that other power has over him, he's still a physical being. And so long as that airlock remains closed, he'll stay here, whether he likes it or not.
You mean to keep him here, Jet, regardless of what he may try to do?
Yes, Doc. We must. He's one of us.
He was, but whether he still is, I very much doubt.
Well, that remains to be seen. But until we have definite proof of what harm our keeping him here is likely to do to him, here he's going to stay.
Well, you may start getting violent again if you try to keep him against his will.
Well, that's a risk we'll have to take. But he looks peaceful enough now, and we'll keep a constant watch. Later, when the sun has risen and we can go outside again, perhaps we'll take him with us. And, well, as you say, he may even lead us to Mitch.
Maybe. And what if we find Mitch in the same state as McLean is in now?
I hate to think, Doc. But whatever state he's in, one thing is certain. I intend to find him, and the rest of McLean's crew as well.
The call from Frank had come through from Polar Base about 2 hours before dawn. From sunset on, I had sat by McLean's bed, hoping that some change would come in his condition. Meanwhile, Jet and Lemmy took it in turns to sleep in the only other bed available to us inside the truck. So while I kept watch on McLean, either Jet or Lemmy kept watch on the highest point of the city, where, according to Frank's report, the strange spherical craft that we had been pursuing was situated. In all probability, waiting for McLean to return to it, with Lemmy.
Hey, Chet,
Doc, come out here, quick.
Lemmy, you seen something? You wait here, Doc.
Right.
Jet, come on, mate, quick.
Coming, Lemmy. Now, what's the trouble?
Look up there, at the top of that pyramid. That light.
It must be coming from that sphere parked up there.
What's going on, Jet?
How should I know,
It
Lemmy?
lights up everything as bright as day.
It did. It seems to be getting dimmer now, but it's still very strong. Here, what?
Hey, it's taking off. There it goes. And look at the rate she's climbing. Now she's just hovering.
No, it's not, Lemmy. It's pulling out.
It's giving us the slip. Oh, it's almost as though it's showing us that they know we intended going up there.
It's heading directly southwest across the desert.
Yes, mate.
Lemmy, as soon as the sun has warmed the atmosphere, I'm leaving this truck and going into the next.
Huh?
I want you to remain here and drive this one. And take it easy over the bumps. Remember, Doc is still tending McLean in the living quarters truck behind you.
And where am I supposed to be driving to?
You fall in behind the other truck and follow me.
Well, where are you going then?
After that ship. I'd stake my life on the rest of the crew of number 2 and Mitch being in it. And we've got to get them back, Lemmy. We must.
Yes, mate. I'm ready to get going the minute you give the word.
Good for you, Lemmy. But first, you better go back into living quarters and prepare a meal. And make it a big one. It'll probably be the only one we'll get today.
An hour later, we set out, the 2 lines of trucks crashing their way through the jungle of curious plants. Soon we were climbing out of the valley and once again began to make our way across the southwestern half of the Argyre Desert. We knew our chances of overtaking the spherical ship were slim, our chances of releasing its captives even slimmer. We couldn't even be sure that any of our men were in it. But where else could McLean have come from? And where else could Mitch have been taken to?
John!
What is it?
What's the matter with the dog? He's been going on like that for nearly 20 minutes.
How should I know?
Well, you better go out and see. There might be a dingo hanging around the pen. You better take your rifle with you.
All right. Dog's only got to yap a little and you think it's dingoes after the sheep.
Well, it's better to be sure than sorry.
Hey, Bob. Oh, drat the dog. I can't even see him.
Well, go and look for him. He can't be far.
Ah, there he is. Hey, what the... Hey, Martha, there's a man out here.
Well, if it's that dingo scalp hunter
No,
again...
Martha, he's not the scalp hunter. He's lying face down on the sand and Bob's standing over him.
What? Oh, the poor fella. He must be sick, John.
Now, you wait here. I'll go over and fetch him. Here, drink this. Come on, chum. It'll put new life into you.
Hey, where am I? What am I doing here?
I might ask you that. What are you doing out there in the sun without even a hat on? Where'd you come from?
I'm lost.
That's a bit of an understatement, isn't it?
Last night, a dingo hunter invited me to his camp, and then he tried to kill me. But I managed to beat him off. And then he turned a pack of dingoes onto me, and I had to run for it. He said there was a cattle station nearby. I tried to find it.
You did. This is the only station within 100 miles of here.
Yeah, but you only just made it. My dog found you outside lying on the ground. You must be all in.
I feel it.
Then you stay in that bed till you feel better.
Oh, but I can't stay long. I must find the others.
Well, don't tell me there's somebody else lost out there.
No, they're not lost. It's only me that's lost. Well, I must find them. They'll soon be giving me up for dead.
Well, who are these people?
Jet, Doc, and Lemmy. You see, one of our ships crashed, and we came in this direction searching for its crew.
A ship in the middle of the outback?
Yeah, a spaceship. We set out from the moon last April. Landed here just over a week ago.
You set out from the moon?
Well, of course. To have taken off from Earth would have been impracticable.
Oh, yes, I expect it would.
That's a funny-looking dog, isn't it?
Well, he's no thoroughbred, but he's not all that funny.
Looks more like an overgrown beagle.
A bit. Here, have another drink and try to sleep. Maybe you'll feel better when you wake up.
Yes, thanks.
I'll pull the curtain to keep the sun out of the room and leave you alone for a bit. You need to be quiet if you're to sleep.
Look, I don't want to sleep. I must find Jet and Doc and...
We'll call up Doc for you. Maybe he'll fly over and pick you up.
Oh, it's very kind of you. Do you know the frequency our ship works on?
Oh, sure. We know the frequency. We use it often. Come on, Martha. Let the man rest.
Yes, John. He's mad. Stark raving mad. Saying that Bob looked like a beetle.
No, Martha, he's got a touch of the sun. He's delirious. Now, look, I'll go out back and start peddling. You call up the flying doctor and ask him to get over here as quickly as possible. Tell him it's urgent. How are you feeling now?
What's that noise?
What noise?
All that hooting.
I hear no hooting. All I can hear are the sheep bleating.
Sheep?
Well, of course, I told you I'm a sheep farmer.
But they don't do anything.
Have you had enough to eat?
Yeah, thanks. I feel a lot better now.
Maybe by the morning you won't need the doc.
Doc?
Yes, I called him up like I said, but he's busy. Says he'll try to get over tomorrow.
Doc said that.
Well, you know how it is out here. One doctor covers an awful lot of the outback. You have to take your turn.
Look, mister, it wasn't a doctor I wanted. It was Doc Matthews, or Jet or Lemmy. Did you talk to either of them?
Well, now, how about a little music? We had a new lot of records not a week ago.
Oh, yes, go on, Martha. Put them on. You'd like to hear some of the latest songs, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would. Is that the latest song?
It most certainly is. They're playing it on the radio all the time.
Well, I've never heard it before.
You haven't? Why, that song's so well known, even the black fellas are singing it.
Take it off. Take it off, do you hear?
What's the matter? Don't you like music? We're only trying to cheer you up, you know.
That orchestra, it sounds old-fashioned.
Old-fashioned? Well, I like that.
Well, I've never even heard the song it was playing either.
Well, you must be completely out of touch with the times. That song's all the rage now, the hit of the year.
Of what year?
Of this year, 1939. What's the matter with him?
What are you trying to do to me? I was only 2 years old in 1939.
Now, calm down. You're not well.
Aren't I? Or maybe I'm not. Or maybe you're not. Neither you or that dingo hunter I met up with last night. I tell you, it's a conspiracy. It's a plot to send me mad.
Lie down on that bed.
I won't lie down. Not until I get to the bottom of this.
I said lie down.
And I said I won't lie down.
Martha, hand me that rifle.
No, John, be careful.
I said give it to me. Now, you keep your distance.
Not before you tell me what's going on. What are you doing up here on Mars? What are you... Hey, that's where I am, isn't it?
I warn you.
And what are you doing with a black beetle for a dog that whistles like a bird?
Keep away.
And what kind of sheep do you have that sounds like a lot of owls hooting?
For the last time, stay where you are.
And another thing...
No, down!
In episode 15 of Journey into Space, you heard Andrew Folds as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and Matty Head. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
Spherical ship, which we'd pursued across the Argier Desert, had, although we were unaware of it for 2 days, landed on the uppermost terrace of the pyramid-shaped city lying in the wide Martian Canal. One of the crew, McLean, who we believed had been carried to the city in the mysterious ship, was now back with us, but in a deep, hypnotic sleep. When the spherical craft took off again, Jet, Lemmy, and I followed in the land trucks in the direction it had taken. We believed that besides the rest of McLean's crew, this strange craft also contained Mitch, our engineer. But we were wrong. At that time, Mitch was, or imagined he was, back on Earth, in Australia, being cared for by a sheep farmer and his wife, who believed the engineer to be suffering from sunstroke.
Now, calm down. You're not well.
Aren't I? Or maybe I'm not. Or maybe you're not. Neither you or that dingo hunter I met up with last night. It's a conspiracy. It's a plot to send me mad.
Lie down on that bed.
I won't lie down. Not until I get to the bottom of this.
I said lie down.
And I said I won't lie down.
Martha, hand me that rifle.
Oh, no, John, be careful.
I said give it to me now. You keep your distance.
Not before you tell me what's going on. What are you doing up here on Mars? What are you... That's where I am, isn't it?
I warn you.
And what are you doing with a black beetle for a dog? A dog that whistles like a bird.
Keep away.
What kind of sheep do you have that sound like a lot of hooting owls?
For the last time, stay where you are.
And another thing,
No, John, don't!
Now get back on that bed. Next time I won't shoot over your head, do you hear me?
All right, I'll go back.
You're a sick man. We're trying to help you.
Yes, yeah, I'm sick.
I'm going to lock you in here.
What for?
Because I can't trust you. How do I know that the minute my back is turned, you won't try to attack me again, me or my wife?
I won't. I promise you.
I'll make sure you won't. I'll call up the doctor again, see if he can get over today.
Very well.
Maybe he'll bring the flying ambulance and take you to his place where you can be properly looked after. Martha and I have enough to do without having a raving lunatic on our hands as well.
Anything you say. I won't give you any more trouble.
Well, I'll leave the tray here. If you want anything more to eat or drink, you can help yourself.
Thanks.
I shall leave you now. Don't try to break out. Remember, I'll have this gun with me from now on. All right, Martha, we'll call out the doctor again.
Yes, John.
What's going on? What's happening to me? I'm going crazy, that's it. There never was any space fleet. I never even left the Earth. I'm as crazy as a goose. Stark raving mad!
Hello, Lemmy.
Yes, Jet.
We're going to halt. Bring your truck up alongside mine, will you?
Yes, mate.
And tell Doc to come out into your cabin. I want him to take a look at what lies ahead.
Why, have you seen something?
Yes, Lemmy, I have.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, Lemmy?
Come on into the driving cabin, will you? Jet's seen something and we're stopping.
Be right with you. Hello, Jet. I'm in the driving cabin now. What's up?
Oh, hello, Doc. Have you got the glasses there?
Yes.
Well, you see that rather high dune on the horizon?
Yes.
Do you see something on it, a box-like object?
Yes, just.
Well, turn the glasses on it. Now, tell me what you think it is.
Well, hang on a minute. If I were on Earth, I'd say that it was a single-storied house of some kind.
Do you see two smaller buildings at the side? A little way from the main structure, to the left.
Yes, I do. This must be the place Frank told us about. Hey, you can just make out the fences.
Hey, let me take a look, will you, Doc?
Sure, Lemmy.
Ah.
Well?
Yes, it's just like I say. Hey, wait a minute. Jet, are you looking at the moment?
Yes, what?
I can see somebody or something moving. From one of the little buildings towards the big one. Can you see it?
Yes, I can. Now he seems to have disappeared round the far side.
That must be a house. And that must be the geezer who lives in it.
Well, what do we do now, Jet?
We've got to get a closer look at that place, find out exactly what it is. Now, if I went alone and on foot, by using the sand dunes for cover, I might get close enough to get a good look at it.
Leave us here in the truck, you mean?
Yeah.
And supposing you're seen?
Yeah, I need to run for cover in a hurry.
Oh, that's a chance I'll have to take.
No, Jet, that's too risky.
You're right, Doc. Don't let him go.
Then what do you suggest?
Well, that we stay in the truck.
Of course.
That we still use the dunes as a cover and get as close to that place as we can.
Oh, we're supposing we haven't already been seen.
Yes. Then we approach on foot as near as we dare.
That's it.
The three of us.
Eh?
There's greater strength in numbers, Lemmy.
Yes, Doc, but number 3 is pretty near to 0 in my way of thinking. And what about McLean? If all of us leave the trucks, he'll be left back there in the living quarters alone.
No, I don't think it'll hurt, Lemmy. Since we left the valley, he's just lain there on the bed. He hasn't said a word or moved a muscle in all that time.
Oh, very well, Doc. That's what we'll do. I'll lead, but Lemmy, you keep your truck close behind. We'll stay on the lowest possible level all the way.
Yes, Jet. Motor on. And here we go.
All right, Lemmy. Hold it there.
Motor off.
Jet, do you think we were seen?
Not unless they saw us before we took to cover. Now, we'll leave the trucks here and then climb to the top of that dune. The house, or whatever it is on the other side.
All right, Lemmy, get your suit on. Go outside and walk over to Jet's truck. I'll be out as soon as I've checked on McLean.
Yes, Doc.
Blimey. What are they? I've never seen anything like that in a zoo.
They look rather like anteaters. Yeah, see how they poke their long snouts into the ground. They're probably rooting for food.
So there is animal life on Mars. And what animals? Enough to drive a bloke on the wagon for the rest of his life. Hey, Doc, do you think they're dangerous?
Heaven knows, Lemmy.
Hold it. Stay still. Don't move.
Huh?
There's somebody at the other side of the large building.
Oh.
What did he look like? If it is a he. I don't know. I caught only a glimpse of him. I think he'll appear in a minute round the far corner.
Hadn't we better duck down out of sight?
No. If we stay still, he might not notice us. There he is. Good grief. He's just a normal person. Human, like us. And that's a gun he's carrying.
Oh, blimey.
Now, what use is a monkey wrench going to be against that? Hey, it sounds like he's got a dog with him. And here it comes. A dog, did I say? It looks more like an overgrown beetle. Hey, that dog. It's got 6 legs.
Land sakes, it has, too.
Oh, no, and... Hey, look, that man's turning in our direction. He's bound to see us. Ain't he?
I don't know, Lemmy. Don't move. Maybe he won't.
What's he doing now?
Looks as though somebody called him. Yes, that's just what he must have been, Doc. He's going back again. He's going inside.
Oh, well, let's thank our lucky stars for that.
He's gone.
Now, let's get back to the trucks. Do me a favor. I'd feel a lot safer in there.
Oh, very well, Lemmy. You and Doc go back.
Me and Doc? Well, what about you?
I'm going down there to introduce myself, as you might say.
No, Jet, not alone. If you're going, I'm coming with you.
Yes, mate, me and all. If that bloke down there is unfriendly, he's not likely to take on the 3 of us.
Lemmy's right, Jet. It's safer to stick together.
Oh, very well, Doc, but leave the monkey wrenches here.
Hey?
The surest way to receive a friendly welcome is to look friendly. And a 2-foot wrench looks anything but. Now, let's go.
Well, Martha, what's the trouble?
You went outside.
But only to the sheep pen.
Well, you promised not to leave me alone in the house while that man was still here.
But there hasn't been a sound out of him for an hour or more.
Well, there was a sound out of him just then.
Huh?
He yelled something at the top of his voice.
Well, what was it?
I don't know. But so long as he's in the house, I don't want you to leave it. Supposing he should suddenly try to break out of that room.
He can't. The door's locked.
He could break it down.
You'd have to be pretty strong to do that.
Madmen have the strength of 10 men.
I tell you, Martha, he's only delirious. He's been out in the sun too long.
I think there's more to it than that. Just to talk to him makes me feel all peculiar. As though I was talking to somebody from another world.
Ah, you're imagining things again.
Maybe I am. But the sooner the doctor gets here, the happier I'll be. Meanwhile, I'll thank you to stay inside.
Oh, very well, Martha, if you say so.
Which sort of house did I keep the front door?
Wait, listen.
Must be the other side, Lemmy.
Well, what is it?
I thought I heard voices.
Voices?
Yes. Strange-sounding voices. As though they were coming from a great distance. Didn't you hear them?
No, I didn't.
Well, there's a window, Doc.
There they go again. Surely you heard that.
No, Martha, I didn't hear anything.
Somebody said something about a window.
It must be the stranger talking in his sleep.
No, John, it was more than one voice.
Then why didn't I hear them? Now, look, Martha, you must try to relax. You're getting all worked up over nothing. Now, why don't you make yourself a nice cup of tea?
Well, look, can you see anything?
No, Jet. There are curtains blocking the view.
Jet. Somebody said Jet.
Jet? What? Jet?
Well, let's keep going, Doc. Maybe around the corner we'll find a door.
And Doc. Another voice said something to somebody called Doc.
Now, look, Martha, if this is a joke, it's gone far enough.
It's not a joke. Don't you remember? Jet and Doc are 2 of the names that fellow in the next room was raving about. Jet, Doc, and one other name I can't remember.
I think you'd better lie down, Martha.
Do you think I'm delirious, too? That I've got a touch of the sun?
Look, as soon as the doctor gets here, I'll tell him he's got to take the stranger away with him.
I tell you, I heard someone talking.
Then why didn't I?
I don't know why you didn't.
If it
I only know I did, John.
Now, look, if it'll make you feel any better, I'll go outside and see if I can see anybody.
No, John, don't leave me.
Well, then pull yourself together. Next thing you'll be saying...
Who's that?
Somebody at the door. Quiet, boy. Quiet! Must be the flying doctor.
Then why didn't we hear him land?
Because we were too busy talking about your stupid voices.
But he's never knocked before. He's always walked straight in.
That's true. I better go and see who it is.
No, John.
Well, now, why not? There's no sense in sitting here and letting him knock the door down, whoever he is.
John, don't go. I'm scared.
Well, I'll take the rifle with
No,
me.
John, please don't leave me. Let me come with you.
It don't sound like there's anybody at home after all.
But there must be. We saw somebody go into this building not 10 minutes ago.
Then he must be deaf.
What should we do, Doc? Go in?
Give it one more try, Jet.
Hey, not too hard. Make the stake that door's in, you'll knock it off its hinges.
It certainly could do with a little repair. Yeah, the whole place seems to be pretty dilapidated.
Oh, open the door, Jet, and let's go in. I don't think anybody intends to answer our knocks.
Okay, Doc.
Oh, blimey.
What's the matter, Lemmy?
I don't know. I just felt a kind of foreboding as that door opened, that's all.
I'll lead the way now. Keep close together.
Okay, Jet.
This place feels so cold, like a tomb. What kind of people could possibly live in here?
From what we saw up on the sand dunes, ordinary human beings like ourselves.
And for ordinary human beings, they seem to have an extraordinary taste in furniture. What's this contraption supposed to be?
It looks like a table, but very crudely made.
Yeah. Oh, I suppose this is meant to be a chair.
I should think so.
No, Lemmy, don't touch it.
I just wanted to see what it was made of, that's all.
Don't touch anything.
Just look at the state of these walls. This place is virtually a ruin.
And yet it seems so clean and tidy.
Hey, Jet, over here on the wall.
What is it, Lemmy?
Well, a photograph it looks like, but it's so faded you can hardly see the picture.
What's it a photograph of?
Looks like a man and a woman on a beach in bathing suits. Kind of old-fashioned ones at that.
Yeah, kind of costume my old man wears in some of the pictures in the family album back home.
Wait a minute. Here's an inscription. What does it say? John and Martha, Bondi Beach, Christmas 1935, on the occasion of our first wedding anniversary.
Bondi Beach? Are you sure you're reading right?
You can see it for yourself, can't you?
Yeah, but who's John and Martha?
How should I know, Lemmy?
And how did that picture get here? Hey! Here, that wouldn't be a picture of that fellow we saw outside just now, would it?
How could it? However that picture got here, it was taken 36 years ago. The man we saw would be far too young for that to be a picture of him.
Yeah. Yeah, he would be. Wouldn't he? Well, it certainly don't look as though there's anybody at home. Here. Let's go back to the trucks.
No, Lemmy. This is only one room. There must be others.
But, Jet, mate, that fellow we saw, maybe just what he wants is for us to come in here. Maybe that's why he showed himself when we were up on the sand dunes. He was leading us into a trap. He intends to make Whitakers out of us, like they've done to McLean and even Mitch, possibly.
Look, Lemmy, if you can't go through with this, you're welcome to go back and wait for us in the trucks.
I'll stick with you, mate.
Then don't let's have any more argument.
I'm just putting a point of view, that's all.
Then let that be the end of it. Now, come on. There's obviously nobody here, so let's try the next room.
Some people are never satisfied. Hey, listen. They keep a canary. Or is that Martian language for come in?
What do you make of it, Doc?
I don't know, Jet. Sounds to me like some kind of an insect, a cricket. Or it might, as Lemmy says, be a kind of...
Oh, whatever it is, it doesn't seem to like us knocking at the door.
It makes no attempt to open it either.
Hey, Jeff, what are you doing?
I'm going to open the door, of course.
What, before you know what's behind it?
How do you suggest we find that out unless I do open it?
Jet, better be on the safe side. Open it just a little way.
Oh, I will, Doc. Don't you worry. Good grief.
What is it, Jet?
It's that beetle we saw outside.
Oh, don't just stand there with the door off. Open, shut it before that thing takes a seat out of our flying suits.
Oh, I don't think it will, Lemmy. He seems more scared of us than we are of him. There, you see. Look how he backs away from me.
Oh, what a horrible-looking animal.
Yeah, to us, Lemmy, maybe, but to whoever owns him, he probably looks extremely handsome.
Yeah. Hey, then what must his owner look like?
Come on, I don't think it'll give us any trouble.
In you go, Lemmy.
But me?
Yes, and hurry up.
Good beetle. Good boy. No, I won't hurt you.
Go on, Lemmy. It couldn't be further away from us if it tried.
Good boy. Down now. Down.
He seems to be trained just like a dog.
He must have excellent hearing, too. Well, the only way we can talk to each other is over our radios, and yet that thing hears what we say as though we were talking to him direct.
Well, how does he do it?
I tell you, Jet, he either has incredibly sharp hearing or else some kind of telepathic communication is possible between it and us.
Telepathy?
Yeah. In which case, it wouldn't matter which language we spoke in, or even if we didn't speak to him at all.
Well, now that he is sitting down, do you think he'll stay sitting?
Well, if he follows us, it's too bad, but I don't think it's likely to do us any harm. Now, come on. Let's see where the door at the end of this passage leads to.
I'm beginning to think there's nobody in this place at all.
Then what happened to that man we saw outside, Lemmy?
Doc. We could have imagined him, couldn't we? Just as I imagined I was back home in London when I got lost in that city back there in the valley.
Then why is his dog here?
I think we've drawn a blank again. Still no response to our knocks.
Look, give it one more try, Jet. If you still get the same result, we'll just have to walk in again without being asked.
Who's there?
Hey, Jet, did you hear that? Somebody answered.
Hello? Who's there?
No, it
can't be.
Can't be what?
What? It sounded like Mitch's voice. What? Yes.
Mitch? Here? Hello? Hello?
Please, say, cut out that banging. If you've got anything to say, say it. I can hear you.
It is Mitch. And this door's locked. Hello, Mitch. Mitch, answer me.
If you've nothing to say, go away and leave me alone.
Oh, he can't hear you, Jet.
But why not? We can get him, can't we? We've got to get in there, Doc, and get him out.
If you ask me, it doesn't sound as though he wants to come out.
Well, we'll have to break that door down.
No, Jet. You might damage your suit.
Lemmy.
Yes, Jet.
Go back into the next room. Bring me that chair we saw in there.
Yes, Jet. Hey, well, now, wait a minute. Rudolph is sitting right in front of the door.
Then push him out of the way.
What do you mean, push him out of the way?
Go on, Lemmy. Hurry up.
Yes, mate.
Hello, Mitch. Mitch, it's Jet. Mitch, can you hear me? It's Jet.
Jet. The chair.
Thanks, Lemmy. Now stand back. And you, Doc.
Take it easy, Jet.
Go on, mate. Couple more blows should do it.
That's it.
It's too dark to see anything.
Lemmy, get over that window. Draw the curtain.
Yes, Jet.
Look, it looks like a bed over there in that corner, though.
Yeah, and somebody lying on it, too. Come on, Doc.
Oh, sorry, Jet.
What happened, Lemmy?
I just gave the curtain a tug and the old lot come down.
The condition this place is in, I'm not surprised.
Well, at least we can see now.
Mitch. Land sakes, Jet, I think it's too late.
What do you mean?
Oh, look at him. No helmet, no suit. And he doesn't even seem to recognize us.
Mitch, don't you know us?
You took your time getting here, didn't you?
Took our time. We didn't even know you
Did
were...
you bring the ambulance with you?
Ambulance?
Well, you must have done. Why else would you have two other fellas with you?
Don't you know who we are, Mitch?
How should I? Now, come on. If we're going, let's go, and I won't be sorry. That sheep farmer and his wife are scared of me. I think a little sunstroke has driven me crazy.
Sheep farmer? Mitch, what are you talking about?
The couple that took me in. They're certainly sheep they have in the pens outside, aren't they?
Mitch, they're not sheep.
I don't know why I scared them so much, Doc. They were good enough to me. Made up this bed with nice clean sheets.
Sheets, did he say? That bed's nothing but a heap of furs made up on the floor.
Yeah, Jet. Furs from those peculiar animals in the pens outside.
Oh, why don't you sit down? Make yourself at home. I need a couple of minutes to get dressed anyway.
And where do we sit?
There are chairs enough, aren't there? 2 armchairs by the fire and a sofa in the window.
Armchairs?
I've been wondering what they were supposed to be.
I could make better furniture myself out of an old orange box.
Let me. Yes, Mitch, we will sit down. Thank you. Over here by the window, though, it's rather warm in here.
Hey?
Come on, Lemmy. And you, Jet.
What on earth has happened to him, Doc?
Whatever has happened to him, he thinks he's on a sheep farm somewhere. And that this room is a part of a completely furnished farmhouse.
Hey, must be crackers.
No, Lemmy. Just changed.
Changed to what?
I don't know.
Hey, Doc. He's not another Whittaker, is he?
Well, Lemmy, whatever he is, he sees things quite differently from what they are. Goodness knows where he thinks he is. Or who we are supposed to be.
Why did he think we might have brought an ambulance with us?
Because he believes he's sick and we've come to take him away.
Look, so long as he thinks that, that's what we'll do. We'll take him back to the truck with us. At least we'll have him back again, and then...
Hey, what's that?
Oh, that beetle. It's outside.
What's worrying the dog?
Dog? He thinks it's a dog.
What's he kicking up that row for? Have you got somebody else out there?
No, Mitch, boy. It's only us.
Well, something's worrying him.
Oh, blimey, I know what. Here, look out there. That ship we've been following, it's just landed outside.
Doc, it has, too. Yeah, not 100 yards from the house.
Doc! Doc!
Who's that calling me?
Stay where you are. Don't go into the house.
It's the man we saw from up on the dunes. And there's a woman with him.
And it's not you he's calling, Doc. He's running towards that ship like the devil was after him.
What was that? Did you say a plane just landed?
Yes, Mitch.
But didn't you just land?
No, we came here in the trucks.
Trucks? What trucks?
The land trucks, of course, of the land fleet.
The farmer told me you'd be flying here.
But how could he, Mitch? That farmer, as you call him, couldn't even know we were coming.
Who are you? Aren't you the flying doctor?
You might call me that.
From Alice Springs?
Where?
Alice Springs?
Look, Mitch, put your clothes on. Come on.
Where to?
Back to the trucks, of course. Now, come on, Mitch.
Take your hands off me.
Hey, Jet, that ship. 2 men have come out of it, and that man and woman are talking to him and pointing over here.
Hey? Look, come on, Mitch.
Take your hands off me, I said. I'm not going with anybody until I know who you are.
We told you, Mitch. We're Jet, Lemmy, and Doc of the Mars Space Fleet. You're one of our crew.
Mars Space Fleet?
Yes, Mitch, we landed here 9 days ago in the flagship Discovery, and you too. This is Mars, and you're one of us.
You're crazy, the whole lot of you. This is Australia.
Australia?
Now keep away.
Mitch, you must believe
Them
us.
3 men from the ship, they're coming towards the house, and that sheep farmer is pointing towards this room. He must be telling them we're in here. Hadn't we better get back to the trucks?
Yes, we had. Now, come on, Doc. Grab Mitch and let's go.
Keep off, do you hear? Keep off or I'll hit you with this chair.
Mitch, will you listen to me?
No, Jet, keep away. He'll damage your helmet.
Keep off, do you hear?
They're nearly here, Doc. Let's get where the going's good.
Mitch, we're your friends. We want to help you.
Come a step nearer and I'll let you have it.
Jet, look out!
Oh, Jet!
Oh, blimey, that's torn it. His helmet's bust wide open.
Jet, are you hurt?
No, Doc. What about Mitch? Stop him!
He's beat it. And if you ask me, he looked pretty scared. Now, shall I go after him?
No, Lemmy. Jet, look. Increase your oxygen supply. Turn it on full.
I've done that already, Doc. Can you find some way to block this hole? Hurry up.
Lemmy, that curtain. Bring it over here, quick.
Right.
What are you going to do?
Stuff that hole with it. It'll stop the leak enough for you to get back to the truck anyway.
Here you are, Doc.
Thanks. Now, Jet, bend your head forward. That's it.
What is it, Doc?
Oh, this fabric, it breaks up into little pieces like it was rotten.
You mean you can't use it?
Lemmy, look, on the bed, the sheepskins, whatever they are, bring some of those.
Yes, Doc.
Hang on, Jet. One of those should do the trick temporarily anyway. Do you feel all right?
Yeah, for the moment. I must be losing oodles of gas.
Here you are.
No, thanks, Lemmy. That's more like it. There.
Thanks, Doc.
Right. Now you look like the Sheik of Araby.
Let's get out of here, quick.
There, along the room, along the end of the passage.
Hey, wait a minute. There's somebody coming. It's the geezer what owns that beetle.
And the men from out of the ship.
The window. We can get out of there.
Yes, come on.
Hey, there's somebody out there, too. We're trapped. Right. We'll have to fight our way out.
And risk all our helmets being punctured?
So what else can we do?
Stay where you are.
Oh, well, it's pretty obvious what else we can do. Nothing. They're here.
In episode 16 of Journey into Space, you heard Andrew Folds as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and Matty Head. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
Lemmy, and I had headed across the southwestern half of the great Argyre Desert in pursuit of the mysterious ship in which we believed the rest of the crew of number 2 and Mitch, our chief engineer, were held prisoner. Then we came across what appeared to be a derelict sheep farm in the heart of the desert. But the animals in its pens were not sheep. In fact, they were unlike any animals we had ever seen on Earth. We then saw a man disappear into the derelict house. A man who had a beetle-like creature as his companion instead of a dog. We decided to investigate the house. Much to our surprise, we found Mitch sleeping in one of the rooms. A changed Mitch who no longer needed a helmet to breathe and who thought he was back on Earth, in Australia. When we tried to persuade him to return to the trucks with us, he attacked Jet and made a hole in his helmet.
Lemmy, that curtain. Bring it over here, quick.
Yes, Doc.
What are you going to do?
Stuff that hole with it, Jet. It'll stop the leak enough for you to get back to the truck anyway.
Here you are, Doc.
Right. Okay, Jet. Bend your head forward.
Uh-huh.
That's it. Now.
What is it, Doc?
This fabric, it breaks up into little pieces like it was rotten.
You mean you can't use it?
Lemmy, on the bed, the sheepskins, whatever they are, bring some of those.
Yes, Doc.
Hang on, Jet. One of those should do the trick temporarily anyway. Do you feel all right?
Yeah, for the moment. But I must be losing oodles of gas.
Here you are.
Thanks. That's more like it. There.
Thanks, Doc.
Now you look like the Sheik of Araby.
Now, let's get out of here, quick.
There, in the room along the end of the passage.
Hey, wait a minute. There's somebody coming. It's the geezer what owns the Beetle.
And the men from out of the ship.
The window. We can get out of there.
Yes, come on.
There's somebody out there who knows we're trapped. All right. We'll have to fight our way out.
And risk all our helmets being punctured?
So what else can we do?
Stay where you are.
Oh. Well, it's pretty obvious what else we can do. Nothing. They're here.
That's them, Doc. Appeared from nowhere, frightened the wits out of my wife, and then began to search the house without so much as a by your leave.
I see. Now, who are you?
We might well ask you that.
That's easily answered. I'm the flying doctor in this part of the territory. I received a report that there was a man here suffering from overexposure to the sun. I came to pick him up.
If I may say so, Doctor, he's not suffering from overexposure to the sun.
Who are you?
My name's Matthews. Dr. Matthews.
A doctor of medicine?
Yes. And of space medicine in particular.
Oh, what?
Space. Astronautics.
Well, that's a branch of medicine I never heard of. What are you doing here? Where did you come from?
We came looking for our chief engineer, Stephen Mitchell. The man you say has had an overdose of the sun, but, well, he was fit enough when he left us.
Have you ever seen these men before?
Not that I remember.
Mitch, what do you remember? How did you get here?
That's a funny thing. I don't remember that either. Everything that happened before today seems vague and uncertain.
In your condition, what else do you expect? The sooner I get you into bed and under proper medical care, the better.
Sorry to disagree with you again, Doctor, but that's not the reason. Yesterday, he was one of us, and like us, he couldn't even walk around on this planet without a spacesuit. Now look at him.
A spacesuit? Is that what those get-ups you have on are supposed to be? And where are you supposed to be from?
From Earth?
Earth, eh?
What are you laughing at?
Had you said Mars or Venus or some other planet, I wouldn't have had any reason to laugh. Well, this happens to be the Earth. And as for your being creatures from another planet, you don't look any different from the rest of us. Now, if this is a joke, it's gone far enough. Who are you and what are you doing here? Frightening the life out of peaceful folk.
Earth, is it? And I suppose the next thing you'll be saying is that those weird creatures outside are sheep, and that beetle sitting there is a dog. And to you, too.
If they're not sheep, and that's not a dog, then I've been living under an illusion for years. Now, listen to me carefully. I'm going to shut you in this room while I think about what I'm going to do with you. Now, come on, John. And you, sir. We'll leave them here to think things over for a bit.
Well, who's crazy? Hustle them.
Let's begin by assuming that we are mentally stable anyway.
All right, let's assume that.
Well, in that case, it must be the others who are unbalanced in some way, not us. Now, look at this place. It's ancient, derelict, and in a state of decay, with pieces of some tough, fibrous material knocked together to resemble furniture. And apparently these people and Mitch believe it is furniture. To them, this place is a comfortable home. And those animals outside are sheep. That beetle-like creature a dog.
But what does all that add up to?
To this, Lemmy. As far as these people are concerned, things are not all that they seem. They think they live normal earthly lives surrounded by normal earthly animals on a cattle station in the Australian bush.
Doc, where did they come from in the first place?
We can only conclude they came from Earth, Lemmy, as Whitaker did. But having been brought here and made to think they are still back on Earth, they carry on exactly the life that they were leading before they left Earth.
And when did they leave it?
Goodness knows. Probably years ago. Before you and I were born, as Whitaker did.
Yes, Doc, but who brought them up here? And what for? Why go to all the trouble of conditioning them merely so they can then induce them to believe they're back on Earth anyway? What's the point?
We may never know the answer to that one, Jet. Fact is, up to now, they've had to go down to Earth to pick up their victims. But we have come to them. And now we're here. They intend to keep us.
That's why this so-called flying doctor's come. The next thing we know, he'll be hypnotizing us, and that will be our lot.
No, Lemmy, I don't think so.
How do you mean?
No, he's just as bewildered about us as that farmer is. I honestly think he believes himself to be down on Earth, and that, to him, we are the peculiar ones.
Well, he's going to have a hard job figuring out how we got here. Mitch, too, for that matter.
Well, you'll probably conclude that Mitch is a dingo hunter or a gold seeker who lost his memory, but what do you make of us? I don't know.
It's my guess he'll report it to somebody.
Well, who?
I'd give a lot to know, Jet. He'll probably be under the impression that he's reporting our case to the police or some other authority.
But it'll be only an impression, you mean? In actual fact, he'll be reporting to the people who conditioned Mitch, and are probably going to try to condition us.
That's right.
And then?
Well, that remains to be seen.
They might come and get us.
Oh, they might, Lemmy. But I'm hoping by the time they get around to it, we'll have figured out some way to get away from here and back to those trucks.
You got to hope.
We must get you back, Jet.
Guard or no guards, we've got to get you out of here.
If only we knew what they intended to do with us, we might work out some plan of escape.
Well, why wait? Let's get to work now.
Hey, Lemmy, where are you going?
Only to the door. Oh, he's still there. He was so quiet I thought maybe he might have got fed up and scarpered. Hey, you. Hey, I'm talking to you.
Orders are that you stay in that room. You are not to leave it until told.
Hey, Jet, Doc.
What is it?
That guard out there, it's Dobson, one of the crew of number 2.
Dobson?
If it ain't, then I'm a Martian.
Are you sure, Lemmy?
I tell you, Doc, I'd know that figure anywhere, the way he stands, the way he holds himself.
If it is him, he might answer to his name.
Oh, we're supposing he remembers he ever had a name.
Dobson? Dobson, do you hear me? This is Jet. Jet Morgan of the Discovery, captain of the Mars fleet. Don't you know me?
Return to the room and close the door.
Oh, maybe I was wrong. That might look like Dobson, but it don't sound like him.
McLean didn't sound like himself either. In fact, he sounded very much as Dobson does now.
Yeah.
That same dull, expressionless voice, just like Whitaker had.
Orders are that you do not leave that room. Return to it immediately.
If you ask me, Jet, he's in much the same condition as McLean was, in a deep, hypnotic sleep. Not even in control of his own actions.
And he doesn't want us to be in control of ours either, by the sound of things.
Go back into that room and close the door.
Dobson, don't you understand? I'm Jet. This is Doc, and this is Lemmy.
Unless you return at once, I shall raise the alarm.
Close the door, Jet. This isn't getting us anywhere.
Well, if that is Dobson, he seems incapable of understanding what I'm talking about. The only things he seems to be conscious of are the last orders he was given by that flying doctor.
Here, Doc. You managed to get some sort of control over McLean. Couldn't you do the same with him out there?
I might, Lemmy, if I had him in the ship or even in the living quarters of the caravan.
Why is it that Dobson is like McLean, and yet Mitch and that farmer and his wife appear to behave like normal people?
Say, now, listen, wait a minute.
Yes, Lemmy?
If Doc and me rush out of this door and down the passage, I think we could overpower Dobson, and then while we hold him down, you could make a run for it.
Maybe, Lemmy, but Dobson's bound to start yelling for help, or at least to give the alarm that we're trying to break out.
Well, what does that matter, so long as Jet gets back to the trucks? And if he doesn't get there soon, he's never going to make it.
Yeah, it might be worth the risk.
No, Doc, no. The others are bound to come running in.
But you'd be well on your way by then, and that's the important thing. Once you're away, Doc and I would have a better chance of making a break later.
Yes, Jet. It's stupid for you to remain here while there's the slightest chance of your making an escape. Suppose they decide to keep us here all night and all tomorrow as well. Our suit cylinders carry only 2 days' supply of oxygen, and you must have used at least half of yours in the last 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, but how can you expect me to go running off to safety and leave you and Lemmy here to face the music alone?
Because with both our suits still intact, we got a much better chance of survival than you have. If you stay here, you've got no chance at all.
Come on, Jet. Let's give it a try at least. Now, what do we do, Lemmy?
I'll tell you. We fling open the door, run down a passage, and jump on him before he realizes what's happening. You can bet your life that as soon as the other bloke guarding the window hears all the commotion, he'll come running over here to see what it's all about. Then Jet hops out the window,
makes his way over the sand dunes to the trucks, and bumps your uncle.
All right. And if I make it, I'll call up Frank and get him to head this way with all
Never
the...
mind what you intend to do when you get there, mate. Get there first.
All right, Lemmy, all right.
Now, you all set, Chet?
Yeah, Lemmy.
And let's open the door for the start.
No, I'll do that, Lemmy. You get up against the wall, and I'll...
Oh. All right, gentlemen. On your feet. You're coming with us.
Oh, let's put pay to that little idea, isn't it?
Come along. We're taking off almost immediately.
Where to?
Our orders are to take you with us, and orders must be obeyed without
Not
question
question
at all times.
Blimey, he's at it now.
Where's Mitchell? What have you done with him?
He's already on his way out to the plane.
Plane? That thing out there is the funniest plane I've ever seen.
Now, come along. We have no desire to harm you, but if you're troublesome, remember that Mr. Bodie is walking just behind you, and that he's carrying his gun. Isn't that so, Mr. Bodie?
Yes, Doc.
Now, away you go. My two attendants will walk either side of you, and Mr. Bodie and I will walk behind you, as far as the plane anyway. Now, get going. Head towards the plane and climb aboard.
A plane, he calls it. All my life I should meet such people.
Get going. Don't talk so much.
Lemmy, Jet.
Yeah?
Jet, this is the chance for you to make a break.
With two zombies on each side of us and that sheep farmer and his rifle directly behind us, what are you talking
Keep your
about?
voice down, Lemmy.
Yes, Jet.
Listen, you two, we haven't much time. In a minute, the house will be directly between us and the trucks. As soon as we get halfway to that space.
Now, come on. Keep going. What are you stopping for?
I feel all weak. I think I'm going to faint.
Faint, is it?
I feel all dizzy.
Now, go on. The others are leaving us behind.
I can't, I tell you. I can't walk another step. I must sit down and... Oh.
He's fallen down. He must have fainted.
Okay, Doc, this is it. You ready?
Yeah, Jet. Well, what's happening? What's the matter with Lemmy?
Keep walking towards the plane.
Lemmy, are you ill?
Do you hear me? I said keep going.
Not before we know what's wrong with Lemmy.
John, give me that rifle.
Hey.
Oh, no, you don't.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, run for it. Run for it, Jet. Go on.
Okay, Doc, here I go.
Hey, come back here. Come back.
Oh, not so fast, mister. I ain't so ill as I look.
Why, you...
Hold him, Lemmy. Hold him down.
I'm doing my best, Doc.
Stop him, John. Stop him. Shoot if you have to. I certainly will. Oh.
That's it, Doc. Boy, give it to him. That's...
Good. Quickest way back. Over the fence and through the sheep. Out of my way. Go on now. Thank goodness they don't attack me. Now, over the sand dune. Down the other side.
Hello, Jet. Can you hear me?
Yes, Doc. I'm just clear of those peculiar sheep. If you can hold out a bit longer, I'll make it.
Yeah, go on, Jet. Now.
What is it, Doc?
The farmer. He slipped from my grasp. He's picked up the rifle and he's heading after you.
Oh, he'd have to be a pretty good shot to hit me now. I've got a flying start.
All right, Lemmy. That's it. The fight's over.
Yes, Doc. Well, mate, you can get up. And there's no use going on at me like that. Yes. We'll go to the plane, as you call it. No. We won't give you no more trouble.
Lemmy, what's he saying? All I can hear is you and Doc.
Don't you worry, Jet boy. We'll look after ourselves.
Good luck, Jet. Hope you make it.
But what about you, Doc? And Lemmy, what am I...
Hey, what was that?
The farmer. He's shooting at me.
Oh, blimey.
But from a long distance. In a minute, I'll be over the dune and out of his sight. There. I'm descending the other side now.
The truck's still there, Jet.
Yes, Doc.
Then go on, boy.
Alongside the trucks now. And opening the door. The farmer's on top of the dune. He's shooting at me again.
Then get inside, Jet. And quick.
Don't you worry. I'm already in. Closing the door again. I made it, Lemmy. Did you hear, Doc? I made it.
Good for you, Jet.
How about you?
We're walking towards the sphere again. In fact, we're almost up to its door.
Well, I'm in the driving cabin now. Removing my helmet. There. Now, how far are you from the ship now?
Almost up to it, Jet.
Try and stall them. I'm going to drive over there.
And you'd better hurry up, mate. They're just pushing us through the doors now.
I'm just mounting the dune. I'll be up on the ridge in just a few seconds. Lemmy, did you hear me? Lemmy, answer me. I'm at the top now, and I can see the ship. And... Oh, good grief. It's taking off.
Dobson and Harding once more on either side of us, and the so-called flying doctor backed up by the sheep farmer and his rifle behind us. There was no longer any opportunity for Lemmy and I to escape. But at least Jet, with his punctured helmet, had reached the safety of the caravan, and for the time being, at any rate, his life was saved. Meanwhile, Lemmy and I had no choice but to enter the large sphere as ordered by the flying doctor. Although the craft was spherical in shape outside, it was cylindrically shaped inside, with circular walls and flat roof and ceiling. Joining the center of the floor and ceiling was a large pillar, about 4 feet in diameter. Once the entrance to the ship had been sealed, Dobson and Harding seated themselves at the control table and began to manipulate various levers. Almost immediately, a deep, almost musical vibration started up beneath our feet, and we felt the ship take off. A few moments later, the doctor came over to where Lemmy and I were standing near the pillar in the center of the cabin.
Dobson, open the door to the upper cabin, will you? Now, Dr. Matthews, if you'll kindly climb up the ladder, I think you'll find the upper cabin much more to your liking. And you, Mr. Barnett.
What, me? Go up there?
That's what I said, didn't I?
But what about Mitch? He's one of us. Where's he going?
He's stopping down here with me.
Oh, he is he? Well, I expect you'll have something to say about that.
About what?
Mitch, this bloke is trying to separate us, to get Doc and me to go to another part of the ship while he keeps you down here.
What's wrong with that? You think I want to travel in the upper cabin alone with a couple of crazy loons like you?
Mitch, boy, I'm Lemmy. This is Doc, your old crewmates of the Discovery, of Luna.
I never clapped eyes on either of you before.
You never... Now, listen, Mitch. Doc, Jet, and me risked our lives trying to find you.
I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
Doc, you talk to him.
Well, there's no point, Lemmy. You'd better go up as the doctor here says.
Very well, if you say so.
When you get up, you can take your helmets off. There's enough oxygen up there for unconditioned personnel like yourselves to breathe.
Unconditioned?
And hurry up. I have to close this door before I can open the other. That's it. Thank you.
Take your helmet off, Lemmy. He was right. We can breathe. That flying doctor down below knows more about us than he cares to admit. Hey, Lemmy, your helmet. Take it off. Go on.
Yes, Doc.
And there's no need to make a thing of it. The atmosphere is okay, I tell you. I've been breathing it for the last 5 minutes.
Well, what is going on, Doc? What are those Martians trying to do to us? Send us crackers? And are they Martians, Doc? And are we still on Mars? I'm so confused, I just don't know where I am anymore.
Lemmy, come over here. Look out of this porthole. There. Look at that landscape. That's the pink desert down there. Did you ever see anything like that down on Earth?
No, Doc.
Of course you didn't. Because we're not on Earth. This is Mars, all right.
But that farmer and his wife, they seem to think they were back on Earth. And so did Mitch. How? Why, Doc? What does it all mean?
Somehow, someone has been traveling between here and Earth and picking up human beings from all parts of its surface and bringing them here. And on the way back, they've been conditioned so that it's not only possible for them to live in the Martian atmosphere, but for them to believe they're still living normal lives back on Earth.
I see what you mean.
There are even animals here for them to raise. Oh, they're not sheep, but they think they are. They even think another type of Martian animal is a dog.
And what about that flying doctor down below? What is he? He seems to know what's going on all right. Why else would he put us in this special oxygenized chamber? Hey, and why does this ship carry a special oxygenized chamber suitable for Earthmen like ourselves to live in?
Yeah, that's a point.
Here. Do you think this is one of the Martian ships that goes to Earth to pick up victims?
I doubt it, Lemmy. It hardly seems big enough for that. Well, unless it were carried in a bigger ship, which waited above the Earth while this one and others like it made the descent down to the surface.
Hey, Doc, look down there.
What?
We seem to have left the desert behind. We're flying over greeny brown country now.
Yes. We've been traveling in a northwesterly direction. So this must be the Mare Erythraeum.
The what?
The dark region south of the Argeir Desert.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look, there are buildings down there.
What?
Yes, Doc. Like a couple of square boxes.
Yes, Lemmy, and there's another one over there, and another. And the ground, it's cultivated.
Cultivated?
Yes. Those box-like buildings must be the homes of the people who look after it.
Earthmen, you mean? Brought here from Earth and put to work as farmers.
If there are thousands of Earthmen and women up here, as I think they are, then they have to have food. Somebody has to grow food for them and probably for their masters, too.
Yeah. Oh, they seem to have things pretty well organized up here, don't they?
Hey, look. There's another canal down there, directly below us.
Yes. We seem to be following its course.
Where does it lead to? And when they get us there, what do you think they'll do to us?
I can't imagine.
Well, they'll never make a farmer out of me. I know that.
I don't doubt it, Lemmy.
Doc, why haven't they conditioned us? Like they have Mitch.
Well, they did try to condition you, Lemmy. Twice.
Yeah. But why not you?
Well, maybe because I'm not a good subject. At the medical college, even the director of the Department of Hypnotic Medicine failed to put me to sleep. I just didn't react.
Go on.
Yeah.
Hey, what would happen if you were back on Earth and you had to have an operation then?
Well, they'd have to use anesthetics.
I've heard of people like that, Doc, but I didn't realize you were one.
Well, yes, I am. And that's probably why, of all of us, I'm the only one that's not been affected by orange lights or sleep-inducing sounds.
Then from now on, I'll stick close to you. And then if I start hearing that weird noise, you can help me. Hey, Doc, listen.
Huh?
Am I imagining things, or do I hear it now?
Yes, Lemmy. You do. And so do I.
Oh, blimey, Doc. They're at it again.
Now, Lemmy, keep calm. Tell yourself that whatever happens, you will not go to sleep.
Yes, Doc. Whatever happens, I will not go to sleep. Whatever happens, I will not go to sleep. Whatever happens, I will... Oh,
Lemmy, walk up and down. Stay on your feet and keep moving.
Yeah. Yes, Doc. What are you doing?
To keep you awake, Lemmy. Now, don't go to sleep.
It's all right for you, Doc. It doesn't seem to affect you.
And I'm going to see that it doesn't affect you either. Now, come on. Start walking. Come on, Lemmy. It can't go on forever. You'll beat it if you try.
No, Doc, I can't. I've got to go to sleep.
No, Lemmy, no. Do you hear me? No. Get up. Come on.
Oh, Doc, have a heart.
That's more like it. Now, start walking again.
But I'll get giddy walking around and round this
Come
place.
on.
Oh.
Feeling better?
Yes, Doc. Oh, I think so. That noise seems to be going here. It's dying away.
Well, keep moving just the same.
Yes, Doc. And I don't feel half so tired now.
Good. I think you'll beat it, Lemmy. It didn't work this time, did it?
No, Doc. It had no effect on me at all.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, I'm immune, like you. Now, Doc, now what did I tell you? All you need is willpower.
Calm down, Lemmy.
I'll show him.
Lemmy.
Try and make a Whittaker out of me, would they?
Lemmy.
Yes, Doc?
I think we're going to land. I'm sure we are. Come on over to the window. There. Now, what did I tell you?
Crikey, Doc. The Eye of Mars.
Huh?
The place where lots of the canals meet at one point. Like the spokes of a wheel. But when we looked at it through the televiewer a couple of weeks before we got here, it looked just like an eye.
It's the Lacus Solis, Lemmy. The Lake of the Sun.
Why are they bringing us here?
How should I know? Hey, wait a minute. Look down there on that oasis. The green patch. Another city, but a huge one. Much bigger than the one you got lost in. And there's no doubt about it, Lemmy. This is where we're landing.
And what happens to us now? And what about Jet? Stuck back there by that farmhouse with only a Whittaker McLean for company?
I don't know, Lemmy. We can only wait and see.
In episode 17 of Journey into Space, you heard Andrew Foles as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and John Casapam. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
Lemmy and I were prisoners. During the struggle with Mitch at the strange farm we had found on the edge of the Argia Desert, Jet's helmet had been punctured. It was imperative that he should get back to the land fleet parked on the other side of the high sand dune about 100 yards away. But his return was delayed when the man who called himself the Flying Doctor ordered us to board the sphere-shaped craft in which he had landed. However, on the way to the ship, Lemmy pretended to faint, and in the confusion, while Lemmy and I kept our guards busy, Jet was able to make the break and get back to the trucks. Dressed as we were in our bulky spacesuits, Lemmy and I were no match for the four men with whom we fought, and we were unable to effect an escape ourselves. In fact, we were left with no choice but to enter the spherical ship, which rapidly bore us northwest toward the Martian equator, leaving Jet alone in the trucks with McLean, who still, in a mysterious hypnotic sleep, lay on one of the bunks in the living quarters.
Hello, Polar Base. Land Fleet calling. Come in, please.
Polar Base to Land Fleet. Rogers speaking. Receiving you loud and clear.
Oh, hello, Frank. Thank goodness you can hear me anyway.
Have you been calling anybody else then, Skipper?
Yes, Lemmy and Doc, but I got no reply from them.
Where are they, sir? Outside or in the other truck?
Neither. They've been taken prisoner and carried off in that spherical ship you saw on the roof of that city in the canal.
What?
Yes, Frank. And as soon as they entered the sphere, all radio contact with them was lost.
Well, how did they allow themselves to be caught like that?
Oh, we all were, Frank. Mitch as well.
But who by?
Well, that farmhouse you saw.
Yes?
It was occupied by a man and his wife who seemed to think they were back on Earth, sheep farming in Australia. Mitch was with them, and he seemed to think the same thing.
But how could that be, Skipper? It doesn't make sense.
Oh, I know it doesn't, Frank, but I haven't the time to go into it now. You must just believe what I tell you. If you want to help get the three of them back, do what I tell you as well.
Yes, sir.
Now, listen carefully, Frank. Get number one ready, then head for here along the course that I'll give you.
Very well.
Fly along it as far as your fuel will allow, including a return trip back to Polar Base. If you see anything resembling that sphere, or any place where you think it might have landed, report its position to me at once.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, I'll be traveling along the same course at ground level.
Very well, sir.
Now, keep in constant radio contact, Frank, and call me as soon as you've taken off. I'll be heading northwest from here in just a few minutes. That's roughly the course you'll fly to, but I'll give you a more accurate one later.
Right, Jet. I'll get a crew together right away, but that'll leave only one man here at base.
Well, that can't be helped, Frank. Unless we get back some of the men we've already lost, we'll have nobody left to run anything soon.
Yes, sir. I'll call you the moment we leave the ground.
McLean. McLean. McLean, can you hear me talking to you?
I hear you.
Do you know who I am?
What are your orders?
Orders are that you get off that bed. Do you hear me? Get off that bed. That's it. Now listen carefully. You're to leave this truck and go into the next, into the driving cabin. Once you're there, you'll switch on the truck-to-truck radio and seat yourself in the driving seat to await further orders. Do you understand these orders?
I understand them, and orders must be obeyed without question at all times.
See that they are. Now leave this cabin and go into the next truck. He's going to. When he's in this state, Doc's not the only one who can control him. How about your suit, McLean?
I do not need a suit. To me, the atmosphere is perfectly breathable.
He's going into the airlock anyway. Oh, let's hope this works. It's got to work. Now he's opening the main door. And he's going outside. Oh, let's hope he doesn't take the chance to escape. Hello, McLean? Hello, McLean, can you hear me? Of course he can't. With no suit on, how could he? Well, there he goes. Walking over to the next truck. And letting himself in. He's doing exactly as I tell him. At the moment. But if he receives orders from anywhere else, goodness knows where we'll end up.
I am now in the driving cabin. Orders have been obeyed.
Good. Now switch on the motor.
Motor on.
In a few moments, I'll be driving this caravan along a course towards the northwest. I want you to follow it until further orders. And keep close behind me. Is that clear?
Orders understood.
Fine. Now, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Then let's go. Hello, Polar Base. Land Fleet calling. Come in, please.
Hello, Skipper. Grimshaw here.
Oh, hello, Grimshaw. Where's Frank?
Oh, he's busy getting the ship ready, Skipper. Shall I get him?
No, there's no need. Just tell him the two caravans are now underway. I'm in the first and McLean is driving the other.
Yes, sir.
I shall proceed at maximum rate and expect number one to fly over me on his way out.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Grimshaw. Thank you. And tell Frank to tolerate no delay in getting that ship ready. Every second counts.
Oh, you bet I'll tell him. We'll call you later, Skipper.
Good. Thank you.
So Jet set out in what could only have seemed a hopeless search for Lemmy, Mitch, and myself. All morning, with McLean following close behind, he plowed his way through the pink sand on a steady northwesterly course in the direction the sphere had taken. As he passed by the farmhouse, he was greeted with a round of shots from one of the windows. It was the sheep farmer's parting gesture. If he thought he could prevent Jet's departure by this method, he was very much mistaken, for the bullets from his gun were certainly not powerful enough to penetrate the tough, if light, outer skin of the Land Fleet vehicle. An hour later, the farm was out of sight, and for the first time since we got underway, Jet had a call from Polar Base.
Hello, Jet. Frank Rogers calling.
Oh, hello, Frank.
We've taken off, sir, and are heading in your direction now.
Good for you.
Should be flying over you in a couple of hours.
You're quite clear about what you're supposed to do.
Yes, sir. Don't worry. We understand it perfectly. Incidentally, sir, we now find we have enough fuel for a flight of 2,300 miles maximum. That should take us a considerable way beyond you and back to base again.
Very well, Frank. I'll keep a lookout for you.
Frank's speed in the freighter was, of course, far in excess of Jet's along the ground, and little more than an hour after Jet had spoken to Frank, the huge freighter passed overhead. And within a few moments had become a mere speck on the horizon in the direction the sphere had taken. It was about then that the sphere in which Lemmy, Mitch, and I were traveling, Mitch in the lower cabin and Lemmy and I in the upper one, reached the city of Lacus Solus, the great oasis where a number of canals crossed each other.
What kind of place is this, Doc? And look at the size of it. It makes the other city we saw look like a back street.
It's composed of a great number of pyramids, Lemmy, with wide streets running between them.
And the biggest pyramid of all is in the middle of the lot.
Yeah.
This must be the Martian capital. Hey, Doc, do you think it's populated with people brought from Earth, or the real Martians live down there?
We're much too high to see people of any kind, Lemmy.
Oh, we won't be for long. Not at the rate we're descending.
Hello up there.
Hey, there's that quack doctor calling from downstairs. This ship must have some kind of intercommunication system.
Well, if it has, I didn't see any sign of it.
Hello up there. You hear me?
Of course we can hear you. And if we could find any instrument to talk into, you might get a reply.
You don't have to find anything. Just talk, that's all.
Oh.
We're about to land. Orders are that you come down to the lower cabin immediately.
Orders?
Who do you think you're talking to?
Quiet, Lemmy. Hello, this is Matthew speaking. Orders, did you say?
You heard. The door will be open and you will come down.
But supposing we don't choose to come down?
The orders have been given and orders must be obeyed
without question at all times. We know all that, but we're not used to taking orders from anybody but Jet, and he doesn't happen to be here.
You mean you are still able to resist orders?
What does he mean by that, Doc?
I know exactly what he means.
You do?
That noise we heard, Lemmy. It was supposed to stupefy us, put us under the control of that flying doctor so that whatever he ordered us to do, we'd do it.
Oh, like McLean, you mean?
Yeah, but it didn't work. First, because I seemed to be immune to it anyway, and second, because you fought against it and overcame it.
Oh, so that was his little game. That was why he sent us up here, apart from the others.
Yeah, and that's why he didn't send Mitch up here either, because he's already been treated.
You mean Mitch will do whatever that Dr. Bloke tells him?
All right, you needn't discuss it any further. You're not the first case we've had of this kind. They won't make any difference.
Any difference to what?
To your future. When you know a little more about this place, you'll be glad enough to submit to any treatment.
We don't intend to submit to anything, from you or anybody else.
That remains to be seen. But meanwhile, if you won't take my orders, I suggest you take my advice. Come down here as soon as we land. And don't forget to put your helmets back on, or you won't get very far.
Did he think we'd go without them, then?
Yeah, Lemmy, he probably did. If we'd been in the condition he expected us to be, I'm sure we wouldn't be needing the helmets. Now, come on, put your headgear on. We must be almost down to ground level anyway. Meanwhile, we have to go along with it.
And meanwhile, you might remember that every word you say can be heard.
Oh.
All right. Hold it, Doc. Sounds like his nibs is coming.
Very well, gentlemen. If you're all set, let's go.
Where to?
Down to the other cabin for a start, and we'll all be together again. Not the way I was expecting, but we're all here anyway.
What do you mean, not the way you was expecting?
I thought we might have had the pleasure of all at least looking like normal human beings. But as you two prefer to remain as you are, you still have to wear those monkey suits. And that's a pity, because new personnel arriving here in an unconditioned state can often upset many of the others.
And what about Mitch? He's supposed to be normal, I suppose.
On this planet, he is.
Doctor, would you mind telling us exactly what is happening and where we are going?
Sorry, gentlemen, I wish I could. Merely carrying out my orders to condition you and bring you here.
But we're not conditioned, not Doc and me.
No, but at least you're here. It hasn't been a bad haul, really. You two, the two gentlemen who are now my assistants, Mr. Mitchell and the one you call McLean.
McLean? But he's back in one of the land trucks with Jet.
At the moment, yes, but his orders were to bring Mr. Morgan here, and I've no doubt he will. When orders are given, they're always obeyed. And after Mr. Morgan, there aren't many of you left, are there?
Aren't there?
We know a good deal, Dr. Matthews. We knew when you left the moon and the scheduled time of your arrival here on Mars.
Mars? Then this is Mars. You admit it.
To you, of course.
Well, why to us? And if this is Mars, what are you? Why do you go around telling everyone else you're a flying doctor in Australia?
Because, Mr. Barnett, there happen to be a lot of Earth men and women living in the Aguirre Desert who believe they are in Australia. We like them to feel at home, like them to think they're surrounded by the things they're used to, and unlike you and Dr. Matthews, they're all very happy with the arrangement.
But here they live under an illusion the whole time.
Even on Earth, millions of people live under an illusion, often for the whole of their lives.
Well, you haven't illusioned us.
No, and more's a pity. You might have been a lot happier if we had.
Hey?
Now, how about going downstairs? The rest are waiting.
One moment. You said you knew our scheduled time of arrival here. How?
Full information was passed to us at regular intervals.
By Whittaker?
That's right.
Of course.
Pity about him. He was very valuable to us. We could get him to do almost anything.
So Whittaker was one of you?
Yes, since 1924. Before then, he was on Earth, leading the normal, dull, earthly life. At least we gave him something to live for, something to achieve.
And look how he ended up.
Yes, we hadn't allowed for Peterson.
Well, what do you mean?
With the exception of yourself and Peterson, there wasn't a man in the fleet that Whittaker could not have controlled. Could not, given a time, have brought completely under his own influence.
So that's why we had all them nightmares whenever he was around.
Yes. It's easier to get control of a subject once he's asleep. But if they won't sleep... Now, let's go downstairs.
Just a minute.
Well?
Where did you come from?
From Earth.
How long ago?
15 years. Until then, I was what I now pretend to be. A flying doctor in the Australian bush.
But the way you talk, you might be a Martian.
I decided a long time ago that there's no point in fighting the inevitable. I threw in my lot with them. As a trained doctor, I have a way with people. Might be a bit rough and ready, but it serves. I'm a go-between. Between them and the people who've been brought here. I see to it that their illusion, as you call it, is not shattered.
Them? Who are them?
The Martians. For whom and by whom the rest of us exist up here.
But who are they? What do they look like?
I wouldn't know. I've never seen them.
Oh.
Doctor, supposing you had a chance to go back to Earth, would you go?
What prospect is there for me if I return?
But how much longer do you expect to remain as active as you are now?
I don't know. But I do know that in the city of Orpha, there are people who came here from Earth during the opposition of 1879.
The opposition? Of what?
The opposition of Mars, of course. When it is close to the Earth. That is when our ships leave to pick up new personnel. Approximately every 15 years.
Of course. Whittaker in 1924, that sheep farmer and his wife in 1939, and I expect we'd find people on this planet brought here in 1896, 1909, 1956.
And 1971.
Yeah, and we, the clever lot, we brought ourselves there.
And you were the first. The others came by the usual method, as I did.
How did it happen?
In those days, there were lots of reports of flying saucers being seen, particularly in America.
Yeah, that's right. I remember when I was a kid, a fellow in California wrote a book about it. Said he'd not only seen a flying saucer land, but he'd actually spoken to one of the crew.
That's right. And a lot of eyewash, or so I thought at the time. And then I saw one myself, actually down on the ground in the Simpson Desert, west of Bandama.
Go on.
Well, naturally, I was curious and approached close enough to photograph it. Then the door opened and a man came out. He spoke good English, invited me to look around. 5 minutes later, it took off, with me inside it. And now I'm here. I do as they tell me and make the best of it. Now, if you take my advice, you'll do as I've done and do as you're told. There's no escape. Neither you nor your freak will ever get back to Earth. Now, is there anything else?
No, I think that's enough to be going on with. Thank you.
Very well. Let's go down, shall we?
All right, Lemmy. Down you go.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now, gentlemen, if you wouldn't mind stepping outside, I'll take you down to the intake section. You'll be categorized for work most suited to you.
Work?
You don't think this is a free hotel, do you? Once you're here, you have to work for your keep.
What's that?
That is something I don't decide. But you're more fortunate than most people. You're all very skilled in your own particular professions and should be very useful to us. Your long stay could be extremely pleasant.
Who are you kidding?
Come over here to the terrace wall.
Well?
Look down at the city. What do you think goes on down there in all those buildings?
How should we know?
Well, I'll tell you. Each pyramid is a little city within itself, has its own citizens, a couple of hundred in each. With their domestic staffs and their own medical staffs and directors of culture, leisure, and sport. Our aim is to see that every worker is happy, well-fed, properly trained, and highly efficient.
Sounds marvelous. Just like a colony of ants.
But what are they working for?
To go back to Earth, eventually.
Hey?
For nearly 100 years, they have worked to that end. When they return, they will carry the true Martians with them in the largest space fleet the universe has ever seen.
You mean they're building a space fleet to invade the Earth?
Mars is a dying planet. If its inhabitants are to live, they must move elsewhere. The nearest and best place for them is the Earth.
And what about the people who already live on the Earth?
And the people brought up here from Earth. What about them?
They will be rewarded for their part in making the invasion possible.
And how long before this invasion is possible?
The next close opposition. 1986. That should see the beginning.
Good grief.
So you see how important it is that none of your expedition gets back.
It's all too horribly clear.
If the Earth knew what was in store for them, they might make preparations to resist. And... what's that?
Sounds like a plane of some kind.
Hey, Doc! Doc, look! It's one of our freighters. It's number one. It's
I've got to get you down to the intake section right away.
What's the hurry, mate? Do you think Frank might see us?
Come on, do as you're told. Head down those steps to the next terrace.
Not on your life.
Are you going voluntarily, or do I have to force you?
We're not Whittaker jets, you know. You lay one hand on me, I'll give you a right-hander.
Come on.
Oh, blimey, Doc, he went over the wall. Straight down to the next terrace.
It was a lucky blow, Lemmy. Come on.
Lucky, I might have killed him. Look at him. He just lies there and he don't move.
Come on. We haven't got time to worry about him. We've got to get away before someone else comes up here.
Hey, what's going on out there?
It's Mitch. He's come out of the sphere to see what the ruckus was
Keep
about.
him away from the wall, Lemmy. Don't let him look over.
Yes, Doc.
What's going on? Where's the doctor?
Mitch. Boy, he's gone down to the next terrace, Mitch. He says we're to wait in the sphere until he gets back.
And what was that flew over just now? It was pretty low, wasn't it?
Not as low as we would have liked.
What? Hey, it sounds like it's coming back again.
Yeah, it seems to be pretty interested in this part of the world, doesn't it? Hey, Doc, Frank must have seen us.
And he is low this time.
Frank! It's us, Frankie! Lemmy, it's Doc!
Number one. Freighter number one.
Hey, Doc, did you hear what he said?
Mitch, do you recognize that ship? Does it mean anything to you?
I don't know. I never saw a plane of such size, yet it seems vaguely familiar. Has its picture been in the paper or something?
Certainly has, but not on this planet.
On this planet?
Mitch, go back into the sphere.
But
the doctor told you to wait there, didn't he?
I'm all mixed up. Hey, what place is this? It's not Adelaide, is it?
No, Mitch, no. Now get back to the sphere.
Yeah, I guess I'd better.
All right, Lemmy, come on. Where are we going? We're getting into that sphere, too. This is our chance to escape, to get back to Jet at least.
Hello, Jet. Number 1 calling.
Hey, listen, it's Frank calling Jet up on the radio, and we can hear him. Hello, Frank. Hello?
Hello, Jet. Will you repeat that, please?
It wasn't Jet, Frank. It was me, Lemmy.
Hold it, Jet, will you? I could have sworn I heard Lemmy's voice then, and pretty strong, too. I couldn't hear what you said. Hello, Lemmy. Come in, please.
Hello, Frank. It was Lemmy you heard, and this is Doc. We can hear you, but not Jet. Can you hook us up, please?
Yes, Doc, you bet I can. Where are you?
On the roof of the highest pyramid. You just flew over it.
Hello, Doc, I can hear you now. What pyramid?
In the Lacus Solis, Jet. A whole city of pyramids. Lemmy, Mitch, Dobson, Harding, and I, and the sphere we came in are up here on the roof.
A whole city, did you say?
Yes, mate, and we got to get out of here and get back home. Quick, the Martians are planning to invade the Earth.
They're what?
And they've got some happy little ideas lined up for us and all.
True, Jet. Stay away from this place, whatever you do.
Yes, mate, if they get you, you've had it. You might never get back to Earth again.
And, Jet, watch McLean. He's been instructed to bring you here.
But he does everything I tell him.
Well, watch out for him just the same. The Martians aim to get us all, to prevent our warning Earth of their intentions.
Doc, look. Are you quite sure you haven't been conditioned?
Oh, blimey, mate, do us a favor. Do we sound as though we have?
Jet, you must believe us. Let me tell Frank the whole story and have him relay it to the rest of the fleet in free orbit so that they can tell Earth.
Yes, but supposing it's not true, we'd put the whole world into a panic.
Well, that's better than being caught on the hop, isn't it?
We must tell Control at least, Jet. What they do after that is their concern, but at least we'll have done our part.
Very well, Doc. Go ahead. Frank, did you hear that? Yes, sir. Then hook Doc up. Right. I'll call you as soon as I've established contact.
Jet.
Yes, Doc?
Where are you now?
Still crossing the Argier Desert in your direction.
Well, don't. Stay where you are. If Frank has enough juice, he can drop down and pick you up. Take you and McLean back to Polar Base.
Yes, but what about you and Lemmy and Mitch?
With luck, we might make it. But we'll have to hurry.
I'll say. Hey, Doc, look. Coming up the steps. 4 men.
Into the sphere. Quick, Lemmy.
They'll just come in there after us.
Go on.
Yes, Doc.
Hello, Doc. What's happening?
Don't worry, Jet. I'll call you again later. Keep listening out.
Right.
Come on, Doc. They're running now.
Be right with you, Lemmy. There.
And how do we close the perishing door? We haven't a clue how this ship works.
We haven't, Lemmy, but Dobson and Harding have.
Yeah.
Dobson, close that door.
Will they take orders from you?
We'll soon see. Close the door, Dobson.
Oh. And only just in time and all. Now what?
We'll get them to take us off, Lemmy.
Here, what's going on? Where's the doctor? Why did he shut him out?
Sit down, Mitch, and keep quiet.
Hello, Jet.
Not before you tell me what's going on.
Hello, Frank.
Sit down, Mitch.
We're all hooked up now, Skipper. Doc can go ahead just as soon as he likes. Did you hear that, Doc? Go ahead.
Thanks, Jet.
Oh, no. Listen. Look, we ain't got enough trouble yet.
Must be their way of trying to stop us taking off.
Trying to put us to sleep, you mean?
You must fight it, Lemmy, as you did before.
Yes, Doc, I will. Whatever happens, I must not go to sleep. Whatever happens...
Hello, Doc. Go on. Frank is waiting.
Hello, Frank. Can you hear me? Lemmy, you must not go to sleep.
Hey, what was that, Doc?
That wasn't me yawning, Doc. That was Mitch.
Mitch. And Dobson. Oh, good grief. Dobson, take the ship up immediately. Take off and return to the Argier Desert. Do you hear?
Aye, aye. Something's happening. And whatever happens, I must not go
Hello,
to sleep.
Frank. Frank, hello.
Doc, Mitch is out, asleep on the floor.
Hello, Frank.
Hello. Hello, Doc. Jet. What is it, Frank? What's wrong? I don't know. There's that peculiar noise, and I feel so sleepy.
Frank, you must fight it. You must stay awake.
I'm trying, Doc, but the ship...
What about it?
She doesn't seem to respond. I can't control her.
Oh, no.
Take a hold of yourself, Frank.
Frank, do as Doc says. You must stay awake.
But we're off. Doc, we're taking off. And for Dobson, this is a time to go to sleep.
Get over there, Lemmy. See if you can control her.
Me? What a hope.
Go on, Lemmy.
Yes, Doc.
Hello, Jet. Doc. Yes, Frank? It's no good. We're losing height. I can't control her. You must, Frank. We're almost on the deck now. Here we go. Frank. Frank, answer me.
Hello, number 1. Hello.
What is it, Doc?
Frank. He must have crashed.
In episode 18 of Journey into Space, you heard Andrew Folds as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and John Casaubon. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
Lemmy, Mitch, and I, prisoners of the so-called Flying Doctor, had been carried to a Martian city in the heart of the Lacus Solis. And then suddenly, freighter number 1, piloted by Frank Rogers, who was looking for us, passed overhead. During a struggle which ensued, the Flying Doctor fell over the wall and onto the next terrace, where he lay motionless. Lemmy and I at once returned to the sphere and took off in the hope of getting back to Polar Base. Meanwhile, through freighter number 1, we had re-established contact with Jet. When he learned what the Flying Doctor had told us about the Martians' plans to invade the Earth, he agreed that I should tell the whole story to Frank. He could then relay it to the fleet in free orbit from where it could be passed to control. And then...
Hello, Doc, Jet.
What is it, Frank? What's wrong?
I don't know. There's that peculiar noise, and I feel so sleepy.
Frank, you must fight it. You must stay awake.
I'm trying, Doc. The ship,
What about it?
she doesn't seem to respond. I can't control her.
Oh, no. Take a hold of yourself, Frank.
Frank, Doc says you must stay awake.
We're off. We're taking off. And for Dobson, this is the time to go to sleep. Get over there, Lemmy. See if you can control her. Me? What a hope. Go on, Lemmy. Yes, Doc.
Hello, Jet. Doc.
Yes, Frank?
It's no good. We're losing her. I can't control her.
You must, Frank.
We're almost on the deck now. Here we go.
Frank! Frank, answer me!
Hello, number 1. Hello. What is it, Doc? Frank. He must have crashed. Hello. Frank. Hello. Hey, he's not replying, Doc. Hello, Jet. Can you hear me? Oh, if Frank has crashed, we've lost contact with Jet. No. Without number 1 to relay our calls, he can't hear us, mate. And meanwhile, this ship is steadily climbing. Well, there's nothing for it but for us to learn how to control it if we can. Drag Dobson out of the way, Lemmy. You take his panel, I'll take Harding. Right. Now. You lie there, mate, and you have a nice little 40 winks. Hey, Doc. Yeah? That noise, that go to sleep noise, it's stopped now. Never mind that, Lemmy. Now, what have you got on your panel? Row buttons and 3 levers. No indication of what they do? Not that I can see. All right, Lemmy, hold on. I'm going to do a little experimenting. Right, now, be careful, Doc. Don't go crashing out as well. Now, get over to the window. Tell me what happens to the ship when I pull the lever, right? It don't seem to make any difference at all. Doesn't it? Right, now, wait a minute, Doc. Yes, it does. We've stopped. Stopped in midair. Right. Tell me what happens now. We're going down. Turn it up, Doc. What are you doing? Sorry, Lemmy, but down is the one way we don't want to go. Not yet, anyhow. Can't you make it go any other way than up or down? Only stationary like this. And there we'd better stay for the time being at any rate. Dobson and Harding are waking up. Oh, blimey. Let's hope they don't start getting violent. Dobson, can you hear me talking to you? Dobson, do you hear me?
What are your orders?
Hey, it doesn't seem to be any different from when he went to sleep. My orders are that you get back to the control panel immediately. Doc, he's getting up and going. Just as McLean did back in the truck. Keep your eye on him, Lemmy. He touches none of the controls on the panel until we tell him to. Right, Doc. Now, Harding? Harding, can you hear me? Get up, Harding. Get on your feet and go back to the control table.
Oh, it gives a funny feeling when they do exactly as you tell them, Doc.
Not half the funny feeling we'd get if they'd stop doing what we told them.
Oh, what do we do now? Hey, and what about Mitch? And it's his turn to wake up.
Oh, let him sleep. We have enough trouble, Lemmy. Now, which way was number one heading the last time it passed overhead?
Southeast. Back towards where it came from, towards the desert.
Harding, Dobson, here are your orders.
What are they?
The ship will proceed at moderate speed in a southeast direction.
He's doing it.
Then keep close watch on him, Lemmy, and see how he does it, and memorize it. Yes, Doc.
Where are we now?
Well, we just left the city, and we're headed out over the cultivated area again.
Any sign of number one anywhere?
No, Lemmy, not yet. We'll make a complete circuit of the Lacus Solis.
And what if them Martians down there come up after us?
When they do, we can decide what to do about it. Meanwhile, we'll continue the search. Yes, Doc.
But if you ask me, Doc, we've had it. There's no sign of it in this direction.
Then there's only one place it can be, Lemmy. It must have crashed into the city itself.
That's just what I was thinking.
We'll change course. Head back towards where we came from. I'll get over to the control panels. Have Dobson change course. I'll keep lookout from here.
Yes, Doc.
Let me stop the ship. I can see it. I can see the freighter.
Hey, Dobson, did you hear that? Stop the ship, but keep her at this height.
Come over here, Lemmy.
Coming, Doc. Where is it, mate?
Here. Down there. Crashed into the base of one of the pyramids, see?
Oh, blimey, yes, I do. And look at that great mob round it and all those ladybird cars or whatever they are. It looks like they're tearing the ship to pieces, ripping out all the gear and carrying it away.
And Frank and his crew as well by now.
Doc, are we going down there?
If we did, we'd be delivering ourselves right into their hands.
But, mate, we just can't leave him down there.
We have no choice, Lemmy. The first thing we've got to do is to pick up Jet.
If we ever find him.
Have Dobson change course. We're heading for the Argyre Desert.
Yes, Doc.
Hello, McLean. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
In a moment, I shall halt. When I do, you're to bring your truck alongside this one and stop your motor.
Your orders are understood.
Fine. We shall stop here for a meal and then go on. You'll fall in behind and follow me as before.
I am now alongside you and the motor is switched off.
Good. Now go into your living quarters and get yourself something to eat. I shall call you again in half an hour.
Orders are understood and will be carried out.
Oh, that settled him. Now, another try at contacting Doc or Frank. Hello, Doc. This is Jet calling. I've not heard from you since we lost contact 2 hours ago. If you can hear me, come in, please. Hello, freighter number 1. Jet Morgan here. Have lost contact with you. Come in, please. Hello, Polar Base. Land Fleet calling. Come in, please.
Hello, Skipper. Polar Base here. Receiving you loud and clear.
I've called Doc and Frank yet again, but I still get no reply.
I've kept a constant listening watch, sir, but I've heard nothing.
How about the fleet? Have you contacted them lately?
Yes, sir, not 10 minutes ago. They've heard nothing either.
Oh, thank you. Now keep the watch open. I'll call you again when I got underway.
Yes, sir.
I have no intention of returning to base until I'm absolutely sure that all hope for Lemmy, Doc, and Mitch, or even Dobson and Harding, for that matter, is gone. Meanwhile, I shall continue to follow them.
We'd hate to lose you as well, sir.
Thank you, but I'll do my best to see that you don't.
Yes, sir.
Very well. I'll call you again in about half an hour.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Landfleet. Can you hear me?
Hello, yes? What is it?
What was that, sir?
You called me.
Oh, no, sir, not me.
Somebody distinctly called the land fleet just then.
Hello, Landfleet. Can you hear me?
There they were again. Very faint, but definitely there. Did you hear them?
No, sir, I did not. The signal must be too weak for me to pick it up.
All right, leave it to me. It's probably Doc or Lemmy. If I need you, I'll call you.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Landfleet here. Is that you, Doc, receiving your strength, too?
No, it isn't Doc.
Is it Frank, then?
No, it isn't Frank either, nor is it Lemmy.
No, it isn't. I can hear that. In fact, I don't know that voice at all. I've never heard it before.
You're in great danger, Mr. Morgan. You don't think you have a chance against them, do you? Just you and a couple of crawling land trucks?
Who are you? Come to the point.
There's no need to raise your voice. I want to help you.
Oh, I'm sorry, but how can you help me?
Unless somebody does, you haven't a
That hardly answers my question. How can you help me?
I cannot tell you now, in case I should be overheard.
Over the radio, you mean?
Yes. I've already brought my transmitter down to its lowest possible power, so it will about reach you and no further. Every word you say is listened to. Do you realize that?
That's been made fairly clear to us recently.
They are listening to you now. They've heard you calling Doc and Frank. And if they'd answered, their replies would have been picked up too.
Then if they can't hear you, they, whoever they are, must be thinking I'm talking to myself.
It won't take them long to realize what's happening, and they'll come flying out here, not only to pick you up, but to get me as well. And that wouldn't be difficult. I'm only a couple of 100 yards away from you.
Well, where?
Out of sight at the moment. I didn't want to scare you suddenly by appearing from nowhere.
Look, how do I know this isn't another of their tricks? A ruse to get me away from the truck or something, as they did to Lemmy and Mitch back there in the canal.
You must believe me. My aim is to help you. For you to help me in return.
You? Help you? Well, how?
If you do get away, if you are able to leave the planet and get back to Earth, take me with you.
Back to Earth?
Why not? That's where I come from. I have a right to get back if I can, haven't I? We all have. But there wouldn't be room for us all. But I want to be sure that if you do go back, I go back with you.
How long have you been here?
15 years. But a trustee for 5.
A trustee?
That's what they call fellas like me. But there's no time to go into the whys and wherefores now. Do you agree to let me help you? Or do I go back and leave you to fend for yourself?
How do I know I can trust you?
You don't. You have to take a chance.
Are you on foot?
No, I have my own land transport. It's given to me because of the work I've been allocated.
And what's that?
I'm Director of Agriculture. The whole of the Mali Erythrium is under my command.
Look, you might be anything. You might be imagining the whole thing. Come to that, so might I.
You must believe me. At least let me show you myself and talk to you face to face.
Very well. Bring your truck, your transport or whatever it is, over here. I'll be in the driving cabin. Place yourself where I can look at you.
Very well. I'll drive round to the front of your vehicle and face you. I'm no ogre. Just an ordinary human being like yourself.
Hello, Polar Base. Morgan calling.
Hello, Skipper. What was that all about?
You heard it all then?
Oh, no, sir, only you. Who are you talking to?
I don't know.
What was that?
I said, I don't know. But I hope to. In just a few moments.
Hey, Doc.
Yes, Lemmy?
Mitch, he's waking up.
Are you sure?
Yes, Doc, he just moaned and moved his head. There he goes again.
Get over to the window, Lemmy, and keep lookout. So far as I can calculate, we should be halfway across the Argier now, and you can expect to see the land fleet almost any time.
Yes, Doc. What a time to choose to come round.
Mitch. Mitch, are you awake?
Yes.
Can you hear me, Mitch? This is Doc.
Doc.
Yeah, Doc Matthews.
Oh, I'm so cold. What's happened to the heating system in the ship?
So far as I know, it doesn't carry one.
What are you talking about? All ships carry a heating system. You better get one of the engineers over to look at it. Grimshaw for number 3, and quick before we all freeze to death.
Mitch, there's nothing wrong with the heating system. It's you that's cold.
Cold? Well, that's putting it mildly. My inside feels like it's frozen solid.
Listen to me. Do you know who I am?
Oh, why shouldn't I? Hey. Now, what's the matter? What are you wearing your suit for?
Lemmy and I have to, Mitch.
Oh, the heating system has failed. You're wearing your suit to keep you warm. Now, what's the idea? Why didn't you wake me up and tell me?
Look, we're not wearing our suits just to keep warm. It's because the atmosphere in here is too thin for us to breathe.
And how the dickens can I breathe it? Now, what is going on? And where's Jet?
Somewhere out on the Argier Desert, we hope. We're trying to find him and pick him up.
On the Argier Desert? On Mars, you mean?
Of course.
But we're not due to reach there yet. Not for 2 weeks.
We landed here nearly 2 weeks ago.
Look, Doc, will you please tell me what this is all about?
Why don't you tell me what you think this is all about, Mitch? Where do you think you are?
Where else would I be? In the Discovery, of course. Nearly 6 months out from the moon.
But Discovery? You mean you think we're still on the way to Mars?
Oh, cut it out, Doc.
You know darn well that's where we are.
No, Mitch, don't get up.
Where am I? What? Doc, my chest, it feels tighter. I can't.
Lemmy.
breathe.
Yes, Doc, come over here, quick.
What's the matter? Is he all right?
He's far from all right, Lemmy. I think he's coming back to normal, but he can't breathe the atmosphere in here.
Oh, blimey, and we've got no suit for him.
That oxygenized chamber upstairs.
Yes.
Harding, open the door to the upper cabin immediately. Now, come on, Lemmy. Help me get him up there. And hurry.
Yes, Doc. Oh, blimey, he's turning blue.
This is no time to discuss his complexion. Now, grab his legs. Right. Now, that's it. Now, come. Up you go. Harding, as soon as we're inside, close the door and open the upper one. All right, Lemmy. Take it easy.
I've got him.
We don't want to drop him.
There's not much room on these stairs, is there?
Here goes the other door. Now get him inside and lay him on the floor.
He's out cold again. Do you think he suffocated, Doc?
No, Lenny. Thank goodness this chamber was here, or it might well have been the end of it.
Yes. Oh, look, he seems to be breathing a bit easier now.
All right, Lenny. I'll look after him. You go back downstairs and continue to keep watch for Jet.
Right.
If you sight the land trucks, give me a call.
Yes, Doc. Hello, Doc. Hello?
Yes, Lenny. What is it?
One of the caravans, almost directly below us.
Only one?
That's all I can see.
Hold the ship. I'll be right down.
Did you hear that, Dobson? Stop the ship, but maintain height. And not so fast. You want to knock us off our feet? That's more like it. Now, a little farther. And slowly. That's it. Now hold it there.
Where is it, Lemmy?
Here you are, Doc. Just in front of us. We should land just alongside it.
What happened to the other truck? The one McLean was supposed to be driving.
I wouldn't know, Doc. Hey. Unless that is McLean.
Let's hope not. Hello, Jet. Can you hear me? Jet, this is Doc.
His radio can't be on, Doc. He should hear us easily from this distance.
I'll keep calling him, Lemmy. I'll get over to the control table and have Dobson take us down.
Well, maybe we just scared him and he's lying low.
How do you mean?
Well, how can he be sure it's us in this thing? He probably thinks it's that flying doctor come to take him off.
Keep calling anyway, Lemmy. Dobson, take us down to ground level.
Hello, Jet. Jet, this is Lemmy calling. Lemmy and Doc come to pick you up.
All right, Lemmy. Let's get out of here.
What about Mitch?
I think he's going to be okay. But he'll have to stay upstairs until we can get him a suit.
Does he still think he's in the Discovery?
Yeah, he does. He's all confused. Now, let's get going.
Harding, the door. Open it.
Out you go, Lemmy.
Right.
Go round to the driving cabin. See if there's anybody in there.
No, Doc. Whoever's in that truck must be in the living quarters.
Well, then we'd better let ourselves in. Open the airlock. Come on.
Okay.
Okay. Close an exhauster.
Maybe he's having a sleep. What a surprise for him when he wakes up and sees us standing over him.
Okay, Lemmy. Open the door. Let's get inside.
Right. Hey, Jet! Jet boy! It's me! Doc and Lemmy.
There's no one here. The truck's empty. What had happened to Jet? And what had happened to McLean and the other land truck which contained so much of our valuable stores and equipment? As we learned later, Jet had agreed to talk to the owner of a mysterious voice that had called him on the radio.
Well, here I am.
So I can see.
Fine. Now do you believe I'm from Earth?
All the people we've met on this planet seem to be.
But I know where I am and what I'm doing. Most of the others don't. They still think they're back on Earth in the year they left it. For them, time has stood still.
What year is it on Earth?
1971.
That's right.
You see, they failed to condition me. I was the wrong type.
Well, why did they bother to pick you up at all?
They have no way of telling good subjects from bad ones until they've got them. But it makes little difference. Once we're here, they put us to work just the same.
But if you're not conditioned, well, how do you breathe?
Same way as you. I carry an oxygen supply.
A spacesuit?
No.
A spacesuit is unnecessary, if you have the right kind of equipment. The kind they gave me is ingeniously designed. You'd hardly know I was wearing anything. The conditioned people never even suspect.
They don't even suspect they're on Mars.
That's right.
Are there any more like you that know the truth?
Dozens of us.
And where are they?
Scattered all over the planet. Some like me with roving commissions, others working in the factories.
What at?
All manner of things. The main objective is the completion of the invasion feat.
Good grief, then. Doc was right. They do intend to invade the Earth.
Yes, they do.
I must get a message back home. Give me full details of how and when the invasion will be made, and I'll pass them on to Polar Base.
You'd never do it. The moment you began to give your Polar Base any information of that kind, your transmissions would be jammed.
Oh.
Your only hope is to get up to the fleet and tell Earth yourself.
And what hope is there of that?
There's a 50-50 chance, providing you do all I tell you, without question.
That very phrase makes me suspicious.
Very well, if you doubt my sincerity, I'll get on my way.
No, wait.
What do you want me to do?
Come with me, now. It's fairly certain that your side of the conversation has been heard anyway. We haven't much time.
Very well. You lead the way, and I'll follow.
That's no good. You have to come into this truck. Your own is too slow.
But what about McLean in the other one?
What state is he in?
He seems to be in a deep state of hypnosis. He does everything I tell him.
Does he indulge in any kind of conversation?
No.
Then leave him.
Leave him? Oh, not on your life. If I'm going back to Earth, then he comes with us.
You'll be wasting your time. He's too far gone.
How do you mean, too far gone?
Of all people brought here, his type is the most unfortunate. They have no recollection of anything previous to the time they were hypnotized. They do nothing unless told and have no control over their actions.
Yes, but they could be revived, couldn't they, once we got them away from here?
No. They may appear to revive, but they don't. Not even when they are sent back to Earth.
What? You mean they are sent back?
Of course. Some are there now. To all appearances, normal people, except for an odd way of speaking and a few eccentricities that nobody on Earth would regard with any seriousness. Whitaker was one of those. Didn't you find him a little odd?
We certainly did.
There are plenty of others like him, too, already down on Earth. The Martian fifth columns, you might say. They're in the factories, working on secret governmental projects. How do you think the full details of your journey to this planet were known?
Well, why didn't they just wreck the whole project before we set out?
That would have proved the presence of an antagonistic power on Mars. Something they are trying to keep secret. But an effort was made to turn you back. But when that failed, I suppose it was thought better to let you land and then make use of you when you got here.
I see.
Now, time's running out. Do you join me, or do you propose to fight it out alone?
If I do, what chance have I? With Doc and Lemmy and Mitch missing. Half the fleet's crew already in the hands of the Martian.
Alone? None at all. But if you come with me, there is a chance of your getting Mitch, Doc, and Lemmy back. Even Frank.
And what if you are one of them, like the Flying Doctor?
That's for you to decide.
Very well, I'll take the chance. I'll come.
Good.
But McLean comes too.
All right, if you insist.
Hello, McLean. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You are to leave that truck and enter the vehicle in front of this one.
Orders were that you and I proceed to the Lacus Solis.
I have changed those orders.
The orders were not yours to change, and orders must be obeyed without question at all times.
Now do you believe me?
McLean, I order you to leave that truck and to come over here. McLean, do you hear me? Hey, what's he doing?
He's pulling out.
But where's he going?
Only he knows that.
I must get after him.
If you do, you go alone.
But I can't leave him.
You're not leaving him, he's leaving you. There's nothing you can do, Mr. Morgan, believe me. Follow him and your chance of getting back to the fleet is gone. Completely.
Very well. I'll put myself in your hands.
Good.
Give me just a few moments while I tell Base what's happened.
No, don't do that. Tell him you'll call him later, but give no specific time.
Right. When I've done that, I'll put on Mitch's suit and come over there.
I shall be waiting.
How much further do we have to go?
About 3 hours more.
Do you think we'll make it? And find Doc and Lemmy and Mitch?
It all depends.
On what?
On whether anybody back in Lacus Solis knows what we're doing.
They'll pursue us, you mean?
That's right.
Nobody's appeared yet. No sphere or anything.
They won't be in any hurry. Wouldn't take them above an hour to overtake us.
When can you be sure they're not pursuing us?
2 hours from now, maybe. Let's keep our fingers crossed, huh? Well, there she is, on the horizon. If we can make that far, our chances are good.
That great glass dome, you mean it? It's colossal.
It's not glass. The men working in it are like you and me. They need a good supply of oxygen to breathe. They have plenty of it in there.
Who built it?
Other Earthmen, under the Martians' direction. I tell you, so long as you pray along with them, they treat you well.
Oh, what's the matter? What are you stopping for?
Yeah.
What? Who?
Look. Up there. Hovering above us. A sphere.
Good grief.
They've found us. It's all over. I'm afraid we'll never make it now.
In episode 19 of Journey into Space, you heard Andrew Foles as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and John Casabon. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also wrote the music. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC. The BBC presents Jet Morgan in Journey into Space.
Mitch as an unwilling prisoner and Dobson and Harding operating the sphere, Lemmy and I had managed to escape from the city of Lacasolis and head out over the Argier Desert in search of Jet. Meanwhile, Jet had left the land fleet for a Martian truck, the driver of which had declared himself willing to help Jet get back to Polar Base if he would take the man back to Earth with him. This Jet agreed to do, and so the two men set out in a westerly direction towards the Mare Erythraeum.
Oh, what's the matter? What are you stopping for?
They're here.
What? Who?
Look, up there, hovering above us. A sphere.
God grief.
They've found us. It's all over. I'm afraid we'll never make it now.
Well, couldn't we make a dash for it?
Oh, there'll be no point. But don't worry. No physical harm will come to you. The Martians rely on other methods, and I gather you're immune to the hypnosis.
No, I'm not. They hypnotized me the first day I landed here out on the ice.
Eh? Then why didn't they...
Look! The door's opening. And somebody's stepping out. He's wearing a spacesuit. Well, it's Doc. Hello, Doc. Lemmy, this is Jet.
Hello, Jet boy. Then you are in there, mate. It's not McLean.
No, it's not. Stay where you are, Lemmy. We're coming out. I'll explain everything when we're safely inside the sphere with you.
Okay, Jet, come on.
My hunch that Jet must have boarded the truck that had left the strange tracks near the land fleet had been right. And we had overtaken the machine within a few minutes of leaving Jet's empty truck where we found it, out on the desert. Once aboard, Jet introduced us to the stranger. His name was Webster. He'd apparently lived in South Africa before being picked up by a Martian ship and brought to the Red Planet. Jet then told me to take the ship off and head for the great dome that lay on the horizon. But the stranger had other views.
No, not the dome. Head back for your polar base.
Polar base? But we'll never find Frank or any of the others up there.
I tell you, Mr. Morgan, if you want to get back to Earth to warn them of a proposed invasion, you have no time to lose.
Look, out there on the desert, we made a deal.
Very well. I'll do what I can. Take off and make for the dome. But don't blame me if you all end up as the crew of number one almost certainly have already.
Well, that's our lookout. Okay, Lemmy, take her off.
And if you must go there, keep at low level. There's less chance of our being detected.
Dobson, Harding, take the ship up. Maximum height, 20 feet. Course, due west. That's it.
Once we were underway, Webster examined Dobson and Harding and pronounced them beyond hope, so far as ever getting them back to normal was concerned. He then asked to see Mitch, so Jet and I took Webster to the upper cabin.
Hello, Mitch. How are you feeling?
Oh, will somebody tell me what's going on? Who's this?
This is Mr. Webster. He thinks he can help.
How do you do?
Where did he come from? He wasn't with us when we set out.
No, Mitch. He left the Earth 15 years before we did.
What are you talking about? Nobody had ever reached the moon then, let alone Mars. So you now think you are on Mars. Oh, what else am I to think? You told me we were, and, well, I've only got to look out of the window to see we're not in space anymore.
What is the last thing you remember, Mr. Mitchell?
Being in the Discovery on my way here. Everything else between that time and now is a complete blank.
Mr. Morgan, I'd like to have a word alone with Dr. Matthews.
Certainly. Now, don't worry, Mitch. Everything's going to be all right.
It had better be.
Dobson, Harding, stop the ship.
Have we arrived already, then?
Yes, now, open the main door. All right, Mr. Morgan. If you care to wait here, I'll go and see what I can find out about Frank Rogers and the rest of his crew. And at the same time, bring a breathing apparatus for Mr. Mitchell.
You're going alone?
You look rather conspicuous in that spacesuit. Other people here might begin to ask awkward questions.
That's all very well, mate, but how do we know what you're up to once you're out of our sight?
You don't trust me?
We've learned not to trust even our own eyes on this planet.
Very well. If it makes you feel any better, I'll get breathing sets for the rest of you, and you can all come.
Oh. And then once we're in there, you've got the lot of us.
You don't seem to like any of my suggestions, Mr. Barnett.
That's right.
Leave this to me, Lemmy. Mr. Webster, you may or may not be in a position to help us. We cannot be sure as yet.
So?
So whatever you do, we must have some say in the matter.
And what are you saying now?
That you go into that dome and bring 4 sets of breathing apparatus with you.
Yes?
When you return, I'll have decided whether all or any of us will be coming back with you.
Very well.
Now, how long will it take you to get them?
About 10 minutes.
Right. But if you're not back in that time, we shall take off.
What, and leave me here? But you promised you would take me back to Earth with you.
Be back within 10 minutes, alone.
You can expect me back well within that time.
Webster returned in 7 minutes, and, as he had promised, brought 4 sets of breathing apparatus with him. They were so compact that at first I couldn't believe they would be of any use, but a test proved that they were efficient enough. While Lemmy and Jet were taking off their suits prior to going outside, I took one of the breathing apparatuses up to Mitch. A few minutes later, he was down in the cabin with us and breathing its thin atmosphere quite normally.
Well, that's it. And thank goodness I don't have to stay upstairs alone anymore.
Are you ready, Mr. Morgan? The more time wasted, the less chance we have of getting away.
All right, Doc. If we're not back in an hour, you know what to do.
Yes, Jet. And good luck.
Take care of yourself, Cotter.
Come along, Lemmy.
Yes, Chet. But I'd feel a lot better if I was carrying my spacesuit over my arm. Hey, what happens if this thing gives out on me?
It will last you more than 48 hours. In any case, you need wear it only for a few minutes. You can take off your masks now.
The atmosphere is breathable, all right.
Oh, smells just like the London Tube.
Now, this way.
Where are we now?
Inside the wall on which the dome rests. Deep down underground is a factory. Its workers are all conditioned types, but it is run by unconditioned men like myself, on orders received from Larcus Solus. And now we go through here.
Blimey! What place is this?
It's one of the assembly shops. We have to pass through it to get to the main control room.
And look at all them blokes working their insides out down there.
Yes, they think they're back on Earth.
And what do they think they're doing?
Working in an aircraft factory. Making bombers.
Hey.
Now, come on. We go along here and down the stairs. Now, in you go. Walk right through the shop and down to the other end. Don't talk to anybody if you can help it.
Hey, Chet, what's that poster up there with a picture on it? What's it say? Keep your mouth shut. The enemy is everywhere. And look, that fella under the table. That's Hitler, isn't it?
Come on, Lemmy. Don't lag behind.
Well, what's Hitler got to do with this place?
Lemmy, come on.
Hey, chum, got a match?
Hey, what was that?
Have you got a match? For my fag, I've got 5 minutes for a spit in a drawer.
Sorry, mate. Right out of matches.
Oh, well, never mind. I'll get one from Tom. You going to work here?
Maybe. I'm not sure yet.
Oh, you didn't give up a good job just because of the war, did you? Because if you did, you would have mugged.
Oh? Why?
Oh, because it'll all be over by Christmas, that's why. You work on aircraft before?
Not the kind you're making.
Not a bad life, really. Foreman's a bit of an...
Is he?
Anyway, there's one thing to be said for working here. If you get any spare time, you can knock yourself up a lighter on the side.
Then where's yours?
Lemmy, come on. What are you hanging back here for?
I'm sorry, Jet. I couldn't just walk away from him. He thinks he's back in the 1940s, working in an aircraft factory. That's what they all must think. And all the time they're making spheres for the perishing Martians.
What place is this?
This is the main control room. It's in constant touch with Larcus Solus. And if there's any news to be had about Rogers and his crew, it'll come from here.
Oh, I see.
Now remember, both you and Mr. Barnett are new personnel. You were picked up from Earth and you landed here only a couple of days ago.
Uh-huh.
You are condition-resisting types. I'm showing you over the place. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
Then let's go in.
Oh, hello there, Bill. Thought you were out on the Murray.
I was. I was called over to HQ and told to bring these gentlemen over here and show them a few things. They're newly up from Earth and haven't quite got used to the idea yet.
Oh, welcome to the fold, gentlemen. You have my deepest condolences. Where did they pick you up?
The crew of the Sphere, you mean, that brought us from Earth?
Who else?
From London.
London? It's not the habit of the Spheres to drop down on populated districts.
Oh, not London exactly. Hampstead Heath.
I should have thought that even that would have been a little too crowded.
Well, it was late at night, and it was foggy.
And they weren't the only ones.
I know. There were 4 newcomers landed in Lacasolus this morning. I was talking to them a few minutes ago.
Talking to them? Were they called Rogers and Grimshaw?
That's right. Good subjects, too, by all accounts. 3 of them grade 3 types, capable of being put into the deepest sleep.
No.
Would you care to see them?
Where can I see them?
Now, when the screen warms up, they'll appear. They're undergoing their initial training, learning to obey orders by remote control.
There they are. That's Frank.
In a few days, they'll be coming to work here. By then, they'll be used to my voice and to doing exactly as I tell them. Rogers, stand up.
Oh, blimey, Jet. Look at him. He's doing it.
Can you hear me, Rogers?
I can hear you.
Are you prepared to take my orders and to act on them?
Orders must be obeyed without question at all times.
Very good. Sit down, Rogers. Now, Grimshaw.
I can hear you.
Turn it off.
What are your orders?
Turn it off, do you hear? I'll tell you, turn it off!
What are you getting so excited about?
Do you think it's funny parading Frank and Grimshaw around like that, like I was Whittaker exhibits in a circus?
Mr. Barnett. You knew Whittaker?
We'd heard of him. Mr. Webster told us about him. Where is Frank? How far away from here is he?
Too far for you to get at, Mr. Morgan. You can give up all hope of trying to rescue him.
What makes you think I want to?
You can't fool me. I know that neither Rogers nor any of the men with him came to this planet in a Martian sphere.
What? How do you know?
Not 15 minutes before you came in here, a warning that men from Earth had landed on the planet 2 weeks ago was put over the intercommunication system. Apparently, 2 of them took a sphere from Larcus Solus. The other is still out on the Argia Desert somewhere, and a search for him has already begun. Apparently, they know about the proposed invasion of Earth at the next opposition. Don't you, gentlemen?
Well, the cat's out the bag now, isn't it?
No, Sam. What you say is true. But you are an Earthman yourself, and so am I.
I was once.
You still are, Sam. In spite of the time you've been up here, you still are.
I am a Martian. It is my duty to report the fact that 2 of the Earthmen are here.
You mean nobody knows we are here but you?
Yes, that is
Look,
so.
Sam, you'd like to go back to Earth, wouldn't you?
I came here in 1896. What would be the point? When I left Earth 75 years ago, I was 35 years old. You know what would happen to me the moment I left this planet. I have no wish to die yet.
But if we don't get back to Earth, they'll know nothing about the invasion. And how are they going to defend themselves?
It is not intended that they should know of the invasion or how to defend themselves. And you cannot be allowed to return to tell them.
No, you traitor.
Webster, take these men to the living quarters. I'll report their presence here to Larcus Solus immediately.
No, Sam, wait. They've promised to take me back to Earth with them.
You? What do you want with Earth? You who came here in 1910.
I didn't. It was 1956. And I wasn't old. Look at me. Am I old? I could still spend a few more years on Earth, couldn't I? Couldn't I?
Don't make me laugh. You'd fade to nothing the moment you put foot on the place. You're not conditioned for Earth, you know. You're not a Whittaker.
You've got to believe me, Mr. Morgan. I did come here in 1956.
Oh, shut up and get out. And take these Earthmen with you. I have a report to make.
Lemmy.
Yes, Jet.
No, Sam. Don't tell them.
Okay, Lemmy, now.
Right, now. All right, Lemmy, now.
Go on, yes, mate. Go on.
Take the lock. That's it.
Oh! What have you tickets to pay.
Never mind. Now, if you want to get back to Earth, help us get out of here.
Yeah.
All right, Lemmy, that's enough.
Hey?
If anybody could get that gear to work now, it'd be a genius.
Right, mate. Now what?
Now, back to the sphere.
I'm right with you, boy. Come on, Mr. Webster. If you want to get back to Earth, this is your last chance.
Now, come on, Lemmy, before that controller recovers and gives the alarm.
Jet, wait! Webster!
What about him?
He's fainted or something,
Eh?
mate.
Hold on, I'll be right with you. Now, what's wrong?
Oh, look at him. Go on. Leave me and go on.
What happened to you, Webster?
I got hurt in the fight.
Why didn't you say so?
I didn't want to hold you up. Now, do as I say. Go on.
Put his arm around your shoulder, Lemmy.
Right.
We haven't far to go now.
Right.
Come on, quick as you can. The airlock's just along that corridor. Put on your mask, Lemmy. You'll need it when we get outside.
Right.
There they are. Hey, stop!
Oh, blimey, they're here.
Wait! Stay where you are!
Come on, Lemmy, inside. Quick! And carefully. That's it.
Wait, Mr. Morgan! Wait!
I'm sorry, chum. We got a train to catch.
Doc, give me a hand, will you? Webster's hurt.
Okay, Jet. Mitch.
Right with you, Doc.
Okay, Lemmy. We've got him. Good. Take it easy, Mitch. All right. Lay him on the floor.
Gotta get out of here, Doc, and quick. They've already got a search party out after us.
What about Frank and Grimshaw?
I'm afraid there's nothing we can do about them now, Doc.
I see.
Take a look at Webster to see
Right.
what you can do for him.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'll get the ship underway.
Well, come on, Levy. What are you hanging around outside for? Them blokes who was following us. They're coming through the airlock.
Then come on before they get over here and grab you.
But they don't want to grab us, Mitch. They want to come with us.
What? Did you hear that, Jet?
Yes, I heard it. Harding, take the ship up. Raise it 12 feet and hold it there.
12 feet? And what about the door? Don't you intend to close the door?
No, Lemmy, I want to talk to those men down there. All right, Harding, that'll do.
Take us with you, Captain. Take us back to Earth.
How many of you?
Just the four of us, that's all.
How long have you been on this planet?
15 years, since 1956.
You as well? Isn't there anybody on this part of Mars who came here any other year?
You must believe us. We want to go home. We're young, all of us. We've a long life ahead of us, even down on Earth.
Don't do it, Jet. It's a trick to get us to return to ground level.
All right, I'll take you, but one at a time. Now, 3 of you go back 100 yards. You'll climb aboard in order, as I tell you.
Now, take it easy, Jet. 4 of them could be too much for us.
I can't leave them, Mitch. Harding.
What are your orders?
No, Jet. Wait.
What is it, Doc?
Come over here. Look at Webster.
What's the matter?
Come over here and see.
Grief.
Yeah.
Is he...
He's dead. Must have received a hard knock during that fight.
But he's old. So very old.
From looking at him, I'd say nearly 100.
But he swore he was young. Said he'd been up here only since 1956.
He wanted to get back to Earth so desperately he lied.
But he knew that if he did, his age would catch up on him.
Well, maybe he thought he'd have just one more glimpse of Earth before he died. Well, Jet, how about those men out there? Are they the same?
Harding,
What are your orders?
close that door. Head for polar base at maximum speed.
No, 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 Captain Morgan, don't leave us. Take us back to Earth.
We hated leaving those men behind, but what could we do? Our one thought now was to get back to polar base, the springboard for our long journey back to Earth. The distance to base was covered in less than 2 hours, and it was with a sigh of relief that we sighted the Discovery, standing upright on the ice, ready to take off. Half an hour later, we had left the sphere, were in the flagship, and almost ready to fire the motors. And, up to now at any rate, there was no sign of any machine in pursuit of us.
Televiewer, stern view on.
Now listen carefully, all of you. I've ordered Dobson and Harding to take the sphere into free orbit and join the fleet. I'll then have Davis take over 2 suits from number 4 and tell Dobson and Harding to transfer to number 5.
You mean you intend to take them back to Earth?
Why not? The firing of the freighter motors is automatically controlled from here. Once we're underway, they'll have no choice but to come along with us. Now, let's get off. You all right down there, Paddy?
Yes, sir. I'm quite comfortable, thank you.
All right. Stand by for firing. In 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Contact!
Okay, Jet. Discovery in correct position and traveling in free orbit.
Right. Now, we'll have to wait an hour before our position is favorable to fire the motors and head for Earth. Let Paddy out. As soon as you're settled in your own ship, Paddy, give me a call.
I will, sir.
Do you see the sphere, Doc?
Yes, Jet. It's alongside number 6. There, see it?
Yes. 9 ships we set out with and only 4 are returning.
And with Dobson and Harding to man one of them, perhaps only 3.
Our trip can hardly have been called a success. 13 men lost, 2 ships wrecked, and 3 abandoned for want of crews to man them.
Jet, for Pete's sake, look. Martian spheres, a whole fleet.
What?
Yes.
Where, Doc?
Almost directly below us. Dozens of them.
Paddy now drifting across to number 3. Hey, listen. There's that music. They're here.
They aim to stop us, Jet. Put us all to sleep.
How far and fast can those spheres travel?
According to that flying Dr. Jet, not very far.
Then we'll try to outpace them. let me know as soon as Paddy's entered his ship.
He's just reached the airlock now.
And call up the ships, Mitch. Have them stand by for takeoff.
Right.
So it will be only 3 ships after all.
Hello, Space Fleet. Discovery calling. Stand by for takeoff. Repeat, stand by for takeoff.
Number 3 to flagship, standing by. Number 4 to flagship, standing by.
Oh, blimey, they're giving out with a vengeance this time.
Whatever you do, don't go to sleep. Fight it.
Motor, Mitch.
Okay.
And stand by. Position.
3 degrees. 2 degrees.
Firing imminent.
1 degree.
Contact!
Lemmy, the 2 freighters, are they with us?
Yes, Jet. All motors fired simultaneously.
Good for them. But Dobson and Harding's sphere haven't moved.
I didn't expect it to, Mitch. By now, they're obeying other orders than ours.
And the spheres are making no attempt to pursue us. We're going to make it. We're going home.
We established contact with Control a week after takeoff, and as we suffered no interference or jamming from Mars, we were able to tell them the whole story of our landing, of the loss of most of our ships and half our men. The main object of our trip, the exploration of Mars, was virtually unaccomplished. Our only achievement, a few measly specimens of Martian soil picked up in the area around Polar Base when we first landed. But the reason for our premature return had been achieved: to warn the Earth of the proposed Martian invasion during the next close opposition. At first, our story was not believed, but as we passed more and more details of our incredible adventures back to Earth, the truth slowly began to sink in.
Hello, Space Fleet Control calling. Come in, please.
Hello, Control. Barney, dear.
It's requested that full details of the construction of the Martian spheres be passed to Control, together with all known methods of operating same, as soon as possible.
Oh, blimey, mate. We only flew in them things. We didn't take them apart.
Sorry, Lemmy, I don't write these orders, only pass them on.
Our depleted fleet, consisting of only the flagship and a freighter on either side, limped home on its long journey to overtake the Earth, which we hoped to do some 6 months after leaving the hostile planet. We were constantly at the radio, telling Control everything we could remember: of the people we had met who had originally come from Earth, of the pyramid in the canal, of the great pyramid city in the Lacus Solis. Nothing was left out, and most of it retold over and over again. And then, at last, after 6 months and 2 weeks' flight through space, the ships were turned over, and we prepared to make the moon landing.
Hello, Space Fleet. Your call received. Course X723, track E. Platform is now cleared and ready for touchdown. And good luck.
Thank you, Control. Landing imminent. Doc, gyro.
Contact.
Motor, Mitch.
Okay.
And stand by for firing.
Height, 10,000.
Position, Lemmy.
Hang on.
9,000.
Well, we made it. That's something. I only wish it was good news we was bringing home. 8,000. And when we do land, I expect we'll go straight into the interrogation room and stay there. We'll be lucky to get home in a month of Saturdays.
7,000.
Stand by, Doc.
Okay.
Lemmy?
Yes, mate. All right on my end. Freighter's turned over an information.
6,000. 5,000.
Contact! Well, gentlemen, that's it. We made it safely.
And let's hope the next ship to land here is not a Martian one.
And so man's first trip to Mars was over. But it marked only the beginning of man's dealings with that fiery planet. The invasion of Earth did indeed begin 2 years later, 13 years before it was intended. No doubt after their plans had become known, the Martians thought it best to strike immediately, and the first ships of the Martian invasion fleet landed in Asia on September 23rd, 1973. But that's another story.
In episode 20 of Journey into Space, the last of the present series, you heard Andrew Folds as Jet Morgan, David Kossoff as Lemmy, Guy Kingsley Pointer as Doc, Bruce Beebe as Mitch, and with David Jacobs and John Cassapon. The orchestra was conducted by Van Phillips, who also composed the music. The sound control and special effects were by Brian Willey and Joe Young. Journey into Space is written by Charles Chilton and produced by him in the London studios of the BBC.